that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. Jays!
With Silver State Air Conditioning, they're all about being on time. That's why they're one of the few companies that offer an on-time guarantee. Unfortunately, problems don't just happen from 9 to 5, but it's important to Silver State to be there when it's convenient for the customer. I know I want a company that values my time. That's why I'll always choose Silver State Air Conditioning.
We'll be there whenever you need us, on time and at no extra charge. Guaranteed. Call us or visit us online. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the no audio, but they're playing music. It's a Fling thing. So, as you guys well know, so we have to be very careful. So if I am not talking or cars aren't running that are loud enough to cover up the low music, then we have to mute the audio. If you're new to this and wonder why that is, I don't even know what to say to you. I think you might need to spend a few days researching how the world works. For those of you that are asking, yes, we should be in first round. Cars were supposed to hit the track, I thought, at 8 o'clock this morning, but it is 8:13. They are in the lanes or on their way to the lanes. I don't see anything that has turned the corner yet, but at 8 o'clock they made the first call to get cars here. So all of you guys that are at home watching, trust me, racing action is about to start. For those of you in the chat bleachers, thank you so much for tuning in, and all of you at home, even if you're not in the chat bleachers, thank you for tuning in. We appreciate it. It's going to be a long day. If you are new to a Spring Fling event, have not watched these with us, know that we have 400 or ish cars on the property that I know of right now. It was mid 300s yesterday morning. So expect that to be around 400 cars right now. That means that it takes a very long time to get through 400 cars. Now, the good news is there are no time trials anymore from here on out, okay? Unless they're going to give people a time trial for the million in the morning of the million, I don't believe so. There are no more time trials. So from here on out, every run down the racetrack is going to be for money. So that is awesome, and I am super excited about that. So it means that we won't have a time trial taking us all the way until noon or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The McClellan's cruising by in the wonderful G-Body Malibu wagon, which I love. Anyway, so nothing but drag racing going on this weekend, but again, 400 cars. It means that the likelihood is that if we start at 8 o'clock in the morning, we are not going to finish this thing before 10 o'clock at night. If we do, God, nobody on earth will be happier than I will be. But keep in mind, those big long days means that on occasion, this guy who's running everything you see, the entire broadcast, all the cameras, all the switching, every single bit of it, I have to do myself. So on occasion, I just might have to relieve myself. And when that happens, you will just have to live with a wide shot for a few minutes. I promise you I will be back. And I promise you that will not happen as we get into later rounds of racing action. But besides racing, when we get into those later rounds, we have some killer videos and cool stuff to share with you, along with commercials from our great advertisers and sponsors. But the important thing is these awesome videos. Yesterday, you saw one of the tribute videos, the Spring Fling tribute video that's all about Peter and Kyle, and it's so cool. I am ecstatic to tell you that Kyle Seipel is on the property in the tower doing his deal, and God, he looks better than ever. I am telling you that being here with this Fling family has just done a lot for him. I mean, you look at him and he's smiling, and I just was so excited yesterday to walk into the tower and give him a big hug. It was just so good to see him. And so his dad Ted is here on the property as well. I don't know if George is here or not. Honestly, I know Ted is because I saw him in the staging lanes and we watched him go down the racetrack yesterday. Ted Seipel, 80 years old or something like that, 80-something years old, I don't know. He's old, and he is still racing, and it's so good to see for sure. There are a lot of things going on today, and you can see those things. I never, ever, ever get this right. Not one time have I ever pointed the right direction. Over there, see that? It talks about all the random giveaways. It talks about the special activities, because there's plenty of room for activities here in Las Vegas. So there is a flyer like this for each and every day. I will share that with you guys. Don't worry. I promise you will get to see all of it. Also, we are, of course, having our shootouts within the shootout, right? So we have like the reaction time shootout. There's the Spring Fling Million event, of course, is Friday, but today, tomorrow, and Saturday are all $30,000 to win races. Nothing to sneeze at, obviously. So today is our first 30K. Now, if you look down here, look at that. I got it right this one time. If you look down here, you'll see Wednesday 30K best losing package prizes. That's per round. So we have 7 best losing package, and so what that means is if you line up next to somebody in the staging lanes and happen to get paired with them, because it's random pairing here, you get in there and you just happen to go up against, I don't know, whoever, right? Brandon Umberger, right? And so you're up next to Umberger, and Umberger lays down a 001 dead on with a 2, right? Just insane package. You run 002 dead on with a 2. Right? That would have won every other pair in the entire round. It is the best losing package of the round. You get a prize for that. That is what this is all about. It is super cool. They give away jillions of dollars, like cubic jillions of dollars worth of prizes and giveaway items and all of that. And there's also the raffle element. Do not forget about the raffles. Those are going to be going on throughout the day today and tomorrow. So you pay $20 or $40. I can't remember what it is. Anyway, you buy a raffle ticket or multiple raffle tickets, and there are multiple raffles throughout the next 2 days. If you win the raffle, you win an entry into the million on Friday. And so tons of people enter the raffles, and people have won the raffle and won the race. It has happened, and it's awesome. So you guys definitely want to pay attention. You are going to want to watch. With that said, don't feel bad, dude. If you got to go mow the lawn, you got a conference call, you got a meeting with somebody at work you don't like, whatever, it's okay. We're going to be here. So the rounds are going to take a long time this morning. when we get later on in the day and they get shorter as we get down to, late cars, we should be running 9 rounds or more in every class. I think it's 9. I think that's where we're going to be. So 9 rounds, ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of rounds of racing. Okay. So you got plenty of time. That's the point. So enjoy your day. Enjoy tomorrow. Friday again is the big boy. So what I would say is, not that I'm officially saying this unless you need a note from your doctor, Chad, and I will write you a note. But otherwise, I'm saying you should do your job like at least mediocre as opposed to your normal slacker selves, and do your job a little better, like maybe 15% better today and tomorrow, so that Friday you can completely slack off. Like just do nothing. Like you might log in so your boss thinks you're working, so he knows you're in the system, right? Maybe send an email out like every couple hours or something like that. Or if you're a real thinker, you write them today and tomorrow and then you schedule them to go out, okay? But I'm just saying, I'm totally condoning this activity. It may not be smart for productivity, but we never are about that because we're broadcasting races, which means you're not doing other stuff. Sorry, it is what it is. I want to thank, again, all of you people for tuning in. I want to thank Barnalicious, my dude of dudes, the moderator of moderator. He's like Thor, only sexier. And he is hanging out in the chat bleachers. Remember, there are families on here watching and having a good time, and they might want to enjoy the chat bleachers. So please, no politics, no religion, no swearing, no messaging with only emojis. Please, for the love of God and everything that's right in the world, don't just stick your caps on all the time. And if you have to ask why, you're too old to chat anyway. So let's not do that, right? Let's have fun. Again, remember, topics that you would want your family to hang out and talk about. We love talking about cars, about race teams, about family, about places that people are at. So make sure you do that. And of course, swearing, we don't like it. Can't do it. I'm the only guy on here that can swear. I try not to, I promise, okay? And COVID. We don't talk about the COVID, okay? The Rona is off limits here. I don't want to hear your conspiracy theories. I don't want to hear any of that. I got my shot. I got a mask when I got to wear it, and that's all we're talking about. Oh, speaking of which, want to thank Las Vegas, the county, the city, the state, everybody here in Nevada, and those bad boys right there, dude. If you don't like watching and hearing the jets go by over here, dude, you're un-American. It's just not cool. But I want to thank all of the government agencies who have absolutely just worked with the track to make sure that these races that we've been having can happen. And I have to tell you, it was literally a month ago. We're not sure that this would happen. We were planning for it, but had to wait for the approval before any announcement was made. And that is for all the races. We just got the word and just started registration for Holly's LS Fest West here at Las Vegas. So if you're looking for something to do at the end of April, you want to come out here. It's Holly's LS Fest West. It's like LS Fest only with a twist, and it is rad, and it is here the last weekend of April. I will be here on hand as well, so you guys definitely need to come check that out. You have an LS or LT powered machine? Bring it, dude. This place is awesome, and it is a very cool show. So, we are getting ready to run cars. Like I said, they're not around the corner yet, but they are at the ready line of the staging lanes. So, keep that in mind. Now, the audio is off right now. Hopefully, it won't be as soon as we get started, but the audio is off other than my audio right now because, and the reason I'm talking so fast and not stopping is because they're playing music loud enough that this microphone would pick it up, and then nobody would ever get to watch this as a replay. They won't shut us down while we're live, but it means that everybody that's here racing and wants to, to watch this when they get home wouldn't be able to do so because we wouldn't be able to have the replay. And Mike Eames, I miss you more. That's it. I said it out loud. I do. I miss you, Mike Eames. You and Nate Hershey, the magic combo of bracket racing announcers. God, I love it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Pennington, you go, baby. But Tucson, you guys did it for me. I loved it. It was awesome. Hey, shh. We're starting off with the tour cars. Yeah, Pro is in the house. We are starting off Maytag Silver State Refrigeration Wednesdays 30K right here, ladies and gentlemen. And we are doing it with Gear Wrench Pro round number 1 live on bangshift.com.
Getting ready to kick things off. Pro cars are under the arch on Maytag 30K Wednesday. Going right into round 1 of eliminations here, and there will be a buyback in today's program for the racers who are unfortunate to not turn the wheel light on first round. You can buy back at the bottom of the timing tower. Have about a little over 400 cars here. We feel like with the buyback, if everything goes smooth, we'll still get done at a reasonable hour. With that said, I want to thank everybody for coming, and especially thank the Lord above for blessing us with this beautiful facility, beautiful week of racing here, great staff, and just a great bunch of racers that all came together to do what we love to do. Life was on hold for a while. The Million wasn't here for 2 years. It's back. It's great to see everyone, and I want to thank the Lord above for all of the little and big things he does for us. So with that said, I'd like everyone to remove their cap and face the flag, and I'm going to play the best song in the country right here. All right.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, Marco, it's about that time. Gear Wrench Pro, round number 1, bottom bowl racing at its best.
All right, we got cars firing up and headed into the water box. Here we go. Round number 1, Gear Wrench Pro, Wednesday, Maytag Silver State Refrigeration. Somebody at the end of the day is going home with $30,000, a Fling trophy, and the Fling big check. Here we go. Left side, Bill Moeller in the 66 SS Nova, 751 dial. Right side, Nasty Nick Hastings, 623 dial out of Shelby, Ohio. Nasty Nick and Bill ready to get after it here to start off the day. Who's going to turn on the first official win light at the 2021 Spring Fling Million?
How about that for a wake-up call? You wake up in the morning, pull up in the starting line, you look over, it's the best foot breaker arguably in the country right now, Nasty Nick.
All right, they're pre-stage. Here we go. Just carefully getting them on in to start off the day. Bill's in. Nick's in. First tree drop of the day. Here we go. Someone's got a big time starting line advantage here. Top end, it's gonna be Nasty Nick. 013 on the tree, 634 on the 623 dial. Bill runs 753 on the 751, but unfortunately a little behind at the hit. So Nasty Nick moving on to round number 2.
Bill Muller's going to have to hit the buyback window if he wants to get back into the program today for $30K. And Marco, let's remember the first 000 awards. The first 000 in Pro is going to win a Race Air Pro weather station worth about $570. And if nobody goes trip zip in Pro, it will be the best reaction time. Justin Lamb and Seth McLean.
All right, here we go. Seth, 769 dial left side. Justin Lamb in the Copo, 624 dial. Big time starting line advantage yet again. It's going to go to Justin Lamb. 010 on the tree, 630 on the 624. Seth, 775 on the 769. Justin uses his starting line advantage to turn on the win light.
And Marco, just like Nick Hastings, if you give Justin Lamb that much on a starting line, you're not going to make it back up at the other end. He'll make you pay every single time.
Every single time and then some. C.W. Hofer, 765 left side. Tony Gambardella, 709 right side. 19th out, separate him. Win light, C.W. Hofer, 13 total off the bottom. 011 on the tree, 765 with the 2 on the 765. Tony, 4 above the dial, and 030 on the tree. So C-Dub moving on. And how about this? Right behind C-Dub is wife Sasha Hofer. She's been on a roll lately, so she's going to try and follow suit and turn on the win light. Right lane driver not on file. Looks like Brian Cerruti. This is a good matchup here. Sasha, 761 left side. Brian, 643 right side. 22 thou separate him. Top end. Win light's going to go to Sasha. How about that? C-Dub goes 13 total. Sasha backs it up and goes 16 total. 012 on the tree, dead on 4. Cerruti, 034 on the tree, and 2 above. Robin Harris, left side, 662 dial. Right side, Jamie Sturdivant in the 09 Fender Yancer Dragster. We got some dragsters here in Pro. If you look at the Pro side, we got every mix of cars that you can imagine. Dragster and door car. Red light start, Robin Harris. Jamie goes 012 out of the gate and goes 582 on the 581 dial. Robin, 5 thou under, but unfortunately the red light start. Win light goes to Jamie's way. Michael Jackson in the 79 El Camino 632 dial. And we got a 65 El Camino on the right side, Dennis Paz. Dennis, in addition to being a very good friend of mine, it's his birthday today. So happy birthday, Dennis, and we'll see if he can start off the day with the win light, or will it be the local, Michael Jackson? Carefully staging him up. Michael's in, Dennis is in. Tree drops. Big time starting line advantage for one of the two. Top end, it's going to go to Dennis Paz. Dennis, 015 on the tree, 9 hun over the dial. If you leave that much of a starting line advantage to Dennis Paz, just like some other few, he will make you pay. So happy birthday, Dennis, starting off with the win light. Left lane, not on file, but I believe that's Randy Biddle Jr. on the left side, 610 dial. Right side, Charles Sturdivant. Just watched wife Jamie turn on a win light. Pretty sure that's the relation. Charles is going to be at a 540 dial in the identical 09 Fender Yancer Dragster as Jamie. Three thou separate them. Pair of pretty good reaction times here. Who's it going to be at the top end? It's going to be Charles. 018 on the tree. 18 thou above the dial. Randy Biddle, 015 on the tree, take 33 at the stripe to break out 12 thou. Needed 21 or less. Tim Arnswald, left side, 759 dial in the 67 Camaro. Right side, Chris Citro, Fox Body Mustang, 647 dial. Clean and green, 11 thou separate him. Going to be the Camaro or the Mustang? Who's it going to be? It's going to be the Mustang. Chris Citro, 033 on the tree, take 5 thou at the stripe to break out 7 thou. Tim was 041 on the starting line and goes 10 thou under the dial. Margin of victory, 3 thousandths of a second. All right, here we go. This is an interesting matchup. We got Andy Schmall, left side, 617 dial in the Beretta. Les Figueroa, right side, in the Polaris Turbo Razor, 945 dial. Now, Les was 000 on his first hit yesterday, and that was pretty incredible to watch. Red lights start Les Figueroa. Andy Schmall going to turn on the win light. Andy goes 615 on the 617 dial. Les goes 957 on the 945. Unfortunately, the red light for Les, but fortunately for Andy, Andy's going to move on to the next round. Left side, another good friend of mine, Ron the Hammer Nichols. Big inspiration for me throughout my whole career, and he's still out here mixing it up with the best at the Spring Fling Million on the pro side. Longtime bottom bulber, 717 dial on the left side. Nicky Thomas, beautiful square nose pick 'em up truck, all the way from Niles, Ohio. So Ron Nichols, roughly 0.8 of a second head start. Just carefully getting him staged up here. Big time starting line advantage. One of them is in trouble. Win light's going to go to, it's going to go to Nicky. 007 on the tree, 2 above the dial for the win. Ron goes 3 above the dial, but unfortunately a little bit behind at the start. So Ron going to have to buy back. Nicky moving on to round number 2. Brian King, left side, local Pahrump, Nevada, 68 Camaro. Another NorCal friend of mine. This guy, a lot of success over the years. Jeff LaSalle in the 67 Coronet RT, 659 dial. So Jeff receiving the head start by about 0.3. Red lights start Brian King by 10 thousandths of a second. Jeff LaSalle, automatic win, going to run it through. Goes 1 above the dial. Brian was 7 thou under the dial, but unfortunately being on the red side for Brian, but fortunately for Jeff, Jeff is going to move on. Chris Arnett, Turner, Oregon in the 70 Malibu, left side, 683 dial. Jeff Devy in the beautiful Relapse Camaro. Jeff Extremely talented, renowned painter on the West Coast. This guy can letter just about anything. Racers, if you did not turn on the wind light first round, buybacks will be at the bottom of the tower all day. Thank you, Kyle Seipel, for the reminder. 14 thou separate him. It's going to be a pretty good one here. Top end, wind light is going to go to Chris. 019 on the tree, take 10 thou at the stripe to be one above. Jeff Debbie was 005 on the tree, but 36 thou above the dial, and unfortunately got him 10 thou behind. So Chris moving on to round number 2. Jacob Phelps, left side at the 7-0 dial. 72 Vega. Right side, Richard Baya. I think that's how you say it. 670 dial on the right side. 0.3 of a second head start going to Jacob. Red light start by Jacob by just 0.003 of a second. Goes 705 on the 7-0 dial. Richard goes 0.05 under the dial, but that doesn't matter. Jacob was red, Richard was green, so Richard moving on. Ryan Mangus, left side in the 70 Nova. This 70 Nova, fun fact, this was Sean Langdon's high school car, and Ryan purchased it from him when he was in high school, became Ryan's high school car, and he's made it a bracket car. A lot of success between the two of them over the years. Josh Furstenberg, right side 732 dial in the 71 Comet. $31 thou separate him. Wind light's going to go to Josh. 016 on the tree. 1 hun under the dial. Ryan Mangus, 681 on the 6 dial. A little behind at the start, taking 9 thou at the stripe, but unfortunately couldn't make it up with the starting line disadvantage. So Josh moving on. Brandon Luke, left side 661 dial in the 70 Nova. Right side Jeff Rates out of Peyton, Colorado in the 67 Mustang. So Chevy versus Ford. Chevy getting the head start by exactly 0.1 of a second. Red light start by Brandon by just 0.002 of a second. Jeff moving on. Goes 642 on the 651 dial. Brandon goes 659 on 661 dial. Man, it's fast out there. You know, Peter, with the track as tight as it is and cool temperatures out, that makes when the density altitude a little bit lower than it will be the rest of the day, that makes for a fast combination. So I think these guys are going a little faster than they're anticipating.
Absolutely, and I think it was a great move to delay the start time for 20, 30 minutes like we did to get more heat in the track. These cars are liking it.
50 thou starting line advantage, but the wind light's going to go to the worser of the two reaction times. It's going to go to Joe Olive, 631 on 636, double breakout. Freddie Jackson goes 597 on the 603, so both are considerably under the dial. The last few pairs I've noticed it's picking up quite a bit out there, Peter. I mean, this is like considerable.
Yeah, that's 5 big numbers under the dial, and 4 to a 4 under. That's a pretty big breakout. So drivers, pay attention. It's fast out there. If you're in the staging lanes, probably going as quick or a little quicker than you think.
Jeremy Wilson left side 606 dial. Darren Taylor right side 618 dial. Top end, wind light's going to go to, it's going to go to Jeremy Wilson. Jeremy was considerably behind at the start, but got behind, goes 604 on the 606 dial. Darren had the big starting line advantage, but goes 615 on the 618 dial, so 11th thou lesser breakout going Darren's way.
Yeah, another double breakout. Jeremy Wilson, uncharacteristically late. His reaction time started with a 1, but Marco, when it's quick out there and there's double breakout, sometimes it's not a bad idea to be behind the tree and behind at the other end.
Especially if you're watching the last 5 pairs go way under. Red light start by 9 thousandths of a second for Randy Stoach. Steve Lambert left side goes 650 on the 654 dial.
How about Randy Stoach? First driver, Marco, that hit the dead on the number, dead on with a 2, but that 009 red takes him out of competition. Steve Lambert's 4 big numbers under the dial.
Tell you what, to go dead 2, considering the way the rest of the numbers have been this round, got to give hats off to Randy for going dead on 2 that round, but he'll buy his way back in, I'm sure, and get back after it again. Scott Taylor left side, 710 dial. Bill Perry right side. True start, double red light. Lesser of the 2 going to Bill, 3 thou on the red side. Scott, a little bit more on the red side. Bill's going to go 788 on the 83 dial, and Scott goes 719 on the 710.
Yeah, True Start doing its job right there. The 003 red left first, but in True Start, the handicap does not matter. The lesser of the 2 reds is the winner, and that time, it was right side.
Couple of NorCal guys going at it, and I know these two are friends, so unfortunately, I know for a fact they were not anticipating having each other in the first round, but it's going to be Cliff Hall left side, 640 dial in the Falcon. John Tobias in the Shorty dragster with front brakes on it. Peter, how often is it where you see front brakes on a dragster? Just because, you know, in pro you can't burn out past the starting line, right?
Well, that machine, that could get a Best Engineered award anywhere, that John Tobias drag, so that's definitely a little bit different. And he's
Light's going to go to Cliff. 30 takes 7 to be 2 above, 29 thou above. John Tobias a little bit behind on the starting line, but goes dead on 8. So John going to buy his way back in. Cliff moving on to round number 2. Tim O'More in the 88 Camaro, left side 605 dial. Wesley Eisinga, right side 615 dial in the Valiant. Now Wesley, from my understanding, Kyle Seipel paying attention, not missing anything this weekend. He was telling me that Wesley was going off the bottom in the 32-car shootout yesterday. That definitely takes a lot of confidence right there to be able to hang with the best off the bottom in the shootout like that. 1 thou separates them here. Top end, who's it going to go to? It's going to go to Wesley on a double breakout. 613.5 on the 615 dial. Tim O'More takes 17th out at the stripe, but unfortunately for Tim, breaks out 16th out more. So Wesley moving on to round number 2.
And Marco, not a bad lap by Tim. 032 takes 17 right off the trailer, off the bottom bulb, and not good. Not good this time, but he'll buy his way back into the program if he wants to play for $30K today. Buybacks are available at the bottom of the timing tower. It's $180 is the buyback amount, and you can purchase your buyback ticket at the bottom of the timing tower.
Also, anybody that's double entered today, it is your responsibility to change the number. If you forget to change the number and it happens to have an error in the computer, please keep track of the number changes. Win light's going to go to Vince Generalo Jr. 005 on the tree. Get behind to be 3 above the dial for the win. Leanne Day, a little behind on the starting line, took a 3 thou stripe down there and breaks out 3 thou. So if she made it in a dead heat stripe, who knows? That's what would have had to be done to even have a chance. Red light start, Robert Day on the left side. Jesse Adams in the K&N Camaro, 013 on the tree. Goes 699 on the 697 dial. So Jesse moving on. All right, next pair. Curtis Zinzalita in the 68 Roadrunner. 660 dial, right side. Phil Unruh in the Super Stock Cobalt 581 dial. 13 thou separate him. Who's it going to be at the top end? Win light goes to Phil Unruh. Dead on 3 getting behind. Curtis took 36 thou at the stripe. Had a little bit of a starting line advantage. Breaks out 2 Hun. Needed to take 16 thou or less to turn on the win light. And racers, if you're wondering what the buyback amount is, it is $180. Just keep that in mind. Chris Johnston making the move from Washington to Cartersville, Georgia. Now, I was looking at Chris's Instagram story. He wires cars for a living, does electrical work on race cars. You know who he was doing? Ryan Martin's one of his Fireball cars. How about that? Now, he's out here running the Springfield Million. True start win going to Chris's way. Chris is 1 thou on the red side. David slightly more red. So Chris Johnston, 1 thou red, lesser of the red lights, missing a perfect light by just 1 thou. Moving on to round number 2. Brandon Umberger. They call him Big Check Brandon Umberger because he pretty much does nothing but win bottom bulb races on the West Coast. He's going to be at a 586 dial in the green Chevette. Ricky Duchel has had his share of success over the past couple years off the bottom in that beautiful 69 Camaro. So head start going to Ricky. Just about 3/10. Oh man, I messed it up. 000 for Brandon Umberger. Dead on 6 thousandths package. Wow. There's a reason why they call him Big Check Brandon Umberger. He is living up to the hype right there. Ricky Duchel, just 3 thousandths of a second red. Gave it a really good shot, but Brandon Umberger, 6 thousandths package.
And with that, Marco, he is your Gear Wrench Pro first 000 award, and he's gonna Brandon Umberger with the 6 thou pack and a 000 reaction time is gonna pick out a Computech Race Air Pro, not a certificate, the actual product being handed to him by our Fling staff, C Money, Lela, and the Prize Princess. Everybody over there, come get it, Brandon. You won yourself a $560 prize.
12 thou separate him. Top end, win light. Win light's going to go to the driver not on file. 027 on the tree, 663 on the 652 dial. Might have had some problems on the left side down at the top end. For Michael Clement on the left side, goes 774 on the 702 dial. So driver not on file. Moving on. Joy Cazzetti in the 77 Vega wagon. Joyride is what she calls it. 608 dial on the left side. Jeff Staley. 651 dial in the 66 El Camino. Beautiful paint jobs on both these cars. Man, there are some beautiful no-box cars. Someone's got a big-time starting line advantage. Top end, win light's going to go to Jeff Staley. 016 on the tree, take 25 thou at the stripe to be dead on 7 for the win. Joy a little behind at the starting line, got there second, and goes 2 thou under. Jeannie Northrup out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, in the 67 Camaro that she calls Frank. That car, after going, I would say almost 3,000 miles across the country here, only to race in the no-box side. The Spring Fling Million, husband Danny Northrup is running it on the box side. You know, a car like that, low 6-second, high 5-second car, that's got to be so much fun to double. Tony Trimp right side in the Opal. 1 thou separate him. Win light's going to go to Jeannie. 014 on the tree. 635 on a 638 dial. Tony goes 659 on the 667 dial. Unfortunately, took a little much down there. But being a double breakout, Tony would have had to have taken 1 thou or less to win that round or get behind. Brandon Hockaday. 86 Fox Body Mustang, 721 dial. Matt Keelman. Now, Peter, this is not a good sighting for both you and I, but if Matt turns on the wind light, it'll be good. He's dialed at a 666. But Matt Keelman's going to turn on the wind light because Brandon goes red. So the 666 dial gets it done. So, but he runs 661 on the 666 dial. It's never a good sighting to see that dial, but I'll tell you what, if it turns on the wind light, in my opinion, a number is a number. It really doesn't matter. Kelly Hockaday. 64 Falcon, 672 dial on the left side. Larry McClanahan, 558 dial in the 2016 Cobra Jet. McClanahan staying from the Lucas Oil divisional event and running the no box side in the Fling with the Cobra Jet. Wheels up launch for the Cobra Jet. Top end, wind light's going to go to, it's going to go to McClanahan. 001 on the tree. Gets their first 39 thou to be 3 above the dial. Kelly a little behind at the starting line, also 3 hun above the dial. So Larry moving on.
And let me just say, Marco, that was Larry's first pass down the track this week. He didn't make any test and tune passes yesterday. Came right off the trailer with a 001 reaction time.
That is impressive right there. And he's always done decent at the divisional events, and that had to have helped. It was definitely worth it to stay the week before and come on back. Henry Robertson right side in the Mustang. Dwayne Scheitlen in the Dodge on the left side. Wind light's going to go to Dwayne. Dwayne's 006 on the tree, gets their first 44th out to be 9 above for the win. Henry a little behind at the starting line with the 031. 11 hun over the dial. Hopefully everything's okay with this car. Henry will buy back and get another shot at it. John Cazzetti in the beautiful wheel standing 66 Nova wagon. Now, Peter, we've had conversations about this. 66 and 67 Nova wagons. If anybody's wondering what mine and my sister's Lella's favorite car in the world is, it's those Nova wagons. There is nothing cooler than those.
Absolutely. A great old school, new school matchup here in Marco, a double red light.
Double red light. Lindy Lindholm in another a 17 Copo Camaro. Lesser of the 2 red lights going 606 on the 608 for the win.
All right, attention to pits. We'll now take Super Pro door cars with a blue run sticker to the stage of lanes for round 1. So all Super Pro door cars, orange and blue stickers have been called for round number 1.
Jeff Jones, 72 Nova left side, 587 dial. Right side, I believe that's Robert Strong. Driver not on file, but I'm pretty sure that's Robert Strong. He's trying to do a burnout. Okay. Burnout is about to be complete for the right side. Jeff patiently waiting to turn on the pre-stage bulb.
So drivers, just a heads up as we get into the end of Gear Wrench Pro round 1, we get close to moving into Super Pro door cars round 1. Please, please, please have your car number and your dial-in easily legible from the left side of your car. So the JJ's looking out the tower. Put it on the left side of the car. Your car number and your dial-in needs to be very legible. And as Marco said earlier,
there must have been the driver must have accepted the wrong dial. Robert Strong was 008 on the tree and goes 680 on the 760 dial. Jeff Jones goes 592 on the 587, getting behind to ensure that he didn't break out. Don't know what happened there, Peter.
You know, I'm pretty sure that driver just wrote the wrong dial on the side, because when he got in the burnout box, there was some discussion. He wanted to change it, but it was too late. Fortunately, it was first round. He can get a time shot there, buy back into the program if he'd like. So once again, dial-ins need to be clearly legible on the left side of your vehicle and your car numbers. If you're double entered, please have your correct car number on.
Top end, win light goes to John Brooks. 016, take 3 thou at the stripe to be 21 thou above for the win. Larry Pittenger, 027, 13 thou above, decent run. That was a good race, 0.03 of a second margin of victory.
So Brandon Umberger, you can come see the prize princess down at the bottom of the timing tower and pick up your Race Air Pro for your 000 reaction time. And let's not forget, these pro drivers are also eligible for the best losing package. It's FTI round 1, and that goes through all of round 1. FTI offering up a converter for the best losing package in round 1 here on Maytag Wednesday.
Scott Burton, 607 dial in the 2010 Cobra Jet Mustang. Right side not on file, but I believe that's Nasty Nick Hastings in his second entry, 609 dial. 2 Huns separate him in the dial, and 2 Huns separate him in reaction time. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Scott Burton. 026 on the tree. Goes 609 on the 607 for the win. Nasty Nick, 008, get their first 48 thou to be under 8 thou. Ooh, needed to take 40 or less, Peter.
Scott Burton, I mean, you can call that an upset. Anytime someone beats Nasty Nick, it could be deemed an upset, but Scott Burton, I know firsthand, is a very talented NHRA driver, and he just dropped the anchor down there and fed Nasty Nick 048, and it was 8 thou too much straight.
Left side, John Tripp, 602 down the 67 dart. How about Justin Lamb turning on the win light in his Copo Camaro? Now he's coming up in the Cobalt. Triple nickel, 555 dial on the right side. So John going to get about a half a second head start. Now, Peter, Justin's been winning so many world championships lately, I'm forgetting, is he a 5 or 6-time world champion?
Easy time, though. It's only 5. By the time he gets to 45 years old, it'll probably be 20, though.
009's a pair. How about Justin Lamb? 009, take 3 thou at the stripe to go dead 1, 10 total. John's 009 and goes dead 4, 13 total. That may be the best losing package of the round right there, but Justin Lamb, once again, proving why he continues to win world championships. Man, he never ceases to amaze me. Holy smokes.
Bottom bulb racing, first out of the box there, no, without a time shot. They come out there this morning and goes 009 to 009, dead on to dead on, and Lamb picks up the win.
Would you look at this? How about Jimmy DeFrank on the left side in the stock for 647 dial? Another stop for Leo Glasser. Right side. Win light's going to go to Leo. Leo, 604 on the 601 dial. Unfortunately, Jimmy may have had problems going 689 on the 647. It's great to see Jimmy out running a Fling.
Let me tell you something. I'm good friends with the DeFrank family and Jimmy DeFrank. And to have him here racing at the Fling just puts a smile on my face. And I'm sure Kyle's in the other room right now smiling too, because we've had some good times with Jimmy.
And if you know Jimmy, win or lose, he's still going to be happy, and I'm sure he'll hit that buyback window. Keep in mind, racers, $180 buyback window at the bottom of the tower. Brad Burton, left side 665. Kyle Rizzoli, right side 665. 4 thou separate him. Win light goes to Kyle Rizzoli. 19, take 4 thou at the stripe to be 32 thou above for the win. Brad may have unfortunately gotten behind a little bit after having the 015 light, goes 400 above the dial. Nonetheless, that was a great race between two very good stock and super stock racers.
So Mark Kidd was pulled for the bye. Even number of cars here in Pro Round 1. He got to face off against Steve Lambert. Mark Kidd, Kidd Performance, one of the most experienced racers here.
Steve Lambert on the right side, 770 dial. Almost a 2-second split here. 2 Huns separate him. Win light goes to Mark Kidd. Mark a little bit behind on the starting line, but goes 582 on the 577 for the win. Steve Lambert, after being 017 on the tree, 801 on the 770, may have had some problems down there. But Mark Kidd, after having the potential bye, moves on to round number 2. Moving on to Super Pro Door Car, round number 1. Peter, I will be right back. Just going to take a quick break.
Absolutely, Marco. Great time to step back up to the mic. That car in the right lane, Frank Momsen, was my match race car against Kyle Seipel last year. If anybody knows the history of Kyle, my best friend and my business partner, our match race record, I'm an offer. The only 2 people I have never beat on the racetrack. Don't get me wrong, I've lost a lot, but there's 2 people that have my number that have beaten me multiple times. It's Kyle Seipel, I'm 0 for 4 against him, and my father Sam, I'm 0 for 4 against him. First pair Super Pro door cars, beautiful wagon left side, Willie's right side. Will we continue to see the double breakouts? There's a breakout by Frank. Frank was 005. He got there first by 3/4 of a car, went 3 under the dial. Left side was 033, 1 above safe for the win. Frank will have to buy back. Nice 005 reaction time. Is going to have to dial it down a few hun. Next pair, Jody George and Ken Smith. Now that we got into door cars, the first 000 in Super Pro door cars is going to win another Computech Race Air Pro weather station. Jody George is going to pick up the win. He might have dodged a little bit of a bullet right there. He missed his dial by 900s, but it didn't matter. Ken Smith was 018 red. So Smith and the Camaro will have to buy back into the program. Now I'll bring up the beautiful 69 Firebird. I have a lot of sentimental attachment to 69 Firebirds as I watched my father race a 69 Firebird growing up. Got the car in 69 off the showroom floor. We still have it. I'm racing it at Numidia these weekends. Jim Glenn from Ridgefield, Washington, has become a familiar face at this Fling events and in the winner's circle as he capped off the $100,000 big check at the Fall Fling West in October here in Vegas. Should be a pretty good matchup. Bill Dykes 567, Jimmy Glenn 642. So a double red light, 004 for James Glenn. Bill Dykes is 003 red. Dykes picks up the true start win right there. Dykes took the long way down right there, hung on and clicked it off at the very end, 625 at only 88 miles per hour. How about AJ Ash? Not a familiar name on the West Coast, but it's about to be. AJ in that familiar Grand Am, he just wrecks him out east. Dials it in a 584. Gary Roost, right here from Nevada, dials a 596. Gary did his job at the start on. AJ has a little bit of work to do, but will it be a breakout? It will. How about Gary Roost puts up a 1-pack, 001 dead on with a donut. Get some of that. 596.0 on a 596 after a 001 reaction time. Gary Roost knew he had to bring his A game. Took out AJ, who broke out by 0.04 of a second. A 1-pack. Who needs time runs? A one pack. I think my favorite run so far was Larry McClanahan, who actually did not have a time run yesterday at all and unloaded today in his stocker and had a 001 reaction time. Mike Bloomfield Jr. right side. How about another double breakout? Bloomfield is way under. 6 big numbers. Both drivers were 0.24 to start. Bloomfield gets there at 36 thou. And the Galitti Nova moves on, who breaks out only by 19 thou. Jet Broussard. And how about that little lean on that Nova right side? Might be a Ventura. Marco, what do you think?
I can't tell if that's Monte Carlo.
Does that little preload twist right there, right side, and he'll pick up the win. Jet Broussard drops it 19 thou red. And the little Nova moves on, 679 on a 680 dial-in. All right, so the VP Racing fuel. If you're in need of VP Racing fuel, see Danny. When you pull in the front gate, the main entrance, you'll see Danny, the VP. He's our VP guy. If you need VP Racing fuel, he has it all, including methanol. So if you're running on alcohol out here, he's got it for you. If you're running on C10, C12, C14, C15, he's got it. Greg Dreher is going to pick up the one right there. How about 16, take 7 thou right off the trail for Greg Dreher to go dead on 9 and win. Right side. Car number 739, not on file yet, was 023, dead on, no good. Have to buy back. If there's one round you want to lose, well, I don't want to lose any round, but if there's one round you want to lose, this is the round, because at least you have a chance to get back into the program. But nobody likes to see the win light in the other lane, and I haven't met a person yet that does. Give a little shout out to my boys at home. Some new friends that I got to know recently, Andrew DiPiazza, Jordan Pratt. Glad you guys are tuned in and listening. Having a good show here so far at the Fling. A little over 400 cars. We'll find out after round 1 what the official car count is, but right here it's a True Start win. And that is what True Start was made for. The right side was 001 red, he left first. The left side was 020, it was a 100th handicap. Right side's 001 red, left side's 28 red. Win light going to the lesser of the two evils. Car number 681W will move on. We're still working on getting all the names in the computers. We'll have about 90% of them there. We're getting there. Jaylene has been hard at it. John McCone, right side 587. That is Rocky, the Italian Stallion Pintavelli. That's a 3-speed Dodge left side. He was the MVP at one of the Flings 2 years ago. Came all the way out from Virginia to race in Vegas. Turns on the round 1 win light. And ironically, that 590 dial-in is the dial-in that Jeff Verdi had when he turned on the $1 million win light here in Vegas 3 years ago. And that's his good buddy. Just a little fun fact, McComb was 1 thou red. Philip Pennington and Corey Jackson, check that. So another cool thing we have going on today and tomorrow is the FST Best Dialer Award. So every dead on zero, starting this morning, any driver who goes dead on zero, win or lose, Wednesday or Thursday, is going to win it. We're going to put all the names in a hat for all the dead on zeros. and we're going to pick them out of a hat. The winner's going to win a $1,500 FST carburetor. FST is new to the game. Well, I won't say new to the game. It's probably their third year here with us, but they have made a huge impact in the carburetor business. All right, so we're going to have a little break in the action. So once again, every dead on zero today and tomorrow is going to have a chance to win an FST carb. See what else we have going on today. Super Pro door cars, still looking for that first 000. I'm going to say when it happens because it's going to happen. Wins a Race Air Pro weather station. Second 000 in Super Pro door cars will win a Race Air Pro weather station. Thanks to Computech. I know you guys are hunting for that round one win light, but just some prizes to make it just a little bit more enticing to go after the tree. Today on Maytag Wednesday. And if no driver goes 000 in Super Pro door car, we'll give it to the top 2 reaction times. We'll win the Race Air Pro weather station. And at the Fling, this is not a cert. This is the actual product. You can turn it, win a prize like Brandon Umberger Big Check won. Turn it on and you can start using it next round, Brandon. It's the actual prize. That's one thing that we take pride with our Fling events. Our manufacturers are very cooperative, being supportive and giving prizes, because it's one thing to get a cert with a certain value towards the prize. It's another thing to get the actual prize itself. So Jeff Force is going to do a little bit more track prep, put more spray down. We'll be right back after it in Super Pro Round 1 FTI Performance.
How would you like champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With over 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between. Call the racers at Biondo or visit www.beyondoracing.com. High performance, low prices. Get the parts you need now at Jegs High Performance. Free same-day shipping of an extensive selection of 1 million items from over 600 brands. Jegs offers unmatched value through everyday low pricing. Find it cheaper and we'll match it. Click on Jegs.com today. 100% satisfaction and lifetime support included with every order. The place for performance since 1960. Jegs. Next time you're in the market for a new 2 or 3-speed transmission, torque converter, super damper, or parts to upgrade your current transmission, let ATI supply you with American-made quality products. ATI is family-owned, has a staff of 70 people who work out of 100,000 square feet with 32...
All right, so as we get ready to get drivers back in their cars, a little bit of track prep, we have... How about Woody from Jegs? Woody is the marketing PR person for one of the, if not the biggest mail order giant in the country in the racing industry. Woody, appreciate you guys coming out. What brings you out to, I think this is the first time you've been to a Vegas Fling.
It is. Is this me? Is this one on?
Is he on? Is he on over there? Yeah, you're on. Just switch us on.
Yeah, no, this is the first time I've been to the Vegas Fling, and the last Fling I went to was in Bristol, years ago.
I remember that trip.
That was.
I don't know if you remember that trip. That was too good of
we-
a time for you and the boys. I remember that.
Yeah, we had a couple of our fraternity brothers with Jag and I, and we had a pretty large time. Matter of fact, we had a motorhome and took all the couches and everything out of the motorhome that we rented and put them outside, and we had a good time.
Have you ever seen the Hangover movie?
Yes.
That's kind of what it looked like from the outside. So, Woody, tell us a little bit more about what's going on at Jegs these days. I mean, what's cool going on at Jegs these days? I know TJ's in a Pro Stock car. So talk a little bit about the racing, and then talk a little bit about what's cool going on about the company. I know when I came to the company and Jegs gave me a walk-around tour, I mean, the visual a lot of people probably have is that Jegs sitting up in his high office and just with his feet up, but that is absolutely far from the truth. Jeg Coughlin Jr. was hard at it, setting up the assembly line. He showed me how to, I mean, it was a well-oiled machine, and I was very impressed that Jeg knew he had his finger on the pulse the whole way.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Really, Jeg Sr. did an amazing job starting a really cool business that was built on passion and customer service. So, when the four boys purchased the business in the late '80s with his assistants, they're all very hands-on. I hear stories about some of their first jobs, cleaning light bulbs and sweeping the alley at 11th Avenue. But the business has come a long way in 61 years, and it's no signs of slowing up.
Yeah, and it's great that the family tradition just keeps on, and even Jeg Sr. peeks his head in the office there and supervises a little bit, comes to the racetrack, even makes some tuning calls. I mean, it's a family affair all the way through.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. And, Jeg Sr., he's down in Boca Raton, Florida, but it's amazing. I can go weeks without talking to him, and then you talk to him, and he knows everything that's happening, and he's not even in the building. So I'm always impressed by that. Just neat, just really cool. The racing stuff, all that stuff's obviously kicking off. TJ had a fabulous weekend. He had a couple lucky rounds, which, as everybody that can hear this knows, that's part of the equation. So he's doing really good behind the wheel. We've got other family members all kind of hitting the track, really starting here now.
And it sounds like my good friend Jaggy Jr. there is going to hit the bracket races this year.
He is. As Kyle would say, he's going to have fun like he did in 2006. So.
Yeah, well, we've had a lot of fun with Jaggy both on and off the racetrack. He is a genuine good friend, and Kyle, I could talk on behalf of Kyle. He's in the other room right now, Woody, and he considers Jegs one of his best friends, and actually the Jegs Cancer Foundation, what they helped Kyle with.
Yep.
We want to see the what's the name of the facility over there?
The James.
The James. Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Our president, I guess, was there yesterday doing something.
You guys have a lot to do with that, and I think besides being involved, what you give back to the sportsman racer, what you give back to that part of the world is even more important as far as I'm concerned, because I watched it firsthand at the James Clinic, and you guys really care, man.
Yeah,
you guys have passion and you care.
It's thank you, and it's a really amazing facility that you walk into. It doesn't look like you're walking into a traditional hospital. It looks like you're walking into the Four Seasons. So it kind of just starts the tone, kind of a stage that they get to control, and kind of, it's all positive, and there's answers and solutions and hope and people that care about caring for others. So pretty cool deal.
It is a very cool deal that Jegs is involved in that, and appreciate you coming out, Woody.
No problem. Happy to be here. I'm going to fly back tomorrow morning, but definitely wanted to come out for a day and a half. race that we're going to have at National Trail Raceway later on in the year, and obviously the rest of the Fling races, and you're definitely going to see much more of Jeg. So.
Well, I get very excited about our events, and so does Kyle. I can tell you that Kyle and I are more excited about the Summer Fling than any event this year. Don't get me wrong, guys, no disrespect, but the Summer Fling in Columbus was a long time coming, and National Trail Raceway, JEG's involved. Gate entries are accepted. That place is going to be packed.
Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome.
All right, Woody, thank you. As we move on, Woody from JEG's High Performance, jegs.com, 1-800-345-4545.
Yeah, but use the website.
The website.
Yes.
That's
jegs.
right. Jegs.com. It's much easier on the website.
It's quicker.
Point and click. And but we send out a text for a Spring Fling special on jegs.com. You can get some good discounts on there for some racer essentials. I saw. Good deal. Butch Warner and Ken Sweo. How about a 10 to a 15? How about a 15 dead on one? Ken Sweo says, who needs a time shot today? 15 dead one to get their first 18 thou. Butch Warner had the reaction time advantage. He was 10, but he went 2 above the number. How about Greg Sabatino? Greg Sabatino was the second person in line at the front gate when we opened things up on Monday. He dials a 63 Chevy truck, a 653 Buick, 647. And the Worthy Roadster, red light start for the Roadster by 2,000, Greg Sabatino. How about Greg Sabatino, 005 dead on 6, 11 pack. Getting it done in round 1. Joe Leavitt and Gary McNaca. Going to be an exactly 1 bulb handicap going to the Nova on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Joe Leavitt, 27 Roadster. Will be in hot pursuit. How about Gary? 000. Can he turn on the wind light? Yes, he does. A 16th out package. Joe Levitt was 18 on a tree, drops to go 3 above. Wasn't close to Gary, who is 001 over. So Gary McNaca, you were the first 000 in Super Pro. You have won yourself a Computech Race Air Pro weather station. The actual product will be handed over to you. See the Fling Diva desk, the prize Princess Diana. Downstairs, behind the timing tower. J.R. Learcamp and Sean Schaefer. Red light stop by 3,000 by J.R. Learcamp. And the Roadster goes straight down the middle of the racetrack to go 498.3 on a 498. Sean Schaefer moves on. Is Wes Anderson. Pretty sure, Marco, was he the which track did he win a championship at recently? Fontana. Gives a little rev before he gets into the pre-stage beam. Wesley, Fontana track champion. And a little shoebox Nova right side. Nova has become the car of choice on the door car side of Super Pro when it comes to high dollar bracket racing. So Wesley Anderson's going to light up the lamp at the other end of the racetrack. 016, 551 on a 549 dial-in. Right side in the Nova, 683 was his dial. Runs at 682 with his 6. Gets there 16 thou. Needed to trim that down to 12 thou or less. I learned that from Jared Pennington. Big Jed, if you're listening at home, I miss you, brother. We love you. Big Jed's concentrating on family right now. His son's getting into the big car, so to speak. He's got a beautiful new bride. Has his priorities right. Still miss you and love you. There's K-Mac, Kevin McCullough, in the K&N wagon. Had the better reaction time by 9th thou, got there to the finish line first by 15th thou, but broke out by 3 little numbers. Right side of the racetracks, car number 7627 was 022, dead on 3. Nice job dialing in right there. You saw K-Mac, here's D-Mac. Danielle McClellan, 533 in the Roadster. Another one of those pretty Novas in the right-hand side. Not on file yet, 626. That might be Scott. Dave Barcelone. Barcelone Trucking. Should have known that. He always has beautiful cars. I've got a pair of green lights. Both drivers doing their job at this end. Here are a couple of rips down there and give it to D-Mac. Daniel McClellan takes 8 thou after 3 little rips down there to go 535 on a 533 dial. Turn on the round 1 win light. Barcelona will have to buy back. Didn't have a bad lap. He was 16. He couldn't get there. And he dropped to go 2 above. Gordon Bovin. I got a good story about Gordon Bovin. Well, for me and Kyle, it was a good story. For him, not so much. So for the Brodix Run for the Money, if you run it, which we'll do on Friday morning, if you run a perfect run, you get paid $50,000 on the spot. 3 years ago, Gordon came around the tower with, let's just say he had a 550 dial in. His crew said dial it down to a 548. He was 000 550 on a 550. So whoever his crew guy was that day probably got fired. At the very least, it cost him $50,000. Gordon Bovin just flat missed a tree right there, and car number 739 is going to pick up the easy win, 18-3 above, coasting through the stripe. Mike Coltrane and Shelby Williams.
That might be Sean Langdon.
Could be Langdon. Could be Langdon in there. Mike Coltrane, that's pretty fast dial-in for a big hot rod, 564. Big old 57 Chevelle, and back in the heyday, we used to call them 2 tons of fun. Wheels up. Coltrane, but the red light is on. His day will continue if he wants to buy back. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, buybacks are available in the bottom of the timing tower. How about Spencer Massey? So we had 2 top fuel pilots back-to-back in the left lane. Massey, 632. What's the chances at a bracket race you have 2 top fuel pilots back-to-back? And Dick Vandermeer. Spencer has total control. 002 to 077 is not good news for Dick Vandermeer. Spencer makes it work at the other end. 002 634 on a 632 dial-in. Bill Patello and Damon Bustamante. That's one of my favorite names out here. It's a long name. It's an Italian name, but it just rolls right off the tongue. Bustamante.
Dude, it'll be fine. No problem.
Damon dials it in 621. Bill, a quick 495 in that. Maybe a top sportsman car right there. That's getting it, 495. 2005 Grand Am.
Thanks, dude.
Drivers locked in at 023 at the start. Breakout for Bill. Damon Bustamante moves on 023 626 on a 621 dial, and Eric Reyes is back on the mic.
Yes.
If you see the signage out there, right in the middle of the racetrack, that's compliments of Eric Reyes, Lela Parvalaris, and
Tiffany Janik at Las Vegas Wraps. Yes, absolutely. Speaking of wraps, this car in the right lane, this Pontiac, that's not a wrap. That's custom paint. So when it comes to that kind of graphics and color, that's what I'm interested in. Wraps are for, lunch, like a lettuce wrap or something like that. Anyway,
spoken from a true painter.
That's right. So anyway, right lane's gonna get the easy win as Daniel Fiello goes 3 red. But no, that was a good time putting that wrap together on the A-frame with the Janik family, and it has an awesome little tribute that Sneaky Pete came up with on the center of the sign there. So if you're interested in checking that out, take a look. But I learned something recently, and Sneaks, you gotta confess.
I haven't been in the confession booth in a while.
No, you're gonna just let people in on a little bit of a secret. I hear you're fluent in Italian.
I parlo un poco.
There you go. The girls are gonna start getting weak in the knees, especially in
that guy's weak in the knees right there because he almost crossed the center line. Big wheels up start George Lewis. He was 178 on a tree, went 15 above the dial, and Carla Greenow is 13 and picks up the win. Now the Greenow family, Eric, I showed you yesterday, I believe it was. They was so nice that they made a replica slot car of my stock eliminated 69 Camaro, and that thing is a piece of art. I mean, every decal, every nook and cranny on that bad boy is down to the T. Thank you, Frank Greenhow.
I did see that, and the detail is incredible, down to the driver inside with a metal flake helmet and the nitrous bottle in the back. It was an incredible piece, and if you don't pay attention, I'm going to take it home. A little bit of squirreliness in the right-hand lane for Phil, a little bit behind on the tree as well, as Scott Hess is going to go 004, 563 on that 560 dial in and moving on to the next round.
It's going to bring up the $1 Million Man, Jeff Verdi, right side, right there, that car, that lane, this racetrack. He went a 590 on a 590 a couple of years ago to turn on the $1 Million win light. Left side, car number 73. Is that a 73 Camaro?
Yeah, it
makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll call it that. It's a beauty. Dials it in 592, so a 300 handicap going to the Pontiac. That's a pure Pontiac motor. Philip Monteith would be proud.
Red light start left side, minus 43. He probably looked over when I got the Top Gun car. Top Gun Jeff Verdi, 10 on the tree, 6 flat, 113. Probably not showing his whole hand there.
Well, at 113, he probably was to the wood. Jeff Verdi's a perfectionist. I'm telling you right now, I'm calling a broken valve spring. He doesn't miss the dial by 5.
That's why.
If Kyle texts me what you think it is, I think it's a broken valve spring, maybe cylinder number 8 on the exhaust side. Okay. He'll text us. We always have these little funny bets. He's in the other room, but anyway, Verdi's 10. He goes 6 flat on the 595 and turns on a win light.
So on the right-hand side, you got this green Corvette here that I'm familiar with because I designed the paint scheme on it. So either you like it or you don't like it, doesn't matter. Somebody very famous is in that car. It's not on file, but I guarantee you it's somebody you know. Mr. Bo Butner. Isn't that Bo in that Corvette?
Bo knows bracket racing.
Bo knows control as he's out of the gate with a 15 light and going to go 503 on the 98, taking the easy win over Gary Smiley, going 180 on the tree, and he came from Iowa to go 180 first round. Let's hit that buyback window and give that another shot, bub, because you're only 13 thou off the dial. So come on back to that buyback, Gary, and we'll see you next round. Another car I'm familiar with in the right-hand side, I had the pleasure of driving for the Markham family. This Roadster, Chase Trimp, Wilton, California, Sacramento area, dialed in at 587, going up against Blue Hayball. 624 is the dial, 65 Pontiac, lifting the wheels and turning it red by a bunch. Minus 30. And Chase is going to get away with one as he's 53. 24th thou under. Oh, my. All right, well, I'll take it. Thank you. Wind slip's a wind slip. And then Sneaky Pete.
That wind light shines. No, if that wind light shines and it doesn't look any different if you're 000 dead on zero or if you're 40 red and the guy's 80 red.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Could you introduce the man in the right lane, please?
Be my pleasure. Ted Seipel in the 71 Spider. 84-year-old from San Leandro, California, still getting it done. 659 is his dial. Dustin Hedges. On the left side, double red light, Eric.
Yeah. Double red light, and the True Start's going to call it as Dustin goes 1 thou red, Ted Seipel goes 7 thou red. Dustin's 1 over the dial, Ted Seipel 16 thou under.
Kyle's going to go out there and tell him, put 8 little ones in, Dad.
Yeah,
just like we used to do it. And get back after it, buy back into the program. Final call, Super Pro Door Cars, round 1. This will be your final call for Super Pro Door Cars, round 1.
Kevin Heffington, left side, 667 is the dial. That's one of my favorite lines from Jared. Is the dial. And then the right side, Larry Scarth, 620 is the dial. Here we go. Wow, this is going to be a close one. Only 5 thou difference at the starting line. Through the eyes, it's going to be. How about Larry Scarth? 2 over. 622 on the 620 with a double 08 reaction time. Kevin Heffington, you know, a 13 light is pretty darn good, but he runs a little bit over at 670 on the 667 dial.
All right, drivers, please, 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 when you're in the staging lanes, stay with your car and move it forward. We have a packed house here, and we have, because of COVID, we're only using the odd number staging lanes, so I need you guys to move it forward to make room for the back of the staging lanes for cars to come in, please. All right, so Marco, as we continue on in the Super Pro Door Car, round number 1 of FTI, eliminations, we probably right in the middle of round number 1 of Super Pro Door Cars. We gave away a Race Air Pro to the first trip zip. We see another trip zip, and give away another Race Air Pro. We have 2 of them for Super Pro Door Cars right there. Mark Yeager lays down a nice lap, 004 in the tree, holding 21 thou, as his opponent goes 007 red.
Thank you, Peter. Great to hear Eric Reyes' voice on the mic. Eric just taking care of all kinds of things. So, appreciate him being so versatile this weekend. Kenny Snow, left side, 634 dial in the Fox Body Mustang. Karen Snyder, 63 Corvette Roadster, 534 dial. 16 thou separate him. Top end, wind light goes to Karen. How about 002 takes 16 to be 12 thou above the dial. 14 thou pack. Kenny Snow was no slouch, 18 thou on the green side and also 12 thou above the dial. So Karen moving on to round number 2. Jim Tattersall in the 66 Ford Econoline. Now, Peter, I have never seen anything quite like this car. In addition to Jim being one of the nicest guys that you'll talk to at the track, that's one of the most unique bracket cars I've ever seen in my life.
You know, I have some bad nightmares about that car. Kyle Seipel was ripping the gas against me last year at the Fling West.
Sorry to interrupt, but one of them is 000 and is going to take the win. Hunter Walker, 000, a tenth above the dial, taking 33 at the finish line. Jim slows up a little bit, not exactly sure what happened, but Hunter going to go 000 Take the win light. Peter, I wanted to save you there. Just I had to interrupt you.
Saved by the bell.
Because as Mike Ames says, they're not nightmares. You know, if you got to think about it during the day and it takes away from what you're doing, it's essentially a daymare. How about Dynamite Dan Lafferty, 468 dial in the Roadster. Problems after the left side turns it red. Lafferty with the free pass going 469 on the 468 dial. So Dan already clicking on the win lights with the brand new Roadster.
All right, Mark, I'm going to take a shot at this. I think the driver in the right lane left his fuel cap off because as soon as he hit the gas, as soon as he let go of the button,
and I don't see any shiny fluid or anything on the track.
It was either alcohol or gas. Whatever it is, it will dry right up.
I know that particular car runs on gasoline because it's from Northern California. So, okay, once again, buybacks are at the bottom of the timing tower. And for those of you that aren't sure how the buybacks work, after the first round concludes, the buyback cars will run a separate round. You can either call it a buyback round, re-entry round, you name it, we call it a buyback round. So, in the buyback round, if you turn on the win light in the buyback round, buyback racers race each other, but if you turn on the win light, you go back into round number 2. So if you buy back in, that doesn't mean that you're automatically in round 2. Here at the Spring Fling Million, race your way back in.
That's right, Marco. You have to earn that win light to get to round 2, and at the end of the day, it's all about both drivers in the final round turning on the same amount of win lights. So the buyback racers will run the buyback races for the opportunity to get into round number 2. And here comes that van looking at me square in the eye.
Oh yeah, look at those big headlights.
I saw that
grill.
Yeah.
It's almost like a face. Kind of creepy if you stare at it too much. Maybe creepy for you, that is. But looks like a smiley face to me, though.
Not me. So far, Kyle he's beaten me in that van. I don't know what you call. What kind of van is that? Pickup van?
I think it's a Ford Econoline pickup.
We'll call it a Econo bed van. He's beaten me in a
Ford Escort.
Ford Escort. What else, Marco, has he beat me in?
A Jeep Altered.
A Jeep, yeah. That's enough said. I'm done. Next pair.
Sorry, not sorry, Peter. Pete Booth, 009 on the tree, gets the automatic win after Ryan Wilson turns it red. And Pete's going to go 2 thou under the dial, so 11 thou from a perfect run. Pete, after making some good time runs yesterday, he's hitting the tree well and moving on to round number 2. Left side, driver in the Vega wagon, not on file, 648 dial. Rodney Snyder made it down to the semifinals of the 32-car American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout, looking to continue that role. 15 thou, separate him, win light. Win light's gonna go to the left side, not on file. 006 on the tree, 653 on the 648. Snyder, after being 021, taking 56 down there, breaking out 14 thou. Needed 42 or less.
All right, so we called Dragster's orange sticker. Dragster's orange sticker only. If you're a Dragster driver and you have a blue run sticker, please wait in your pits until your run sticker has been called. It's always important, but it's especially important to have your cooperation this weekend, as we are only using 4 out of the 8 lanes. So we have a little bit of minimal space there. So Dragster's orange sticker, we need you. Dragster's blue sticker, you guys can hang out for a little bit, you'll be on standby.
6 thou, separate him, win light goes to the left side, not on file. 022 on the tree, 16 thou above the dial, taking 19 at the stripe. Right lane was 016 on the tree, goes 4 above the dial to be 19 thou behind. How about this? If you're in the pits, look above in the sky. We got our built-in air show with the fighter pilots. How about that? You guys enjoy out there. And you might want to cover your ears because they get down pretty low. It's like they're waving to us. Roger Cotto, left side, 715 dial in the 20 Camaro. Gary Wardner, 67 Chevelle. Gary's going to turn on the one light after being 005 on the green side. Roger, unfortunately, turning it red. Gary goes 545 on the 543 dial. Mike Badeau Jr., left side, 713 dial. David Beatty, right side, and the judge, 6 flat. So 1.13 second head start going to the left side. Now, fun fact, David Beatty, in the first ever Spring Fling Million in 2016, made it down to the semis.
That is a fun fact. So he walked away with a big chunk of change.
Absolutely. Driver out of Northern California, very underrated. Couple of good reaction times here, 11th thou separating him. Win light's going to go to Beatty. 012 on the green side, 4th thou under the dial. Mike Badeau, 001, take 13 to be 6th thou under. Oh man, needed 7th thou or less. That would have been tough to do with that big a split, Peter.
Yeah, that's a tough task, especially first thing in the day. How about this matchup? Michael Pennington, and we saw Nick won first round. I'm not sure I know they're swapping drivers. He won first round in pro. Yeah, he was first pair out. He is now, I forget who he's swapping drivers with, but here is Nick Hastings' ride, not sure who's driving it, versus Michael Pennington. But if it's Nick Hastings' car and it's Michael Pennington's car,
this is a monster matchup.
That's it.
Michael Pennington, 015, take 006 at the stripe to be 29th thou above for the win. Right side, after being 025 on the tree, goes 25th thou above to be 6th thou behind. So Michael, moving on. Austin Hockaday, left side, 650 dial. Right side, Mara Sylvia. Now, Peter, this is a legitimate Division 7 top sportsman car, and I believe this car has won the Division 7 Top Sportsman Championship. I believe it was 2013, if my memory serves me correct. Mara Sylvia is going to be dialed in at a 457. Should she be chasing down most dragsters with that, ET? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, 457 is getting it, especially in Vegas where you have a little bit of altitude. Almost a 2-second handicap in the 8th mile.
Now, Mara Sylvia, there's one thing her and I have in common, her having a fast dial. We both have the same engine builder, Vanilla Race Engines. They built some good power. Shout out to Vanilla. But Austin's going to turn on the win light after Mara having some problems. Austin had the starting line advantage, goes 7 hun above, and is going to turn on the win light.
So once again, we only called orange sticker dragsters. Blue run sticker dragster, you have not been called. Just to clear that up. And as Marco said earlier, buybacks are available. Bottom of the timing tower, it's $180 is the buyback amount to get you back into today's 30K event. Buybacks will run each other in the buyback round to earn their spot into round number 2.
Mark Lalonde, left side in the 88 Camaro, 551 dial. David Pratt, 563 dial. Wheels up launch for the Vega. And it's going to go 019 green for the win and 3 above the dial. Mark Lalonde, 13th thou on the red side and 14th thou above. David moving on.
And racers, if you have some friends out there that have not signed up for the tech service, please remind them that the tech service is very important. That's how we're going to get the lane calls to you, and any schedule adjustments will be made via text. just in case you can't hear the PA system, but 106.1 on the FM dial. You can get tuned in as well.
Robert Butler, left side, out of Northern California. 641 dial. John Bianco, right side, 552. Fourth out separated, win light. Robert Butler, 008, get their first 34th out to go 24th out above for the win. John was close behind with an 012 reaction time and goes 54th out above to be 34th out behind. Randy Cloud. Several Northern California drivers back to back. Got to give Northern California some love. Randy's going to be dialed in at a 604 on the left side, and Brad Pierce, Southern California, in the Roadster 582. Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
I'm guessing that's a throttle stop ride, right? Lane 582.
You are
Could be high gear only.
No, he's on throttle stop. I'm almost positive of that. I wouldn't put it past Brad, though. He's crafty. But Randy's going to turn on the wind light. 018 on the tree, get their first 22 thou to be 22 thou above. Brad Pierce goes 18 thou above, but a little bit behind on the starting line. Left side, driver not on file in the 69 Camaro Roadster. Rod Taylor, 526 dial in this beautiful, all blacked out 67 Nova on the right side. Kyle Seipel, man, Kyle doesn't miss anything, and Peter, you are correct. Brad Pierce is high gear only. How about that? Rod Taylor, 014 on the green side, gets behind a little bit to win the double breakout after being 15 thou under. Left side, 13 green, get their first 32 thou to go 561 on a 566. So in case you missed that, Peter, Kyle texted me and said that Brad Pierce is high gear only in that Roadster. So, man,
listen,
you're correct.
That's why he's my partner. That's why I'm his partner.
That's right. You two make the best team, and it's just awesome to watch. Kathy Ball left side turned in a little bit red. Dennis Bauer goes 3 thou under for the win. Left side, not on file. Oh, that's Danny Northrup. Now, if I have his nickname correct, Peter, isn't his nickname Kamikaze Dan?
The Kamikaze Kid, because he jumped through fire back in his heyday.
No way.
He did. It wasn't on purpose.
Okay.
It was a panic jump.
Oh boy.
Got a little bit burned up, but he made it.
He's here today, has made himself into one hell of a racer. Troy Grant right side. Throttle stop, Super Street 66 Chevy 2, 6 thou separated. Top end, wind light is going to go to Troy Grant. 22, take 11 to be dead 5 for the win. Northrup was better with an 016, goes 22 thou above to be 11 thou behind. Neither driver on file here. We got, looks like a 70-ish. Actually, no, that's a 68 or 69. I almost got my ears wrong. I'm a Chevy guy. I got to get that right. But the right side, you got to get that one right because it's a split-window Corvette, and it only came in 1 year, and that was 63. But this one's a top sportsman style. Split window Corvette's going to turn at 8 thou red, left side in the El Camino, 13 on the green side, 655 on the 659 for the win. Jason O'Terry, otherwise known as Krusty. Krusty, crew chief of Warden Family Racing in the Firebird, 707 dial. Now Krusty, believe he's going to go on the throttle stop for about a second or so, because that's also a super street car. Then power will come on. Right side, no driver not on file, 69 Firebird. I know General Motors too. You know, if you're a Chevy guy, it's not that hard to differentiate Pontiacs and figure out the years for General Motors, but anything other than 60s, might be a little tough, but someone's in big trouble because there's a big time starting line advantage, and Krusty made the driver not on file pay because he's gonna go 712 on the 707 dial for the win after the right side had problems getting off the starting line as the tree came down. 63 Corvette Roadster left side driver not on files, 678 dial. Laureen Rogers, 489 dial on the right side. This car typically runs in super gas, but Laureen turning the throttle stop off. 489's pretty good. 2,300 foot elevation here. Laureen turns it red, 10 thou. Corvette left side, 12 on the green side, gonna go 35 thou above for the win. Left side, 648 dial in the Nova wagon. It's either gonna be Jess or Randy Biddle. I'll for sure guarantee that. But that wagon, if you're watching in the stands or on the starting line, check out this wheels up launch when it leaves the starting line. Now Dan Bain, a super street car, turning off the throttle stop, 543 dial. That's pretty fast for a super street car right there. So watch the Nova wagon in the left side before Dan Bain chases down. There it is. That's probably a rear wheel 60 foot. Dan Bain turns at 6 thou on the red side, so Biddle 646 on the 648 dial, moving on. Man, that was a beautiful wheels up launch, and as I can't say enough about wagons, gotta appreciate that wheels up launch, and I don't appreciate anything more than a 66 or 67 Nova wagon. God, I love those. Left side, it's either going to be Randy or Jess Biddle. They run back to back, but neither one are on file just yet. 608 dial. John Corbin in the 68 Camaro. Looks like Raider Campbell's purple Camaro, and that's a beautiful car. I've seen it up close at Galat Motorsports Park at the Fall Fling there last year. 11 thou separate him. Wind light's going to go on a double breakout to Biddle. 003, 6 thou under. Corbin, 014, take 20 at the stripe to be 37 thou under. How about Phil Unruh in his brand new, beautiful Race Tech race cars prepared Camaro Roadster? Hank Premov in the tube chassis 72 Vegas, so Phil's going to be at a 610. Hank 565. So Phil launches, goes on the stock. Hank turns it red. Phil's on the green side and goes 11 thou under. Hank goes 4 above, so Phil moving on to round number 2. Camaro left side, 552 dial, not on file. Glenn Dilday in the 70 Nova. Now Dilday, it looks like a back half car, so I can't imagine it'd be extremely lightweight. So to be dialed triple nickel for both these cars, actually, they both look, I mean, I don't know if these are tube chassis cars, so they got to have some power under them to be going 550s. Dilday turns it red, left side 10 on the green side, and goes 14 thou under. Dilday 557 on the 555 dial after being on the red side. We're going to hold for just a moment. Looks like the tractor's going out. Not 100% sure what exactly they're doing, but the strip at LVMS crew is keeping this track in tip-top shape throughout the day, so you know what that means. Every so often, we got to hold, just got to do a little drag. Just got to stay on top of that, as the strip at LVMS staff always does.
With Silver State Air Conditioning, they're all about being on time. That's why they're one of the few companies that offer an on-time guarantee. Unfortunately, problems don't just happen from 9 to 5. But it's important to Silver State to be there when it's convenient for the customer. I know I want a company that values my time. That's why I'll always choose Silver State Air Conditioning.
We'll be there whenever you need us, on time and at no extra charge. Guaranteed. Call us or visit us online. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC.
All right, engines are firing. Track prep, the drag and sweep to the 60, from the starting line to the 60 foot is 100% complete. No spray was put down. All right, here we go. This is a good matchup. I don't know if either of these two have matched up. Kind of difference in vehicles here. Peep Show, Peeps Pennington, in the car that he was on his way and collected the $375,000 payday at the 2019 Spring Fling Million. Peep Show going to be dialed in at a 482. Right side, Brad Burton in the 91 Firebird Super Stalker at a 618 dial. So both are very accomplished drivers in different ways. Should be a good matchup. Now, 482 dial and those long wheelbase roadsters, I would probably say that to go 482, you got to be making over, if it's an all aluminum motor, probably I'm going to say you're going to need over 1150 horse to do that. But thanks to technology nowadays, that can pretty easily be done in a big block Chevrolet. 11th thou separated, one of them's 002, and that's going to be Peep Show. 002, take 10 to be 20 thou under. Brad Burton was 013, but just a little bit further under. So Peep Show, 2 take 10. That's a really good start. I wouldn't put it past him to be on his way to possibly collecting another Spring Fling Million paycheck if he puts down laps like that. Okay, Caitlin Tripp, 598 dial in the 67 Dart on the left side. Right side, AJ Ash in the beautiful Galitti Nova. Now, speaking of Galitti, how about Corey Galitti collecting the $40,000 rolling American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster? And I gotta say, Corey's parents ought to be really proud that they raised a humble young man, because he nailed that interview just as much as he nailed the final round. So AJ Ash is going to turn on the wind light in the Galitti Nova. 10 on the tree, 12 thou above. Caitlin goes dead on 7, but a little bit behind at the starting line. I'm going to take a break. Peter's going to resume for me for a little while. Thank you for listening. Here's Peter.
Thank you, Marco. As we continue on in FTI round number 1, Maytag 30K Wednesday. Mike Bloomfield Jr. and K-Max ride. Little Bloomy's going to pick up the win. How about 011 644 on a 643 dial-in after a nice wheels up start. For you guys listening at home on Bank Shift, appreciate you tuning in on the Jegs Hoosier live feed, bankshift.com. Tell your friends, tell your family. Going to be featured all weekend long, live broadcast. All week long. And later on today, Mr. Nate Hershey and Mr. Brian Loans. Well, I think Brian's coming today and Nate's coming tonight. Either way, I'm really looking forward to working with Brian. It's be the first time he's been at a Fling event, and I consider, along with Mike Eames and Brian Loans, Nate Hershey, Jared Pennington, they're all the best in the business. Mike will be joining us in a lot. How about 001 to 007? Shane Thompson is 6th out behind the stripe, but wins it on a double breakout. Thompson's 007 7th out under. Northrop, the funny car, Chris, is 001 3 big numbers under. Here's Race Kid and Dave Jackson. All right, attention. If you're looking for a raffles, there's a lot of racers asking about when we're going to have more raffles to try to win their way via a raffle into the Spring Fling Million main event. Raffles are open at the bottom of the timing tower. If you want to buy a raffle ticket, either a $50 raffle ticket or a $100 raffle ticket, now's your chance. Race Kid, Dave Jackson. Kid is, whoa, how about on the bumper? That's what I'm talking about. Race Kid snatched him right up, 12 red, and just carried it out. Actually needed the bumper to force that Nova back to the ground. David Jackson's 029 and way above the dial. But the win light's on, and Race Kid will have to buy back into today's program. And Aaron Markham and Shelby Williams, these two drivers on the starting line right now. Aaron Markham, Shelby Williams, they both made a lot of noise at the Fall Fling West here in October. Shelby off the bottom was just slaying them. Markham, great story. He is using hand controls in that pickup truck to get it done. Almost a heads up start, 300th of a second going to the Camaro. Shelby off the bottom, 019 reaction time and a double breakout win for Shelby Williams. Off the bottom, 019, mixing it up in Super Pro, 21th out under. Markham is 037, 28th out under. He was 11th out behind the stripe. He needed to just send her. Robert Neighbor and the Little Vega Wagon. So Neighbor, multi-time super guest, NHRA winner. Red light stop for the Little Vega Wagon. And Neighbor wheels up, 019, goes dead on the number, 504 on a 504, right down Broadway. Neighbor moves on. And Will Carroll all the way from Texas, and Carla Greenow. That is a beautiful, something about hardtops that I like. Novas, are nice. When you have a Nova with a hard top, just adds to it. My favorite color too, blue. Blue with a black top. That will look really nice in a winner's circle tonight. 742 dial, I'm assuming that's a small block. Carla Greenhouse, 680 in the little Mustang that could. Give a shout out to Pop Tart at home, my good friend Brian, the Italian Stallion Ottaviano. And the Mustang was laid in. Ouch. Will Carroll, just drive right past the ticket booth, Will. Don't even bother picking up that ticket. Your opponent, Carla, got away with one. Gonna be nice on this one, just say she missed it, or maybe she had the wrong numbers in the box, but she was dead late, but Kyle dropped it 12 thou red. And Carla will take advantage of that and move on. Mike Coltrane and the beautiful, gonna call it, I should, but I don't know the difference between a 67 and a 68 Camaro yet. 69 is easy to spot. It's pretty embarrassing. I'll call that a 67. Marco will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure. Coltrane drops at 20 thou red to 67 Camaro. Turns on the wind light. Nice lap right there. 14 on a tree. 2 thou under his predicted number. Got it right. Don't know how, but I got it right. That was Rizzoli's car that turned on that wind light. No wonder why he had it dialed 2 thou. Off his prediction, first out of the trailer. Rizzoli is no stranger to any form of drag racing. Stock, super stock. I know he did good at Chris Forsythe's race at Tucson a few weeks ago. That was cool. Blake Allen as we move into the dragsters, and that's Steve Williams' super gas ride. 531, I'm going to call, he's on his throttle stop. Pretty sure he can spot that dragster if he turns off the stop. That's a big, big motor. And that little Corvette Roadster right side. He'll lead first. Here comes the dragster, red light start, and Williams got away with one. Missed a tree. Went 529 on a 531 to pick up the win light. Blake Allen will have to buy his way back into today's program. So once again, raffle tickets are available. Raffle tickets are available at the bottom of the timing tower if you want to try to win your way via a raffle into Friday's Spring Fling Million main event. For you guys listening at home, appreciate you tuning in on the Jegs Hoosier live feed. Not sure how many cars we have. I know we're over 400. I don't think we're too far over 400. I think we're in the low 400s. I'm going to take a guess, Marco. I'm going to say 417. That's just a guess. Don't hold me to it, please. Total guess. Cody Stevenson, 007. Turns on the win light as his opponent goes 10 red. 007, 490 on a 494 prediction. Cody Stevenson moves on to round number 2.
Now, Peter, I like your prediction, but I'm going to think just slightly more optimistic. I'm going 421. It's going to be the final count first round today.
Well, you know, 420 is Kyle's birthday.
Hence why I had to go one above.
Yeah, I'll go 419 then.
Okay,
I can't. Yeah,
don't want to encourage him too much there.
All right, I'm 419. You're guessing 421. Kyle's guessing 420 because it's his birthday, April 20th. Stephanie Nass and Jim Calloway. As we get into the Super Pro. Stephanie is going to pick up the win as Callaway drops it red. Stephanie is 497 on her 494 dial-in as the swarm of rear-engine dragsters make their way under the timing tower, under the arch. There is no better feeling at any drag strip when you pull into a final round under the arch at the strip at LVMS and you look down into the mountaintops.
Luke Bogacki even said when he won the Spring Fling Million in 2017, he said when he got up in the morning and was looking into those mountains, he said, I just had a really good feeling and just hoped that everything would fall into place, and everything sure did. Thanks to, just being surrounded by mountains and just a great atmosphere. One of these drivers is in trouble. One's 003. 003 is going to turn on the win light. Chance Parker, 003, get their first 38th thou to be 33th thou above for the win. So Chance, moving on. Jacob Stallworthy was dead on 9, but unfortunately behind at the starting line didn't help. Left side, Michael Johnson out of Arkansas, long trip, 493 dial. Right side, Logan War, 463 dial. Now Logan won more rounds than anybody down at the Southwest Showdown at Tucson. He was tough. He was 00 round after round, had that car dialed. We're going to see if he can continue that role this weekend. So,
Yeah, and I was tuned into the Tucson race there, listening to Mike Eames and Nate Hershey. That was a good time.
that was a great time, and their sense of humor was fantastic. I couldn't stop laughing listening to them, and man, they made it a great time. And definitely look forward to Nate coming as Logan flickers on that bottom bowl and turns it 12 thou red. So Logan going to add some numbers to the delay box and buy back. Michael Johnson goes 490 on the 493. Both drivers are 300 under the dial, but Logan being on the red side, Michael being on the green side. Michael moving on. And here's Aaron Johnson. Not 100% sure what the relation is. I know I've screwed up some relations earlier. I got corrected by Jennifer Weens on one of them, so thank you for that. Next time Pro comes around, I'll know the relation. So Aaron Johnson, I don't know what his relation is to the previous Johnson, but they're both from Springdale, Arkansas. So it's either got to be father or brother. I'm going to just guarantee it's either one of those, but I'm not going to say because I don't want to get it wrong. So Aaron, 489 dial. David Thornton, 486 dial on the right side. So 300 head start going to Aaron. So just looking at the tree, it'll appear that it drops it almost simultaneously. Just 300ths of a second, so it should be close in speed at the finish line here. Tree drops. David goes 3 thou red. Aaron 001 green. And coasts on through with the 502 not showing his cards on the 489 dial. Both of them, I think both drivers may have lifted early. Don't know about the right side, but Aaron moving on. John Kalecki. John Kalecki was the first person in the gate. So John, his son Giovanni, Cooper and David Chun, that whole group coming in from Washington. So here's John at a 508 dial. Tim O'More out of Tucson, Arizona, 536 dial. Tim also running his Camaro off the bottom, doing double duty this weekend. Someone is in big trouble. One of them's 003. 003 is going to turn on the win light. 003 get there first quite a bit to go 538 on the 536 dial. Left side, Kalecki's dead 4, but being behind on the starting line unfortunately did not help. Left side, driver not on file, 493 dial. Right side, Painter Boy, Sean Hart, buddy of mine out of Utah. Sean runnered up at the Lucas Oil Division 7 drag racing event here last week in Super Comp. Killer on the tree, had the thing dialed, and came up a little bit short to Val Torres Sr. in the final, but nonetheless, great performance by both of those as Super Comp, tough as it always is. But here we are, right here, right now. We're on a full tree, and we're doing some bracket racing, so pretty cool to have two different venues back-to-back weekends. Left side, 4th thou red. Sean Hart, 15 on the green side. Gonna go under a little bit, 475 on the 478. But after left side turned it red, Sean moving on to round number 2. Todd Robinson, left side 475 dial. Right side, Dustin Wirtz in the beautifully painted 19 Miller car, 453 dial. Dustin been traveling all over the country this year. Vegas, in terms of big bucks races, this is technically kind of defending home turf for Dustin and Sean Hart and Logan Ward. Gosh, if I start naming off all these young guns on the West Coast, I'm going to run out of time here. Probably going to have 10 pairs that have gone by, but nonetheless, great group of young racers on the West Coast. Got to give the left coasters some love, and man, I'm grateful to be a part of that young group, and we all got a lot of respect for each other, and that's for sure. 7 thou, separate him, win light, Wirtz, 007, 4th thou under, good lap by Dustin, good lap by Todd Robinson as well, 014, take 9th thou to be 2 hun under. So on a double breakout, better reaction time is going to win every time. Unless somebody can get behind far enough and go over the dial. But Dustin Wirtz putting down a good lap, moving on. Left side, 485 dial, driver not on file. Grady Johnson. Right side, 476 dial out of Utah. Now, I believe Grady and his father, Doug, are sharing that car this weekend, but you'll see him switch off running it in Super Comp between divisionals and nationals out here. On the green side, it's going to go 13th thou above for the win. Left side runs it out and goes 480 on a 485 after being 1 thou red. So Grady moving on to round number 2. Left side driver not on file. I see Corey down there on the starting line, so I know for sure that's Chris Scaletti. So Chris Scaletti in the car that his son Corey won the American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster. That car's been on point. It's been dialed 452 or 453 all day yesterday. So Chris, the 453 dial. Dale Taros, kind of unconventional front engine dragster. Sunbun's in big trouble. Chris Scaletti going to turn on the win light. 013 on the tree, get their first 27th thou to be 34th thou above for the win. Dale Taros behind on the starting line, got their second and still broke out. Left side, driver not on file, 453 dial. How about Val Torres Jr. right side? Making it down to the semifinals, had a really good race with Corey Galetti. Val Jr., he's been on a roll. Southwest Showdown, won the 8,000 to win warm-up race, the stimulus race, and took home the 50K shootout. So $58,000 in the last month, and yesterday going down to the semis. He's in a rhythm, and he's on a mission to click off some win lights. Val Jr., Torres family, great family. I love racing with them. And there's some great racers. Dead even on the starting line. Win light's going to go to Val Jr. 19, take 009 to be 23 thou above for the win. Left side also 19, but 32 thou above gets him 9 thou behind.
All right, so Marco, the first 000 in Super Pro Dragster is going to get a set of Lindsay racing wheels, front dragster wheels. So the first 000 in Dragster, I'm going to go check the notes to make sure it hasn't hit yet, but I don't believe it has. So the first trip zip in Dragsters will get a set of Lindsay racing wheels. The second trip zip will win a Regale Fire Scooter. Right here. Let's see what happens. 007-015, Jeremy Sears. had the better reaction time, but was 5 thou behind at the stripe. Left side dragster was 015, one above, gets there 5 little ones.
Now, Peter, you're talking about Lindsay wheels, Lindsay front wheels being given away for the first 000. On both dragsters, I have Lindsay front wheels on both of them. They look great. I've been happy with them. Chris is a friend of mine, and he's always taken really good care of myself and all these other racers throughout the country. So shout out to Chris Lindsay and LRP Wheels, Lindsay Racing Products. Appreciate your support. And another, you just said another Regal scoop, Peter, because there was one given away yesterday.
Yes.
All right, another Regal scoop. So we want to thank Greg Regal. Always, double red here. Thomas Bayer going to be lesser of the two. Goes 005 red, 9 thou under. Left side not on file, 10 thou on the red side, and 13 thou under. So Professor Tom. You know, fun fact, Thomas Bayer taught me how to drive a dragster. First dragster I ever drove, Tom Bayer's School of Drag Racing, Bakersfield, California. Never forget that experience. Professor Tom, great friend of mine, and if you want to learn how to drive a dragster, for those of you watching, go see Mr. Bayer. He'll get you taken care of. He'll teach you how to drive a dragster, how to race in the beginning. Great guy. Tyler Mirup, left side, 496 dial. Chuck Babcock, right side, 507 dial.
I was going to say something after you make this pair.
Okay. 26 now, separating, one's 003, and is going to turn on the wind light. Tyler Mirup, 003, get their first 44, so go 15 thou above for the win. Chuck, a little bit behind on the starting line and goes 33 thou above. I believe Peter has an announcement right now.
Yes, Marco, so Spring Fling apparel, Spring Fling official event t-shirts, and also Spring Fling hoodies, Spring Fling hats. If you want some Spring Fling apparel, it is now open for business at the bottom of the timing tower, so everything's happening down there. The Diva desk is got it going on. We got buybacks down there, we got Spring Fling apparel for sale, and we also have raffles going on. A lot of action.
How about my good friend Brian Cam? This dragster, my father and I and my sister, we maintain it out of our shop. This car runs out of our shop. Brian goes 002 on the tree, 8 thou under the dial for the win. Man, it is a good feeling to put a car together out of your shop that's not your own and see it click off win lights at this 30,000 to win Maytag Silver State Refrigeration. So Brian, keep up the good work. Mark Miyashiro, he's 8 thou under after being 004 on the red side. Not a bad swing right there. So Mark will add some to the delay box and he'll likely buy back. So Brian, moving on to round number 2. Bob Siemens, left side 516 dial, right side Pat Ward Jr. in the blower car 435 dial. Red light start 12 thou Bob Siemens, Pat Ward automatic win and goes 33 thou above the dial. Separate him. Right side, Dean Bush. 484 on the 478. Kevin Johnson gets their first 3 thou too much. Gets their first 75 and breaks out 3 thou. Needed 72 or less.
Okay, racers, attention. Dragster drivers, please only come to the lanes when your run sticker is called. If you're an orange run sticker, you should be in the lanes in a dragster. If you're a blue run sticker, you should not be in the lanes.
This is a good matchup right here. Very good friend of Peter's on the left side. I'll let you introduce him in a minute. Right side, my very good friend, David Meyer, 484 dial in the Race Tech. So David, having a spectacular 2020 season, looking to continue to make some noise in 2021. So Peter, how about your friend on the left?
Tim Markoglu from Staten Island, New York. This is the 4th run on the new motor. So, could be breaking in, could be a breakout, but he's got a win light.
Ooh, both drivers really getting after it. David Meyer, oh man, 2 thou on the red side, dead 2.
They were going after it.
That equals a perfect run if I do the math correctly. But Timmy Markoglu, 001, 13 thou above, that's a 14 thousandths package. So even if David was green, that would have been a great race. So David, just add a few little ones to that box and get back after it. Your car's dialed, just keep doing what you're doing. And same to Timmy, man. Timmy, after going some rounds in the shootout, and when he's on that tree, he's on, isn't he, Peter?
It reminds me of somebody.
Who's that?
I'm looking at him.
Oh, come on
Timmy, have a
now.
lot coming. You guys catch fire. It's lights out.
Speaking of chopping down the tree, these two drivers getting after it. Katie Harkema going to get the win, 011, 5 thou under. Danny Northrup, 004, takes 16 to be 14 thou under. So Katie moving on to the next round. That was even though it was a double breakout, man, that was a good race. That one could have gone either way. Yeah. How about this? Troy Williams Jr. 468 dial. Ooh, Troy, unfortunately uncharacteristic, might be in some trouble. Oh, and Ed Olpen, the birthday boy, 015 on the tree, 25 thou above. That's 2 guys that I've announced that it's their birthday that start off with a win light. Peter, that's unfortunately uncharacteristic of Troy. He may have had a problem or something. Separate them. I'm just going to say 2 thou separate them. Neither driver with the reaction time to brag about. I'm not even going to say it. It just shows that, as Alan Reinhart says, it's a right place, right time kind of sport. But Rod Page goes 501 on the 5 flat for the win. Deborah Lynn, 491 on the 485. Man, you're talking some rounds, 10 total won't get it done. But some rounds, if your reaction time doesn't even start with a 0, it may still get it done, so you just never know. Mo Trujillo, 447 dial left side. Jeremy Rapp on the right side, unfortunately going to turn at 6 thou red. Mo 017 green, 35 thou above for the win. Mo moving on. How about Sugar Shane Carr? Left side, 451 dial. Sugar Shane doesn't need an introduction. There's no doubt about that. I know they might say he's number 26, but I don't know. In my book, he's for sure on any day. It could be his worst day, and he still ranks in the top 25 in my book. So, Shane Carr, 451. 65X, I want to say that's Dylan Haug, young rising star on the West Coast, son of Brian Haug. Outstanding top alcohol funny car driver is his father, Brian. So Dylan. 21 thou separate him. Win light goes to Dylan. 003, 29th thou above for the win. Sugar Shane a little behind on the starting line. Take 11th out the stripe to break out 3th thou. Shane had a little bit of room, would have needed 8 or less, but he got close. But Sugar Shane will buy back and he'll take a good swing next time. And Dylan Haug continuing to rise on up and make some noise in the big bucks bracket racing on the West Coast. Left side, I'm pretty sure this is Mark Kidd. I'm going to say it's Mark Kidd because that's Mark Kidd's dragster. Right side, Mark Barnhart. 2 guys from Idaho. These guys have been racing each other a long time. Look at that. They're dialed heads up. 2 very good racers. I'm sure these 2 guys being from Idaho, they've known each other, I'm going to say probably 30 to 40 years. And here they are duking it out. 30,000. 11,000 separated. One of them is 000. How about that? Mark Kidd, perfect run. 000, 458. Get their first 26 thou to go dead 0. Mark Kidd, perfect run. Mark Barnhart was no slouch. 011 goes 15th thou above, but Mark Kidd, perfect run.
You know, you could feel a passion in here. The Spring Fling racers.
I'm out of breath, Peter.
That is awesome. Mark Kidd, how about a perfect run on a Wednesday? So Mark Kidd picks up the win light. He's trip zip, dead on 0. He picks up the Lindsay front dragster wheels. He also puts his name in the hat going dead on with a 0 for the FST Best Dialer Award for a $1,500 carburetor. So Mark Kidd, you just clean house with that lap. Perfect run. Do that Friday morning, Mark. You'll get $50,000 of Kyle's money. Steve Witherow did that in October. I lost my breath. I had to look twice. Perfect run. We had to pay him 50 grand.
Well, for your guys' sake, I'm telling you, I'm not even going to get into the 50 grand because I brought up the whole match race thing earlier, so I'm not going to cause you any more pain, Peter. Damon Bustamante had the starting line advantage, but unfortunately being 4th thou behind. Kevin Thorpe a little behind on the starting line, but goes 15th thou above, taking 4th thou for the win. So Kevin Thorpe moving on. Don Sefton in the blower car, 437 on the left side. Calvin Locke, 510 on the right side. Calvin being less through the 2007, Don's 013 on the red side, so Calvin 19th thou above after the lesser red light for the win. Hannah Cook, Novato, California. Now Novato, California is the next town over from me. I know Hannah and her father David, very good friends of mine, and she's got Casey Nelson on the right side. So Casey getting a head start at the 526. Hannah going to chase her down at the 451. Miller Dragster, Ford powered. You know, it's not often you see Ford powered dragsters in the field, but I'll tell you what, David Cook and his father Dave Sr. and Hannah, they've gotten those Fords dialed in for a long time. They know their stuff when it comes to Fords. So Hannah, I believe 19 years young, rising up through on the West Coast. 11 thou separate him. Win light to Hannah Cook. Neither driver spectacular on reaction time. Casey takes a little much stripe and goes 524 on a 526. Hannah goes 453 on the 451, making the right call, getting behind. So Hannah moving on. Justin Hoff, 466 dial left side. It says Trey Vetter, 6103, I believe, is Kevin Heffington, but it's either going to be Vetter or Heffington, but I guess from now on I'm just going to read what's on the screen. So I'm going to say it's Trey Vetter in the blown car. So Trey, both Super Comp and brackets, has been making some noise and for a long time got his start off the bottom bulb. Trey Vetter is first cousins with Justin Lamb. And Justin Lamb's skill rubbed off on him because Trey, pretty awesome racer himself, one of the best on the West Coast right there. After Trey is 002, dead 7 for a 9 thou package in the blower car. Get you some of that. Justin Hoff, after being a little on the red side, 2 thou under, but that would have been tough. It's tough to beat a 9-pack even if you were green, but Justin was right there on the dial, so could have been a good race. Left side, actually neither driver's on file here. Left side 462, right side 482. 2/10 to split. 11 thou separate them. Wind light's gonna go to the left side. 005 takes 7 thou to be 3 hun under the dial for the win. Right side 016 also. I'm double breakouts. I always get confused and mix up my math.
28 thou to 24 thou under. Racers, listen up. Important announcement. Racers, dragster drivers, we are going to start calling you by run sticker as we have, but we're also going to separate dragster drivers in the early rounds in odd and even car numbers. This way we don't overload you and have you sitting in the back of the staging lanes. So right now I'll take dragster's blue run sticker with an odd number. If your car number ends in an odd number, dragster's blue odd and stage lanes for round 1, dragster's blue even number, you are on standby.
Right lane, unfortunately left on nothing. Left side 013, 14 thou under the dial for the win. How about Vinny Domino, Staten Island, New York? Now Vinny is a very good friend of both Peter and myself. New Media Dragway. Man, it's a great time out there. Grateful to have made the trip out and the Domino family letting me wheel one of their cars. So Vinny dialed in at a 469. Fun fact for y'all, and you guys can razz Kyle about this. I got to give Kyle a hard time when I can. 469 is Kyle's favorite dial. So Vinny had a 469, Robbie Gear 484 dial, all the way from Missouri as well. That's a long distance for both of them.
And this will be a good matchup to watch at the stripe, as both drivers are known to drive the stripe really well.
One thou separate them. Who's going to do what at the stripe? Double breakout Vinny Domino. 016, 4 thou under the dial. Down mile an hour. They're both down mile an hour a little bit, so killing it. Vinny killed what he needed to kill. 3 thou margin of victory to Vinny after being 4 thou under. Robbie Gear 017 and 17 thou under, taking 2 thou at the stripe. Man, that's a great race.
And how about both drivers? 460 cars going 137 mile per hour. Robbie dropped him, Vinny dropped him harder, and it was the right choice.
Yeah, when it's fast out there, sometimes, like you said earlier, you got to get behind and kill what you think you need to kill and make it work. So the blower car several pairs before was Kevin Heffington, because here's Trey Vetter in his 16 Race Tech 463 dial on the right side. Left side, one of the Thorpe cars, driver not on file, 459 dial. One of them's in a little bit of trouble. Wind light's going to go to the left side. 008, take 2 thou at the stripe to be 461 on a 459. Right side, dead on 4, but unfortunately being a little behind on the starting line. So left side not on file. Going to take the win. Tom Clark. Left side, 451 dial. Right side, Lindsay Meserve, 457 dial. Now, Lindsay's maiden name is Theobald, and the Theobalds, you gotta love their family. Very good friends of mine on the West Coast here. Great group of young racers, and you won't meet a more tight-knit family as Lindsay got her two kids, Knox and Jovi, and husband Trevor cheering her on. Travis, I can't tell if that's Travis or Parker down on the starting line. There's so many brothers, but they're all so supportive of her. Tom Clark out at Washington, 5 thou separated them, both drivers 00. Lindsay Meserve, 004, takes 16 thou to be dead 5 for the win. 9,000's package, making her two kids proud and the family proud. Get you some of that. How about that? Parker, that was a 9,000's package if you heard me. All right, getting a thumbs up. Tom Clark, 009 and 16 thou above. That was just a great race. Carl Canavo out of Las Vegas, local guy, a lot of laps down this track at a 484 dial. Right side, 476 dial, 33X, that's Bobby Dye's dragster, so that means that is Sean Langdon on the right-hand side, because Sean Langdon told me he was driving that car. Canavo left side, Langdon right side. How about that? Man, we got multiple top fuel drivers. Oh boy, using every bit of his skills right there. How about Sean Langdon, 002, take 13 to be 13 thou above the dial. Canavo no slouch with an 015 and 13 thou above as well. The difference being 13 thou separated came down to the stripe. So Sean Langdon being successful early in the season with the runner-up and top fuel, making noise on the West Coast at the bracket races. So, man, you got to love that versatility for Sean Langdon. Doing it for a long time, so passionate about the sport. Getting in a car that I don't think Sean's ever sat in that car before. So off the trailer after making only 2 runs ever in the car is 15 total. Megan Molinari, 417 dial left side. Couple of blower cars, top dragsters, 422 dial. One of them is in trouble. How about that for right side? Couple of top dragsters going out at Nick Axman, 002, dead 9, 11 total for the win. Megan, after not making any runs yesterday, that was her first run down the track, so she'll get it dialed in the buyback round.
All right, attention to pits. We call dragsters with blue sticker odd number. We'll now take dragsters blue sticker even numbers to the stager lanes for round 1. So at this point, all dragsters have now been called for round 1 of the Maytag 30K. Once again, buybacks are available if you're happen to lose a close race or not so much of a close race. Regardless, if your win light didn't come on, you do have an opportunity to get back into today's program. We put on a flyer, buybacks time permitting, and we will have time to do them today. So guess that's good news for the guys who lost and the gals who lost. It's $180 at the bottom of the timing tower.
Travis Theobald, 1 thou red, 13 thou above. Hunter Walker, 018, 486 on the 485. So Travis, only 1 thou red. Left side, Gene Heaton, 459 dial. Right side, Jason Dawson, 466 dial. So got the blower car in the left. Jason Dawson just flickering on that bottom light. One of them's in a bit of trouble. One of them's 00. The 00's going to turn on the win light. How about 007? Take 007 to be 462 on the 466. Left side, 452 on the 459. I don't know if that's Jason Dawson or Greg Hicks, but if it was either one of the two, that was a good lap, 7 take 7. How about J.R. Learcamp out of Washington on the left side, 474 dial. Right side, not on file, 493 dial. Learcamp, father Stan, son Riley on the starting line, getting all that support. 9 thou, separate him. Win light's gonna go to JR. How about 14 on the tree, dead on 4? So JR, 18 thou total. Right side, 23, 19 thou above. How about another Theobald? We got Tanner Theobald. Looks like Tanner stole the keys to Parker's car. Man, Parker, that's 2 weeks in a row that you let Tanner steal the keys to your car. Jeez, I don't know about that, but he's got to be making you proud because he's been driving that thing really well. So Tanner going to be dialed in at a 495. Right side, 456. Pretty sure, not on file, but that looks like Bo Butner's dragster. I guarantee that's Bo or Randy Lynn. So, Theobald.
Probably the first time these two have ever matched up, if you had to guess.
Opposite sides of the coast. I'd say there's probably a 92% chance that you're correct.
Yeah, I was thinking 91.
Tanner goes 3 thou on the red side and 12 thou under. Bo Butner, 002, dead 3. Bo Butner, 5 total.
And Steven goes wild on the starting line. How about, take notes. Bo knows.
Bo knows.
Bo has run everything from a quick comp eliminator car to a super stocker to promoting the big race in South Georgia last week, the Super Stock Showdown, Southern Showdown, to coming to Vegas and putting up a 5-pack right off the trailer. Bo knows.
How about that? I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Here's Peter again. Thank you, everyone. Man, this is a great time.
Right lane, not sure what happened there. Left side, 687X was 010 486 on a 485. That's a nice lap in a win light. As the next set of rear engine drags is pulled to the starting line. Right side has a wheelie bar. You know what that means? It's fast. Anytime you see a dragster with a wheelie bar, it's not for show. You ever see Don Garlett's, I forget what year it was, the blowover at Englishtown? Let's just say his wheelie bar wasn't functioning properly. If you haven't seen it, go to YouTube and type in Don Garlett's blowover. Don Garlett's. 422 is his dialing, and 420 is his elapsed time. That's 17 thou under his number. And left side, 023, don't have the names in the computer just yet, is one above 483, safe, good for the win. All right, got the live chat up. Bang Shift, Jags and Hoosier, bringing Bang Shift. Chad Reynolds, appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody tuning in. I see Nick on there. That's a Sonoma guy. Good friend of Kyle's and I. There's Blake Fuquay. Gator, he's a regular, 6-pack. So bear with us as we get through first round. We're still getting names in the system. By the time Nate and Brian Loans get here, everything will be laid out just right. How about 004 dead on 1? How about a 5-pack for the win light? Left side, not on file, but Division 4 number was 15 dead on, no good. I just got word from Ben from Galat. Kyle's going to get a kick out of this. So our Galat Spring Fling, our Red Torque Galat Spring Fling, coming up in a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 3 weeks. There's already somebody in the holding lot. Guy's just a little bit ahead of schedule. Jeff Taylor, I believe he's driving. I think that's Hicks. I believe that's Craig Hicks's car. He'll pick up the win. Nice 009 start. A little bit off his dial. Maybe he was dialed to spray. 475 on 472. Left side was 1 foul red. I bet you he was dialed to spray. Chandler Mazier and Tony Trimp. What's up, Dragster Kreider? Watching the live feed. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We're just getting warmed up out here. Marco was calling some shots. We had Eric Grays calling some shots. And I told them both, I said, you know, that's how Jared Pennington started. I'm taking all of the credit for Jared Pennington's success as a bracket racing announcer. He came to help us out at our, I think, first fling, and he was just going to oversee operations, help me out. We needed someone on the mic because Reinhardt needed a break. He picked it up, and I said, who's that? Tony Tripp goes dead on his dial, but Chandler Mazier had a 200th reaction time advantage and wins it on a hole shot, one above. You guys on bank shift, this is FTI 30K round 1. We went right into round 1 of eliminations. We had time trial, FST time trial Tuesday. Everybody got 3 hits. We crowned Corey Galletti as the American Todd's Extreme Dragster Shootout winner. He walked away with a beautiful ride. How about Galletti versus G-Dub in the final? Both drivers with 00. Both of them were whacking the throttle. G-Dub gets there just by a wheel, and Corey wins a double breakout. So he's still working on getting names in the systems. Car not on file 5X45. And a Division 1 number in the right side. A pair of rear engine dragsters with bayonet hook scoops. A couple of womps down there. And how about 002 take a little bit of a chunk, 046, to go dead on 4, a 6-pack for the win right there. Now, Mark Kidd had a perfect run. In case you just tuned in to Bank Shift, Mark Kidd just cleaned house with a perfect run before. He won the Lindsay Racing Wheels. He got the round 1 win light, obviously. He put his name in the hat of going dead on 0. He's all over the place in a good way. Dustin Henges, the hitter from Olympia, Washington, says he'll run it out at a 487. Quick dragster on the right side, 454. You know, back in my day, rear engine dragsters were equipped with 454 big blocks. Now, if you have a 454, it's usually not the drag strip. So Henge is going to bow out. He'll have to buy back.
So it stinks in there, but it is a perfect state. That's awesome.
So Jay Fitzgerald's going to pick up the win right there. How about 012 Dead 5? Right out the trailer right there for Jay Fitzgerald. David Kane, and I believe that's Little Bloomy over there, Mike Bloomfield Jr. So we apologize if we do not have all the names in the system yet, but we will get there. I promise. Until then, just keep turning on win lights. Bad break for Little Bloomfield as he gets pushed off the starting line after some leakage, and David Kane will make the single and move on into round number 2. All right, so another raffle in the books. We do have another one going right now at the bottom of the tower, but this one is sold out. Raffle number 3. I'll list the 20 names real quick. For raffle number 3, this is the $100 raffle to win their way into the Spring Fling Million Main Event Friday. So D.D. Bedeau, Paul Edens, Gary Wagner, Todd Robertson, Jerry Wynn, Chris Brown, Scott Ball, Kevin Johnson, David Field, Spencer Massey, David Bills, Hank Provo, Jody George, Calvin. My Hawaiian friend? All right. My Hawaiian friend Calvin, Mara Silva, Ralph Brown, Gary Smiley, Hannah Cook, and Paul Edens. All right, Emily's going to reach in and make somebody's day right here. David Bills, you have just won your way into the Spring Fling Million Main Event on Friday. So, Emily, we still have some raffles open down there? All right. So if you want your shot as we have a little break in the action to win your way into the Spring Fling Million Main Event on Friday, now's a good chance. Little bit of track grooming. What's going on bank shift, guys? Paul Mann says fighter jets all day long. Yeah, it's non-stop action in Vegas. They call New York the city that never sleeps. It doesn't have much on Las Vegas.
And it caved the door in and broke the window. So then they got a new window for it. And, you know, there's no door panels in it, right? So, or no inside structure. So literally took the door panel off and just pushed on it with their feet until it was out there straight edge. And there you go. I mean, it just doesn't. It's like your ugly little brother. You just don't care. You're like, as long as we don't kill it, mom won't care, you know? So it's, oh my God, it's so priceless, dude. It's absolutely priceless. And that's the, I mean, that is the fun part about it. I'm telling you, like, seriously, that is the fun part.
See if you have a little delay, just watch the air show. Fighter jets. That's cool stuff. So it's still breezy out there.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags!
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
Today we're going to take a closer look at Holley's development truck, a 1999 Dodge Dakota. Let's find out what makes it special. Yep, you can't even tell, but underneath the hood sits a Scat Pack 392 cubic inch Hemi, which packs a solid 485 horsepower. The engine fitment looks factory installed. What a sleeper. A Terminator X Max manages the engine, including the VVT and SRV controls, while a built Hughes 46RE transmission also takes cues from the Terminator X Max. A huge Holley Pro Dash keeps the driver informed. Aside from the custom badging, you'd never assume what lurks under the hood. Holley has taken the guesswork out of installing a Hemi in your Dakota. First, start off by choosing engine and transmission mounts. Our engine mounts are designed to eliminate firewall and brake booster clearance issues while maintaining proper weight distribution. Our transmission cross members are modular, meaning that they will work with all the popular transmissions just by using the right transmission adapter and the recommended mount. Step 2 is choosing an exhaust system. Our tri-Y headers are designed to work with Hooker Blackheart engine and transmission mounts, giving you maximum clearance and allow left and right-hand starter installations. Our 304 stainless steel headers not only add additional power, but will last a lifetime. Step 3 is choosing an accessory drive. To clear the frame on our Dakota, we've relocated the alternator with our factory style bracket and pulley, which positions the alternator as low and inboard as possible. It fits our one-wire style alternators. If you're using the stock OEM alternator, use this relocation bracket, which works on VVT and non-VVT accessory drives. Step 4 is choosing a flex plate. You'll only need one if you're using an older transmission. Our dish design flex plate allows these older transmissions to mate with Gen 3 Hemi engines. Step 5 is choosing your fuel system. Upgrade your stock fuel pump to handle the increased power of your Gen 3 Hemi. Or choose from a 255 or 450 liter per hour drop-in fuel pump module. We even have a return style or returnless options and fuel rail kits available. Take control of your Gen 3 Hemi with our Terminator X and Terminator X Max EFI systems. Plug and play right out of the box, or take control of your VVT and SRV with Holley EFI software. Terminator X Max also takes control of your 46RE transmission, so you know you're set with a complete turnkey system. The proven performance from Holley EFI systems means less time in the garage and more time in the driver's seat. With our Pro Dash lineup, you'll have all the vitals at a glance on your Dakota. And it doesn't stop there. There's also universal air intake systems, intakes, valve covers, and custom Gen 3 parts. You can be sure to find what you're looking for. From mild to wild, our entire portfolio of brands has the parts you need for your Mopar. Holley has everything you need to get your project going from start to finish. So head on over to holley.com and start planning your Hemi swap.
It's just going to take a little time, like I said earlier. Until then, just keep turning on the wind lights. We promise we'll make you famous as the weekend goes on. Justin Wirtz is 004 red. Car number 464Q is 001 red and wins it. 001 red, 463 on a 463. That was good. His top fuel, Spencer Massey. He was driving a door car earlier, and now he's in his dragster. 472 is his dial. He's going to get chased by the quick 449 dial-in Division 2 number. Fighter jets are just having at it up there. I might have to tune into the news. I hope nothing's going on up there. I'm trying to run a race. I think they might be doing something slightly more important than what I'm thinking about. Might need those guys one day. Hopefully not. How about 002 to 007? Couple of rips at the throttle and a win light for top fuel Spencer Massey. That's getting it done, folks. 002 taking 002, ripping the throttle and doing work at both ends. And the hits just keep on coming. Chris Forsyth and John Edwards. John Edwards from Chesapeake, Virginia. For anybody who's geographically challenged, that's about as far east as you can get in the United States. Forsyth, he's from California. I'm going to venture to say it's a 99.9% chance that these two have never faced off on a drag strip before. Forsyth, he's the promoter for the Southwest Showdown and the West Coast Classic.
Yep, West Coast bracket.
West Coast bracket races. Put on a nice event a few weeks ago. I was tuned in at home, listening to Mike Eames and Nate Hershey calling the shots. That was fun. Gotta love the live feeds these days. Never a dull moment. Forsyth has got 200 in his pocket and turns it into a win light. Forsyth's 009 gets that first 22 to go 18th thou under. Edwards was behind at the hit and broke out by 1 thou, getting there second by a few feet. So, especially first thing out of the box when it's a little bit fast, if you're not getting there, you really got to just not get there. I know it sounds redundant, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm at 1 thou margin of victory. Like that.
Yeah.
Like I was like, holy crap. Great.
Nathan Martin and Jesse Adams. Jesse the kid, #1 stunner, is 19 on a tree. Nathan Martin is doing work. How about a 1-pack? Bam! Nathan Martin is 001 dead donut. 457-0 on a 457.
Now, Peter,
take out Jesse Adams.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but how about that? Round 1 of eliminations, we're only on Wednesday. 30,000 to win, Maytag Silver State Refrigeration Day. In round 1, we've already had a perfect run and a 1-pack. Unbelievable.
That really is. This party's just getting started. And who said, my East Coast friends who said bracket racing on the West Coast is easy money, come get some. Will Carroll and Darryl Pettit. I think those Texans like the left lane. Well, he's from Oklahoma. Close enough. Carroll is 007, and Carroll puts up an 11-pack and turns on the win light. 439 on a 439 at 151. I'm going to say he's 6 mile per hour down. Doing work at both ends of the racetrack. Nicely done, Will Carroll. Jake Jones and a nice looking dragster. And we're going to have to start looking out for the best appearing car award. And that's going to be a tough decision. We're going to leave. I think we're going to leave that on Nate and Loans. Let them do the hard job.
Yeah, my head will explode there because there's so many beautiful cars.
003 and runs it out 464 at 148 on his 462 dialing. Robbie Domino Jr. and Wade Archer. You want to know a fun fact about Robbie Domino Jr.? Ask me which one. There's a lot of them. Last year in Bristol, at the Bristol Fling Million, Robbie Domino walked away with the Taz Extreme painted American Race Cars Dragster with a slew of good runs against some tough opponents. And what I'm getting at here is there was a no-split final. I mean, winner got a $40,000 car, runner-up got a free entry. Worth $2,000, but I mean, do the math. 40 grand, 2 grand. That was pretty intense. Domino and Wade Archer. Archer doesn't care about any of that. Both drivers, 009 locked in, give the win. How about Wade Archer by 0.009? That's less than 1,000th. That's just about 2 inches down there. Wade Archer, 009 won over. Robbie Domino, 009 won over. This one had to get carried out into the CompuLink system to the 10,000th of a second. And Archer picks up the win. There's Diane Pettit. Look at the Boiler Mufflers. Haven't seen them in a while. You know, back, Marco, when you were about, I'm going to say you were about 10, mufflers were mandatory. That went on for a year or two, and then everyone just said, we're racing, man. Take the mufflers off.
Now, what year was that? Just estimate. See how well you know my age.
Oh, boy. Put me on a spot. I really don't know your age. I should. I'm going to buy some time here.
I'm not letting you off the hook.
Diane Pettit, 017, 2 above, no good. Left side was, car number 264 was 20 on a tree and goes 444. How about all these quick dragsters? I'm still thinking while I'm talking, in case you wonder.
If you say so, okay.
Oh, boy. I know you're a youngster. You know what? I'm going to say you were 13 years old when boiler mufflers were a thing. When mufflers were a thing.
What year was that, though?
I'm going to say it was 2000 and... Am I right so far?
You got the right you got the right decade.
All right, I'm going to buy some time. Brittany Northrup and Brittany Thornton and Robert Neighbor. Both drivers 00, Neighbors 004, works both ends of the racetrack nicely. 004 takes 11th out down from some speed to go 2 above. Brittany was 006 but could not run a dial, 489 on a 486. All right, the suspense is killing me.
All right, what do you got?
So when mufflers were mandatory, I'm gonna say you were 13 years old.
But what year was that, Peter?
You tell me.
Nice try. I'm not letting you off the hook this time.
Ron Sears and Sean Schaefer as we put out a final call for all dragsters for round number 1. Schaefer picks up the win. 009, another nice lap right off the trailer. 009, 453 on his 452 number. Ron Sears is 008 and breaks out 4th thou, getting there first by 17th thou. I'm going with 2003. How old were you in 2003?
Peter, you're calling me old right now, because if you're thinking I was 13 in 2003, then that means I'd be 31 years old. You're 5 years off. I was 13 years old in 2007, so
That's a big no-no. And if I'm calling you old at that point, what am I calling myself? I'm like ancient. 015 dead on for the dragster in the right-hand lane as we continue to.
That was
plug numbers.
Toby Payne, 015.
Relation to Madison?
Younger brother.
Really? I didn't know that.
Son of Shelley and Jay Payne. Toby, he's either 16 or 17 years old. This is his first year running for Professor Tom Bayer. He's going rounds in Super Comp everywhere and clicked on a win light and 30,000 a win, Maytag Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday.
Bam. So you're 8 years old. If my when mufflers were a thing, you don't even remember. Mufflers were a thing at one point.
How about Madison Payne turning on a win light right behind her brother? So the Payne family goes 2 for 2 first round. Madison 017 on the green side, 15 thou above for the win. There's Shelley walking back. That's a proud parent right there. Professor Tom, Chuck Babcock doing their job. Keep up the good work, guys.
I will put this to rest, but for those youngsters out there, back in the day, for about a year or two, it was required everyone had to have mufflers on dragsters. I think after a few incidents with the Boilers, which is a great brand, but at some point some of the mufflers were shooting off the cars as they took off, and that wasn't a good thing. Yeah, racing is not meant for mufflers, where I come from.
Yeah, for us, the only time we need mufflers are on Wednesday nights, but my father, when he was a dirt track racer, mufflers were mandatory everywhere because so many of these dirt tracks were in town. So my father, he's done a lot of research with mufflers, and the 63 Nova that I drive, it has mufflers on it. I don't really run it on Wednesday nights all that often anymore. It doesn't need mufflers, but I love the sound of the mufflers that my dad came up with, which, speaking of my father, shout out to Nick Paravalaris for holding up the fort at home while Lowell and I are out here working. You know, throughout everything we've been through lately, you're still just an incredible father, and I'm proud to call you my dad.
Absolutely, Marco. You guys come from a good line right there. Laureen Rogers is going to have to buy back into today's program as she drops at 20 red. Left side was 12 on a tree.
Peeps Pennington. Peep Show.
Oh, boy. Remember that year when Peeps got hot?
Oh, boy, and he's
12 dead on. He was starting to get warmed up.
He was 2 take 10 in his Roadster a while back, so I'd say he's warmed up and he's ready to get after it. So I was talking to Peep Show and Michael and the Pennington family earlier in the weekend. They're all very upbeat. They're all out here ready to have a great time, even though they got a smile on their face when you're talking to them. When they strap on the helmet, you better watch out.
Yeah, they're swinging for the fences every time. Peeps, a former Spring Fling Million winner in a Roadster.
Last time it was here in Vegas, Peeps was our winner, correct?
That's right.
Dynamite Dan Lafferty, left side 451 dial. Now, Dan, I was talking to him earlier in the weekend. I'll tell you what, he is hungry. Might have been a little too hungry there. It goes just 2 thou on the red side, and Dan, he may not be particularly happy after this. And why would you say, Peter?
Well, when you drop at 2 thou red, you kind of want to see a lap in the other lane that would be hard to beat, and let's just say right lane left him a pretty big window to get in on. Put up a 67 pack, but that was good enough. Lafferty's gone with the 002 red. He'll have to buy back into today's program.
Dan showing that he's very hungry. All he's got to do is add a couple more to the delay box, try and get back through in the dragster, but he's still rolling in the Roadster, so I'm still going to say he's very hungry.
And let's not forget, although Mark Kidd took the Lindsay wheels for the first dragster 000, we still have a Gales hood scoop for the next 000 in dragster.
Almost had it right there as 6 thou separate him. Win light going to go to Chance Parker. 001. 494 with the 6. 4 thou under that 495 dial. Wins the double breakout. How about the right side? When you're 7, take 3, and your wind light doesn't flash, ooh, man. I'll tell you what. I say 7, Peter, I don't know about you, but I say 7, take 3 wins 96% of the rounds.
I'm going to go with the under on that, only because of double breakout situations.
Yeah, you're right. When it's Las Vegas and you got the challenge of dialing the cars here, you're probably right. But if it wasn't for the win, I'd stick with that 96% right there.
And Northrop left side, 024 is his reaction time.
But the win light's going to go to Brian Haug. A little behind on the starting line. Gets their second 11th thou to be 6th thou under. Danny Northrop, 024, take 11 to be only 2 thou further under than Brian. So Danny had to take 9 thou or less.
So Brian Howe, the up-and-coming racer, I believe he's about 21 years old.
That's Dylan Haug. Brian Haug is his father, the top alcohol funny car racer that's out here bracket racing with his son. How cool is that?
Hey, the family that races together stays together.
Just like Eric and I talked about yesterday, and if you're watching on the live stream and you're not a bracket racer yourself and you want to do something with your family, get into this. I can assure you that you will not be disappointed with the amount of fun that you're going to have. Somebody is in trouble. One of them's 002. 002 is going to turn on the win light. 002, 39 thou over for the win. Left side Chris Lindsay, unfortunately behind on the starting line, and 508 on the 499 dial.
Yeah, Lindsay's going to have to tighten. He's going to have to tighten things up in the buyback round.
Trevor Harkema, 488 dial left side. Right side, driver not on file. It's Logan Moore's car, so it might be Sean Hart in the opposite side. Not all drivers are on file, but I'm making my best guesses. No guarantees for the drivers not on file, I know, but I know here for a fact 10 thou separate them. Win light's going to go to the right side. Goes dead to taken 12 thou at the stripe. Right side was 10 thou better on the tree. 24 thou above puts Trevor Harkema 12 thou behind. Kurt Gross, 496 dial on the left side. Mike Rock, right side, 499 dial. So 300's head start going to go to Mike Rock. Separate them, one of them is 00. Mike Rock, 003, 9 thou under, being 7 thou behind to get the double breakout win. Kurt Gross, 015, take 007. That's very respectable, but goes 28 thou under the dial. So Mike Rock moving the traffic cone on to round number 2. Wife Alicia clapping down there. They're having fun. Aaron Johnson, Springdale, Arkansas, left side, 493 dial. Right side, car number 703. Now, I'm thankful that for some odd reason, I can remember car numbers and associate them with people's names. I try and work on the face part of it. I don't usually do too good with that, but names and numbers I can associate. And 703, I know is Kyle Rizzoli's number, so I think Kyle Rizzoli in a dragster after turning on a win light in the pro category with his sister's Camaro. Red light start, Aaron Johnson, Rizzoli gonna run 21 thou under. I'm just gonna say it's Rizzoli. when driver's not on file, like I said, you just make your best guess. Next pair, Michael Johnson. 488 dial on the left side. Right side, 487, driver not on file. Almost a heads-up race here. You know, this entire round, I've only seen 1 or 2 heads-up races. But the amount of almost heads-up races probably multiplies that by 15 to 20, I'm just going to guess. There's a lot of cars that are within a couple hundredths in the dial. In a pair, that is. Red for the right side. Michael Johnson, 12 on the green side, and 18 thou under. I just want to take a moment and give everybody on the other side of every border a shout out. With the Canada border being closed and the Mexico border being closed, I want to give Canada and Mexico a big shout out. We miss you guys. We know how much you guys wish you were here, and we're just hoping that we can get past the coronavirus sooner than later, and we cannot wait to welcome you guys back to any of the flings. So we're thinking about you guys. We love you guys, and we will see you soon. Hope everything's well back at home, and hope you guys are getting to do a little bit of racing.
Yeah, we surely do miss Canada and Team Mexico. Giovanni Galecki has a 4th thou reaction time advantage, turns it into a win light. 37, 1 above 0 was good that time. Giovanni with a J.
Not often you see that. Now, Giovanni with a J, is that still Italian, Peter? Because normally it starts with a G.
Judging by the last name, I say yes. Galecki.
That's right. Peter always paying attention to every detail, so I think you're absolutely right. It's almost no different than a lot of people don't know. Most of the time, you spell the first name Marco with a C. My first name doesn't have a C in it. I spell mine with a K, and that's a Greek thing.
You know what else is a Greek thing? Eating well. Your father makes some great food. If you're listening at home, I miss you because I miss you, but I also miss you because of your food.
Right side's going to go 013 on the tree, 14 thou under to win the double breakout. Left side, how about this? 5 take 9 and your scoreboard doesn't light up. Ouch. 1 thou margin of victory going to the right side that time. Yes, my father loves to cook, and there's so many people out here at the track. When you got so many cars, you know, I know a lot of people, when you and I were walking around in the stacking area before we let everybody in, man, it smells so good. There were people barbecuing outside, and my mouth was watering the whole time, Peter.
I had to stop at Willie Flores' trailer. They fed me a really good hamburger. Shelby Williams, that's Team K&N. That's the Tylerite sponsor of this year's event. They've been with us since 2010, so let's see if Shelby can get it done in a long car.
One of them's got a starting line advantage. It's going to be Shelby. How about dead 2 after being 024 on the tree? Shelby, I believe she turned on the win light in her stock eliminator Camaro, so I want to say that makes her 2 for 2 in round number 1. So Shelby getting great coaching from her father Steve. Now, I've been talking about her father Steve a lot, being a former world champion, Peter, but I gotta say, if somebody in bracket racing, and Gary Don Free, if you're listening right now, this might be an idea for an award. For somebody that's learning the ropes, whether they're coming in from juniors, starting out with a big car to begin with, how about a Coach of the Year award, kind of like they do in the NBA and the NFL. What do you think?
I like the sounds of that.
How about left side getting the win? Jack Sadler had the starting line advantage. Unfortunately, after taking 21 thou at the stripe, ends up 6 thou further under the dial. Jack needing to take 15 thou or less that round.
All right, Emick McKillop, 2017 American Dragster from Linwood, Washington, dials it in 483. He's going to get chased by a quick 448. A couple of wraps to the file, but not enough as McKillen was 032, dead on the number for the win. Left lane broke out by 7 thou and got there by 7 thou.
Now, Peter, before we announce the next pair, I almost forgot about something. I've been meaning to do this. I'm mentioning a potential Drag Champ award with the Coach of the Year and Gary Don Free. I want to take a moment and give Gary Don Free a huge shout out for all of his media coverage, whether it's on social media, taking pictures, videos. I didn't know Gary Don Free at all. I had never met him until the Fall Fling West last year. Gotten to talk to him a little bit, talking about his son Austin. Austin, if you're tuning in, your father is very proud of you and you should listen to him talk about you. So Gary Don Free, big shout out to you. We're so grateful to have you on board. How about 001 and 4 above the dial to get their first 37 thou for the win? Right side, unfortunately, a little late, got there second, and still broke out. Peter, who's the one that calls that the 3-strike rule again?
That's Mr. Alan Reinhardt.
All right. Yeah, Alan Reinhardt, a pioneer for many phrases as an announcer. Alan Reinhardt, when you think of Alan Reinhardt, you think Alan Reinhardt, Bob Fry, Dave McClellan, all these other NHRA announcers. These guys are the OGs of announcers and huge inspiration for all of us, so shout out to all of them.
Reinhardt announced the first Fling in 2010. Alan's, without a doubt, one of the best to ever stay.
Almost like Alan was talking there for a minute. Well done, Peter. Big time starting line advantage. One of them's 00. Oh, and the worser of the two is going to turn on the win light. Right side is 006. Take 54 to break out 5 thou. Needed 49 or less. Left side behind at the starting line, but 14 thou above is going to get it done. As Alan Reinhardt says, Peter, it is a right place, right time kind of sport.
And words couldn't be better said. What does Alan say? If you're bowling, you don't have to be everyone in the whole bowling alley. You just have to beat the guy in the other lane. Same thing with drag racing. One at a time, baby.
When I had Chinese food the other week, I got a fortune, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like this totally describes bracket racing, and I don't mean this because I have no intention of harming any animal. I'm not a hunter. I don't think of anything this way, but the fortune said word for word, you don't have to be faster than the bear. You just have to be faster than the slowest guy running from it. So Greg Garrison, 012 on the tree, takes 16 thou to win a double breakout.
So now you know why I thought you were 30 years old. You're a wealth of information.
Oh boy, please don't make me feel older than I really am. I'm
Right, another pair of the long cars. Mark Malone and Jerry Davin at 4:35 is his now, but his red light is on. And how about 16 dead on 5? So almost a 1 second handicap in the long car. 16 dead 5 is good. Mark Lalonde will move on. Jerry Davenpack will have to buy back.
So we want to thank FTI for their support, because this is FTI round number 1. Just looking at the banner, that shout out to Donnie Sabin and Timbo Fletcher for hanging up all the banners. I'm looking at the FTI banner right now. We got Troy and Gary Williams and the whole gang from FTI here. Those guys there's so much support. They're happy to answer any questions that you may have, and man, they got some good combinations that they put together. So definitely a quality torque converter. So shout out to everyone at FTI. Left side not on file. Lexus Thompson right side. 6 now, separate them. Wind light gonna go to the left side. How about 009 dead on 7 for the left side? Alexis Thompson, she drove really well that round. 015 take 006 to be 5 thou under. Needed to take 1 or less. Man, it's getting tough out there.
All right, so we're going to put out a final call for dragsters round 1. Orange, blue run stickers, all dragsters. If you haven't run round number 1 yet, bring them up.
Left side, driver not on file, 466 style. Right side, Allison McCone, 475. Almost 40 thou separating them. 017, 441 on the 438. Driver not on file. Rodney Fraser a little behind on the starting line. Takes 12 thou but goes 19 thou under. So as Jared Pennington would say, he was mathematically ineligible. Shout out to Jed and JJ. Man, I had so much enjoyment listening to you both for all these years. There will never be another either.
Wait a second. You're acting like they passed away or something. They'll be back. He's just concentrating on family life right now.
Well, I really, man, Peter's firing back up right now.
That's it. It's race day.
But we miss you guys, and we're wishing you all the best. And JJ, you keep up the good work. We're proud of you. And Jed, proud of you for being just an incredible family, man. So shout out to you both.
How about Taylor Vetta, 017 dead on 3 for the round 1 win light. Takes out Hunter Patton. Hunter was 027. Not a horrible light, but for Hunter it is. He drops to a 463 on a 462, but Taylor Vetta getting it done.
Yeah,
so,
Taylor going dead 3. She was dialed.
So Marco, I will say this. I don't know if Jared and JJ are listening or not, but the Flings never feel the same they always have a different vibe when they're here. I miss them, and they will be back. Right now, Jared's focusing on family, and his son's getting into big cars, and so hold on, we got a not so much a parts call, but one second. How about this? 001 red to 008 red. Marlon Goetz is going to bow out round 1. We have a Jay Fitzgerald. So Jay Fitzgerald lost his iPhone. Can you describe it a little bit?
Just a black iPhone.
Just a black iPhone with a case on it. So if you find a black iPhone, please bring it up to the timing tower. Actually, I'm going to call that phone on my phone right now. So if you see a black iPhone with the phone ringing, with an 856 number coming in, pick it up, please.
about a 000 for Peyton Janik? I believe that's the second 000 of the session, so if I check my sources and that's correct, Peyton Janik is the second 000. And Peyton lights up the scoreboard, goes exactly 1 hun above the dial for a 10 thousandths package. Bobby Dye was 7 thou on the red side. Morgan Rose, left side, 457 dial. Right side, Lane Savar, 489 dial. Of a second. Morgan Rose gonna go 458 on that 457 dial. Lane's 2 thou red and 4 thou under. Man, he took a swing at that. That's awfully close to a perfect run there. So Morgan gonna move on. I just want to give one shout out. Farron Lubers, thank you so much for the kind words. Hoosier Tire, we can't thank you enough for your continuous support. I am proudly running Hoosier Tires on all of our cars. And just want to thank you guys so much for your support. Farron, take care of yourself. Keep healing up and get back to softball soon. We miss you. We love you guys. And thank you so much for your support. And I'll tell you what, if you are wondering what kind of tires to run, whether it's a dragster or a door car, man, you cannot beat the service, the integrity, and
Thanks, Peter, for putting it on.
So shout out to Hoosier. And there's other great tire companies too. Man, tire technology is improving. So with all these dragsters and door cars getting so fast, man, these tire companies are just working their tails off to put the best tire combo possible for these cars to repeat to the thou, hopefully.
And Marco, how about the T-bucket in the left lane?
Reminds me of a friend of yours.
Yes.
Yes, Chet Dragon.
That's right.
In the left lane, that I believe that's Kyle Thorpe. Driver not on file, but I'm pretty sure that's Kyle Thorpe in that altered in the left lane. We'll talk about Chet here in a minute.
He's going to go up against former top dragster world champ Paul Nero. And Paul showing why he's a former NHRA top dragster world champion, as he's 018, 2 above, safe, good for the win, as T-bucket was dialed a little bit too hard. Needs to tighten it up for the buyback round.
Now let's talk about Chet Dragon a little bit. Now I'm gonna tell you, Chet Dragon altered that runs with a drag. Excuse me, I was speaking before I could think right there. Let me just slow down a little bit. So Chet Dragon has a small block altered that runs, probably here would run 650s to the 8th, and he runs with all the dragsters. Man, it's tough to judge. I raced against Chet Dragon at New Media, Pennsylvania. He slapped a 10-pack on me, so shout out to Chet Dragon. I mean, that man is iconic. Both drivers off the gas way early. Right side, 22. 474 on the 451 for the win. Left side, after being 001 on the tree, has problems. It slows down.
All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Gear Wrench Pro buyback round. If you lost first round in Gear Wrench Pro and you bought back, bring it to stage lanes now, please. Gear Wrench Pro buyback to the stage lanes now, please.
How about this? I just got a text message from Greg Boutte. He's just took a selfie, giving me a thumbs up in the hospital. So yet again, as I mentioned this morning, Greg Boutte is on the mend. And while it's quiet, I want to thank all of you for your continuous thoughts and prayers. Greg, we love you. Get well soon. And we'll see you soon.
Right.
469.8 on that 470 dial is going to take the win light here for the driver not on file.
Here's a hitter from Olympia, Washington, Andy Morris. 480 is his projected number. Car not on file yet, left side, 13X. So I'll say that's a 13 is a Division I number. Or maybe it's Lucky 13. Actually, I met this guy because I told him he has the same number as Anthony Bertozzi. Cannot think of his name, but we're still working. We're still plugging away. Getting names in the system. Bear with us. Like I said earlier, just keep turning on the win lights, do your job. We'll make you famous later on. You'll make yourself famous later on. Andy Morris is 007. That's not good news for his opponent. Marco?
Andy Morris, how about 007 take 005 to be 8th thou under to win the double breakout? Like Peter said, Andy Morris, with the 13th thou starting line advantage, he's going to make it work most of the time, and he did right there. B00, take 00 for the win. So speaking of hashtag B00, take 00, shout out to PJ North.
Yeah, PJ, we have some PJ music locked and loaded in there. PJ's a good dude.
Yes, he is. Haven't seen him in a long time. Hope PJ and wife Amanda are doing well back there. We miss you guys. How about 00's a pair? Top end, win light is going to go to Mikey Bloom. Mike Bloomfield Jr. goes 006, gets behind, 469 at 127, so got rid of what he needed to get rid of, and he's going to turn on the win light to win the double breakout. Neil Presimony, 007, take 31. Neil would have needed to get behind to win the round, so that pass just had to get behind. How about Blue Hayball, left side, 508 dial. Shane Molinari, first car dialed in the threes, 398. Shane just turned it red by only 3 thousandths of a second. Goes 410 on the 398. Blues 008 green, and 12th thou under for the win. So it appears that Gene Heaton couldn't make the call, so Corey Galletti is going to get a single. How about Corey last night taking home the American Todd's Extreme brand new dragster, winning the shootout? So Corey going to get the solo shot. He's going to get himself dialed in to try and continue the role that he's been on so far this weekend. How about Corey going 007 and 449 in his buy run? Regardless of whether there was anyone in the other lane or not, Corey was ready and he is continuing his role. So Corey going to light up the scoreboard and move on to round number 2. All right, we got another raffle in. Raffle number 3, the $50 raffle, 40 spots. Okay, I'm going to read off all 40 names. Keep in mind when I read these names, I'm not calling you guys up to the tower or anything. I'm just reading the names just so everybody knows that bought into raffle 3 that their names are in. Spots 1 and 2, John Eno. Number 3, Kevin Johnson. 4, Funny Car Chris. 5, Jeff Devy. 6, Mike Rock. Brenda Trujillo, Phil Garrison, Gordon Bovin, Gary McNaka, Jody George, Justin Hoff, Jerry Wynn, Pete Booth, Calvin Tanney, Vic Spitali, Jeremy Cisneros, Jerry Calloway, Dan Bain, Hunter Walker, Brandon Umberger, Funny Car Chris, Scott Ball, D.D. Badeau, Jerry Wynn, Gary Roost, Gordon Bovin, 27 and 28, Don Butkowitz, Phil Garrison, Mike Rock, Jeff Devy, Hannah Cook, Jeremy Cisneros, Toby Payne, Madison Payne, Jerry Calloway has spots 37 through 40. Here we go. Emily's going to draw it. What's it going to be? Number 26, Gary Roost. Rooster, you have just won yourself an entry into the million. Gary, a great friend of mine. I know he was on the fence of whether he was going to run the million or not, but you don't have to be on the fence any longer because Gary, Mr. Rooster, you are in Friday's main event, Spring Fling Million. Congratulations, Gary. Nice work. We still got raffles rolling, so get in them while they last. Left side, it says Corey Galletti. Not 100% sure if... Oh, I just saw Corey drive back, so not sure who that is in one of the Galletti cars. Might be Kendall Little. 016 on the tree, 13 thou under the dial. Right side, just 1 thou on the red side. Ouch. Alright, neither driver on file. This pair. 468 left side, 498 right side, so exactly 3/10 gonna separate the two. Right side getting the head start. One of the Carters, that's either Johnny or Cortland Carter on the right side. Start red light here. 002 red on the left side is going to get the nod. It's going to go 3 thou under for the win. 006 red on the right side and goes 495 on the 498. Matt Lee left side. Chris Whitfield right side. Heads up 477. So that is the third heads up race I've seen today. You know, I was saying that we're rarely seeing heads-up races. I wasn't talking about that all that long. I was talking about it not all that long ago, and here we have a heads-up matchup. So one thou separated in the heads-up matchup. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Chris Whitfield getting behind for the win. 007, dead 3, 10 total. Matt Lee was 006, 13 thou under, taking 17 thou. Needed to take 4 or less. All right, I'm gonna hand it back over to Peter. Gonna do a different task. Talk to you guys later. Thank you.
All right, so as we move along, Greg Hicks was 035, broke out 11th thou, lost to a 17-pack, actually a 19-pack. Sorry, still plugging the names in the system. Michael Pennington and Dave Mazier. Final call, pro buybacks to the lanes, please. Final call, pro buybacks to the lanes.
Dave Mazier, 011, 8 thou under after turning on the wind light. Well, I said that you guys were going to be rid of me for a while because I had another task to do, but I was able to find my way to stay up here because ultimately Cowboy Kurt has been working so hard that we need to give him a break. So I almost thought Peter and I were going to be, Rochambeauing over who was going to go down there to relieve him, but Peter, being the great guy that he is, he'll relieve Cowboy, and you're stuck with me on the mic. Sorry, guys. You've never heard of Rochambeau rock, paper, scissors.
Listen, I'm a little older than you. Keep that in mind, please. We flipped coins when I was growing up. I didn't even know what rock, paper, scissors was. Right there, Austin Williams. How about A-Dub, they call him? Austin Williams, 13, 437 on the 436 for the dial, and Johnny Carter was 15 thou on the red side.
Right side, not on file, left side. G-Dub, 004, gets behind to win the double breakout. 5 thou under for G-Dub. Left side was 8, take 6 to be 15 thou under. Man, another B-00 take 00, no good. But when you got G-Dub, man, you got to do everything you can, because when you do everything you can, G-Dub is just going to continue to lay it down. How about Race Kid going 000 for the win? It was 300 under the dial after the right side turned it red. So how about this? Race Kid and Mark Kid both going 000 on the tree in the first round. Man, it was probably 2 hours ago when Mark Kidd put down that perfect run, and I'll tell you what, I'm still out of breath. And Mark sent me a message that he had another one back in 2003. So Mark, second perfect run. How about that? Left side driver not on file. Gonna get the solo shot. Just gonna groom the track a little bit. We're not gonna spray right now. We're just gonna do a little bit of dragging before we bring in gear wrench buyback round for pro. So no spray right now, just gonna do a little drag and sweep.
Peter and Kyle. For 10 years, the two of you have amazed the racing community. From that very first fling in Bristol, a decade ago, to this richest payday in bracket racing history today, these events have become the gold standard in our sport, and we all owe you both a huge debt of gratitude.
It has the makings of an instant drag racing classic. Race it, experience it, bring some of the best in the business together, offer a huge purse, and let them rip.
You probably had no idea just exactly what you had on those 10 sheets of paper. We hope you still have them because they probably belong in a Hall of Fame somewhere. The first event didn't go exactly as you had planned. Both of you worked your guts out, lost money, and wondered if you would ever attempt this again. You stuck with it though. Spent a few more years in Bristol, building up the brand. Then, you ventured west, added the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the left coasters, and after a few years, you doubled down and you two upped the ante.
It's like I can't even think about it. It's like I don't even know what to think. It's amazing. It's right now. I don't even believe it. I mean, it's a long race. It's the best in the world, and I want it. So I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense in a way with these guys that race for a living, and I build countertops and cabinets, you know. So
$1 million race. For the last 4 years, that event has made headlines in the bracket racing community and made household names of guys like Jeff Verdi, Luke Bogacki, Randall Reed, and Peeps Pennington. Not to be outdone on the East Coast, you took your brand to a new place, the state-of-the-art Galat Motorsports Park. There, you sold out the pre-entries in record time and showcased a world-class facility. Let's don't forget about the event that was the birthplace for the Spring Fling experience, Bristol. Which brings us back to this moment in time, a special moment, the Fall Fling 500K. A race that will no doubt live up to the 10th anniversary of an event dreamt up by two best friends. Over the last decade, there have been hundreds of thousands of dollars awarded, thousands of passes down the track, more products given away than one can count, and most importantly, countless memories made from these events. You two always say thank you to the racers, the staff, and the sponsors who've helped to make the Flings, the events, and brand they've become. Now it's our turn to say thank you. On behalf of every member of every staff, at every track, for every sponsor, and for every racer who's ever walked through your gates, thank you for daring to dream big, for sticking with it through those first few years, for believing in the brand. And above all, thank you for your commitment to bringing the best bracket races in the world to all of us. You have left an incredible mark on the sport. For anyone who dares to follow in your footsteps, you've set the bar high. Here's to 10 more years of the Fling. We can't wait to see where you take it from here.
Peter and Kyle, 10 years going. I'm proud of you. You guys are doing really well. Keep it up.
A disciple here. Just taking this opportunity to wish Kyle and Peter congratulations on their 10th anniversary of their Spring Fling product. And thanks going, guys.
Super Pro door cars, orange. If you have an orange sticker and if you're in the buyback round, we will now take you to the lanes, please. So Super Pro door cars, if you did not light up the scoreboard and if you bought back, we are now taking you for the buyback round into the lanes, please. Meanwhile, we are rolling out for the buyback round of Gear Wrench Pro. Left side, Brian King, 628 dial. Right side, Randy Stoach, 634 dial. 0.06 of a second, separating the two in dials with Randy getting the head start. One of them, the starting line advantage is going to turn into a win light. 006 get their first 31 thou for Brian King, 34 thou above the dial. Randy, after being a little behind on the starting line, goes 23 thou above to be 31 thou behind. Brad Burton left side in the 72 stock Eliminator Firebird, 673 dial. Seth McLean right side in the 70 Duster. I don't know if I said it yet, but I'm sorry if I repeat myself, but 775 dial for Seth. One of them's got a starting line advantage, and yet again turn into a win light. Brad Burton, how about 13 take 9 thou to be dead 7 to be 20 total for the win. Seth McLean tried to run him down, got there second, behind on the starting line, under with the 773 on a 775. How about Ron the Hammer Nichols? I've talked about him plenty. 721. I've been doing a little bit of talking about Jeff Devey. I know Eric was talking about him yesterday, the artist in the right lane. Artist in the right lane in the OG, Ron Nichols. West Coast bracket racing, that is the definition of OG right there. He's one of the most crafty people I know, and I could tell all kinds of stories about Ron the Hammer Nichols. Jeff Devey, talented painter. This is a good matchup here. One of them's got a big starting line advantage, and yet again the big starting line advantage is going to turn into a win light. Ron Hammer Nichols, 0.25, take 8 thou at the stripe to be 27 thou above for the win. Jeff Devey behind on the starting line, got there second and still broke out with a 634 on a 637. So Ron Nichols back in the show. Jacob Phelps, left side 706 dial. Not often you see Randy Biddle in the buyback round on the bottom bulb side. Randy's going to be at a 608 dial. Randy and wife Jessica making the trip all the way out from Christiansburg, Virginia. Another starting line advantage, yet again into a win light. Randy Biddle, 0.14, gets behind 4 thou, and is going to go 609 on the 608 for the win. Jacob got their first 4 thou, broke out 2 thou, needed 2 thou or less. So Randy Biddle moving on. Brandon Luke, left side, 662 dial. Nasty Nick Hastings. Man, back to back, you see Randy Biddle and Nick Hastings in the buyback round. It just shows how tough it is out here. So Nick going to be at a 606 dial on the right-hand side. Got a starting line advantage, yet again into a win light. Nick Hastings has 400 in his pocket, takes 009 at the stripe to go 5 above for the win. Brandon Luke, unfortunately, behind on the starting line, 2 over the dial to be behind 9 thou. Joy Cazzetti, Joyride Vega Wagon, left side, 611 dial. Ricky Duchelle, 69 Camaro, 622 dial. Flickering that bottom bulb on. Red light start, Joy Cazzetti by 0.08 of a second. Ricky Duchelle, 015, 9 thou under for the win. So Ricky, back in the show. Leon Day, left side, 646 style. Brian Cerruti, right side. Another heads-up matchup, this time on the bottom bulb side, 646. Both of them 68 Camaros. Now, I know that the difference between a 67 and a 68 are the wing windows, but so many of these cars have aftermarket Lexan in, you really can't tell, so it really doesn't matter if you call it a 67 or a 68. Thank you, John McComb, for the clarification there. Brian Cerruti going to get back in the show after being 013 and 644 on the 46. Leanne turns it red and runs it down to be dead 4. So Brian Cerruti back in. How about this? 2 straight heads-up matchups. Man, you racers must be listening to me here. You're thinking, okay, Marco's talking about how there's not enough heads-up matchups. Well, Marco, here you go, back-to-back. 662 for Robin Harris, left side. Tony Trimp, 662 on the right side. I'm talking too fast here. Win light, Robin Harris, starting line advantage, take 4 thou to win the double breakout. Tony Trimp, a little behind, got there second, and further under the dial. How about John Cazzetti? Another wagon. You know, my favorite car in the world, as I keep saying, I'll repeat that all weekend. 66, 67 Nova wagon. And when they wheel stand, watch John Cazzetti, watch the wheels up launch. Nice little wheels up launch. Tony Gambardella in the S10. One of them's got starting line advantage and is going to use it in their favor. John Cazzetti, 019, 11 thou above. Tony, behind at the starting line, goes 3 above and leaves him behind. So John, taking the wheel standing wagon, back in pro. Okay, we will now take blue stickered door cars for the buyback round. So again, if you did not light up the scoreboard in the first round of eliminations and you paid the $180 to buy back in and you have a blue sticker door car, we will now take you to the lanes. How about a true start affair? Darren Taylor, 3 thou on the red side for the win. Left side not on file, little more red. So Darren, back in the show. Larry Pittenger, 662, left side. John Tobias, right side, in the Shorty Dragster with front brakes. Now, John's a very good friend of mine, so I always got to give him a hard time about that. Another true start affair, this time John Tobias. John Tobias is 015 on the red side. He's going to turn on the wind light. Larry Pittenger, slightly more on the red side, so John Tobias back in the show. Ryan Mangus, 686, left side. Curtis Zinzalita, 659, right side. They're taking their time. They're in. A third straight true start affair. Curtis Zinzalita gonna move on. 010 on the red side. Mangus goes more red, so Curtis is gonna Zinzalita moving on. Tim O'More, left side, 605 dial. Scott Taylor, right side, 720. So again, if you have a Super Pro door car and you got into the buyback round, we'll take all of you to the lanes if you have not heard the call. Separate them. One of them is 004. Get their first 24 to be 11th thou above for the win. 15 total for Scott Taylor. Tim O'More, no slouch with the 019. 607 on the 605. Scott Taylor moving on. Michael Jackson, left side, 632 dial. Henry Robertson, another one of my Northern California buddies, at a 752 on the right-hand side. 20 thou separate them. Top end. Wind light is going to go to Henry. Henry, 11 dead 9. 20 total. Henry taking the Fox body into round number 2. And if you go to Robertson Racing Inc. Facebook page, you can see him go live every round. Henry's a good friend of mine, very entertaining. And he's fun to listen to. As he says, tap in with your boy. So, Henry moving on. Michael Clement, 706, left side. Rob Strong, right side, 683. Rob turns it red. Michael moving on to round number 2. Brandon Hockaday, left side, 727. Steve Lambert, right side, 771. Red light start for Brandon. Steve Lambert, 021 on the green side. Coast it down. Is going to move on. Now we have Kelly Hockaday. Left side. 676. Right side, Freddie Jackson. 597. So once again, all door cars have been called up for the buyback round. So if you have a door car and you bought back in, you should be in the staging lanes. please. One of them's got a starting line advantage, sizable, and it's going to turn on the wind light. 022 on the tree, get their first 20 thou to go 4 over the dial for the win. Freddie Jackson moving on. Kelly Hockaday goes 2 above the dial, behind on the starting line and behind at the stripe by 20. John Tripp, right side, getting the solo shot. Another one of Nate Hershey's sayings. 605 dial on the right hand side. So John automatically moving on to round number 2. 30 on the tree. On the 605 he goes, 602. So that will conclude Gear Wrench Pro buyback round. We're gonna pause and do some track prep. We're gonna do a drag and spray. So before we get into Super Pro door car buyback round, we'll do a little bit of track prep. Racers, I gotta tell you, you guys have been laying down some crazy good laps. Makes it so exciting on my end to call the shots, read off the computer screen. But you guys putting down good runs, all these 00 stripes, both drivers going 00, and just putting down some ridiculous packages. You guys are sure making my job easy, because I really feel like in the short time I've been up here, the easiest way to have the most fun on the mic is when the drivers are putting down great runs. So thank you guys for putting down great laps and making my job easy. So again, I just want to remind you all, as I said earlier in the day, double entries, it is your responsibility to change the car number. So if you have one car number, you're sharing the car, and the other driver is using an X on it, please make sure that the car number matches the person who's driving the car. So again, racers, double entries, just check the number, make sure that it's correct. Greatly appreciated. Thank you.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
With Silver State Air Conditioning, they're all about being on time. That's why they're one of the few companies that offer an on-time guarantee. Unfortunately, problems don't just happen from 9 to 5, But it's important to Silver State to be there when it's convenient for the customer. I know I want a company that values my time. That's why I'll always choose Silver State Air Conditioning.
We'll be there whenever you need us, on time and at no extra charge. Guaranteed. Call us or visit us online. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC.
All right, so how about John Trimp? Best losing package, round one. We take Pro and Super Pro, and a Pro driver wins the best losing package of round one. He had a 13-pack round one of Pro, which was no good, and I believe he ran Justin Lamb. So I'm sure he should give Justin Lamb a little handshake there. So John Trimp, you are the best losing package. I still see your numbers on the scoreboard because that also earned you the buyback buy run. You get an FTI converter, John. Cortland Carter, you are pulled for the buy in Super Pro. You had the best losing package in Super Pro, but it was a 21-pack. So Trimp's going to get the FTI converter. Do a little bit of spray. Get into the Super Pro door car side of the buyback round. So Super Pro door cars, I'm going to put out, let's make this the final call. You have some time, but we have room in the lane, so I'm going to make it a final call. We'll get everybody up there, paired up. Get right after it in the buyback round. And on behalf of Kyle Seipel and myself and the entire Spring Fling and LVMS staff, if I haven't said it before, thank you guys and gals for coming out to Las Vegas. We know it's a long trip for a lot of people, and you chose to spend your hard-earned time and your hard-earned money, your hard-earned spare time, which these days, that's few and far between, and your hard-earned money to come to race with us, and a lot of smiling faces out there. Kyle's in the media room, and We are loving this. Also, thanks for coming to the lanes when called. It makes our job easier. We're obviously a little bit challenged with the odd lanes here. We could use all 8, but with the pandemic, we're down to 4, and we have a packed house of over 400 cars, so please only come to the lanes when called. We're going to do run sticker color, and when needed, for the dragster side, we'll do odd and even if we need to break it down even more.
American Race Cars specializes in designing and building some of the most competitive race cars on the planet. Founded in 2004, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on precision and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track. A proud sponsor of the Fling events, Autometer is the brand the champions depend on to keep them running at their best. Check out the complete line of gauges, dashes, and data acquisition solutions at Autometer.com. Power, precision, passion. Autometer. As a proud sponsor of the Fling events, Brodix gives away a set of heads at Vegas, Galat, Columbus, and Bristol. Brodix is also the presenting sponsor of the Run for the 50,000 at Vegas. Strength, durability, and power are just a few factors that make Brodix the best in the industry. Proudly made in the USA for over 50 years, Brodix utilizes state-of-the-art technology and continuous research and development to bring you the best in the industry. Since year one, Altalab Weather Instruments have been a supporter of the Fling series of events. At this year's event, Altalab will again be sponsoring the Best Dialer Award by giving away an Altacom 4X weather station to a racer who goes dead on with a 0. Reliability, accuracy, Altalab. Mazir Enterprises is very proud to be a part of the Fling series of events. As a dedicated family-owned business comprising of dedicated drag racers, Mazir works hard to provide racers with the very best quality components. Win, lose, or draw, we wish all of you a great Fling weekend of racing from Mazir Enterprises.
Here, Frank's gonna have to check that car out and see what went on there. 706 on a 655. Here's K-Mac and Ken Smith. See the live feed tuning in. Yeah, Mark Kidd, perfect run. Bam. We got a perfect run and a 1 foul pack first round. Will it be K-Mac? Yes, it will. Ken Smith was a little bit tardy up here. K-Mac made him pay 0.23, one above on a little bit of a drop. Smith was 5 big numbers under. Reaction time. Patrick. Final call, Super Pro door car buybacks. Dragsters with a orange run sticker, for buybacks, you are on standby. By 2,000, but none of that mattered. Here's Rocky, the Italian stallion, Pintavelli, former Spring Fling MVP. Got the Mopar 3-speed working it. Well, that's actually John Eno. My bad. Looks exactly like Rocky's car from behind. And Dick Vandermeer. Vandermeer, 490. That's a quick dial-in the 8th mile for a door car. There goes Johnny. And here comes Vandermeer. Vandermeer closing in. Got him on a double breakout. That's a situation where Johnny was behind by a little over a fender. Needed to get further behind. Vandermeer, 009, gets there, 29 thou to break out 5 thou. Eno was 40 up front, breaks out 7 thou behind. Ouch. Glenn Dilday and Jet Prasad. Prasad is out there. Dilday's trying to make up the difference at the start. He does it. How about another double breakout? That time Jet Prasad got there first by 7. Breaks out by 6. I'm talking big numbers. Glenn Dilday was 0.52, 15 thou under, and picks up the win. So just a little heads up racers that are watching, the tailwind, the headwind, and side wind that we had earlier is starting to taper off and seeing more breakouts. Here's AJ Ash and Aaron Markham. This should be a good matchup. Markham did a lot of turn on a bunch of wind lights in the spring fling, actually full fling west in October. AJ Ash, no introduction needed. I know you've never seen him out here on the West Coast, at least in a while. You're about to find out real quick how talented he is. This time AJ's 37, but that's the better reaction time. And picks up the win. Markham was out by a thou. Ouch, 43 out by a thou. AJ's 037. Not the reaction time he was looking for, but I can promise you he'll get it tightened up come round two. Mike McDonough and Corey Jackson, the nice. All right, attention the pits. We'll now take Dragster's orange run sticker for the buyback round. Orange only. So if you're a Dragster blue, you just hold tight. Dragster's orange run sticker for the buyback round. James Glenn, another 2,000 red. Dave Adams, 025, 588 on his 587 prediction. Pick up the win light there. All right, the official car count. I'm gonna build it up a little bit, make it sound like it's 1,000 cars. Let them think. The official car count: 429 entries first round. I guessed 419. Kyle guessed 420. Marco guessed 421. We all undershot it. No one asked Emily. She said, what'd you say? What would you have thought? She would have taken the under, she said. You have little faith. Era Silva's going to pick up the win in that Top Sportsman Cavalier 019. 470 at 150. Mike Bedell was 003 red, so we saw a 2,000 red, and a 3,000 red. Guys are just on the wrong side of it by that much. Kevin Heffington and Dave Kinney. So Heffington, I think that's Heffington and Thompson, they just keep coming out with new rides. And one is nicer than the other. Dave Kinney, I believe he is doubled with Hastings. That will end his day as Heffington's 31. 2 above a 50 pack is good that time as Kinney dropped it red by 14 thou. Andrew Olson and Mike Hall. Mike Hall from Montana and Andrew from Sacramento, California. I want to say hello to the Jegs and Hoosier live feed. Woody's here from Jegs. Farron's listening at home from Hoosier. We miss you, buddy. We hope you're healing well. I believe Farron, if I remember correctly. Fun fact, Farron from Hoosier is a softball player, and he's a good one at that, but I believe he had a knee injury, and he's on the mend. Best wishes, buddy. Double red light situation there, and True Start doing what it's meant to do. Mike Hall was 002 red. He left first. Andrew Olson was 10 red. So Mike Hall, the lesser of two evils, will move on to round number 2. You know, True Start happens. I'm not going to say it happens a lot, but I'm going to tell you why I think True Start makes a difference. That this is just my opinion. If you're the slower car, you have a little more pressure that you're going to go red first. The faster car, Brady Snyder and JR Learcamp, both teen on a tree, win light. JR dead on 1, 14, and the crowd goes wild. So let's just say I'm running Anthony Bertozzi like I have for years and years and years. I was always leaving first. I know he's going for my throat. I want to go for his throat, but if I drop it 1 thou red, the race is over. True Start puts the same amount of pressure on both drivers. I know it's an opinion, but I believe there's a lot of validity to the reasoning behind it. On the throttle stop, off the throttle stop. How about 14 thou under in the wind light as Kenny snows 5 thou on the red side and goes 1 above. Has Ted Seipel and Ryan Wilson. So I wonder if Ryan has any idea he's running a legend right now. You all know Kyle Seipel? Any good or bad qualities, that's where it all started right there in the starting line. You can blame it all on Ted, or you can pat him on the back. I think most of you will pat him on the back. Wow. Ferrari's getting after it. Ryan Wilson, Ted Seipel, give the win light to Ryan Wilson, 13 on a tree, 1 above. Ted Seipel was 16, went 9 thou under. That Ferrari got all of that starting line. That thing was ripping. Will Carroll and John Bianco. So a pair of good reaction times. Will Carroll with a 004. Bianco was 19. Bianco tried to get there. Broke out by 9 thou. Carroll 004, 744 and his 743 dialing. How about a pair of roadsters? Little old school, new school. If you're as old as I am and you watched Super Gas in the 90s, you saw a lot of those style roadsters. If you're as old as Marco is, and you watch Super Gas in the last 10 and 15 years, you saw a lot of cars like Brad Pierce. And Pierce is on the front. Actually, he's high gear only. He's taking off in second gear. He's got a huge reaction time advantage and takes a boatload of stripe, but turns on the wind light. Pierce is 018, dead on the dial. Shearer was 089, 1 above. You do the math, Pierce by 77 thousandths. I agree, Christopher Lee. Wait a second. Is that the Christopher Lee on the chat board? Hold on a second. I do agree with what you're saying there. John Corbin Makaland. Is it Christopher Lee from Galat? That's what I want to know. Pair of Camaros. First gen, second gen, win light going to Makaland. 88 Camaro stops the clocks 5:52 on a 5:54 as Corbin drops a 2,000 red. A little bit of debris on the track as the wind continues to blow out there. So, racers, crew, please do us a favor. Please dispose of your trash because the wind is causing a little bit of havoc this morning. It's starting to taper off. It's going to be a beautiful day, but we could use all the help we can get because those timing systems go down to the 10,000th, even further than that if it has to, and we'd like to not have to do any kind of reruns due to trash blowing through the beams. I just got word from my partner that is the Christopher Lee tuned in on bank shift. That's my man. He holds up the rear and the back of the stage lanes all week long at the Fling. Can't wait to see you, buddy. I heard there's one person in the holding lot right now waiting for the Fling to start in Galat. The Fling at Galat starts in 3 weeks. I'm just saying. Jim Tattersall and Dan Bain. Wow, good matchup here. Tattersall in that van that Kyle Seipel drove to just another match race win light against yours truly. And Dan Bain, nice looking 69 Camaro, sits low to the ground. Lake Havasu City, that just sounds nice. And a red light start for Dan. Tattersall dodges a bullet, he's 063, 4 over the dial. But his win light is shining, he'll move on to round number 2. We'll get to see that van again. Darren Fiddles and Blue Hayball. Hayball switching it up, goes over to the door car. Saw him running that Foresight's race in Tucson in this big old, says 65 GTO. That's what it is. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. And a 57 sedan, 603 and 625 of the dials. That big GTO, probably about 30, I'm going to guess 3,600 pounds with the driver. That's just my guess. Pair of green lights right there, good ones. This one's going to get figured out up at the top end of the racetrack. Give the winlet Darren. Darren was 009 and a little feather in his cap, knocking out the hitter in the buyback round. Hayball's 12, 3 over, no good. My boy JJ Pennington is listening at home. So when Jared said he's going to focus on his home life and actually focus a lot on his new bride and his new family and JJ, who's getting into the big cars, I said, it doesn't matter to me if you're going to go on the sidelines for a while, if you give us JJ. He said, no deal. I said, all right, I'm out of luck. JJ, great announcer, turned into a great racer, and more importantly, just a fine young man. Rick Duschel and Gary Schmiley. Wish you were here too, JJ. And you can come to a Fling. On to round number 2. Gonna bring out Little Bloomy, Mike Bloomfield Jr. and Paul Eddins. Pair of pick-em-up trucks. You saw the hand fly on Eddins. He ripped it too good. 005 on the inside. Bloomy was ready. 006 probably going under. 100th under. That's like 2 over for most people. Bloomfield goes 1 under. Edens ends his day. Bloomfield moves on to round 2. And Funny Car Chris with the door open. He's waving the smoke out. Getting ready to take on Dave Barcelone. Beautiful 67 Nova. And maybe the nicest one on the property. That's saying a lot. 637 to 662 for Funny Car Chris. And just so you guys know at home, we're just warming the mic up. Marco and Eric have been doing a great job. Brian Loans and Nate Hershey will be here later today. I think Loans in the afternoon, and Hershey, my buddy Nate's coming tonight. They'll be ready for tomorrow morning. Chris Northup, Dave Barcelone, both drivers let go on time. This time, double breakout win going to Barcelone. We'll get to see. Actually, I read the scoreboards wrong. My bad. 23 thou under for Barcelone. Chris Northup was 22 thou under. So by 5 thou, Northup, Funny Car Chris moves on. Roger Cato, Lorene Rogers. Cato, he's been doing this a long time. That Camaro says he'll run a 715. You might say that's slow, but he has a method to his madness. There it goes, on the stop. Stop kicks off. Here comes Lorene. Both drivers rip the tree. Give the win on a whole shot. Lorene Rogers 002 to Cato's 13. Rogers gets there by 5 thou, and Lorene Rogers doing work at both ends. Turns on the win light. Pair of old school Camaros. That's what I love about the door car portion. Nothing against dragsters, I love you guys too, but the door car portion, you see 2020 Camaro, a 69 Camaro. Old school, new school, first, second, third gen, station wagon under the tower. Mixing it up. Having a good time at Maytag Wednesday. Saw Corey Galletti turn on the final round win light last night, walk away with that beautiful American chassis. Not just a chassis, custom painted by Todd's Extreme. Fully loaded with electronics, shifter, wheels, tires from Lindsay. Good stuff. Drivers are getting after it. Kathy Ball is 006, and that was good. 006, one above 713 on her projected 712 number. It's a little nice looking 18 thou package to take out Darren, who was 18 at the hit. Needed to go dead on with a 0 to make it a race, goes 2 above. That's a heartbreaker right there for Carl Jones. He's 003 red dead 2. Hank Provo was 5 big numbers under, but he was on the right side of the tree with a 25 light. Hank moves on to round number 2. Now bring up that famous K&N station wagon of D-Mac. Daniel McClellan, 3rd generation McClellan. The family name, I hope Grandpa's listening at home. The legend, Dave McClellan. He raised, those are some good genes right there. All the way down to Daniel, who's dialed 658, Caitlin Tripp. So John Tripp, first round, I believe he had the best losing package. Mixing up in Super Pro now, Danny McClellan. Both drivers, not the reaction times they were looking for, but they're pretty much even, and a double breakout win going to Tripp. Tripp was 1 thou better at the start. Goes 35 thou under. McClellan goes 45 thou under. So that station wagon looked like it got affected by the wind. A little more of a headwind and sidewind this morning. Right now, not so much. Not as much. Just saying. Race kid John Kolecki. Kolecki was the first person in line on Monday. For that, we awarded him a Drag Race Solutions $250 gift certificate. There was a ton of people in line, came out with that Drag Race Solutions gift certificate. I almost got mobbed. Everybody wanted it. Race Kid picking up the win right there. Kolecki drops it 10,000 red and the Nova of Race Kid. Probably about where Race wants to be. He's 300 under the dial, and we get into the dragster side of the buyback. Tony Trimp, Jesse Adams. Wow, I don't think that was meant to be. Well, actually, yeah. First pair out in the buyback. It's all good. They're friends. They want to split the buyback probably. I don't think they would race each other second round, but in the buyback round, it all works out. Jesse, 009. Another 2 over the dial as we saw another breakout. Trimp was 8,000 under the dial. We'll take Dragster's blue sticker to the stage and lanes now for the buyback round. We call Dragster's orange. We'll now take Dragster's blue sticker to the stage and lanes for the buyback round. Pair of double O's down here, up there. Give the win to the left side. Not on file, 377. That doesn't matter. His win light is on. He was too safe. Jacob, who's 007 at the start, took 48 down there to go 24,000 under. Need to chop that finish line in half. So we call Dragsters orange. We now call Dragsters blue for the buyback round. So all Dragsters have now been called for the buyback round. As these guys take their best shot to earn their way into round number 2. David Dorton is twinkling on that bottom bulb. That's a little dangerous, that bottom stage bulb. He locks it in. And he's still locked in. Not sure what happened there. But Tom Clark is not concerned. He turns on the win light, 457 on a 453 at only 139 mile per hour. He looked over. Norton was nowhere to be found. I'm pretty sure Norton had some trans brake issues. If I had to guess, he was staged. This is just my guess. Kyle will probably disagree, as we always do. He flickered the stage bulb on, probably put his finger on a trans brake button. It reset the delay box. Car might have even shifted into high gear, and he was out of luck then. Bring up Blake Allen and Mark Miyashiro. 492 is Mark's style. Blake Allen from Vinita, Oklahoma. Appreciate all you guys and gals from Oklahoma, Texas area making the trip here. Really, really do. We always get great support. So some new faces. Austin Williams is in the house. I want to see him do some bracket racing. I don't think I've watched him do. I'm sure he's very talented, but I know he's super talented on the NHRA side, super class, and I'm sure he's one of those drivers just like Peeps, just like Domino, just like Ezel. When they catch fire, it's probably not going to be a good day for everybody else. Right now, Blake Allen is the next victim of a breakout. He's 13th out under. Mark Miyashiro was 011, one save, 493 at 133, so he did his job at the stripe, dropped him off, picks up the win. Yeah, Jonathan Goodwin. We do. Yeah, it's all in good fun. PB&J is what he told me. Just checking out the Bank Shift live chat. As my favorite name on property, Damon Bustamante. So just rolls right off the tongue, Marco. I mean, just like you don't even have. It's almost like robotic. Jason O'Terry, Krusty in a dragster. All right, driving for the Team Warden. 450 is Krusty's dial, and Bustamante favored in by 4,000 as he lights up the red light and goes dead on the number. O'Terry, that might be as quickest pass of his life. 448 at 153 on a 450 dialing. So Marco finished his lunch. He's back in the announcer booth.
Thank you, Peter. Just had a delicious, one of my favorites, a foot-long Subway meatball sandwich. And how about this? I walk right back in here to resume. There's my buddy David Meyer on the right side out of Sheridan, California. David at a 484 dial. Dustin Henges, 487 dial on the left side. Couple of really nice guys going at it. I'll tell you what, you talk to either of these two guys, they're definitely as nice as they come. Both drivers absolutely tough at any West Coast races, and I'm going to say across the country as well. 15 thou separate him. Top end. Win light. David Meyer, 004. Take 2 thou to be dead zero. How about that, David? Get you some of that. Hell yeah, buddy. Keep up the good work. Dustin Henges, 019 on the tree, 485.7 on the 487. So David Meyer doing what he did last year. Just laying down those laps. Driver not on file left side, 475. Casey Nelson, 546 right side. Left side, 21. Take 5 thou to be 36 thou above for the win. Casey Nelson was dead 9 on that 526. Little behind at the starting line. Put her 5 thou behind at the finish. All right, Aaron Johnson. Left side, 494 dial out of Arkansas. Trey Vetter, right side, 463 dial, right here in Henderson, Nevada. Defending his home turf. As I said earlier, Trey is Justin Lamb's first cousin, and if there's one thing that both him and Justin have in common, and Trey's sister Taylor, they all, both of them, just like Justin, man, they can drive. And I can't forget about Ryan. All 4 of them can drive. We got a starting line advantage, and it's going to turn into a win light. Trey Vetter, 12, take 4 to be 18 thou above for the win. Aaron Johnson behind at the starting line, breaks out 4 thou, leaves him behind 4 thou. Scott Ball, 493, left side. Robbie Gear, right side, 484. Taking their time to stage carefully. Tree drops. 26 thou separated. One of them is 002. 002's not going to turn on the win light. 028, 17th out above's going to get it done. Robbie Gear 002 get their first 55 to break out 12th thou. So Scott, moving on. Todd Robinson, left side, 475 dial. Right side, Jim Calloway Jr., 498 dial. So Texas, left side, right side, New Mexico. Now, Peter, you weren't kidding. Those guys from Texas and Oklahoma, they like that left lane.
Yeah, they came stacked from Texas, that's for sure, and Oklahoma.
20 thou separate him, top end. Win light is going to go to Jim Calloway. 10, take 13 to go 9 thou under for the win. Robinson behind at the starting line breaks out 7 thou more. So Jim Calloway Jr., moving on. How about Troy Williams Jr.? Left side, 467 dial. Right side, Mark Barnhart, 458 dial. Now, Mark Barnhart, he's got to be feeling, I don't know if revenge is the right word for it, but he's got to be feeling hungry right now because his buddy Mark Kidd just put down a perfect run on him. Mark turns it red. Troy Williams, after first round, after an uncharacteristic first round, goes 003 on the tree, runs it down to be 461 on a 467. So Troy Williams, you know, Peter, that's what separates the good drivers from the very best. If a mistake is made, whether it's on the tree or the top end, and they rebound like that in the buyback round, that takes some serious talent, determination, courage, you name it. Troy Williams has it.
And a lot of resilience. Sometimes
Resilience, that's the word I was looking for. Somebody has a big time starting line advantage. Is going to turn on the win light. The front engine dragster of Dale Taros, 013 on the tree, and goes 553 on the 545 for the win. Don Buckowitz got their second, 483 on the 485. So Dale moving on.
I like that. The front engine dragster picks up the win. What I like about it, his crew guy just, like another day, expected the win light to come on, was confident, it came on, he just walked away like...
And that's Dale's son, Alex. They sure make a great team together. They actually switch off driving that car at some of these races. I mean, they normally...
I would like to... I'm sorry, go ahead. I got a little excited.
Yeah, I don't know if they're doubling the car or not, but both guys, they're both very laid back. So seeing Alex walk away from the starting line without any kind of celebration or anything, always consider it showing good sportsmanship and just shows how laid back they are.
And may I say, our next match race, whenever that may be, I don't think it's going to be this weekend. The next time I like to drive that slingshot. I don't think Kyle could beat that slingshot. That's my secret weapon.
How about Donovan Williams, 001, 486.3 on the 484. Chuck Babcock behind at the starting line breaks out 509 on the 511. So Donovan moving on back into the show.
So Marco,
I did not, Peter. Did you get a word? I have been wondering that this whole buyback round. The suspense is starting to kill me.
all you had to do was ask.
Well, why didn't I think of that, Peter?
429.
429. Did you hear what Peter Biondo just said? Official car count in round number 1, Wednesday. Maytag Silver State Refrigeration, 30,000 to win. 429 cars first round. 1 thou red left side. Logan War back in the race. 021. 2 under. Moving on. 429. Well, I guess you and we just didn't want to pick the number 420, but it exceeded both of our expectations. So, racers, from all over the country, we thank you so much. Here in the final number for today, we are so grateful for your guys' dedication to continuously support us so we can put on these events and just be out here doing what we love. And we hope that you guys are enjoying yourselves doing what you love. So, Peter, Eric and I were talking about it. If you love what you do, you don't have to work a day in your life. You know, I gotta say, this whole announcing gig, somebody said I had to do it every day. This doesn't feel like work, man. I'm loving it. 40,000 separate him. Jeremy Rapp for the win. 016, take 11 to be 25,000 above for the win. Carl Canavo behind on the start, breaking out 4,000 to be 11,000 behind. Tony Burton, left side, 452. Jeremy Sears, right side, 493. And you know, both my parents have always told me, I mean, I was, for a while, when I was in high school, was reminded of that daily. They said, you don't have to pressure yourself to choose what you want to do, but if you do what you love, you never have to work a day in your life. So, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Tony Burton gets the double breakout win. 017 getting behind 9,000 to be under 5,000. Jeremy Sears 16, take 9. Not a bad lap, but is, I think, 8,000 further under. Bear with me, I'm still getting used to the double breakout math. You know, everybody has something they need to work on, and bear with me, I'm working on that.
Remind me after this, Perry, to tell you a quick story when my first day on the mic. My good old friend, partner, and best friend Kyle Seipel put me right on the spot.
Oh, if you just mentioned Kyle Seipel putting you on the spot, that doesn't surprise me to begin with, but after this monster matchup, we'll tell a story. Hunter Patton, left side, out of Texas. Val Torres, senior, right side. Oh, Val turns it 4,000 red. Hunter Patton, 002 on the green side. Hunter, 002, 7,000 under. I think he's ready to keep taking some serious swings, don't you think, Peter? And Val took a serious swing right there, but unfortunately on the red side, he'll have to just put a few more numbers in the box and get back after it tomorrow.
Well, when you have two drivers like that hear about each other, that are from probably 1,000 miles apart from each other and get a chance to race each other, they're going to go for the throat.
Light, Kurt Gross, 21,000 in his pocket on the starting line, turns it into a win light to be 12,000 above, right side not on file, goes 493 on the 489 after being 21,000 behind on the start. 447 dial, left side driver not on file, Bobby Dye Jr. Bobby Dye Jr. and Sean Langdon are sharing that car this weekend. Now, Bobby Dye, anywhere he goes on the West Coast, whether it's Super Comp or brackets, he's always a threat. Specialty Fasteners, him and his family run that company. 4,000 separate him. Bobby Dye rocking the scoop, taking 3,000 at the stripe to go dead 8 for the win. Left side a little behind at the start, goes dead 7 to be 3,000 behind. Left side, Tanner Theobald, 495 dialed. It's not on file, but I'm assuming that's Tanner. Right side, Shane Thompson. Now, Shane Thompson, if you happen to see Shane Thompson, give him a handshake. Thank him for Maytag Silver State Refrigeration for sponsoring today. Shane really puts his heart into supporting bracket racing all over the West Coast, and supporting the Fling. So when you see Shane at any point this weekend, please do us a favor and shake his hand and tell him thank you. 11 thou separatum, top end, win light. Shane Thompson. Shane's behind 9 thou on reaction time, but is going to get behind, be under 7 thou. Tanner Theobald took 29 thou at the stripe. Margin of victory was just about 200ths of a second there. Again, I'm got to think hard to do this double breakout math here. You know, it's no different than driving a race car. You know, you can't let it frustrate you. You just work on it. And I find myself, I'm starting to get frustrated. So just got to be mindful of the fact that just got to work on it. You know, it ain't a big deal. I'll get used to it one way or another. Bob Siemens, left side, 517 dial. Driver not on file on the right side, 484 dial. Now separate him, top end, win light, 006 on the right side, 6 thou under for the win. Right side, got there first by 1 thou, but breaks out by 19 thou. So 6 thou breakout for the win on the right side, 19 thou breakout on the left. Finally got it. Finally did the math in time before the other pair goes. See? You just, as my mom always told me my whole life, just never give up. So, here we go, on to the next pair. Kevin Johnson, 503, left side. Chris Whitfield, right side, 471 dial. Red light start from 2 thou, Kevin Johnson. Chris Whitfield goes 465 on the 471, gets a free time shot. Kevin Johnson unfortunately fouling it out, but Chris Whitfield back in the show. Travis Theobald, part of the Theobald family, 484. Lexus Thompson, daughter of Shane Thompson, so you got Shane Thompson, Kevin Heffington, Alexis, and her sister Morgan Rose. You got at least 4 drivers in the family racing in the stable. You gotta love seeing them out there having fun, and they deserve every bit of that, especially for their support sponsoring today's Maytag Silver State Refrigeration. And again, reminding y'all, there's $30,000 up for grabs. Somebody's going to be holding that Fling big check and getting the trophies. And speaking of Theobalds, Travis Theobald made the Spring Fling trophies. So whether it's a $30,000 a win trophy or a Spring Fling million trophy, that was made by Mr. Travis Theobald, who's unfortunately not going to turn on the win light here. Lexus Thompson does turn on the win light. 017, 4 thou unders, gonna get it done. Travis was 35 thou under, got it again. All right, gonna continue to try and repeat the exact amount in thousandths of the breakout. I'm working on it, guys. And if I happen to be off, if I say it's a 15 thou breakout, it's really a 25 thou breakout, just do me a favor, don't laugh at me.
You laughed at me when I got your age, guessed your age wrong by 5 years.
You're an exception to the rule. I can do that with you anytime, Peter. Final call dragsters for the 5 background. Jeremy Wilson turns it red, left side, not on file. Not on file, but I don't care who you are. When you're 009 and dead 1 on a 457, that's getting it done. 10-pack. So whoever you are, not on file, 10 total. Like I said, I don't care who you are. If you can lay down 10 total, you're going to turn on a lot of win lights here. Johnny Carter, left side, 498 dial. Daryl Pettit, right side, 519 dial. Daryl Pettit going to turn on the wind light. 018 on the tree, dead on 2 to be 20 total. Johnny Carter, a little behind at the starting line, goes 1 above to be behind at the stripe. So Daryl Pettit back in the show. Justin Hoff, 468 dial, left side. Jerry Calloway, right side, 487 dial. For those of you that are in the stands, if you can hear this, can you wave to the tower? There you go. Thank you, guys. I appreciate, even though there's not very many of you, I know that the longer the Fling events come on, we hope to someday fill those stands. So we appreciate the support from each and every one of you. You guys are awesome. Thank you for coming out. Justin Hoff going to get the win. 7th thou under. 467.3 on the 468. Jerry Calloway, 5th thou on the red side, runs it to be dead on 3. Peter, we've talked about the whole red and dead on concept. I mean, anytime there's a red and dead on, you got to think a lot of times it happens to be like 10th thou from a perfect run. So drivers, if that happens to you, don't be ashamed. You're going, we got to go for the throat here.
I always preach aggression. Just go after it. It's not going to happen by itself.
That's for sure. Aggression is always, it'll be more in your favor in this sport than hinder you. That's for sure. Michael Pennington, left side, 472. 1 thou separate him. 001 to 002. How about take one to be 18th thou above for the win? Michael Pennington, 002, 473 with the 3. So that's a 14 pack on the right side, driver not on file, to Michael Pennington's 15 pack. You know, a 15 pack, I think out here will win you, I'm going to say 75 to 78% of all rounds that you're in or more. But to lay down 15 total and to not light up the scoreboard, there's no shame in that whatsoever. That's a great job done. And going back to, it is a right time, right place, right time kind of sport. Big time starting line advantage for Brittany. Oh, but breaks out. Brittany under 4th thou. Unfortunately getting there by a full dragster length. Don Sefton goes dead 1, being behind on the starting line. That's why I guess there's 2 ends to the track. So Don Sefton moving on. Philip Pennington in his new to the family 2017 dragster. 490 dial. Right lane, Diane Pettit, 551.
Cortland Carter, you are our potential buy, and you should be at least making your way up to the stage lanes, because the lanes are running thin with dragsters. We're about ready. As a matter of fact, let's do it. Gear Wrench Pro round 2. The stage lanes 1 and 3. Gear Wrench Pro round 2.
How about Philip Pennington, 17, take 5 to be 27th thou above the dial for the win. Diane breaks out 6th thou, but unfortunately being behind on the starting line, she's going to be behind 5th thou. Megan Molinari, left side, 419 dial in the blown M&M top dragster. Gary Devenpeck in the other blown top dragster 435 dial. Now last year at the Las Vegas Divisional, shout out to Jack Sadler, I was fortunate enough to get the opportunity to wheel his blown M&M top dragster, very similar to Megan's car that's in the left lane, and I was fortunate to go 415 to the 8th, and man, that was a fun ride. Whoa, hang on, Megan. Gary's gonna coast it for the win. They're both identical, 028 on the tree.
You know what I noticed that time? So Gary Davenport dialed 430s. Megan was nowhere to be found, but he was getting spotted 210s in a dragster. You can't really see behind you much. I mean, you could see over, you could see, you know, probably to your back panel over your shoulder, but he wasn't sure if Megan was coming on him, and he did rip the throttle a few times just to be safe to stay in front, and I think he did a really good job, actually. He didn't lose momentum just in case he was charging hard, and turned on the wind light, sealed the deal.
Well, you also got to think that if you got a dragster here at Las Vegas, 2,300 foot base altitude, not knowing what the density altitude is, double red light, true start affair. Left side, 009 red, lesser of the two. Gonna turn on the wind light. Anyways, when you have a dragster, especially a blown alcohol dragster that you typically run in top dragster and you're dialed 430s here, you're gonna think, what are the odds of being 0.2 slower in the 8th? But going back to the blower cars, I will tell you, there is nothing like driving a blower car. Forever grateful that got the opportunity from Jack Sadler to wheel one. And man, those things are so much fun. And it's kind of one of those things where I just hope that everybody can get an opportunity to do something like that once in their career, because there's nothing like the sound of a blower. And man, once they get moving past the 60 foot, they just pull hard. So we're just going to hold for a minute, just check out the starting line here. Seeing the pro cars coming into the lanes, thank you for answering the call for round number 2 as we round out the dragsters here. Just going to take the tractor out really quick and do a quick sweep and drag.
So remember I was telling you the first day I announced, Kyle put me on the spot?
All right, Peter, let's hear it. Here we go.
All right, so we're in Bristol. It's 2010. We're rookies at race ops, race promoting, all of this stuff. We just thought we could throw something together, and don't get me wrong, we put a lot into it. But when we got there, it was a different story. 80-90% chance of rain, 4 days. Not even kidding. At the low.
I like to say, I wish I could say everyone had a happy story in the last 3 months, but a lot of people you talk to have been out of work, and some people have been dealing with some illnesses with this whole COVID deal, but we got through it. We're here, and we should really feel blessed. I know Kyle, Emily, and myself have been looking forward to this day for a long, long time, and we opened up the gates. You guys showed up big, as usual. We really do appreciate it. We hope you're excited about racing. Everyone I've been talking to is excited, and we're about to go after it.
cars are firing up. We're getting ready to pull our first pair into the water box, and it is going to be a lot of fun. And now, it's time to do a little racing for real.
Everybody, your Strange Engineering $100,000 champion.
Racers, once again, good afternoon and welcome to Bristol Dragway as we are getting underway with the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. It is main event Friday, a Maytag Silver State Refrigeration Day. Racers have come from all over the country to participate in what will be one of the greatest fling races that has ever been held.
Father God, we thank you so much, and we come to you with extremely humble heart and what you've done for us. Father, we could never do enough to repay what you've given us, and all of God's people said, amen.
Banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
It's $1 Million Day. The cars have fired. We're pulling them into the water box. God bless America, and let's go racing.
With your champion today, Scotty Richardson. I can see it in your eyes and your emotion right now. How are you feeling about what you just accomplished, Scotty?
Speechless, to be honest with you. And this is one special to me just because we all say we want to win certain races, and this is one that I really wanted to win. Man upstairs was with me all day.
Right side, 16, one above for the win. Mike Bloomfield, little behind at the start, gets behind to be 12th thou above. Right side not on file, moving on. 7 thou separate him. Win light to Ron Sears. How about 7 take 3 thou at the stripe to be 34 thou above for the win? Left side, not a bad lap. 014 on the tree, but goes 3 above the dial to be just 3 thou behind. I'm going to say a 462 at 142. That's down a little mile an hour. May have given that one back 3 thou. How about Dynamite Dan Lafferty, also known as the Boise Blaster? 451 dial, Laureen Rogers. 582 dial, right side, in the Yancer Fender Dragster. Laureen turns it red. Lafferty, 011 on the green side, dead 2. How about Lafferty getting back into the show? 011 dead 2, 13 total. I was saying that Lafferty was hungry earlier. He's still hungry, going 13 total. Dan is back in the show, and he's going to go into round number 2 with both the Roadster and the Dragster. Left side, 492 dial, driver not on file. Right side, Dustin Wirtz, 504. Dustin Wirtz goes dead 8 for the win, back in the show. David Cook, 479 dial, left side, Novato, California, pretty much neighbors. I mean, that's the next town over from me. And yes, I do happen to know him well. Shane Molinari in the Pro-Charged M&M on the right side. 4 flat is the dial. Now, last round, Shane was dialed at a 398, and that was the first time I'd seen a dial in the 3-second bracket. So, well, not bracket, just 3-second dial. Dead 7, 20 total for Dave Cook. Shane Molinari a little behind at the starting line, but goes 403 at 178 on that 4 flat dial. So David Cook back in the show. Left side, Robert Domino, 455 dial. Right side, driver not on file, 485. Three-tenths of a second, the head start going to the right side. Separate him. Win light. How about Rob Domino? 003, dead 9, taking 18th out at the stripe for the win. 12 total for Robert Domino. Right side, 021, dead 9, not a bad lap. Rob Domino, 12 total, getting back in the show. Rodney Frazier, left side, 457 dial. Gene Heaton, 454 on the right side. 0.03 of a second, the difference in ET. momentum, and it's going to turn into a win light. Dead 7, 457 for Rodney Frazier. Gene Heaton goes 300 above the dial, a little behind at the starting line. So Rodney back in the show. Chris Lindsay, left side, Lindsay Racing Products. Now, Chris Lindsay gave away a set of wheels for the first 000, which happened to go to Mark Kidd. And in addition to Mark Kidd being the first 000, he put down a perfect run. I'll tell you what, Peter, first weekend on the mic, and I get to call a perfect run. I would have never imagined that in my wildest dreams.
As PJ North once said, welcome to the Fling.
That's right. Right side, driver not on file, 490 dial, so just under 1/10 of a second. Head start, going to Chris Lindsay. Separate him, top end. Win light is going to go to the right side, not on file. 006 getting behind 17th thou to break out 11th thou. Chris Lindsay under 38th thou after being 016 on the tree. Took 17th thou at the stripe. Driver not on file. Back in the show. Neither driver on file in this pair. 471 left side, right side 482. Separate them. One of them's 003. The 003's not going to turn on the win light. 16 dead 6 right side for the win. Gets behind 21 thou. Left side took 21 at the stripe to break out 2 thou. Needed 19 or less. Jimmy Wenger. 470 dial left side. Right side, Sugar Shane Carr, 450 dial. 0.2 of a second head start going to Jimmy. Separate him. Win light's gonna go to Jimmy. 008, take 11 to be 23 thou above for the win. Shane Carr a little bit behind, also 2 above the dial. So Jimmy back in the show. Marlon Goetz. Left side, 489 dial. Right side, driver not on file, 512 dial. Red for Marlon. Right side, 009, dead 514 total for the driver not on file. Marlon, 001 red, 4 thou under the dial. That's a really good swing right there. Good swing by both these drivers. 14 total on the right side, gonna get it done. Neil Presimoni, Las Vegas, Nevada. He's a local here, 591 dial. Corey Galletti, 481 dial, last night's winner in the American Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout in his second entry. 16 thou separate him. Top end, win light to Neil. Neil goes dead 9, 591 after being behind on the tree. Corey goes 483 at 125 to get behind 0008. Danny Northrup, 483 dial, left side. Matt Lee, right side at a 476. Red for Matt Lee. Northrup, 006, 16 thou above. So Danny Northrup back in the show. I believe we have one pair in the buy car remaining for the buyback round of dragsters, and then we will move on into Gear Wrench Pro round number 2. Johnny Carter, left side, 493 dial. Right side, Shane Molinari, 427 in the blower car. Johnny Carter, after Shane Molinari blows the tires off, is going to run it down and break out by 13th thou. Shane Molinari had the starting line advantage by 200, even though he idled it down track. Johnny Carter breaks out, and Shane's going to get the win light.
And obviously, Marco, it's easy on this side of the glass to say, oh, why didn't he hit the brakes? Why didn't he let out of it? And he did actually let out of it a little bit, but I can attest from running Top Dragster when I was dialed 715 in Anthony's car on a big weather swing day, first round of Charlotte, against a 615 car. He broke in the start line and I broke out. Because you could, and I was out of it like 17 mile an hour. It was just, his car picked up a ton, but I've done the same thing. You could only see so far back. I mean, I could turn my head like an owl, but you still got the headers, the tires.
Carter, 3 thou on the red side, getting the single. 11 thou above, so that's going to round out the buyback round. So we are going to do some track prep, going to do a drag and spray. Moving on, going to momentarily move on to round number 2 of Gear Wrench Pro.
You know what that means, right, Marco?
What's that, Peter?
Round 2 is Biondo round 2, best losing package.
Biondo round 2, all right.
Biondo Racing Products, best losing package in round 2 is going to get a Sparko fire suit, courtesy of Biondo Racing Products. Now, the cool thing about this is it's not a cert. We have all sizes, pants and jacket. It's like walking into a fitting room. You come up here, if you have the best losing package second round, we'll get you right into the fitting room, we'll get you looking good, and right out the door in a brand new fire suit.
And speaking of fitting rooms and needing a fire suit, it was November last year. I needed a driving suit in a panic. Next day aired to me. Didn't know a size or anything. I just gave you guys some dimensions, and the suit came on time, was able to race, and man, it fits perfect.
That's it. And look at Timbo out there. That's our man.
Shout out to Timbo and Donnie Saban.
That's right. They are working the banners, taking the FTI down because round 1's over. Biondo goes up for round 2. He is on it. Him and Donnie Saban. Can't say enough about the staff that we have here, that we formed. It's one big family, and I mean that.
Performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags!
This raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags!
This raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief.
Electronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Fuel Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable but innovative.
In the range vintages of these pro cars. 22 thou separate them. Scott Burton, 10 on the tree, gets behind to go 3 above. Jeremy Wilson, a little behind on the tree, gets there first, breaks out, 31 thou. Chris Arnett, left side, 682. Steve Lambert, right side, 769.
Big prime in Malibu, I like it. 682 dial in. Going to send out Steve Lambert, just a little less than 1 second handicap.
5 thou separate him. Top end, win light. Gonna go to Chris. 18 on the tree, 22 thou above. Steve Lambert, not far behind, 023 on the tree, goes 5 above. So Chris Arnett moving on to round 3. Cliff Hall, 646 dial, left side. Nicky Thomas, 632 dial, right side. We got a Falcon on the left and a pick-em-up truck on the right, both from nearly opposite sides of the country. Northern California on the left, Ohio on the right. Double 07 red for Cliff. Nicky 008 green. 28 thou above. Cliff 7 thou on the red side and 8 thou under the dial. That's a good swing that Cliff took at it, but Nicky had a great run there. I mean, both were 00 from perfect off the bottom. Ron the Hammer Nichols, 725 left side in the Olds 442. Right side Josh Furstenberg in the 71 Comet. Big time starting line advantage for one of them. Ron the Hammer Nichols on a double breakout. 025 on the tree, 2 thou under for the win. Josh, behind on the starting line, got there second, breaks out 9 thou. Ron the Hammer Nichols moving on to round number 3. Jeff Jones, left side, 595 dial. Randy Biddle, also known as RBJ, on the right side for Randy Biddle Jr. Now Randy and his wife Jessica, all the way from Christiansburg, Virginia. Jeff Jones out of Southern California. Again, Peter, I guarantee you these guys have probably never faced each other, being that they're on opposite sides of the country. 1 thou separate all the distance across the country, but 1 thou separate them. Win light's going to go to RBJ. 011 3 thou under. Jeff Jones, that's a good lap off the bottom. 12 takes 16 to break out 2 hun.
And how about this matchup? Justin Lamb versus Sasha Hofer. Now, if you're sitting in the grandstands, you might say the advantage goes to former world champion, multi-time NHRA world champion. And don't get me wrong, Justin is one of the most talented, if not the most talented driver on the bottom bulb. But Sasha Hofer, I watched her mow him down a few weeks ago at Tucson.
Absolutely, ruddered up in the 50K there. One of them's got a starting line advantage. Top end, win light to Justin. How about 9 take 4 to be 17 thou above? Justin doing what he does best. Sasha a little behind on the starting line, 16 thou under the dial. Justin turns on the win light in the Copo, going to come right back around and get in the Cobalt before Super Pro Door Car goes.
And that's why he's a multi-time national event champion. High-pressure situations, when the stakes are up and you have a tough opponent in the other lane, it's all about who brings it at the moment, and Justin did just that.
Mark Kidd, the man that put down the perfect run earlier in his dragster, back in his beautiful 67 Chevy Nova. Chevy 2, we'll talk about that difference more later. 022 for Mark Kidd, 3 above for the win. Jeff Rates a little bit behind on the tree and also 3 above. Difference in reaction time, Mark Kidd gets the nod. Freddie Jackson, 599 dial on the left side. Brad Burton in the stock Eliminator Firebird. 2-time world champion, Freddie, the local out of Las Vegas. Freddie turns it red. Brad Burton getting a free pass to round 3. Brad goes 22 thou under. Being that Freddie Jackson was on the red side, Brad Burton, he got to run it on through. So Brad Burton moving on. Andy Schmall. Andy, 619 dial left side. Chris Citro, 646 dial on the right side in the Fox Body Mustang. Now we talk about Justin Lamb in high pressure situations in divisionals and nationals. Andy Schmall has essentially, he's dominated bottom bulb bracket racing here on the West Coast. And Andy's going to turn on the win light, 20 on the tree, 5 thou under the dial. Chris Citro was 6 thou on the red side and goes 18 thou above. So Andy moving on. Joe Oler, 632 dial, left side. Dwayne Scheitlin, 657 dial, right side. Red for Dwayne, green for Joe. Joe moving on. Joe goes 2 above, getting the free look. Next pair, Chris Johnston. Now, Chris Johnston, I was mentioning that he made the move to Georgia earlier in the day. Chris Johnston is also at Pomona. He won the 2019 Pro ET National Championship. And here he is driving Dustin Henge's Camaro. Bill Perry, local out of Las Vegas, Nevada, 785 dial. Big time starting line advantage. Win light's going to go to Bill. 009, 26 thou above. Chris goes dead on 1, but unfortunately being behind on the starting line put him behind at the finish line. So Bill moving on. Richard Baya in the 57 Chevy. Jamie Sturdivant, racing this weekend with her father, the 09 fendered Yancer dragster. Eight-tenths of a second split between the two. How about 3 thou separate 'em? Combined or 005? Jamie 004, 10 thou above, 14 total. Richard 001, 8 hun above. But unfortunately for Richard, just couldn't run the number. So Jamie, after being 14 total, moving on to round number 3. How about that? And a dragster off the bottom being 14 total. John Cazzetti in the wheel standing wagon, left side. Brian Cerruti, right side. Now Brian Cerruti, he's made it to 2 final rounds, once in a 20,000, once in a 30,000 event, back-to-back years. And he's going to turn on the win light. 030 on the tree, 1 above for the win. John Cazzetti was 14 thou behind in reaction time, takes a thou at the stripe to break out 5 thou. Leo Glassbrenner in the Stock Eliminator 2014 Copo Camaro 602. Right side, Vince Generalo Jr. in the 65 Nova. Can't even remember if I said it, but in case I didn't, Vince is at a 585. Start for Vince. Leo 004 green and 3 above. So Leo bringing the Copo on back for round number 3. C.W. Hofer 766. CW and his wife Sasha, they pretty much drive identical cars, and they run within a couple hundredths of each other at all times. C-Dub, 766 left side. How about Nasty Nick Hastings? Now, CW has had a ton of success on the West Coast, but Nick Hastings is arguably one of the best bottom bulbers that there is. So this is actually a monster matchup here. And as advertised, they're on it. 8 thou separate him. Win light to C-Dub. CW, 24. Dead 2. Nick Hastings 16. Take 22 to break out 12 thou. CW making the right call, getting behind, dropping to dead 2. Michael Clement 706 dial left side. Jamie's father Charles Sturdivant 543 dial on the right side in the Yancer race. Top end, Winlight. Winlight's going to go to Michael. 017, 9. Both drivers are 9 thou under. The difference was the reaction time. Better of the two goes to Michael with the 017. So Michael Clement moving on. Robin Harris. 659 dial, left side. Right side, Phil Unruh in the Superstock Cobalt 586. 10 thou separate them, they're both on it. Top end. Winlight goes to Robin. 15, 13 thou above, 28 thousandths package for the win. Phil Unruh 005 take 24 to be 1 thou under. Phil Unruh, 1 thou away from being 5 total. That was a good race. John Tripp, left side, 607. Wesley Eisinga, right side, 614. get the free pass and goes 11 thou under, so Wesley bringing the Valiant back to round 3. Jeannie Northrup, 637 in her 67 Camaro that she calls Frank. Right side, Lindy Lindholm in the 17 stock eliminator Copo Camaro, 608. Lindy turns it red, so Jeannie's going to get the free pass. And on that 637 dial, she's going to go 7 thou under. So Jeannie bringing Frank back for round number 3. Steve Lambert, left side in the El Camino 657 dial. How about the birthday boy, Dennis Paz? Good friend up from Northern California in the 65 Super Stock M Automatic El Camino. Now Dennis Paz, he's been back all the way back to the Jegs All-Stars with this thing. So when it comes to Super Stock and brackets, trust me, he is no joke. And neither has Steve Lambert. Been putting down good runs this weekend out of Boise, Idaho. One of them's got a big time starting line advantage. One of them is 1 thou from perfect. But the win light's going to go to Dennis Paz. Dennis Paz gets behind. He's behind on the starting line, goes 8 thou under. Meanwhile, Steve Lambert goes 35 thou under after Paz drops the nose at the stripe. So Dennis Paz, even though he was behind on the tree, makes it work on the top end. So Dennis continuing his, I'm not going to say birthday celebration, but you know, anytime we're out here racing, it's a celebration. We're having a good time. So Dennis celebrating his birthday by racing, and going to continue that on to round number 3. Ricky Duchelle, left side, 622. Kyle Rizzoli, 632, right side. 1 thou separate him. Top end, win light. Kyle Rizzoli, 16, dead 6 on the 632. Ricky Duchelle, 17, take 14. That's fantastic off the bottom to be under 9 thou. Needed to take 5 or less. Curtis Zinzalita, 657 on the left side. Jeff Staley, 652 on the right. Separate him. Top end. Gonna go to Jeff. Jeff goes 28 thou above for the win. Curtis, 51 thou above. Jeff had 13 thou better in reaction time and used it to his advantage to turn on the win light. John Brooks, left side, 659. Dylan Haug, right side. How about Dylan going off the bottom in addition to driving his dragster? And Dylan's at a 656. Red for John, green for Dylan. Dylan moving on into round number 3 and goes 658 on the 56 dial. John Brooks, after being 12 on the red side, goes dead 6. So Dylan moving on. Scott Taylor, left side, 720 is the dial. Darren Taylor, right side, 616. Big time starting line advantage, one of them. But the one that didn't have the starting line advantage is going to turn on the win light. Darren Taylor behind on the starting line goes 17th thou above, getting there second. Scott Taylor was 008 on the tree and goes 21 thou under. So Darren moving on. Matt Kielman, left side 669 dial on the wheel standing 70 Nova. John Tobias, 620 dial in the shorty front brake dragster. Thou separate them. Win light goes to Kielman. How about 17 take 4th thou at the stripe to be 29th thou above for the win. Tobias a little behind on the tree, tried to run him down, but breaks out and goes 4th thou under. So Matt moving on to round number 3. Jeff LaSalle, left side, 664. Larry McLanahan, 565. The Cobra Jet on the right side. Jeff, been racing that 67 RT for as long as I can remember. Start Jeff LaSalle by just 0.03 of a second and goes 6 thou under. McClanahan goes 560 on the 565. So Jeff 3 red and 6 thou under. So Larry moving on. Henry Robertson, 752 left side. This is a pretty good matchup here, Peter. You got Henry in the Fox Body Mustang and Justin Lamb in the Cobalt on the right side. Now, Henry's going to get a head start by just about 2 seconds, and Justin's going to try and chase him down. Separate them, they are on it. Win light's gonna go to Justin Lamb. How about 004 take 16 to be 27th thou above for the win? So Justin got both his entries rolling into round number 3. Henry's 012 on the tree, 35th thou above the dial. That's a good lap. That's just a great race. So as advertised, both these drivers brought their A game, but it'll be Justin moving on. This is a monster matchup for the final pair of pro. Big check Brandon Umberger, 587 in the Chevette. Nick Hastings, 606 in the Mustang. Win light goes to Nasty Nick, 18 on the tree, 24th thou above. Brandon a little behind on the starting line, 34th thou above. Super Pro door car with a blue run sticker for round number 2. We will take you to the staging lanes now. So Super Pro door cars, blue run sticker, round number 2, we will take you to the lanes. Speaking of Super Pro door car, here we go. Super Pro door car edition of Biondo, round number 2. Left side, Jess Biddle, 648 dial. In the 66 Chevy 2 wagon. Now, there's been a lot of conversation about what the difference is between a Chevy 2 and a Nova. Between my sister and I, we have 3 Chevy 2s together, and to be honest, I can't say that I know the difference. It's just such a gray area. Right side, Chase Trimp in the Brogy Roadster, 584. Chase Trimp. Chase Trimp, 33 thou above the dial. Jess Biddle, unfortunately a little bit under 643 on the 648. So Chase, fortunately for Chase that is, moving on. Will Carroll in the grocery getter. Well, I want to say that anything 67 and earlier is considered a Chevy 2, but I want to say the SS model in either 66 or 67 was an SS Nova, like they somehow combined them. So I'm going to say Will Carroll in the Chevy 2, 744 Vincent Horton. One of them is 000, and it's going to be Vincent for the win. How about that? Off the bottom, 000, dead one. 1 thou total. Actually, I take that back. I kept thinking we were in pro. I apologize, but top bulb, bottom bulb, there have been 3 packages better than 1 total. I apologize for the mistake that I made there. So, because we're in Super Pro door car now. So Vincent, 1 total.
A 1-pack's a 1-pack, Marco. It's getting it done.
That's right. Greg Dreer in the Chevette left side. Gordon Boven. Win light's going to go to Gordon Boven. 002. 18 thou under. Greg Dreer a little behind on the starting line. Got their first 2 thou, but breaks out by 5 hun. All right, everyone. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Peter.
Moving on, Little Bloomy, Mike Bloomfield Jr. and Philip Pennington. That's a mammoth matchup, round number 2. And give the nod to Little Bloomy, Mike Bloomfield. 011, dead 3, nice 14 thou package. Going to take out the hitter, Pennington from Texas. He was 027, 1 above, and let the pickup truck just have too much room on him. I am in the booth with Mr. Eric Reyes.
Thank you very much, Peter.
We are in Beyond round 2, Maytag 30K. Wednesday. They're getting after it out there, Eric.
Yes, they are. I was listening to you and Marco, and of course, Marco's going to take a little break right here because he's doing such a terrific job. You got to have a little bit of a break just to get good for the next shot. Let's take a look here. AJ Ash, 11 on the tree, 580 with a 5, is going to handle the business right here. Phil Garrison with a 550 dial goes 546.
All right, little old school roadster right there on the right side. It's going to stage up Gary McNaka and Jody George. Nice little Buick Regal, 84. You know, my brother had an 86 Grand National. Still does. From the showroom floor, has probably only about 15,000 miles on it. Many, many years later. Jody dials 642. Little over one bulb handicap to Gary McNaughton.
There they go. Somebody's got a big lead at the starting line. And it's not going to pay off as Gary McNaughton goes 47 on the tree. He's 578, a little under, but Jody George, after a 007 light, is going to just go too far under, and he's 638 at 109.
You know, I'm surprised Gary broke out 18th out right there. He took the long way. He used about 710 out of that 660 feet in the right lane.
He sure did.
He just veered off to the center and brought nice job of driving, but the 047 reaction time was what got him right there. Jody George 007.
All right, next pair. Rocky out of Virginia. 590's the dial. Ken Sweo out of Oregon. 586 is the dial. Only 8 foul in between these guys. Through the eyes is going to be Give It to the Capri. 12 on the tree. 587 with a 212 above is going to be good enough to Rocky had a 20 light, which is obviously a great light, and only goes 13 thou over, but the 33 pack is just not going to be good enough. He's 9 thou behind. Super Gas Camaro right side. That's Sean Schaefer is what it says up here. And on the left side we got Butch Warner out of Nampa, Idaho. And guess where Sean's from? Boise, Idaho. Come on, guys, how'd you do that? That's all right. 501 for Sean in the right. Butch got 529 on his car. And it's the Battle of Idaho going on right now.
I'm a fan of those late 80s Grand Ams. I just like them.
Yeah, I like that too.
They make a good race car.
Isn't AJ Ash's Calais or something like that? Looks similar.
It's a Grand Am.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a Pontiac.
Here we go. And you would know about Pontiacs.
I do.
There they go. They're green. And what little, how about this? Sean Schaefer's 006 dead 9. How about 15 cents, buddy? Here, I got some, I got 15 cents for you. What do you got? Butch misses it a little bit and goes 7 thou under, and it's just not going to work for him. Corey Jackson, right side, 499 is the dial. Going up against Danny Mack. Little Daniel McClellan, Orange, California, in the 27 Roadster, dialed in at 537. Roadster versus Roadster. Corvette's ready. Roadster's ready. Here we go. Red light start by 1/1000th of a second for Corey. And Danny Mack is going to go 12 on the tree. 534, but hey, he had a nice free look there. Good for him.
Now we see K-Mac. You're pretty familiar with this family, Eric.
Very familiar, growing up in the 70s, listening to Grandpa Mac on the mic and those like Steve Evans, just incredible family, and glad to call them a friend, that's for sure. All right, there they go. Kevin looks like he's in control. Let's see what happens at the other end. Oh yeah, 002, 2 thou under for K-Mac. Bill Dykes is 571.5 on the 572, but he was a little tardy at the start, so the Utah runner is going to have to, what round is this? I'm sorry, I don't know.
Round 2.
Round 2.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, especially at home on Bank Shift, the live feed, this is Eric Reyes on the mic for the first time this weekend. He is one of the first time ever.
Yeah.
This is one of the best, most talented natural artists, painters that you'll ever find. He's done many a helmet for many a champion, and we're proud to have him part of the Fling family this weekend.
One of my favorite stories, let's talk about Gary Roost here real quick, because that's a beautiful 55 in the right lane. He's going to go 008 on the starting line. Looks like he's in control. Guess what? He goes 6 flat on that 601, but that's good enough because Austin goes 650 on that 653 dial, and that's just a little too quick. But that 008 was, that's pretty much locking him out. But back to the helmet story that I want to tell you about real quickly. Did a helmet for Sneaky Pete, and he's racing in Indy, and you know how Indy lasts a long time, and I'm sure he could tell you the story better, but typical me, I get the helmet done late. He says send it to Indy anyway, and he pops the thing on, and I don't know what day it was, but ends up...
It was down to the 8 quarterfinal.
Okay, so see, you didn't wear it during the other rounds, then you pop it on and end up winning, but thank you very much for doing that. All right, right side is going to be your winner, 491 on a 490, and he's 15 on the tree for Dick Vandermeer. Left side, Shelby Williams, 40 on the tree, and goes a little quick. She's 684 with a 9. Anyway, I was very honored to be a part of that victory, that's for sure. Right side, we got Davey Adams out of Valley Center, California, where I'm from, not the city, but the state. Kevin Heffington, Moxie Washington, 672 is the dial. They're both green. 300s between them. Who's going to get that board? How about dead 9 for the win? 20 on the tree, dead on the dial, 29 total. And guess what, Kevin? After being 50 on the tree, mathematically ineligible. Okay, that's the last time I'm going to do that. Oh, how about a couple of trucks on the starting line?
That's Eric, that's a wide wheelbase truck in the left lane.
And it sure is.
I mean, the tires look like they're about 2 feet further apart than the truck in the right lane.
Yeah, you could probably drive the truck in the right lane underneath the truck in the left lane.
But you know what they say about bracket racing? Run what you brung.
Absolutely.
Run a number.
That's right. There they go. They're green. Big advantage for someone. I'm not going to spoil it just yet. And there goes the win light. 005 721 on the 719 dial for Carla Greenow out of Idaho Falls. And look at this, Greg, who she raced was from Meridian, Idaho as well. 51 on the tree, and is just kind of over right there. But you know, when you race your pal, or I don't know if they're pals, but you're both from Idaho and you come out here to the Fling, at least one of you get to move forward, so that's a good thing. Right side, J.R. Learcamp, 541. Left side, Spencer Massey, 635. Both these guys been down the track before, and there's only one foul between them through the eyes. It's going to be Spencer Massey. How about that? 636 with a 29 light. J.R. goes 542 on the 541 with a 30 light. Only one foul between them. Texas over Washington. Speaking of heavy hitters, how about this one? Attention on the starting line. How about Bo Butner right side, Michael Pennington left side. 505 the dial for Pennington, 501 the dial for Bo Butner. Butner out of Floyd's Knolls, Indiana. Lavernia, Texas for the Pennington family in the 34 Ford. There's a lot of wind slips in the back pockets of these two drivers. Staging up carefully. Bo's blanketed in. Here comes Pennington. And it's a red light start by 3 stinking foul for Bo. He's only 7th thou under 2. But let's look at the 27 light for Michael. And he goes 506 with an 8 for the win. Couple familiar racers right here. These guys could race each other whenever they want, really. They live near each other. You got Wesley Anderson in the left lane, 553 is the dial. Larry Scarth, right side, 622, Hawthorne, California. Wes Anderson, La Mirada, California, in the Roadster. So you got an old school super gas Roadster in the left, and you got an old school, just old school hot rod in the right. Looks like you could go to In-N-Out Burger after this. There goes Larry, and he turns it red by 2 stinking foul. And he goes 5 thou under the dial. What a... So you're a 7-pack, no good. Wes, 30 on the tree, dead 5. Good lap for Wesley. All right. Funny car Chris up in the left side. Airing out the smoke from the burnout. 659 is the dial. Right side, look at the fast car. Bill Botello, 494, the dial. Out of Smith, Nevada, staging it up. The 05 Grand Am versus the 68 Camaro. Funny car taking his time getting it in there with that beautiful mullet. Both of them are green, and there's only 4 thou between them. Coming through the other end, it's gonna be gay. Give it to the 80-year-old. How about that? 33 on the tree, 11 above. 37 on the tree for Funny Car, and he's 13 above. Oh, what a great race. 006 at the other end.
How about this, Eric? Pair of, what do you call that, first gen, right?
First gen on the right side.
You would think I would know this by now, but I'm just learning that whole first, second, third gen stuff.
It depends on who you talk to. The 69 can be considered a first gen as well.
I assumed it was.
The body style is so different that I don't, but it definitely is. All right, somebody's in control here. At the other end, it's going to be Dustin Henches, 18 on the tree to be 19 thou above. Dave Gotts is 52 on the tree, and that kind of spelled defeat right there when you let go at 52 away from a perfect light. All right, next pair. How about John McComb, Corvette Roadster, 63 Corvette out of Clovis, California, 589 is the dial. Dave Adams, that's not Dave Adams. That's a Hofer. I don't know what's going on there, but all I can tell you is what's on my screen. That's C-Dub, and that's John McComb, and they both missed the tree a little bit, only 100th between them through the eyes. Give it to the Corvette. How about Dead Zero? 61 light, which is horrible, but not when there's a 71 light on the other side. So you're looking pretty good. You're holding the Hun. Then you go Dead Zeros. You locked them out. Interesting. All right, let's take a look here. Not on file in the left, but it's either Mangus or Shelby or I'm sorry guys, I'm being honest with you, I just don't know. Anyway, let's talk about this run. The little Nova's gonna light the scoreboard 704 on a 689 dial and gets the win. Why? Because the guy that just went 688 on a 688 dial, Mike Hall from Butte, Montana, goes 492 on the tree. I'm sorry, I normally wouldn't give that number up, but that's almost a half a second.
Attention in the pits. Super Pro Dragsters orange sticker with an odd number. Orange odd. Super Pro Dragsters. Odd number.
Red light start for Jim in the left lane with the Econoline, minus 19. Goes way under. Shane Thompson right side, 25 on the bulb. 502 getting a free look at it and airing it out. Awesome pair coming up here. Left side, David Butler, Lake Elsinore, California in the 74 Vega wagon. Dialed 657, Steve Williams, Cherry Valley, California. 735, yeah, that's his number. 670 is the dial. They're ready. And they're both red. You can see the light on the left lane. There's your winner, minus 10. Right lane went minus 41. So that's how you determine that. Who's closer to the perfect light? On to the next pair. And check it out. Randy Cloud, good friend of mine from the Bay Area. I remember as a kid watching his dad race, Tubby Cloud. They're out of Galt, California. And he's got a tough customer here. The $2 million man is Jeff Verdi out of Glen Allen, Virginia. How about 603 to a 605 dial? Pay attention to the starting line. Let's see if we can see who gets the vote. Well, could you see that? Well, if you could see it, it's 14th out difference, and give it to the Bay Area boy, Randy Cloud, 6042. 21 light. Jeff Verdi goes 007 and breaks it out to give the win to Randy. Oh boy, I put that time slip in a frame and put it in the bedroom. That's a that's an awesome feather in your cap, buddy. How about the good-looking Camaro Roadster right side, Phil Unruh out of Kansas, Scott Hess left side in the 66 Nova out of fairly close Surprise, Arizona. They're both off, and there's only 8 thou between them. There comes the fast car to go dead on 4 for the win. Phil Unruh, 21 on the tree, dead 4. Scott Hess, 29 on the tree, and he's 5 thou under. Gets there first by 1 thou.
So pro ladders at 8, and then the winner gets put into the...
But he's under. Next pair. Darren Friedolfs, Napa, California. 604 is the dial. Damon Bustamante. Hey. Yeah. San Dimas, California. 2 California runners. Corvette Roadster left lane. Big old shoebox 57 Chevy in the right side. Green lights a pair. And I tell you what, that 57's in control. Let's see what happens. Yeah. How about that? 004, 606. Good for the win. Bustamante was 30 on the tree, 19th thou over. It's not going to be good enough. All right. Dennis Paz left side, 68 Nova. 624 is the dial. Another little Vega wagon here, Mike Bodnar out of Kendall Park in New Jersey. New Jersey versus California on the starting line. 633 is his dial. The 72 Vega. Taking off with a decent light here. A little bit of advantage going to the Vega wagon, and he's going to put it to use. How about 15 on the tree, dead 2. Dennis is 30 on the tree and goes dead 1. No good. Next pair, Patrick Conlon, Lake Havasu City, Arizona, in a 67 Camaro left side, dialed 550. Troy Grant, Golden, Colorado, where they make beer. 747's a dial, and he turns it red by 21 thou, giving the win to Patrick, who's 039 through the eyes, gonna go 14th thou over. Nice little lick for him. Fellow Corvette racer Brad Pierce, Riverside, California, right side, 583 is the dial. How about Jason O'Terry, Norco, left side, 92 Firebird, 707 the dial. Is that Krusty over there? Bump, 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 bump. Blink, blink. There we go. We're green. And Krusty's kind of in control here. Let's see if he can turn it into a win light. No. How about this? Krusty goes 13 on the tree. Brad Pierce is 40, but Brad Pierce goes dead 0. Is there a prize for that? He should get one. Jason goes 13 on the tree. He kind of had it in control there, but he's 705 on the 707, no good. Thank you, Mark Lalonde on the left side out of Cottonwood, Arizona is going to get the win here. He's 556 on the 54 dial, and he's 012 off the starting line, and that was a big advantage over Dennis Bauer from Colorado. He's 053, and that just spelled defeat right there. The orange Mopar and the orange Chevrolet. Race Kit, Boise, Idaho. 577. David Beatty, 601 is the dial for the judge on the right-hand side. Carefully staging for Mr. Kidd. They're in. Oh, and something wrong with races. Nova, let's see if the GTO can get through there without an issue. Oh baby. This is the kind of story that I like. Race Kid had some problems. He's 240 off the starting line. Okay, 240. David Beatty and that beautiful judge goes 008 dead 0 to take the win by almost a second down at the finish line. That is an awesome race. I mean, he's literally a breath away from giving that back to Race. Race will figure out what's wrong with that thing, and we got a long week of racing. PD Booth, right side, Long Beach in the 78 924 Porsche. He's going up against Robert Butler out of Citrus Heights, California. And there's only 8 thou between these guys, so this is going to be a tight one through. Oh, look at PD Booth, 006, 580 with a 1. He's 9 thou under. Robert Butler's 14 on the tree, respectable, but he's 11 thou under. And I tell you what, man, that's a good race for those guys. Victor Spital, Tucson, Arizona, right side, 571 is the dial. Ryan Wilson, Montrose, Colorado, in the 67 Camaro. A little over 200's advantage going to the Camaro, and he's going to pick up the win. He's 581 on the 78 dial, 3 above, and so is Victor, 3 above as well, but he's only 49 on the tree compared to Ryan's 22, so you get the advantage at the start. Guess what? You get the advantage at the end if you're both over. Pair of roadsters coming up next. Karen Snyder, Grand Junction, Colorado, in the 63 Corvette, topless, roadster. Left side, topless, roadster. 67 Camaro. Dan Lafferty out of Wendell, Idaho. Dial 471. Blink, blink, blink. They're in. They're ready. And they're green with only 11 thou separating through the eyes. It's going to be give it to Karen Snyder. How about that? 008, 12 thou above, good enough. Dan Lafferty goes 19 on the tree, but he's 6 thou under. Here comes the El Camino left side for Seth McLean out of Nampa, Idaho. 656 is the dial. 492 on the right side for Lorraine Rogers out of Seligman, Arizona, and the 96 Yancer Hot Rod. Here we go. Green lights, a pair, 200s between them. Through the eyes, it's going to be, give it to the El Camino. He's 45 on the tree, 2 above is going to be good enough. 66 on the tree for Lorraine, she missed it a tick, and she's 2 above as well, and it's not going to help. I bet these guys have never raced before. In the water box, the beautiful 63 split window, top sportsman looking Corvette of Ricky Duschel. Palmdale, California, not that far away from here, but guess what? Sibley, Missouri for Glenn Dilday, and the right side with that 70 Nova dialed 556. To the left side's 567. Does that seem kind of strange? Somebody's on a throttle stop maybe? Well, let's see what happens. So the Nova on the right side out of Missouri is going to go up against that sleek little Corvette on the left side, taking their time staging, which is what I like my wife to do. Take your time staging, honey. Katie, love you. Thanks for not making fun of me. All right, here we go. Pre-stage for both. Missouri's ready. California's ready. Here comes the tree. Green lights a pair. 300's advantage is going to go to the winner. Ricky Duschel is 27 on the tree. Dials 67 and goes 68. He's 1 above. Glenn on the right side, 51 on the tree, and he's dead on 9, but that 51 just really hurt him. Man, I'm getting pointers from one of the best up here. This is great. I'm so embarrassed and nervous. I do know Kathy Baldo in the left lane out of Napa, California. She's dialed 713 in her 69 Camaro. Right side, the 67 Chevelle, going to give chase, and he's got the free look because Kathy turns at 8 red. He's 25 on the tree, going to roll through way under. Yeah, I say way because 4 under in the 8th mile at the Spring Fling is way under. Kathy's going to go 14 with a 0. She's 8 on the tree, exactly 10 over the dial, so she's got an 18 pack. So what I would tell her is, honey, you had an 18 pack, but you didn't win because it's a dirty 18 pack. But it's still 18 from a perfect run. That shouldn't go unnoticed. All right, on the starting line. Right lane is that's a 66 Chevelle dialed 620, and he's not on file, so I can't give you too much there. But left lane, no introduction. Multi-time national event winner, wearing one of my custom painted helmets. Here comes Robert Neighbor out of Mira Loma, California, in the 63 topless Corvette. Taking his time staging as always. They're both off, and only 9 thou separate them at the start. At the other end, give it to the national event winner. 506 on the 505, beats a 623 on a 620 dial. Actually, Robert Neighbor, I'm bragging about him winning national events. He's 25 on the tree. He got left on. The not on file was 16, but it didn't matter because Robert was closer to the dial. All right, if you can't see what's going on the starting line, we're doing a little bit of touch-up, massaging the surface for our racers. So we're going to take a little bit of a hiatus right here. But just in case you were wondering, we got the one and only Brian Loans in the house, and he's over my shoulder, and I just got nervous all of a sudden. I was doing good there, dude. I got literally about 40 minutes total on the mic, and then I saw your face, like, oh, crap. No, please don't be in here. Get out of the room, please. I can't do this with the boss over my back. Anyway, we'll bring him in here in a little bit, but in the meantime, let's take a little break, stretch your legs if you're in the grandstands, get something to eat if you're hungry. If you have a loose slip, hit that cooler. Have one of them cold ones. If you got a wind slip though, let's stay away from the cooler for a while. All right. I see a couple cars rolling up underneath the arch, so. So this is, I'm sorry, what was it? Continuing Super Pro Round 2. I'm going to step out for a sec and give you over to the boss, Mr. Sneaky Pete Biondo, and he's got an introduction for you. So thank you very much, and we'll talk to you in a little bit.
Well, thank you very much, Eric Reyes, and man, that's a talented guy. And he can announce, too, so now I'm worried, because the guy can paint and he can talk, so I'm about out of business up here. As we move on, Dan Northrup and Sean Langdon heading down the racetrack right now. Langdon driving the Kyle Rizzoli normally driven Camaro, goes 629.8 at 107, but he was 002 red on the Pennzoil side. Northrup hit the tree for 10, ran 4 under and gets the win. 595.6 on a 599 dial. Langdon's 002 red light will end that entry. I'm not sure what he's got left as we are rolling through round 2 here. We continue on with this great program here. Super excited to be here. Nate Hershey going to be joining me a little bit later when he gets off of his day job being a productive member of society. It's going to be a great weekend all the way around here. As Jess Biddle from Christiansburg, Virginia, the 1978 Malibu rolls up. A lot of East Coasters here. And Alan Matcham from Everett, Washington, the Federal Way Auto Parts sponsorship on the door of the 67 Nova. The cars from absolute opposite ends of the continent here in North America will be Jess Biddle going 13 red, handing Matcham the win as Matcham goes 576.7 on a 74 dial and 120 miles an hour for Matcham on the Pennzoil side for the win light. Jess Biddle 6090 at 107 miles an hour, again red by 13 thousandths, ending the second round bid of Biddle. Now Randy Biddle coming up. The Biddle family both coming in from Christiansburg, Virginia, and Dave Pratch from Woodburn, Oregon, home of Woodburn Drag Strip, the 1972 Vega. Beautiful car in red on the Pennzoil side as Biddle dialed 645, Pratch dialed 569. Great looking 1966 Chevy 2 station wagon for Randy Biddle. I'm going to try to avenge the family name here as we saw the first Biddle go down to a red light. We'll see what Randy can do here in the starting line. What a tow from Christiansburg, Virginia. Huge wheel stand for Biddle as he powers off the starting line. A beautiful lead for Pratch. As Pratch now runs down to the finish line, it will be Dave Pratch. 002 reaction time goes 5702, a 4-pack. Yikes. For Pratch, rather. A 5, I should say. 5-pack for Pratch as moves on as Biddle goes 643.3 at 103 miles an hour, breaking out by 12 thousandths of a second on the left-hander Las Vegas Summit side of the rag strip. Marlon Goetz from Troy, Texas. Goetz, the 1963 Corvette Roadster, and Mark Yeager, also in a 63 Corvette. Yeager from Hollister, California. Goetz from Troy, Texas. 683 the dial-in for Goetz. Yeager dialed 538 on the right-hand side. Both cars sitting in pre-stage here on this beautiful day in Las Vegas. Both sides of the Christmas tree. Yeager will be the chaser here as Goats looking over his right shoulder, only to see a win light come on in the other lane. Pennzoil side, Yeager takes the victory. 5:39.7, 5:38 dial. Yeager hit the tree for 26. He was beatable. Goats was 31 in the tree, so he spotted him 5 thou in the leave and then broke out by 0.05 of a second. Took just a ton of stripe down there, and Yeager will move on to the next round. Peeps Pennington coming up here. Pennington, the 2019 Spring Fling Million winner. 481 dial in the car that he won the big money here in 2019 with. A 1934 Chevrolet Roadster, gorgeous piece, dialed 481. And Rod Taylor from Kalispell, Montana. Menacing looking 1967 Nova for Taylor that is sitting right down in the weeds. Taylor is a guy who should not be taken lightly either. Nobody that showed up to this event should be taken lightly. Obviously, if you show up here to the K&N Spring Fling Million, you know you're getting in the deep end of the pool, so you have confidence in your abilities as the tree comes down on both sides. As Peeps Pennington flies down the left-hand side, but only to break out as Taylor had a perfect reaction time against Pennington, 000, then runs 3 over, going 5:27.8 on a 5:24 dial. Pennington wasn't late. He was 21. He was in the game, but he took himself 300s worth of stripe trying to make up that starting line deficiency, and Rod Taylor bumped him out. So Pennington taking 300s worth of stripe breaks out 479.6 on a 481 dial, and Rod Taylor in the Nova with a perfect light dialed one up against Peeps Pennington and moves on to round number 3. Mira Sylvia from Rancho Cucamonga, California, the 2004 Chevy Cavalier, and Caitlin Tripp from Golden, Colorado, just down the street from Bandimere Speedway. Gorgeous 1967 Dart for Tripp, really cool. Looks like an old school super stocker over there, vintage style panel paint job on it. Beautiful car sitting up high with the big slicks on the back of it. As Tripp and Sylvia get ready to line up here, it will be a big head start for Caitlin Tripp by about 1.5 seconds before Sylvia can legally leave the starting line. So Caitlin and Mira both sitting in pre-stage now. Wheels up, launch, and a push to the right with a red light start for Caitlin Tripp. 005 red for Tripp. Mira Sylvia gets the freebie into the next round. Runs a 10th over the dial-in. So that was well, that'll be a tough time slip for Caitlin Tripp to see. 597.9 after the red light on a 598 prediction for Tripp as Sylvia goes 4.703 and a 460 dial-in. And Tripp was 5 thou red. Of course, the True Start system employed here this weekend at Las Vegas Motor Speedway as Hank Pramov and Mike Bloomfeld Jr. roll up to the starting line. Bloomfeld all the way out from Hamilton, Ohio. Thanks for making the tow, Mike Bloomfield. Hank Pramov, Arvada, Colorado home for that great-looking red and white Chevrolet Vega sitting on the Pennzoil side. Pramov dialed 566, Bloomfield dialed 643. The pickup truck leaves on its hind legs as Pramov going to try to run him down. Pramov's car all kinds of fattened up down there. The black smoke coming out of the exhaust. It will be Pramov. 565.6 on a 566 dial-in. Bloomfield took a 0.5 tenth worth of stripe and broke out, going 638.3 on a 643 dial-in. Bloomfield just had too much leverage on the right foot. 0.12 reaction time for Bloomfield. Had it pretty much in hand off the starting line, but just got aggressive down there at the top end, and Pramov will move on to the next round. A.J. Ash from Long Beach, Mississippi. Ash is a guy to pay attention to here. And Carla Greeno. Greeno from Idaho. The 1988 Mustang, blue with the white rally stripes or racing stripes over the top of it. As Ash gently stages that Nova. Waiting, and leaving. A little wiggle for Ash leaving the starting line, and at the finish line stripe, it's A.J. Dead on with a 0 and a 003 light. So a 3-pack for A.J. Ash, who certainly appears to be on his game here, as Greeno went 684.2 on a 686 dial-in, and Greeno is by no means late with a 13 reaction time. But Ash was 003 and then dead on 0. Yikes. So A.J. Ash with authority moving on to the next round as Dave Jackson looks over to see Steve Williams. Williams, a highly decorated gazillion-time national and divisional event level winner, world champion from Cherry Valley, California. 531 dial-in for Williams in that 1963 Corvette that he has won just about everything in sight with. And Dave Jackson from the state of Washington dialed 5 flat, left-hand side of the drag strip. red light start for Williams by 3 thou. We saw AJ Ash 3 green. We see Williams 3 red. Williams is eliminated as Jackson runs dead on 9, but had a 58 light. Boy, Williams going to be regretting that decision. 5:33.6 at 135 for Williams after fouling out. But Dave Jackson, 58 green, runs dead on 9 and advances. Dale Taros coming up right now from La Mirada, California. The Dave Tuttle-built 1999 vintage slingshot dragster lined up next to Chris Galitti from Tomball, Texas. 2012 American chassis dragster. Burnouts completed on both sides of the racetrack. The good old-fashioned slingshot machine dialed 548 as Chris Galitti's dialed 453 over there on the left side. It has already been a successful weekend for the Galitti clan. Of course, last night, Corey Galitti winning the American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout, winning himself a rolling American Race Cars chassis, a $40,000 value, carrying that incredible Todd's Extreme Paint work. Dale Taros, halfway there, flickers the bulb. They both stage at the same time. So the slingshot dragster, Taros looking over the motor, now looking over his shoulder. One goes to Taros, 5.503 at 119 miles an hour. Margin at the stripe, 43/10,000ths, as Taros runs 12 over the dial. Galitti runs 4.55 on a 4.53 with a 31 light. Taros, that 29 reaction time to Galitti's 31 gave him a little wiggle room, and he stretched it by another 2 thou at the top end. So Dale Taros advances on to round number 3. Grady Johnson and Donovan Williams coming up right now. The Williams family here in full force. Rig set up right down there by the end of the staging lanes. We'll be seeing a lot of them. They hope to be seeing a lot of win lights and some big checks this weekend. As we work our way through what will be a very rich program throughout the course of this K&N Spring Fling Million. Williams and Grady Johnson. Johnson from Eagle Mountain, Utah, 476 the dial-in for Johnson Pennzoil side, 483 the dial-in for Williams on the Las Vegas side of the racetrack. Stout leads. You saw Williams whomping the throttle down there at the top end, and he wins by 6/10,000ths of a second. Dead on 2 with a 14 light, a 16 pack, as Grady Johnson goes 477 on a 476 with a 001 light and loses because Williams was that tight at the top end. That last whomp of the throttle, you saw the smoke coming out of the exhaust down there as he was working the pedal, wins by 6/10,000ths of a second. A 16 pack loses to a 16 pack. We go out 4 digits. Yikes. Brian, Cam, and Sean Hart now. 477 the dial-in for Hart. Cam predicting a 489 on that left-hand side of the racetrack. Low-slung look to Cam's dragster. Hart out of Layton, Utah. Pacifica, California, home to Brian Cam. And a red light start for Sean Hart by 2,000ths. Hands this one to Cam. Let's see how tight Cam can be to the dial. He runs under 487.6, 141. He had at the bank anyway, as Hart went 470, 49, 145, 99 after the red light. Maytag 30K Wednesday, brought to you by Maytag Silver State Refrigeration here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Chance Parker and Logan War coming up right now. War right side of the racetrack from Erta, Utah. 464 dial-in. Chance Parker from Roy, Utah. So a couple of guys that are definitely familiar with each other. War collected $10,000 at the Southwest Showdown down at Tucson Dragway in the not-too-distant past. He will not be collecting a win light here in round 2, though, as Chance Parker, 82.5 on an 81 dial with a 001 reaction time for Chance Parker as Logan War broke out by 300ths, running 4.608 on a 4.64 dial-in. He got left on. Parker was 001 to War's 15, and he was just trying to make up the difference down there at the stripe and got too aggressive with it. Gary Williams. Mark Miyashiro coming up right now. Miyashiro from Torrance, California, dialed to 492 in the monostrut wing dragster. Gary Williams, Bradenton, Florida, the 2012 Phantom chassis dragster, 489 the dial-in. Gary Williams has won just about everything but this race over the course of his career. He's going to try to punch his way into the next round here, and he does it successfully. 498 or 4908 on a 489 dial-in with a 17 light. Runs 1 over on his 89 dial, as Miyashiro was 2 over at 494 on a 492. Miyashiro was 24 on the Christmas tree to Williams 17. Gary Williams takes 100th of a second worth of stripe and wins the drag race by exactly that much. Mike Johnson and Jim Calloway Jr., 490 left side. Jim Calloway Jr. from Artesia, New Mexico, 498. The dial-in right side of the drag strip. As one would expect, there's a lot of very close action happening here in this round of Super Pro. We need Super Pro dragsters with an orange sticker and even car numbers to the staging lanes for round 2. Super Pro dragsters with an orange sticker and an even car number to the staging lanes for round 2. If the sticker color is orange and your car number is even, come to the staging lanes, please. Johnson and Calloway leave within 8 thousandths, and they finish tighter than that as Jim Calloway wins in a double breakout. 496.6 at 136 miles an hour. He cut Mike Johnson loose at the end of the racetrack. Johnson took the stripe by 100th of a second, breaks out and loses. 488.3 at 136 miles an hour for Johnson as Jim Calloway was second off the starting line by just 8 thousandths of a second, and Mike Johnson took the stripe by 11 thou, and by doing that, eliminated himself. Tom Clark and Dustin Wirtz coming up now. Wirtz from Nampa, Idaho, dialed 453, and Tom Clark from Spokane, Washington, dialed 456. Once again, orange stickers with even car numbers and dragster. Super Pro dragster, orange stickers, even car numbers to the staging lanes, please. Piling down to the finish line stripe, and it's going to be Wirtz. 457.2 and a 453 dial, and plenty of room to work there as Tom Clark just took a dragster worth of stripe down there. 454.9 at 149 miles an hour, broke out by 6/100ths of a second, and that gives Dustin Wirtz the win. Neither reaction time was braggable, but Dustin Wirtz will take the win light and move on to the next round, where he will have another chance to advance on and try to make himself some more due. Will Carroll and Randy Lynn Ship coming up right now. Bo and Randy Lynn out here this weekend. Looks like Austin Williams down there in the starting line. Of course, the big Southern Sportsman Showdown was held last weekend at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Highly successful event showcasing stock and super stock races for big money. They hitched up their wagon and towed it all the way out here to Las Vegas to compete and try to make some of that prize money back for their own pocket. Will Carroll, the operator of Ardmore Dragway in Ardmore, Oklahoma. 438 the dial-in for Carroll, as Randy Lynn Ship dialed 454 on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. Waiting for Carroll to find the pre-stage ball, which he just did. Randy Lynn whopping the throttle for a win light by 2/10 thou. 455.1 at 148 miles an hour. Randy Lynn Ship was 028 on the tree. Ran 1 over, a 455 and a 454, as Carroll had a 42 reaction time, put himself in a hole, got there second, and ran 437.7 at 156.72. So Randy Lynn Ship owning both ends of that time slip. Chad Axford and Tim O'More coming up right now. O'More from Tucson, Arizona. 536 dial in as Chad Axford dialed 487 out of Kentucky. Axford, I should say, no stranger to running for the big money, a guy whose name pops up all over the country at events like this. Tim O'More, he ain't scared. He comes off the starting line. O'More's car drifting toward the center line as he looks over his left shoulder, and it's good enough for a win. He runs dead on zero with a 25 reaction time. Axford was 18 on the tree to Moore's 25, but he ran one over. Tim O'More by 42.10 thou at the stripe moves on to the next round, dead on zero, 536 with a 25 light, the 25 pack, as Axford was 18 on the tree. Then he ran 488.1 on a 487 dial in, spotting O'More, I should say, just that much at the finish line stripe. Dylan Huff out of Junction City, Oregon, and Rod Page coming up, and unfortunately Rod Page being pushed back off the starting line. Trouble for the dragster out of Boise, Idaho. So this will be a single for Dylan Huff. Once again, looking for Super Pro dragsters with orange stickers and even car numbers for round two. Super Pro orange sticker, even car number. 461.6 at 150 miles an hour. Huff legged it through the finish line stripe. And why not? Haug, I should say, as I see Brian and Mindy Haug out there in the starting line. So Dylan Haug getting the job done. Bobby Dye Jr. and Aaron Johnson coming up right now. Great to see the Haug family out here having some fun, as Aaron Johnson out of Springdale, Arkansas, and Bobby Dye Jr. from Ontario, California. The Specialty Fasteners sponsored 2015 American Chassis Dragster. And Aaron Johnson, 490, the dial-in on the left-hand side of the racetrack. So it will be a very small head start for Johnson. And Bobby Dye will be chasing. Style rear suspension working good as he runs dead on 7, but he loses as Bobby Dye ate him up at the starting line. Man, 28 pack for Dye is good enough to win here, as he was 13 on the tree, running 476.5 on a 475 dial in. Aaron Johnson was 7 thou over, runs 4907 on a 490, but he had a 36 light as Dye just ate his lunch for him on the starting line, and that was good enough to get him to the next round, as Aaron Johnson will be regretful of that 36 light. He had the car dialed almost perfectly, dead on 7, but no win light. Austin Williams, guy who picked up $30,000 just a few weeks ago down there in Texas, comes here to try to add on to the winnings for this year. Cortland Carter from Lubbock, Texas, on the other side of the racetrack. And this right now is a rock fight. Reaction time's brutal off the starting line, and it's going to be Cortland Carter, 005 to a 008 light, favoring Carter. Carter goes 5:02.4 to 137.85 for the win, as Austin Williams goes 4:63.4 to 146 and gets there second. Cortland Carter with the win light by 32 ten-thousandths of a second. 3 thou, depending on how many spaces you want to count to the right. Cortland Carter, a very tight win there for the racer out of Lubbock, Texas. Here comes Bo Butner. We saw Randy Lynn just a few minutes ago. Oh man, Bo Butner lined up against Troy Williams here in round number 2. Yikes. 464 the dial-in for Williams, as Butner 456 dial-in on the Pennzoil side. Butner started his year out pretty good. Won a $5,000 practice tree event over the winter. Trying to employ those reaction time skills here. He goes red by 25 thou. So Troy Williams, 15 green, goes 463.5 at 137, as Butner, 25 red, then runs 455.4 to 153.28. Honey Wayne, Hunter Patton coming up right now. Katie Harkin on the right side from Idaho. And Hunter Patton sitting on the left-hand side over there. See what Honey Wayne's got dialed up here in this second round. Patton, an incredible year last year. He's got himself off to a pretty good start here in 2021. Katie Harkin was not impressed by any of that. As they get past the 330 into the stripe, it's going to be Patton. 466.2 as Harkema breaks out. Harkema was 100th better off the starting line, 16 to Patton's 26. But Patton runs dead on 8 with a 26 light, and that is the mathematics of victory as Honey Wayne moves on to the next round. The racer out of Crockett, Texas, and Katie Harkema, what could have been, took a bunch of stripe down there and broke out 466.2 on a 469 dial-in. Ed Open from Pleasant Grove, Utah, coming up right now. 476 the dial-in for Open, and Tony Burton out of Rochester, Washington. Open is a guy who is a very successful superclass racer. Red light start for Open by 5 thousandths, Pennzoil side. And Tony Burton will advance. Burton had a 53 light, so he got away with one there. As Open goes 005 red and then runs dead on 1 just to put a little bit more salt in the wound. As Tony Burton, 449.6 at 155, advances on to the next round. Val Torres Jr. coming up right now from Chino, California. And Torres Jr. was on an absolute tear down there at the Southwest Showdown. Won $4,000 early in the weekend and then won the big $50,000 prize as well. So Val Torres Jr. is playing the hot hand these days. He's dialed 476. Stephanie Noss coming up from Camry, Oregon. Noss dialed 497. We need Super Pro dragsters with blue stickers and odd car numbers to the staging lanes for round 2. Super Pro dragsters, blue sticker, odd car number to the staging lane for round 2. Torres knows he's got to get everybody's best shot, and he gets Stephanie Noss's best shot, and he survives. 473.8, 138. It's a double breakout. Stephanie took 11/10 thou worth of stripe, and it was just too much. As Val Torres Jr. goes 473.8, 138. The reaction times were about dead even. 23 light for Torres. Noss was 24, but Val Torres Jr. continues to rack up round wins in the arena of big money drag racing. Once again, Super Pro dragsters with blue stickers and odd car numbers to the staging lanes for round number 2, please. Shane Thompson from just down the road in Henderson, Nevada, and Lane Caver from Puyallup, Washington, coming up right now. Wayne's going to be second to stage against Thompson. Thompson trying to play the home track advantage to his advantage, and he does. 459.1 at 147 miles an hour. Shane Thompson in a double breakout win as Lane Cavar takes 400th worth of stripe, goes 485.7, getting to the finish line first by a dragster length, and loses. Dave Meyer from Sheridan, California, 483 the dial-in Pennzoil side. J.R. Learcamp from Olympia, Washington. Great-looking dragster in red and white there on the left-hand side, the Las Vegas Tourism and Travel Board lane. Super Pro dragsters with blue stickers and odd car numbers. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro dragsters with blue stickers and odd car numbers. We need you to the staging lanes, please. If you were born on a Wednesday, right, off the starting line they go with Meyer and Learcamp. Neither of them turning on the red lamp as they get to the finish line. It's Meyer. Dead on 0 with the 006 light. Meyer threw up a six-pack in J.R. Learcamp's face, and he had no answer for it as Learcamp goes 474.2 at 140, getting there second. David Meyer, a convincing 6th out pack to move on to round 3. Mo Trujillo coming up right now. Trujillo from Happy Valley, Oregon. 447 the dial-in. Trey Vetter from Moxer, Washington, right-hand side. Vetter in a virtually brand new race tack dragster of a 2020 vintage. Trujillo spends a lot of time at the racetrack. Dedicated Division 6 racer. Loves hooking up the trailer, hitting the road, See him running super categories, see him running top dragster. It's a guy who loves getting the drag strip and running the wheels off his cars. Trujillo second to stage. Vetter at the top end of the racetrack got no answer for a 001 light as Mo Trujillo 452.1 on a 447 dial-in was about half a tenth off the dial, but he still gets the win light as Trey Vetter breaks out by 2,000ths, and that the function of Mo's 001 reaction time. He put himself in a good position off the starting line, and Vetter just tried too hard at the finish line to make it all back up. Cindy Wiggins and Jeff Taylor coming up right now. Taylor, Apache Junction, Arizona, 476 the dial as Cindy Wiggins dialed 444 on the left side. Another of our Kentucky competitors, of which we have a bunch. We get a bunch from just about every state of the union, it seems like. Jeff Taylor is way out front, whomps the throttle, and runs 477.9, 136. As Cindy Wiggins 445.7 at nearly 160 miles an hour. Wiggins just didn't get off the starting blocks on time, and Taylor is just that good. He was 001 on the tree. Wiggins, again, the reaction time just did not put Cindy in a spot to be competitive at the top end. Jeff Taylor takes advantage, as a good racer does, and moves on to the next round. Nick Axman Jr. out of Washington State dialed 423. Axman in one of the quickest cars we've seen so far in category. 459, the dial-in for Kanan Barrio. Barrio from Magnolia, Texas. Barrio's a guy who certainly loves this arena, this style of high money, high stakes bracket competition. You can find him chasing the money all around the country all season long. Axman Jr., that 420 dial-in, going to be a tough customer at the top end. He goes 424.9 on a 423 dial to get the win light. Barrio's car just didn't run the number. He might have lifted at the top end. His speed was down a little bit. 465 on a 459 dial with a 28 reaction time as Axman kept the hammer down, running almost 165 miles an hour. That is some hustle. They left within 6 thou of each other, but Axman's car was just that much tighter to the dial-in by 19 thousandths, if you will, off the dial. And Barrio's car was off by the better part of 600ths. Next pair rolling up right now, Pennzoil side 482, the dial-in, 458 on the left side. We're looking for those blue stickers in Super Pro Dragster with odd car numbers. Odd car numbers, blue stickers, Super Pro Dragsters. We need you to the lanes, please. Flickering the bulb first on the right side. Leaving first on the right side. 457.7, 145. Win light goes to the left-hand side of the drag strip. Both drivers were under. The right-hand side, I don't have a name. The driver took 6 thou worth of stripe and broke out. 479.8 on a 482 dial-in. It was a tough one, a tight one down there, but the win light will shine on the Las Vegas Tourism and Travel Bureau. Tim Markaglu from Staten Island, New York. Wow, Division I guy all the way out here. And Shannon Justice from Lexington, North Carolina. Markaglu dialed 458, 489 the dial-in for Shannon Justice on the Pennzoil side, who might have had even a longer tow than Markaglu. She came all the way up from Lexington, North Carolina. And again, looking for those blue sticker dragsters with odd car numbers to the staging lanes for round 2, please. Timmy Markaglu to the finish line with no win light as Shannon Justice runs 488.7 under the 489 dial-in. Got there 18 ten-thousandths ahead of Timmy Markaglu, who ran 457.7 at 148.44. So Shannon Justice, by way of a double breakout, advances. Reaction times, again, were only separated by a single foul. Kevin Thorpe, left-hand side from Knickerbocker, Texas. Neither Thorpe nor his competitor have staged up yet. Pre-staged on both sides now. Both drivers clean, and they get to the stripe. It will be the right-hand side of the racetrack. 82.2 at 141.85 miles an hour and a 483 dial with a 008 light. The winning package for the driver on the right side is Kevin Thorpe. Runs 456.7 at 144.24 on a 458 dial-in, 014 reaction time, but unfortunately for Thorpe, he loses in a double breakout. Dennis Lithgow and Pat Ward Jr. coming up. Erta, Utah, home for Pat Ward, who's dialed 439, and Dennis Lithgow from Mansfield, Texas, is dialed 467. A lot of long, skinny cars to run in the staging lanes here as we continue to work our way through round 2 eliminations. And this Maytag 30K Wednesday brought to you by Maytag and Silver State Refrigeration. Both leave green. Win light for Dennis Lithgow. Dead on zero with a 19 light. It's a 19 pack for Lithgow. Wins the drag race as Pat Ward gets there second, goes 438.5. Just wasn't enough. A 19 light for Lithgow, a 30 reaction time for Ward. 11,000 separation on the reaction time, 6,000 separation at the finish line, and Dennis Lithgow with a 19 pack punches his ticket onto the next round. Hunter Walker out of Las Vegas, and Philip Pennington out of Three Rivers, Texas. So Phil Pennington, absolutely drop-dead gorgeous dragster over there on that Las Vegas Travel and Tourism Board side. Graphic paintwork that travels all the way up over the scoop, right down to the rear end housing. A brutal 002 reaction time, and then runs a 492.8 on a 491 dial-in, so a 20 pack for Pennington is good enough as Hunter Walker spotted Pennington 27 thousandths on the starting line, took 15 thousandths worth of stripe, and broke out, going 486.6 on a 489 dial-in, as the starting line disadvantage for Walker was just too much to overcome, and Phil Pennington moves on to the next round. Justin Hoff out of Namp, Idaho. 469 dial-in left side. Another great-looking dragster on the right-hand side, the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. Working on getting some of our data shored up. Find out if Racer X on the right side can get the job done here against Justin Hoff. With just a crushing starting line advantage, but Hoff breaks out, taking 600s at the finish line stripe. A 69 reaction time carries the right-hand side driver to a win light because that driver ran dead on with a 7, 451.7 on a 451 dial, and Hoff got greedy down there at the top end. A 15 reaction time. Hoff tried to scrub some speed, but it was just too late. 468.9 on a 469 dial-in. Took a ton of stripe, and that was Justin Hoff's undoing. Glenn Dilday rolling up from Sibley, Missouri, and Raymond Harshbarger from Waterloo, Montana. Harshbarger got the alcohol-injected motor, big block Chevy in the back of the Las Vegas side of the racetrack. Got that cool polished injector hat sitting on top of it. 502 dial-in for Harshbarger. 482 dial-in for Glenn Dilday, who just went 001 red. So the Sibley, Missouri racer eliminated with the red light start as Harshbarger goes 501.4 at 139.63. So, all right, so this is important stuff. We have raffle number 4 for $1 million or a million dollar tech card. Yeah. It is. It could potentially be $1 million tech card, but this is for a tech card for the $1 million race. So the entrance in this, as we see Casey Pennington and Greg Garrison on the starting line, the entrants for this raffle are Toby Payne, Madison Payne, Tom Clark, Dan Northrup, Darren Lotz, Dustin Hedges, Scott Ball, Shane Carr, Chris Johnston, Frank Hicks, Kanan Barrio, Brandon Taylor, D.D. Badeau, Phil Garrison, that's Greg Garrison on the racetrack right now, Dustin Hedges, Corey Galletti, Jerry Calloway, Phil Garrison, double entry for Garrison, Jerry Lone, and Darren Lotz. So we are now, Emily is drawing the name right now out of our certified raffle cup. The winner of this tech card is Chris Johnston. So Chris Johnston, you have won yourself for a $100 investment in entry into the big dollar main event here this weekend. Awesome. You will claim that tech card at the bottom of the tower. Thank you for the certified cup usage. Emily will keep this safe. Thank you. More raffles will be coming. As Willie Flores and Jeremy Rapp come up right now, Flores gets the win on a double breakout. 493.6, 494 dial-in. Flores was 007 on the tree and advances. Jeremy Rapp out of Las Vegas, Nevada is eliminated. 471.6 at 146 miles an hour on a 473 dial. Flores got to the finish line first by 75/10 thou. Brandon Taylor and Jack Sadler coming up right now. Sadler from Henderson, Nevada, 489 the dial-in, as Brandon Taylor dialed 469. Red light start for Jack Sadler. Brandon Taylor, Roanoke, Alabama's home, and he is loving life out here in Vegas right now. He's headed to round number 3. 004 runs 15 thou over, going 4.705 and a 4.69, so a 19-pack for Taylor. That is competitive any way you want to slice it up. Sadler missed the tree by 15 thousandths, just a little bit early. Calvin Locke from Chandler, Arizona. Weed burner style headers on this car from the Pennzoil side, dialed 511. And Vinny Dominio from Staten Island, New York, 468 the dial-in. Dominio, a $50,000 winner here at the Spring Fling race back in 2015, so Vinny's got good history here. The racer out of Staten Island wants to not only repeat that, he'd like to add to his already significant winnings over the course of time here at the Spring Fling. Go to the finish line, it's Calvin Locke. 5.10.3 at 130 miles an hour for Locke. 007 light as Domino goes 466.9 on a 468 dial-in, getting to the finish line second and losing. So Calvin Locke, in a tight one down there, gets the win light and advances on. Hannah Cook and Dave Ocker coming up right now. Ocker dialed 486 out of Brighton, Colorado. And Hannah Cook out of Novato, California. 451 is what Hannah is attempting to run on that left-hand side of the racetrack. She's attempting to run whatever it takes to win, but 451 would be the ideal scenario here for Hannah Cook. We've seen some razor-tight wins. We've seen some tough losses here in this round. It'll be the way this is going to go all weekend long. You just want to be on the right side of it as many times as possible. Whittle your way down to these big paydays we have all week long. For Ocker and Cook, it's a good battle, and it's Hannah Cook. Runs 3 over and gets the win light, 454.0, 451 dial, 22 light, as Ocker was 3 over, running 489 and a 486 dial with an 054 reaction time. So Hannah better at the starting line and marginally better at the finish line. That is good math for Hannah Cook. Dave Mazier coming up from Mazier Enterprises out of Escondido, California, dialed to 471. And Dean Bush out of Las Vegas, Nevada, right-hand side. Mazier family, well known and respected, feared, however you want to say it, in the world of Division 7 competition. Made the few-hour tow from California out here to sunny Nevada. We'll find out what Dave Mazier can do in this second round against Dean Bush. Again, if you have a Super Pro Dragster, the blue sticker, and an odd car number, you need to be in the staging lanes now. Dean Bush is not impressed with any of Dave Mazier's resume, but he should be, because Mazier just beat him, as Bush was first off the starting line, 003 to Mazier's 12, and then broke way out running 4.804 on a 4.83 dial-in. Meanwhile, Mazier, the better of the two, only 11th thou under, running 4.70 on a 4.71 prediction with a 12 light. So Dave Mazier, by the skin of his teeth, will advance on to round number 3. Chris Northrup and Tom Baer coming up right now. Baer, Cherry Valley, California, the longtime hardcore and talented sportsman and bracket racer, a technician, if you will. 495 to dial in for Baer. And Chris Northrup out of Boise, Idaho, 525 to dial in. I don't know what the weather is in Boise today, but I'm guessing it's better here in Vegas. And Tom Baer, 007, a red light start. Northrup, freebie, goes 5.206 at 129. Half a tenth under the dial-in. He had it all in his back pocket. 494.3 at 139.27 for Baer, who again missed the tree by just 7 thousandths. Now it's Dan Northrup coming up right now. Piperville, Pennsylvania for Northrup. And Jason O'Terry from Norco, California. The home of Jack Beckman, Norco, California. 449 the dial-in for O'Terry, as Dan Northrup is dialed 483. One of the neatest things about races like this is you have competitors like this from just opposite ends of the earth that will never ever see each other anywhere but an event like this. Brings the best from all over the country to line up and square off against each other. It's a very unique scenario. Certainly high stakes poker, as we like to say. Northrup trying to make the most of all that gas and diesel he burned on the way out here, but he goes too quickly. Dan Northrup, 005 on the tree, had Jason O'Terry by the throat as O'Terry was 27 on the leave, but then O'Terry runs dead on 2, and Northrup breaks out by 9 thousandths, goes 4.82.1 on a 4.83 dial-in. Dan Northrup too quick at the finish line. Jason O'Terry moves on. We are now looking for blue sticker dragsters with even numbers to the staging lanes for round 2. Blue sticker dragsters with even car numbers to the staging lanes for round number 2. Cody Stevenson, 492 dial-in out of South Jordan, Utah. And Tyler Myra from Sandy, Utah coming up right now. 498 the dial-in for Tyler, 497 for Stevenson. Imperceptible difference here to the naked eye, just a hundredth of a second. In the flash of the tree, so these two should be wheel to wheel, playing chess all the way down the drag strip to the 8-mile finish line. Red light start for Stevenson. And just like that, he's 4th thou red. 494.8, 134 for Stevenson after fouling out as Myrup runs 494.5 at 137.78. They still played the game down there clearly as they ran across the finish line within 100 of each other, but Cody Stevenson, 004 red, is gonzo. Don Sefton and Trey Vetter coming up right now. Henderson, Nevada home for Vetter, 463 the dial-in. Don Sefton from Bremerton, Washington, 439. For the dragster that's rocking back and forth on the Las Vegas side as he gets ready to stage in there. A quick 3/10 of a second or less head start for Trey Vetter here. Great battle. The throttle work for Don Sefton was not enough as Troy Vetter goes 462.7 at 146 miles an hour to claim victory. As Vetter advances on, Sefton took 15/10 thou worth of stripe, and that was the end of him. 438.4 on a 439 dial. Getting there first is bad math for Don Sefton. So Trey Vetter moves on to the next round. Once again, we have called Blue Sticker Super Pro Dragsters with even car numbers to the staging lanes. Blue Sticker Super Pro Dragsters with even car numbers to the staging lanes, please. Jay Fitzgerald and Jason Dawson. Corpus Christi, Texas, home for Jay Fitzgerald. A Miller chassis dragster, 462 the dial-in. Dawson dialed 463. See how Fitzgerald plays his hand here. here at the finish line, and Fitzgerald did what a good bracket racer does, a 9-pack. 007, 62-2, a 9-pack for Fitzgerald, as Dawson had no answer. He was 56 on the tree, and that's pretty much all you need to know. Dawson ends up running 462.9, getting to the finish line second. Only a thou early as far as running dead on the number, but the reaction time differential of 500 was just monumental, and the end of it. Lindsey Meserve coming up right now from St. George, Utah, and David Kane from San Antonio, Texas. Lindsey Meserve, the quicker dial, but only by 0.2. Light start for David Kane by a ton. A data entry mistake certainly made here in the delay box for David Kane, as a big red light handed that one right to Lindsey Meserve, who made a nice run on her own. 24 reaction time, 4:57.7 on a 4:56 dial, and Meserve advances, and Kane will be frustrated when he sees that. 4:76.4 at 144 miles an hour. Chris Forsyth coming up right now, and Chris Whitfield. Forsyth enjoying the role of racer this weekend after a successful event, as I mentioned a couple weeks back, in Tucson Dragway, or at Tucson Dragway, the Southwest Showdown. Lots of money paid out there, the biggest prize in that storied event's history. Talked about Val Torres Jr. making more than $50,000 in winnings at that event. We'll find out what Forsyth can earn for himself here this weekend. He and Chris Whitfield out of Littleton, Colorado, ready to lock horns here in round number 2. Whitfield's not going to give an inch as Forsyth is pedaling his way to a loss. Whitfield dead on 3 with a 10 light, a 13-pack on one side and a 17-pack on the other. Forsyth put together a 17-pack and gets bounced. 007 reaction time, runs exactly 1 over at 4:67 on a 4:66 dial-in, and Whitfield was just that much better. He runs dead on 3 with a 10 light, 13 thousandths differential from a perfect run, and Chris Whitfield pounded his way to victory. Very nicely driven race. Darrell Pettit from Bonnie Lake, Washington, and Scott Ball from San Antonio, Texas. 493 dial-in for Ball, 518 for Darrell Pettit. See the spread out there as Ball's going to run up from behind Pettit and take the win light. Dead on 4, 33 light. Good enough to win here as Pettit runs 15 over, going 5:19.5 and a 5:18 dial-in with a 31 reaction time. But it was Scott Ball, spotted 2 thou on the starting line, which is virtually nothing. He ate that up pretty early on. 493.4 at 132. Wins the drag race by 9 thou. Scott Ball of Texas moves on. Peeps Pennington back up. We saw him in the Roadster. Did not turn on a win light in the Roadster this round. We see him back here as he's going to race Brian Haug out of Eugene, Oregon. Haug, the racer we see in multiple categories here. Of course, a alcohol funny car racer as well as in his dragster here this weekend. Saw his son run earlier. We'll see what Peeps Pennington can do, having lost again in the Roadster earlier on this round. Pennington and Haug. Man, this is going to be a big one at the finish line stripe, and it is going to be Brian Haug. 12 light, 15 over, 27 pack gets the win, as Peeps Pennington was 19 on the tree. Runs 11 over, a 30 pack. Of course, the margin of victory between a 27 to 30 pack, 3 thou at the stripe. A well-driven race for Brian Haug, and a tight one and a tough one for Peeps Pennington. Spencer Massey and Wade Archer coming up. Archer from Kent, Washington, 475 to dial in, as Massey from Fort Worth, Texas, dialed 476. First on and off the throttle was Archer, as both drivers are too quick for their dial-ins, but it's Archer taking the win light, 473.5 with an 11 reaction time, gets the win as Spencer Massey got to the finish line first and ran 2 under, going 474 on his 476 dial-in. So Spencer Massey is eliminated. Wade Archer moves on, and a squeaker down there at the top end. Andy Morris and James Lee. Morris from Olympia, Washington, 479 to dial in right side. James Lee from Seneca, Missouri, dialed 476 on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Missouri and Washington State squaring off here in round number 2. Once again, we've called those blue sticker dragsters with even car numbers to the staging lanes for round number 2. Oh, in trouble for Morris as the car lurches off the starting line, comes to a stop, and Lee, using his head, lifts early and coasts to a 494.9 at 119 miles an hour. Again, heads up move there for Lee to make sure did not break out. And Morris not going to be able to drive this one down the racetrack. So Morris is able to back his way off the starting line. Tough break there from Morris. Was almost like the trans brake engaged a second time or something. Kind of strange. It was violent, almost like a rear end could have broken as well, but obviously he's able to back this thing up, which is a good thing. Jake Jones and Chance Parker will be the next pair. Both racers out of the state of Utah. Rocking and rolling our way through round number 2 here. Maytag 30K Wednesday, brought to you by Maytag Silver State Refrigeration. Loads of absolutely awesome sponsors supporting this 2021 K&N Spring Fling Million, back here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, presented by Optima Batteries. Of course, because of the craziness of last year, the Million was contested at Bristol. Find out if Jake Jones or Chance Parker can advance themselves on to round number 3. Jones grabs a fully staged spot. Red lights here. It's a race to the finish line with Chance Parker doing the better job. 496, 434 with a 10 light. Runs 1 over off his 495 dial as Jake Jones breaks out, runs 2 under, 465, 1 on a 467 dial, taking 200's worth of stripe as Jake Jones breaks out, handing the win to Chance Parker. Jansen Melton and Ron Sears coming up. Melton from Gleason, Tennessee. Sears from Port Orchard, Washington. Ron Sears, a 506 dial on the board. Melton dialed 428. The dragsters just keep on keeping on here. Round 2, for those of you just tuning in on bankshift.com, live streaming coverage all week long of this fantastic event, of which Jansen Melton has just eliminated, or been eliminated, in this round of competition via red light as Melton 005 red. Ron Sears was 005 green and then proceeds to run 536 at 129. Melton 431, 1 and 164 after the 005 red light start. Sean Langdon from Danville, Indiana coming up right now by way of California, of course. Dave Secondi coming up from Ellsberg, Washington. Secondi dialed 496, Langdon dialed 477. Runner-up finishing top fuel at the Gator Nationals a few weeks ago for Sean Langdon. Off to a good start there with that team, trying to get himself off to a good start in his bank account here this weekend. Secondi's not going to make it easy for him, but Langdon off like a shot with a low 4 reaction time, runs 4.808 to collect the victory on a 477 dial. Sakani was 15 on the tree, but then ran 5 over, running 5.01 on a 496 dial. Langdon wins it by taking 200ths worth of stripe at the finish line, 4.808 on a 477 dial. Sean Langdon advances as Cortland Carter and Jesse Adams comes up right now. Adams, of course, Browns Valley, California, one of the better-known West Coast competitors out here. Adams, a creative guy himself. Last year, those races he was running up in Sacramento, the kind of closed-gate events, were a great way to get racers out to the track and a great way to support that racetrack in Sacramento as well, as Adams has gone red by 6 thousandths. Cortland Carter out of Lubbock, Texas says, "Thank you, Jesse. I will move on to the next round." Carter runs dead on 2, had it locked down anyway after Adams' 006 red light. And just for good measure, Adams runs dead on 8, which is meaningless after you foul out. Robert Neighbor and Kyle Rizzoli coming up right now. Rizzoli, a guy who collected money in Tucson just a few weeks ago, Super Pro winner, or a runner-up, I should say, for a couple of $1,000, helped to pad his wallet on his way up here to Las Vegas. So Rizzoli in the door slammer. I said normally in the door slammer Camaro. He's in his dragster here, of course. And Neighbor, 468 to dial in his dragster. Neighbor's running his roadster and a dragster this weekend. Neighbor using up a lot of that staging clock, which is perfectly legal. Now Rizzoli looks to his left, and Neighbor's scoreboard lights up. 467.9 at 148 miles an hour for Robert Neighbor. Double breakout win. Neighbor 15 on the tree. Runs under his dial by a thou. Rizzoli was under by 11 thou. 487.7 on a 489 dial for Rizzoli. Not good enough to get him a win light. Neighbor moves on. Nathan Martin and J.R. Barclay coming up right now. Barclay from Henderson, Tennessee, 488 dial. Martin dialed 459. This thing sewed up, and he breaks out. Barclay had a perfect reaction time, and he broke out by 18 thou. Nate Martin was 49 on the tree, and it looked like his goose was cooked, and then he runs dead on 4 for a win light, as J.R. Barclay probably don't even collect the time slip, man. Just roll right on by down there. That's a tough one, as Nathan Martin did what he needed to do to keep himself in that one, running dead on 4. That 49 light, though, looked real bad versus the perfect reaction time of Barclay, but JR just too quick at the finish line stripe for his own good. Nick Cobb and Gary Williams coming up again. Gary Williams, the only guy I've ever seen roll into a winner's circle with a stake in his hand in the cockpit of his dragster. Did it up Michigan last year. Red light start for Nick Cobb. Gary Williams gets the hall pass into the next one. 485.7, 141. He legged it out. Nick Cobb goes 485.0, 140 after the foul start. Honey Wayne rolling up again here, left-hand side, dialed 462 to take on Logan War out of Erta, Utah. Patton out of Crockett, Texas, of course. Jared Barclay, who we saw just a couple minutes ago, this guy won 40 grand already this year down at the Gulfport drag strip, the top bulb 150. So Barclay is not going to be crying too hard in his beer after that one, but tough one. Logan War, a $10,000 Super Pro winner at the Southwest Showdown. Dialed 479 right-hand side. Patton put together one of the most impressive seasons that probably anyone's ever seen in this style of racing last year. We'll see if he can build some more momentum in his sales here over the course of this week in Las Vegas. drivers romping on the throttle, and it's Patton. 464.6, 462 dial-in with a 56 reaction time. Got him a win light by 8 thou. As War was actually worse in the starting line, 59 to Patton's 56, and War runs 3 over, 482 and a 479 dial-in. So Patton, you saw the hood scoop of that thing, or the air scoop, rocking back and forth as he was just wailing on the throttle pedal, gets the job done at the finish line stripe by a very slim margin of 8 thousandths. Sean Hart and Corey Gallitti coming up right now. Gallitti needing to find some space in his trailer for the ride home, winning that beautiful American chassis dragster with the Todd's Extreme paint. $40,000 value last night. It was a big win for him. And Sean Hart from Layton, Utah. Dial 457. Both bulbs flashing, I should say, at the same time. And it's a red light start for Gallitti by 1 thou. 001 red for Gallitti. As Hart, 453.8, 151.78. Driving it to the stripe on the Pennzoil side after Gallitti fouled out by quite literally the slimmest margin that you can foul out by. Gallitti runs 448.9 after the 001 red. Race Kid, Giovanni Colecci coming up right now. Colecci from Maple Valley, Washington. By way of Sicily, it sounds like. 521 the dial-in for Giovanni. Race Kid, 473 the dial-in. As far as drag racer names, Race Kid is about as good as it gets. Boise, Idaho, home for Race. 473 again, the dial in there. So two guys with great names on the starting line. You gotta love it, Giovanni and Race. Red light start for Gio, 009 red. So Colecci is out and Kid advances. 4702, 146 for Kid. Giovanni 9 thousandths red, then runs 523.6 at 134.97. Dan Lafferty and Grady Johnson rolling up. 472 dial-in for Grady Johnson. Dan Lafferty from Wendell, Idaho. 452 is the dial-in on that Las Vegas Travel and Tourism Board side. Those of you tuning in at home on bankshift.com, it is absolutely gorgeous weather here. And see those flags laying down? No wind to speak of, and these drivers just slugging it out during round 2 here of Super Pro. Johnson in there so shallow he flickered the bulb off, and he better get in there quick. He timed out. Grady Johnson flickered the bulb, unfortunately then did not fully stage the car. Dan Lafferty is going to get a win light here. He already has it, and he is going to kind of just idle his way down the racetrack, as that was a, I don't want to say an odd situation, it was just a situation where the car was just so shallow when he went to actually set the trans brake. It rocked back just enough to set the bulb off. Didn't put it in deep enough, and Dan Lafferty, with a 12-second elapsed time, will advance. Paul Nero out of St. George, Utah. Nero, a former world champion and top dragster. Whether he'd admit it or not, he's also friends with Mo Trujillo. Not sure if he admits that publicly. I'll admit it for him. But they're big buds out of the western part of the country, as trouble on the left-hand side of the racetrack here for that driver who has just got it into reverse now. So the starting line official is going to run out there and give a push back to the unnamed racer on the left side. Well, the racer is named, I just don't have it. 468, the dial-in over there is Nero. Dialed 494. The talent pool here is not just deep, you cannot touch the bottom. It is it is one after the next. We see these incredible racers coming up here, battling each other. Nero's locked in. His competitor locked in as well. Paul Nero may have his hands full down there, and he does. 68, so a dead-on 7. 22 pack for Racer X on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Defeats Paul Nero by 85 10th at the stripe. Nero goes one over, 495 and a 494 with a 20 light. A 21 pack on one side. Loses. We may have had Paul Nero in there twice, as we now have Paul Nero in the starting line. So either way, maybe Paul Nero's got another shot at it here. Eugene, Oregon, 452 dial-in. Left side of the racetrack dial, 486. They are now roaring down the racetrack. You can see no win lights yet, meaning a clean start on both sides. And whether it was Paul Nero that lost the first time, it was Paul Nero that lost the second time, either way, there is not a Paul Nero advancing in this round. Dead on 9 for the racer left side with a 006 light, so a 15 pack cleans house out here. Nero was dead on 2, but had a 29 light. It was that 23 thousandths of starting line advantage that carried the racer on the left-hand side to the victory. Sean Schaefer and Alexis Thompson. Thompson from Henderson, Nevada, Pennzoil side, 463 dial, and Sean Schaefer, 455 the dial-in. Great looking dragster there. Las Vegas Travel and Tourism Board side. Boise, Idaho home for Sean Schaefer. Alexis Thompson second to stage. Once again, clean and mean to the stripe. Thompson with some fancy footwork there at the finish line, getting the job done. 464.2 at 146.72 for Alexis Thompson. 017 reaction time. Sean Schaefer broke out, getting to the finish line first, taking about 200 worth of stripe. Runs 453.9 and a 455 dial, and Sean Schaefer out via breakout. Michael Johnson and Darren Lotz coming up. Lotz from Waynesboro, Virginia. Johnson from Springdale, Arkansas, 485 the dial-in from Mike Johnson. Darren Lotz dialed 474. Huge thank you to everybody out here competing this week. 400 plus cars have made their way down the racetrack. Other racers still making their way here after finishing up a shortened work week or thrashing to get their stuff bolted together. As Darren Lotz creeps into the pre-stage spot next to Michael Johnson. This is a final call for all dragsters to the lanes for round 2. A final call for all dragsters to the lanes for round 2. Gear Wrench Pro, you are on standby. Gear Wrench Pro, you're on standby. As Michael Johnson and Darren Lotz, nobody was standing by on the starting line. 2 brutal reaction times. Johnson goes dead on. Wow, dead on 0 with a 006 light to win. Lotz was dead on 4 with a 007 light. Darren Lotz had an 11-pack that would have slayed most anybody else in this round, but Michael Johnson with a 6-pack just walked him out the door. So Michael Johnson just absolutely awesome out there. Man, crushing it, starting line, dead on 0. Margin of victory, 5,000 to stripe. Once again, final call for all dragsters. Final call, all dragsters to the lanes for round 2. Gear Wrench Pro, you're on standby. Gear Wrench Pro, don't roll yet, but be ready to because we'll be making the call. Kyle Thorpe out of Henderson, Nevada, the 1923 Ford T-Altered, dialed 531, and Mike Rock out of Idaho, dialed 498 on the Pennzoil side. 2 very different ways to try to skin the cat, so to speak, here in round 2 eliminations. Both of them seem to be working pretty good. But the dragster ultimately does a better job. Mike Rock dead on 0 with a 29 light. Thorpe was 3 over, 534.6 and a 531. You can do the math there. As Michael Rock, they left about dead even, but Rock being dead on 0 was the key to that win. As Kendall Little from Harker Heights, Texas, and Ken Nelson from Hayden, Idaho come up. 457 the dial-in for Nelson. Loads and loads of our Idaho friends here this weekend. Love to see it. course, a great Firebird Raceway up there in Boise is a destination drag strip for any fan of seeing a picturesque, very well-maintained racetrack, the new family. I'm sure they're tuned into bankshift.com right now watching it. Cheering on their local racers is Kendall Little, 483 the dial-in. Little's car trying to push itself to the inside of the groove as Kendall left the starting line, but with that 001 light, then running one over, going 484.6 and a 483 dial-in, 17 pack for Kendall Little. That's good enough to get a win. Ken Nelson was tardy off the starting line, then runs 455, won at 150, getting there second. So Kendall Little got it done on both the starting line and finish line end of that pairing. Mike Bloomfeld Jr. and Dustin Wirtz coming up. Once again, last and final call, all dragsters round 2. Last and final call, all dragsters round 2. Gear Wrench Pro. Gear Wrench Pro, you're on standby. You're on deck. 469 dial-in from Bloomfield. Pennzoil side is Dustin Wirtz. Everybody from Idaho's here. There's nobody left up there. Wirtz from Nampa. Not to be confused with Tampa. Mike Bloomfield Jr. from Fairfield, Ohio says, thanks for coming, Dustin. 467.9 on a 469 dial for Bloomfield. They were playing chess down there. Bloomfield did the better job of it as Wirtz ran 2 under the dial-in, going 505 and a 507 dial, was 26 on the tree. So Mike Bloomfield Jr. in a double breakout advances. Emmett McKillop coming up right now. McKillop from Linwood, Washington, and Austin Williams from Waxahachie, Texas. The Texas two-step at the Texas Motorplex. Austin Williams won $30,000, I believe, driving the very car he's sitting in right now. Multiple-time world champion in NHRA class racing. Of course, rocking the Dale Earnhardt fire suit this year, including the Dale Earnhardt / Tom Selleck mustache. He's got the whole package this year, and he's got 30 grand in his back pocket already. We need Chad Axford back to your car, please. Chad Axford, we need you back to your car now. Chad Axford back to your car, please, as Austin Williams turns on another win light. 437.9, 436 dial, 008 reaction time. 27 pack gets the job done as Emmett McKillop was 22 on the tree. Broke out, going 483.9, taking 16 thou worth of stripe. McKillop is eliminated. Seth Zermeno and Cindy Wiggins coming up in the starting line right now. Wiggins again out of Kevel, Kentucky. Alhambra, California home for Seth Zermeno. Dial-ins are identical, 483 on both sides of the racetrack. This is going to be a fun one to watch. The starting line will be, of course, a key as it always is. Cindy Wiggins and Seth Zermeno. Wiggins is absolutely pogo sticking the throttle pedal and breaks out by a thou. That's brutal. Cindy Wiggins was 008 on the starting line to Zermeno's 31. Wiggins, you saw the car rocking back and forth as Cindy was absolutely just romping the pedal and still broke out by a thou. Zermeno 484.3 at 142 advances. That is a tough break for Cindy Wiggins. Kevin Thorpe and Toby Payne coming up right now. Of course, Toby Payne, Claremont, California. Shelly throwing some water down to the water box here. Going to watch her daughter run down the racetrack, or son run down the racetrack. Madison's here as well. So Kevin Thorpe out of Knickerbocker, Texas, dialed 458. And Toby, ready to rock and roll. Toby was more than ready to rock and roll. 004 light, runs 493.5 and a 492 dial-in, so a 19 pack for Payne gets a win. Thorpe runs dead on 6, but had a 26 reaction time. A 32 pack, 19 pack, easy math. Toby Payne grabbing himself over 200 at the starting line, locked that one up early. Kevin Thorpe is eliminated. Shelby Williams and Allison McCone coming up right now. McCone, from Clovis, California. Allison dialed 478. Shelby Williams from Cherry Valley, California, dialed 513. You can see Mr. Williams out there looking on. Rocking the K&N gear, of course. Steve going to root on Shelby here. We need Gear Wrench Pro round 3 to the staging lanes, please. Gear Wrench Pro round 3 to the staging lanes, please. Lock them and load them. Gear Wrench Pro round 3 to the lanes. Red light start for Shelby by a wide margin. So again, just maybe a fat finger job there in the delay box as Allison McCone goes 476.8 at 146 miles an hour, winning the drag race after Shelby fouled out. Gear Wrench Pro round 3 to the lanes, please. Gear Wrench Pro round 3 to the lanes as Dennis Lithgow and Madison Payne come up right now. We saw Toby get the job done with a beautiful double O reaction time. We'll see what Madison Payne can do here. Keeping pace with her brother, she hopes. Dennis Lithgow from Mansfield, Texas, dialed 469. It's going to be Madison Payne, 5:01.2, 131 miles an hour. Payne, a 29 reaction time, which was serviceable because Lithgow was 37 on the tree. Dennis Lithgow ultimately broke out, running 468 on a 469 dial-in, and he took 300th of stripe down at the big end of the racetrack. So Madison Payne, a well-driven race, garners a win light. Jerry Devenpack and Kurt Gross coming up. Gross from Oregon City, Oregon, 494 dial-in, as Devenpack from Gig Harbor, Washington, dialed 436. Gig Harbor, beautiful little town. If you ever go up to the Washington State area, the Olympia area, heading that way from SeaTac Airport, hang on to Gig Harbor. Devenpack's not going back there yet, but he's a little bit closer to going back there as he just went 004 red plus. Kurt Gross, 492.3, 494 dial-in, 019 light. Kurt Gross moves on. Robert Domino and Taylor Vetter. Vetter from right here, Domino from Hawley, Pennsylvania, which is not right here. 455 dial-in for Domino. Taylor Vetter, 489, brand new set of big old Goodyear slicks hanging out the back of that dragster. Gear Wrench Pro, round 3 to the staging lanes, please. Gear Wrench Pro, round 3 to the staging lanes, please. Neither driver in any sort of hurry to stage here. It's Vetter going to be putting on the bottom half of that staging orb first. Both drivers taking their time, having strong reaction times. Domino gets the win light. Double breakout here as Vetter takes the stripe first by 9 thousandths and loses, running under by 8 thousandths. 488.2 and a 489 dial. Taking 9 thou worth of stripe was too much for Vetter. Domino goes 454.5 and a 455 dial and got there second and wins. Jack Ostrowski and Pat Ward Jr. coming up. Ostrowski dialed 442. Not to be outdone, Ward's dialed 438. Ostrowski running the centrifugal supercharger, hanging off the left-hand side of the Duryea, Pennsylvania-based machine. So Pat Ward Jr. pre-stage, 2 very quick dragsters out here. Ostrowski set up a little bit to the left side of the groove here. Plenty of bite as both dragsters leave clean. Man, Ward's car was wandering all over the place, but gets a win light as 4:4:04, 160, good enough. War had a big starting line advantage, was a 13 reaction time for War. Ostrowski was 40, so you got 27 in your pocket on the step, and then War drove it to the finish line stripe, got there first. Ostrowski goes 4:41.8 at 157 miles an hour in the losing effort. Mark Kavar from Puyallup, Washington, and Mark Lalonde coming up. Lalonde from Cottonwood, Arizona. We need Gear Wrench Pro, round 3. Gear Wrench Pro, round 3 to the lanes, please. Gear Wrench Pro, round 3. to the staging lanes without delay. Lalonde dialed 524. Kavar dialed 484. So about 4/10 of a second spread here. It should be kind of interesting. Not the biggest split we've seen, but getting there. Lalonde will be displeased with the reaction time. Kavar will not be displeased with Lalonde's reaction time because it's what got him a win. 485 at 135 at a 484 dial-in. Kavar runs one over with a 28 light to win, as Lalonde 522.7 at 130 had no 82 light, and that was the undoing of Mark Lalonde. Mark Kavar from Puyallup is in. Chris Whitfield and Mike Calloway. Calloway from Hagerman, New Mexico, dialed 494. Whitfield from Littleton, Colorado, dialed 478. 1997 built undercover chassis for Chris Whitfield. And Mike Calloway. See that car literally inching ahead into the beams. The win light goes to Whitfield, and again the True Start system at play here as both drivers fouled. Whitfield was the least of the foulers with a 001 light to Calloway's 006. So Mike Calloway loses. Both drivers leave before the green, but with Whitfield being only a thou before the green and Calloway being 6 thou before, the win goes to Whitfield. 476.0, 144 out the gate for Whitfield. Calloway runs 495.2, 139, but is eliminated. Jimmy Wenger. Wenger and David Cook coming up. Cook out of Novato, California. We now need Super Pro door cars with an orange sticker to lane, or for round 3, please. Super Pro door cars with an orange run sticker. We need you to the lanes for round number 3. David Cook dialed 479 and Jimmy Wenger dialed 471. Neither driver red here. They leave within 0.02 of each other, and it's David Cook. Jimmy Wenger took 0.02 worth of stripe, and that was too much. 469.9 on a 471 dial. Wenger got there first by 2/10 thou and loses as David Cook got there second and wins. 478.1, 143 miles an hour. Cook dialed 479, ran 0.09 under the dial and had an 011 light. Brutal. Morgan Rose and Jerry Wynn coming up now. Odessa, Texas for Jerry Wynn, 466 to dial in. Morgan Rose from Henderson, Nevada, dialed 458. And again, we need Gear Wrench Pro round 3. We need Super Pro door cars with orange run stickers into the lanes for round 3. As we are rapidly running out of dragsters, and we got the door slammers loading up into staging lanes. Morgan Rose locks down. Red light start for Rose by just 2 thou means that Jerry Wynn advances. 465, 147 miles an hour for Jerry Wynn. Rose missed the tree by just 2 thou. Runs 459.0 on a 458 dial-in. So Morgan Rose eliminated as Neil Presimone comes up right now. Presimone from right here in Las Vegas. And Jeremy Cisneros coming up. Cisneros from Albuquerque, New Mexico. 467 to dial in for the Albuquerque-based Cisneros. And Presimone dialed 593 on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Gear Wrench Pro. And we need our orange door slammers, Super Pro orange sticker door slammers for round 3 as well. Cisneros has a bunch of room to make up, and he made it all up. 470 at 138 miles an hour as Presimone went too quickly. Cisneros got to the finish line second, and that was fine with him as Neil Presimone 591.5 on a 593 dial-in, taking just about 0.04 of a second at the finish line stripe. Too aggressive for Neil. Jeremy says, thanks for that. I will gladly move on to the next round. Peyton Janik, 472 the dial-in on the Pennzoil side. Cooper Chin out of Vancouver, Washington, on the Las Vegas Tourism and Travel Board side of the racetrack. Flickering the bulb for Cooper Chin. Peyton Janik was not at all distracted by that. A brilliant drag race down there. Dead on 1 for Chin, dead on 4 for Janik, and Cooper Chin wins with an 18-pack. Janik had a 19-pack. Peyton 472.4, 472 dial-in with a 15 light. And on the other side of the racetrack, it was Chin that was just a thou better, and Chin advances. Rodney Frazier and Chad Axford coming up. Axford, 452 dial is Frazier from Sand Springs, Oklahoma, dialed 458. The Okie taking on the Kentuckian here. As we need a Gear Wrench Pro and our Super Pro door cars with orange stickers to the lanes now. Chad Axford playing from the bottom of the deck here, and he cannot get a win light. Rodney Frazier dead on 5 with a 35 light, beats Axford's 55 on a 52 as Axford 3 over the dial and 2 hun behind at the starting line. The math was not good for Chad Axford. Rodney Frazier will take it all day long, dead on 5. He'll take that, the 35 light. He's definitely going to want to cinch that up as we get deeper into these rounds. It's Chandler Mazier, another representative of the Mazier family on the starting line. Mazier Enterprises out of Escondido, California, 472. The dial-in for Chandler. And David Bills from Marion, Texas, dialed 480. Bills and Mazier, as we are down to the final 3 dragsters in this round. Great matchup here, only 6 thou separation on the starting line, and it's Bills. Dead on 6 with a 17 light, 23 pack for David Bills. 4806 with that 17 light gets him a win as Mazier runs under 4704 and a 472 dial-in, so Chandler Mazier is eliminated. So Mark Kidd earned the bye in the most spectacular way possible. Earlier today, a perfect run, 000 reaction time, ran dead on 0, and that's how he earned the bye run here in this round. And if you're going to do it, you might as well go big, right? So Mark Kidd will gladly advance on to round 3. Let's see how close to perfect he can be here. Twin Falls, Idaho base racer. Letting up much, 009 reaction time, and goes 57.5 at 152 on a 58 dial. Mark Kidd is in good nick, as the Brits would say. He is in good shape here as we move on. Do a little track prep, get ready for round 3 of Gear Wrench Pro. We have called our Super Pro door cars to round 3 with the orange run stickers on them. Those are the cars we're looking for right now. We get a bunch of them in the lanes. Take a moment to welcome everybody watching live on bankshift.com. If you're paying attention, make sure you send and share the links. Tell all your friends. You got live free racing being live streamed all week long. Chad's down there on the scissor lift emplacement in what is going to be lane number 4 in a couple of weeks. But he is the eye in the sky out there. And again, make sure you share the link on your social media. Tell all your drag racer friends to tune in and watch some of the best and baddest drag racers in the country throw down here in Las Vegas as the Spring Fling.
Are you looking to add an in-tank fuel pump to your ride, but you're afraid it's a little too complicated to do on your own? Well, Holley has a solution for you. It's our universal retrofit fuel pump modules. Follow along, and I'll show you how to make the switch to EFI with a retrofit fuel pump module from Holley. With pumps capable of flowing 255, 450, all the way up to 525 liters per hour, Holley's sure to have a fuel pump for your EFI needs. Now you can convert your factory tank or fuel cell to an EFI-style in-tank fuel system with return or returnless setups. The first thing we need to do is to determine the best location to mount our fuel pump module in our fuel cell or fuel tank. To mount the module, you'll need to cut a 3¼ inch hole with a hole saw similar to this. Identify things like where the vehicle's fuel tank straps and frame rails will contact your fuel tank. That way we can avoid these areas. Now evaluate the position of your fuel level sender float. Removing the existing unit, if yours has one, will help you determine the float arm path. That way you can cut your new hole without interfering with it. Be sure to look for and avoid any bowls or baffles internally in the tank as well. You'll also want to look and determine the best routing position for any supply, return, and vent hoses may be required for your unit. Once you've determined the best possible location for your pump module, drill the 3¼ inch diameter hole in the tank with your hole saw. Remember, gas burns but fumes explode, so don't become a statistic. If you plan to reuse a fuel tank, make sure that all the fuel has been removed and consult with a professional about degassing the tank before cutting or drilling. Once you have the hole cut, use a file or some emery cloth to deburr the edge of your cut. The thick foam gasket supplied with your fuel pump module can compensate for ribs up to 1/4 inch thick in the fuel tank surface. If your tank has deeper ribs or the ribs are perpendicular and have sharp edges, you'll need to use some additional sealant, such as Dow Corning's 730 RTV. Apply the sealant between the foam ring and the tank surface to seal it properly. Remove and clean any debris that may have fallen into the tank during the hole cutting process before you start the installation. Next, we need to measure the tank depth from the highest part of the fuel tank to the very bottom of the floor directly below. The maximum tank depths that our pump modules can accommodate vary from 12 to 13 7/32 of an inch, depending on which pump module you choose. And minimum depth requirements range from 7 to 9 inches depending on the model. Now take this tank depth measurement and insert it into the chart found in the instructions. Subtract your depth measurement from the supply hose specifications listed for your specific model to get the proper length for the supply and return hose. Now measure and mark your return hose, starting with the end of the tape at the end of the hose and pulling back towards the module. Once you have your mark, you can cut the hose to length. Now cut the supply line that's already pre-attached to your fuel pump using the same method, pulling from the end of the hose back towards the fuel pump, then mark and cut. To determine the length we'll need for our pump hanger bracket, you'll use the same measurements that we used earlier for our return and supply lines. Using your measurement, place a mark on the hanger bracket, and then cut the hanger at the mark. Install the pump hanger bracket to the flange boss using the 2 screws and lock washers supplied with your kit. Install the bracket so that the groove is facing your fuel pump. You'll have to remove the foam ring in order to access both holes. Install the pump hanger bracket to the flange boss using the 2 screws and lock washers supplied with your kit. Then torque them to 12 to 18 inch-pounds. Don't forget to reinstall the foam gasket. Slide the screw clamp over the supply hose and push the hose outlet onto the hose barb found in the pump module body. In order to gain better access to the clamp screw, you can remove one of the clamping lugs. Next, rotate the pump until it contacts the hanger bracket. Then slide the hose clamp towards the pump and over the hose barb. Tighten it to 13.5 inch-pounds. Now install the 2 2-inch diameter screw clamps around the pump module and mounting bracket. Place a clamp at each end of the foam sleeve on the pump. If you've chosen an EFI system that's capable of being run returnless, why not choose one of our returnless fuel pump modules? The installation is the same as before, but be sure to check the chart included in the instructions since the base measurements change with the returnless style pump modules. When you go to install the hydromat filter onto your fuel pump module, position the hydromat so that the shortest length of filter is closest to the wall of the fuel tank and the longer section is pointed towards the center of your tank. You'll also want to avoid interfering with the swing motion of the fuel level sender float, as well as any internal baffles or bowls. First, remove the caps from the pump inlet and the filter outlet. Line up one of the holes found in the filter mounting tab with the locating pin found on your fuel pump. Be sure that the fuel filter is going to be orientated correctly once it's installed into your fuel tank before you proceed. Once you're sure it's in the correct position, push the hydromat onto the pump inlet until it bottoms out and locks into place. If you're installing one of our retrofit fuel pump modules into a polypropylene tank, better known as a plastic tank, we recommend that you use one of our stiffening shims. Separate the shim at the slot and spiral it through the tank opening. You can apply some adhesive compound like Loctite 571 between the shim surface and the tank to hold it in place. Use clamps or tape to keep the shim against the inside surface of the tank opening until the adhesive sets up. Position the shim so that it's not visible in the opening and wipe away any excess Loctite that protrudes into the tank opening. Before installing the pump module into your fuel tank, install any adapters or ports needed for your supply, return, and vent lines. Now is also a good time to go ahead and install the preferred electrical connector. Now we're ready to install our pump module into our fuel tank. Make sure that the foam ring is installed on the flange of the pump module. Slide the longer side of the hydromat into the tank opening first. Then fold the shorter side just enough to allow you to get it through the whole opening. Now lower the universal pump hanger into position. If you can, look to see that the hydromat is in the desired position and that it's not interfering with any internal obstructions. If it is, you can rotate the universal pump hanger assembly as needed. Make sure that all the swing out mounting lugs are in the closed position, then lower the module the rest of the way down into the tank. Press down on the module and compress the seal against the tank surface. Then tighten the assembly screws in a clockwise motion to swing the mounting lugs out into the open position. Then gradually torque the 5 assembly screws using a crisscross pattern until the torque of 40 to 60 inch-pounds is achieved. Finish your install all the way to the engine bay with one of our fuel system kits. We have several to choose from depending on your needs, and they include hose, pumps, regulator, fittings, filters, and clamps depending on which one you choose. To complete your installation, make all the necessary connections for your fuel, vent, as well as the electrical connections and the fuel sending unit. Once you have your tank up in place but not fully secured, it's a good idea to go ahead and power up the pump. That way you can check for any leaks. If you're leak free, go ahead and raise it in its final position and secure the tank. Make sure that you don't pinch any wires or crush any fuel lines though. And remember, all vent lines must terminate at least 6 inches above the top of your fuel tank. That wasn't so bad. Now you can convert your factory tank or fuel cell into an in-tank EFI system quickly and easily, all on your own. For more great fuel system solutions and how-to videos, visit us at Holley.com.
Tenth off the dial, and that car was moving around a lot early in the run, and that cost him. 6:22.3 for Burton. He is out. Chris Arnett wins on the binders. Mike Clement and Bill Perry coming up right now. Perry, the 1969 Pontiac Firebird, proving once and forever that drag racing ain't a beauty contest. 785 the dial in for Perry. Clement dialed 706 and a nice clean 1982 third-gen Camaro. The third-gen Camaro runs up next to the Pontiac, and it will be Clement. 707.3, 706 dial with a 30 light. Perry wasn't that far off on the starting line, but he was 2 over at the finish line, 787 on a 785. Perry's eliminated. C.W. Hofer out of Calamasa, California, and Ron Nichols coming up now. Nichols, a 1964 Oldsmobile. That is a cool car with all the tire on the back of it. Dialed 724. Hofer dialed 764 in the 1987 Pontiac Firebird, the third gen. Both cars sitting in pre-stage. We need Super Pro door cars with a blue sticker for round 3. Super Pro door cars, blue sticker to round number 3, and Ron Nichols is just having all kinds of trouble out there as Nichols way off the pace at the starting line, and CW just ate him up. 22 light for CW, goes 7:67.1, way at 83 miles an hour because Nichols was just way off at 7:22.8 at 95 miles an hour for Nichols. The reaction time did him in. Andy Schmall coming up right now. Schmall from Idaho Falls, Idaho. Schmall rolling up, of course, in his 88 Banana Beretta. Schmall dialed 618. And Leo Glassbrenner out of Murrieta, California. 2014 Copo Camaro for Leo. Schmall, a very talented racer in that Beretta, uses the brake pedal and gets himself a win light by 15/10 thou. Glassbrenner runs dead on 2 and loses to Schmall's dead on 7, and it goes down to reaction time and Schmall's finish line skills. 16 light for Schmall, 22 light for Glassbrenner, and a 15/10 thousandths margin at the stripe with Schmall snugging it all the way up down there. Had 6 thou in his pocket leaving the starting line, and he reduced it to 15/10 thou when they crossed the finish line. Surgical work by Andy Schmall. Jeanette Northrup and Dennis Paz coming up. Paz is familiar 1965 Chevy El Camino. 701 the dial-in for Paz, 635 the dial-in for Gene Northrup. Northrup the 1967 Camaro. Dennis Paz out of Stockton. Running the Elkie down there for a win light. Dead on 6 with an 11 light. 17 pack for Dennis Paz moves him to the next round of Gear Wrench Pro as Gene Northrup runs 17 thou over with a 49 light. It really was a reaction time that was the problem for Gene. 049 light, but then runs 636.7 on a 635 dial-in. Jeff Staley and Robin Harris coming up. 659 the dial-in for Harris. 654 the dial-in for Jeff Staley out of Vancouver, Washington. Another El Camino. A red light start for Robin Harris. 017. As the red bulb on the Christmas tree comes on to indicate the foul start. Jeff Staley 651.7 at 103. Legs it through and gets the win light. Harris 662.1 after the foul start. Super Pro door cars with blue run stickers. Round 3 to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door cars. Blue run stickers to the staging lanes, please. Next pair rolling up is Mark Kidd and Brad Burton. Burton from Snohomish, Washington, an incredibly talented racer, dialed 673 on the right-hand side. And Mark Kidd out of Twin Falls, Idaho. Wheels up launch for Burton. The car pushes way right, and that's going to be trouble. Although Burton did himself a couple of favors on the starting line, but it's not enough to claim victory as the wheel stand and the rightward movement of the car crushed his hopes here as Mark Kidd runs 586.7 at only 100 miles an hour, catching Burton early because of that wheel standing spinning launch as Kidd gets the win light. Burton was 14 on the tree to Kidd's 35, but even the 200s he had in his advantage was not good enough after having to pedal the race car. Larry McClanahan from Kennewick, Washington, 560 the dial-in of the Mustang Cobra Jet, 2016 model year Cobra Jet. And Brian Siridu from Niles, Ohio. 645 the dial-in for the Camaro of Brian. Red light start for the Cobra Jet. McClanahan's 30 red. Siridu advances on to the next round, 646.0, 105.12. Darren Taylor and Nick Hastings coming up right now. Nasty Nick Hastings has made his way out here, and boy, has Nasty Nick already made himself a pile so far this year. Hastings is off to just an absolute flying start. And certainly a guy who had himself an incredible year in 2020 as well. Darren Taylor, 615 dial in. Nasty Nick, dialed 605. Red light start for Taylor as Hastings' reputation preceded him. Hastings crushed an 18 on the train, goes 6:02.9 at 113 through the traps as Darren Taylor, after red lighting by a bunch, goes 6:20 with a 6 at 110 miles an hour. Hastings picked up a $10,000 win for himself at the St. Patrick's Day 3 $10,000 races held at Piedmont Dragway recently. Also had some late round performances at the Gulfport event as well so far this year as Matt Keelman and Nikki Thomas come up. Niles, Ohio, home for Thomas. Beautiful wheels off launch for Keelman, and we'll see that Nova again. Nikki Thomas, 031 red light in the square-bodied S10 truck. 667, 401 miles an hour for Keelman after seeing his scoreboard light up. Nikki Thomas, unfortunately, runs dead on 6 after fouling out. Dylan Hunn and Randy Biddle coming up right now. It is Biddle, the 1978 Malibu, and Hunn, Junction City, Oregon, the 1969 Camaro Super Sport. It's actually young Mr. Haug in that mobile. Mindy and Brian out there watching on the starting line. So again, it is a cross-continent battle between Junction City, Oregon for the Camaro, Christiansburg, Virginia for the Malibu. Getting down near the end of Gear Wrench Pro round number 3 is the wheels up launch for that 69 Camaro. It's Randy Biddle. Not looking good for Randy down there at the top end. Oh, wow, but he pulled it out as Dylan breaks out. Dylan was 13 on the tree to Randy's 46, and it seemed like it was going to be lights out from that point. But Randy Biddle, 610 on a 609 dial, and Dylan was 18 thousandths too quick, going 657.2 on a 659 dial, and breaking out by about a Camaro length down there. Took a fair amount of stripe. Kyle Rizzoli from St. Louis Obispo, California, 630 the dial in his Camaro, which is being run with frequency today. And Justin Lamb, we told you he's running 2 cars. He won his first matchup. We'll see if he runs and wins his second matchup here against Kyle Rizzoli, who again picked up 5 figures worth of dough down there in Tucson Dragway recently. High quality competition to incredibly talented bottom bulb racers as Lamb and Rizzoli just shooting the bulbs out of the tree, and it's Rizzoli. 004, 15 thou over, so a 19 pack for Rizzoli. Lamb puts together a 23 pack, and Kyle Rizzoli, taking 11 thou worth of stripe, gets the win light. So Kyle Rizzoli, nice job. And Jamie Sturdivant comes up from Draper, Utah. Sturdivant dialed 582. Running the dragster in Gear Wrench Pro, which you can do and has been done with success here way back in 2013. Garrett Parsons, the winner over Ryan Mangus in a pro dragster. 582.0, 582 dial in. Jamie Sturdivant has that car dialed well. So that is round 3 of Gear Wrench Pro. As we continue on now, we're going to move into our Super Pro category. We have called our Super Pro competitors in. So Darren Lotz, congratulations. The winner of a complete Biondo 5 Pro Light and a Sparco suit for the best losing package of round number 2. So Darren Lotz, the winner of the round 2 best losing package. That should take the sting out of it a little bit. So a couple of great prizes for Darren. Those can be picked up first floor of the timing tower. Chris Galitti and Chase Trimp coming up right now. Chasey Trimp from Wilton, California, dialed 584. Beautiful little 27T Roadster. And Chris Galitti out of Spring, Texas, driving the Nova, dialed 540. So the Shoebox Nova and the Roadster as Galitti pumps the brake pedal, finding the fully staged position. This car wandered just slightly off the starting line, but it's still good enough for a win light. Trimp was 5 on the tree. Galitti was 12. Trimp runs 588.6, 4 over, a 584 dial-in. Galitti was tighter, only 2 over, running 542 on a 540. So Chris Galitti advances. Next up, AJ Ash rolling up right now from Long Beach, Mississippi. We saw AJ and his other car advance out of the second round in Super Pro as Gary Roos from Pahrump, Nevada comes up in a just spectacular 1955 Chevrolet. Gorgeous car. The louvered rear deck lid just sits perfectly. But he has a very, very tough and hungry customer in AJ Ash sitting there on the Las Vegas Tourism and Travel Bureau side of the drag strip. Ash is fully staged. The shoebox Chevy goes in second. A red light start for Gary Roos by 22 thousandths eliminates him and his beautiful 55 Chevrolet here in round number 3 as AJ Ash runs 579.2 after the foul start by Gary to move on in the little Pontiac. Dustin Henches and Gary Mignacca coming up right now. Gary from Lawndale, California, dialed 578, a low-slung 27T Roadster. And Dustin Henches from Olympia, Washington in the Camaro. This is a final call for Super Pro Door Cars. Final call, Super Pro Door Cars round 3 as Dustin Henches will be moving on to round 4. 007 light for Henches. Gary was 005, but it comes down to finish line driving, and Dustin Henches cinched this thing up 32 10,000ths at the stripe. Henches on the binders runs 6202 at 113 miles an hour to win. Gary 581.7 on a 578 dial at 117 miles an hour, so Dustin Henches getting it done. Dan McClellan and Gordon Bovin coming up right now. McClellan, Orange, California, the 27T Roadster, 536. Dial in is Gordon Bovin, from Boise, Idaho, the 1972 Cuda. What a cool looking car that is. Bovin's car bobbing and weaving its way through the first 330 feet of the racetrack. Might have cost him a little ET, and it cost him a win light. As Dan McClellan, 015 light, wins over Bovin's 006 reaction time because McClellan runs dead on 5, a 20 pack for Dan, as Bovin has a 23 pack. And that is just what this whole situation is going to look like all weekend long here. You can be that good, and the other guy can be just that much better and bump you off. So Gordon Bovin's eliminated, and Dan McClellan advances. Here comes Kevin McClellan, and yes, this is of the McClellan family, of the golden-voiced, legendary Dave McClellan. Kevin is a great racer in his own right, as is Dan. Rancho Cucamonga home for Kevin. Malibu station wagon dialed 658, sporting the K&N colors, of course, this weekend. This K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries as Sean Schaefer hits down the racetrack, trying to bump off that pesky wagon of Kevin McClellan, but McClellan's 005 light was the key to victory here. McClellan wins on a hole shot, 661.1 on a 658 dial, so he's 3 over. Schaefer was 14 thou over, but he spotted McClellan 25 thou on the starting line. Not enough to make it back, so Kevin McClellan advances on to the next round. Mike Pennington from Lavernia, Texas coming up, and Ken Sueo from Oregon City, Oregon. 587 dial in. Mike Pennington dialed 506. Ken Sueo, the 1972 Ford Capri, rolling up right now, and fresh back from a trip to the staging lanes. Peter Biondo, how you doing, man?
Good, man. Everything's going good out there. There's some happy faces in the staging lanes, and maybe not so happy because they got a weak flight, if there's such a thing. But it's rolling out there. People are starting. You can feel the energy as we move on to round 3.
You really can. I mean, these early round races are incredible, and it's just going to, the intensity is going to continue to ramp up. As Ken Sueo is on the wrong side of the reaction time battle here. Pennington was not too sporty with a 73, but Sueo was about twice off that. So Mike Pennington, 509.3, wins the drag race and advances, and Ken Sueo is going to try to push that one right out of his mind. Mike Bloomfield Jr. and Spencer Massey coming up. How about this Lamb guy? Just Lamb guy is pretty good at drag racing.
Yeah, I've heard about him.
This Massey guy's pretty good too. He's been making some hay with his dragster, and now he's up back in the Nova. Mike Bloomfield dialed 642 as Massey is dialed 635. Bloomfield red lights his way out of competition. A wheel-standing pickup truck out of Hamilton, Ohio, had snatched the front tires out of the beams. Spencer Massey, 636 at 108 on the 635 dial-in. So we have made our final call for Door Slammers, Super Pro Door Slammers Round 3. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Ryan Mangus has won a $100 K&N gift card and $100 based off a random tech card draw from Gear Wrench Pro Round 1 losers from the Pro Treasure Chest. That's pretty awesome. So Ryan Mangus, a guy who was the runner-up at the very first one of these races held back here in 2013, continues to win stuff here in 2021. Dick Vandermeer and Wes Anderson coming up. 5:53 dial-in for Anderson in the Roadster as Vandermeer, the 2003 Pontiac Grand Am, dialed 491. And Vandermeer is too early by 0.04 of a second, so Wes Anderson in the Roadster goes 52.2 at 123 miles an hour to advance. Dick Vandermeer drove it through the finish line under power, goes 490 with a 7 at 141, but the 004 light will end his afternoon in Super Pro, at least on that entry.
So Brian, it's your first time to the Flings. We are really pleased to have you here. I've listened to you announce, obviously, over the years. I've listened to you and Nate Hershey announce together, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'm glad you came, made the trip. Brian landed in a rent-a-car. Landed in Vegas, hopped in a rent-a-car. I might have landed in a real car, too. Hope he didn't land on a rent-a-car. And shot here and just picked up the mic like he's been here for years.
It's a blast, man. The quality of competition out here as we see another great matchup of Carla Greeno taking the win light, 720 with a 2 on a 19 dial with a 15 reaction time. David Butler was 2 over, 656 on a 654 with an 024 light. Now, man, it's a pleasure to be here. Really super excited. Love working with Nate, and going to be a blast when he gets here as well. But, you know, to come out here and see so many racers from every corner of the country is so impressive.
It really is. I was out in the holding lot and handing out the flyers as they were pulling the gate and greeting everybody. And, Texas, Virginia, every corner, every which way.
Absolutely. As Mark Lalonde and Dave Adams head down the racetrack, a couple of West Coasters, Cottonwood, Arizona, home for Lalonde, Adams from California. And this one will go to the Arizonian. 009 reaction time for Lalonde. And he runs 1 over, going 53 and a 52. So a 28 pack for Mark Lalonde will move him on to the next round. Dave Adams was 2 over, and he had a 24 light, so the math just was not in his favor. And the party started yesterday, really. You guys had time runs, but then you had the American race cars and Todd's Extreme Paint shootout last night. Corey Gallitti winning the rolling dragster. Unbelievable.
You know, my favorite part of that race is so much pressure in the final. The winner wins the dragster, and I don't think you've seen it yet, but it's a complete, pick up a motor, put it in, bolt some headers on a tranny, and go all electronics, a $40,000 dragster. The runner-up gets a free entry into the million, so it's a $38,000 difference final round.
That is a pretty wide spread. Seth McLean and Bill Botello go to the finish line stripe, and it's going to be Botello getting the win light, 496.3 on a 494 dial, 17 reaction. Seth McLean was 7 over, running 662 on a 665.
And it was it went down just like you would expect it. It was the best in the business. Young gun versus the best in the business on middle-aged. I'll call him middle-aged because I'm middle-aged.
Yeah, I'll find that too because I'm in the same bracket as you.
So Gary Williams, G-Dub, and Corey Galletti, and I tell you what, Brian, at the finish line it sounded like a symphony. They were just on and off the gas. It was double low both sides and double breakout, 1 by 4th out. Galletti.
Man, that's the way to do it. As Mike Bonner and Dave Jackson head down the starting line, Bonner, the little 72 Vega wagon, is going to get bumped off as Jackson runs dead on 9 with a 003 light, so a 12-pack for Dave Jackson, and Bonner got there second, running 632.6.
Yeah, and you can see Dave Jackson, the car just settled down. He actually darted a little bit to the right when he got on the brakes, but when lights on, and he'll move up left. All right, so while door cars are running, I have a few questions.
Sure.
First gen Camaro, second gen
third gen? Teach me.
What, like years?
Yes.
So 67 to 69 first gen. You got second gens run from 70 to 82. Then you got, or 81. And then 80, yeah, it's 82. 83 to 93 is your third gen. 94 to 02 is your fourth gen. And then they stopped making Camaros for like a decade. And then the fifth gen's picked up in like 10.
So is it based on when it ships to the next generation?
Yeah. So John McCone, we got a freebie here as Ricky Duschel 004 red light start in that split window. So McCain runs dead on 7 after the fact. He didn't need it, but he has it in his data bank now, which is a good thing. Ricky ran 566.4 after the red light.
And McCone's going to have to tighten it up. He missed the tree a little bit. Moving on to round 4, the packages are going to be tight.
Shane Thompson and Randy Cloud coming up. Thompson dialed 505. Cloud dialed 604. So effectively 1 second, which is about as big a spread as you're going to see here this weekend. Certainly the biggest one we've seen so far today. It was too long for Shane Thompson to wait. Shane Thompson, 20 red, is eliminated. 504.8, 129 after the red light. Randy Cloud legged it through, 602.6, 114 with an 016 reaction time. So Randy Cloud moves on. Dave Beatty coming up in what has to be one of the top 5 coolest cars on the property, the 1965 GTO Judge. Painted the correct carousel red, orbit orange. You pick the name of the color. $599 to dial in out of Wilton, California. Pat Conlon, in the black and gold 1967 Camaro. The smoky unit colors from back in the day. $550 to dial in for Conlon out of Lake Havasu City. But man, Beatty's car is just awesome. Sits down low, huge tire in the back, wheelie bars. Wing on it. Red light start for Dave Beatty by 007. He has to go polish that thing in the pits now as Conlon goes 548.9, 125 after Beatty fouled out. Bob Neighbor coming up now, and Brad Pierce. Neighbor out of Mira Loma, California. I believe he's in the pool business, if my memory serves correct. I think Neighbor installs swimming pools. Not like cleans them, like installs them. Brad Pierce from Riverside, California. Refrigerator white 1963 Corvette Roadster down 583. So this pair of Corvette Roadsters gets ready to lock horns, with Neighbor being second to stage. Wheels up and gone for Neighbor, the second to lead, the quicker of the two cars, and it is going to be Pierce. Dead on 9 with a 10 light, so 19 pack as Neighbor goes dead on 6 with a 64 light, which is way out of left field for Neighbor. That guy's one of the best in the industry out here in the western part of the country, so Neighbor just a tough leave there, but Brad Pierce, 19 pack, gets it done against Neighbor. Karen Snyder and C.W. Hofer coming up right now. Calamasa, California, the 1971 Nova, 689 the dial-in for the little silver door slammer. And Karen Snyder from Grand Junction, Colorado, the 1963 Corvette. Snyder's car made a little bit of a move to the right, steer right back in the groove, though, and Snyder gets the win. 536.7 at 128 miles an hour. It's a double breakout. CW had the better light by 200ths, but got to the finish line 200ths too quick. Or I should say took 200 to the finish line, which was too much. Breaks out 688.0 at 97. Pete Bothy from Long Beach, California, the 1978 Porsche. And Ryan Wilson from Montrose, California, the 1967 Camaro with the Dragsters. Orange stickers to the staging lanes for round 3, and Dragsters blue stickers to the staging lanes for round 3. Dragsters orange stickers, Dragsters blue stickers to round 3, please. Identical dial-ins for 2 very different race cars out there. How about Bothy's car with a big wheel stand to about 60 feet? And Bothy doing it with style. 008 reaction time. 17 over, so a 25 pack for Pete is enough to get the win light. He gets to the finish line first as Ryan Wilson runs 577.8 and 119 with an 037 light, and that 37 light precipitated his demise. Gary Wargneyer coming up right now from Kelzer, Oregon. Gary dialed 546. Dan Northrup from Pipersville, Pennsylvania, where Peter might have pecked a pickled peck of peppers in Pipersville. That's the town motto. Dan Northrup can recite it perfectly. He's dialed 596. Gary dialed 546 in the big old honkin' 67 Chevelle. The Chevelle going to pull up alongside the Camaro and tick the win light. 547.4, 125 for Gary with a 13 light. 27 pack, tight enough to win as Northrup was 25 on the tree and then ran over by 11. The 36 pack goes down to the 27 pack. AJ Ash back again. We saw him win in the Pontiac. Now we see him in the Nova. Mira Silvia, Pennzoil side of the racetrack from Rancho Cucamonga, California. Dialed 466. Few cities in America more fun to say than Rancho Cucamonga. AJ Ash, 540 the dial-in on the Nova. He is pre-stage first. Once again, Dragsters blue stickers for round 3, Dragsters orange stickers for round 3 to the lanes. Red light start from Mira by just 18 thou, and AJ Ash keeps racking up win lights here. 538.5, 125.11 for Ash with a 009 RT. So AJ Ash going to keep on keeping on. Phil Unruh coming up right now. Unruh from McPherson, Kansas. Phil is a fearsome racer that has competed in a multitude of categories over the years, always with beautiful equipment. His Camaro Roadster is absolutely no different than anything he's owned. Top shelf, beautiful stuff. Dave Pratt from Woodburn, Oregon, home of Woodburn Drag Strip, dialed 567. Red light start from Cratch as Unruh's car came off, hit the stop. Motors to the finish line goes 6:12.9 at 137. It didn't need any of it, but certainly we want to work on making those runs out here, even when your competitor goes a thou red. Cratch then runs 17 thou over his prediction, going 568.7 on a 567 dial.
And Brian, Phil Unruh, that is a brand spanking new Camaro Roadster right from Race Tech.
It looks like it, man. It is gorgeous.
Everything he has is gorgeous.
Darren Feithoff's coming up right now from Napa, California. Kind of a root beer colored 57 Chevrolet down there. Really nice looking car. And Alan Matcham from Everett, Washington. Another 1967 Nova that will advance as Darren. Feithoff's goes 15 red and then runs 606.3. Alan runs dead on 2. Mark Yeager and Hank Pramov coming up. Peter, one of the things that impresses me so much is we see a lot of competitors running in Pro and Super Pro. It's like two different skill sets, and yet a lot of these guys can just kill it in both styles of cars.
Yeah, bottom bulb to top bulb. And so the rule here, Brian, is you can double enter, but you cannot double enter. The same driver cannot double enter the same car.
Gotcha.
So when you see the same car coming up in Super Pro, it's a driver switch.
Driver swap, I gotcha.
Yep, it's all good. So in the 1980s, Brian, that was a primetime super gas car right there.
Hank Pramov throwing it back. That 72 Vega, the two-tone paintwork, and yeah, the way it sits and everything, that was cutting edge, man.
It was.
And Mark Yeager, and what is the modern version of that, the primetime super gas car here in 2021, the Corvette, but it is going to be the old school Vega by 14 10th thou at the stripe. Yeager runs dead on 4 and loses because Pramov was 007. Pramov ran 22 over the dial, but still gets the win light by 14 10th thou at the stripe.
Wow, 007 take a thou at the finish line. That's doing work at both ends.
That is, Pramov heard us bragging on his car, that's why. Yeah. We see Brian Cam now as Rod Taylor from Kalispell, Montana rolls up. 526 the dial-in for that racer in the 67 Nova. And Brian Cam from Pacifica, California, rolling up with their dragster. Once again, dragsters orange stickers, dragsters blue stickers. Round 3, you should be in the lanes.
So difference between Chevy 2 and Nova after this pattern. That's a tough one on me.
It is. I guess it's 527 at 130 for Rod Taylor, puts him into the next round. Cam 487.9 at 140 miles an hour, runs dead on 9, but Taylor just owned him at the starting line. So for difference between Chevy 2 and a Nova, there was like a split. So the earlier cars, like 62 to I think 64, technically Chevy 2s. And then at 65, I think they still call them Chevy 2. And then on from there is Nova. So it's kind of interchangeable, kind of isn't.
It's a year thing?
It's a year thing.
It's not a package thing?
The Chevy 2 and then the Nova were like the same
trim?
It was, no.
Okay.
To the best of my knowledge, it was a renaming of the model.
All right. I've had this discussion for 2 years now, and I've gotten 9 different answers.
It is, yeah, and that's why, because nobody really knows. Nobody knows the real answer. I'll tell you who does. Chad's down there in the scaffolding, and I will get a text from him in 30 seconds, and he will tell me. As Jim Calloway goes 497, 138. Unfortunately, he did that after turning a 005 red light on. As Gary Williams moves on, 487, 142, 51. Lindsey Meserve and Donovan Williams coming up right now. So Gary's son Donovan following in the family footsteps, and why wouldn't he? Certainly showing the same signs that his dad has developed over the years, the same skill set. 483 the dial, and not a bad guy to have coaching you.
And Uncle Troy, Williams too.
Exactly.
I mean, you grew up around that, you already got a head start.
I mentioned before, but Gary's the only guy I've ever seen pull into the winner's circle with a fully cooked steak in the car. Straight from the top end. I don't even know where he picked it up.
Nerves of steel.
On one side and there's U on the other, and the U side is the 008 green of Donovan Williams. He runs 6 over the dial and still wins. Lindsey Meserve runs dead on 2, but the reaction time just didn't put Lindsey in the ball game.
Yeah, that was bad news for Lindsey when Donovan Williams was rocking a hood scoop back and forth at about 400 feet out there. It was lights out.
Troy Williams coming up now. Pumped up after seeing Donovan pick up a win light there as Bobby Dye comes up on the right-hand side.
This is an interesting matchup. Little East Coast, West Coast for bragging rights. So we saw Gary turn the win light on. We saw Donovan turn the win light on. Let's see what T-Dub does.
Oh, man. Bobby Dye is not going to make it easy on him as they get to the finish line, and it's Dye breaking the streak. Man alive, yeah. 133 miles an hour, the anchor was out, and he gets the win light, man. That's some, like you said before, that's doing work on the top end of the racetrack.
Absolutely. 00 up front, goes down there. Troy Williams put a wheel on him, and Bobby Dye just, like you said, Brian, dropped the anchor.
Man. So Dave Meyer and Scott Ball rolling up. Ball from San Antonio, Texas, 493 the dial-in, and David Meyer, 483 the dial-in of the Sheridan, California-based dragster. Bulb flickering for Meyer first. Played a pretty coast down there at the top end. It was Meyer getting the win. A double breakout, 482.4 at 143 miles an hour, as Ball was under by an even Hun, going 492.0 on a 493 dial-in. And again, just a pretty good bracket race there, and both guys were kind of with it on the starting line, at least closely matched, and it was just came down to some good finish line driving as Trey Vetter and Chance Parker come up.
Here's a kid to watch. Right lane Trey Vetter, young gun from right here in Henderson, Nevada. He is going to be someone to look at for years to come. He's Justin Lamb's cousin. He has a great teacher, and he has a lot of talent.
And he's playing at his home racetrack. Vetter goes down at the end of the racetrack, and he gets there too quickly. 461.7 at 148 miles an hour. He took 200 worth of stripe, and that was the end of him. Chase Parker, 483.0, 482 dial. They were within 2 thou in the starting line. Just decision-making down there, right, Peter?
That's right. Trey Vetter's not going to be happy because Chance Parker dropped him. 483 at 132. Fed Trey Vetter 21 thou at the stripe, and it was 13 thou too much.
Ugh. Jay Fitzgerald and Calvin Locke coming up. Locke dialed 510, Fitzgerald dialed 461. Corpus Christi, Texas, home for Jay Fitzgerald. Calvin up from Chandler, Arizona. Sun getting low, shadows getting long here at the strip of Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And Calvin Locke just romping on the gas pedal to go dead on 2 with a 10 light, a 12 pack. We look over the other side of the racetrack. Fitzgerald's dead on 6, but the 25 light was his biggest problem. And that is just a shameful thing to have to say. That 25 light, you really just gave him too much rope.
And in eighth mile bracket racing, you can see the scoreboards light up, dead on. And actually, the sun's beating on the scoreboards a little bit. It's hard to see the wind light. You're just looking closer. Must have been on a tree.
So Calvin Locke will like that time slip. That was a great race as Tim O'More and Tony Burton come up. Burton from Rochester, Washington, 449, the number on his dial-in board, as O'More is dialed 534. So there'll be plenty of spread here for O'More to get ahead. Rather, a running start on Burton. A lot of distance to make up in a short amount of time, and it's going to be O'More dead on 6 with a 008 light. So a 14 pack just buries Tony Burton. Burton was only 1 over, 450 with a 1, but he was 50 on the tree. in the eighth mile, yeah. That's David Copperfield magic stuff, if he can pull that off. Or I guess Lance Burton. Is he still performing out here somewhere? The magic show's probably still going on out here. Tyler Myrup and Sean Schaefer coming up right now. Schaefer out of Boise, Idaho, 454 dial-in, and Myrup 495 the dial-in on the racer or the race car out of Sandy, Utah. The number of Idaho racers here is amazing.
A lot of Idaho support. Our kid, that whole family, Tony called Chris Northrop. Idaho, Texas is big.
Yes.
Texas here. Oklahoma. One time, Brian, we actually had a map, and I wrote down each state how many people came, and it was just all over.
That's great.
Really, really cool. And the cool part about it is a lot of times it's the first time.
And that's the neatest thing for me too, is you see people that you're really only going to face once a year if you come to this event. It's a great thing as Sean Schaefer just bumps off Tyler Myrup. Schaefer 13 reaction time, 57.9, only 144 miles an hour down there as Tyler Myrup went streaking on by, 494.9. Actually, Myrup was on the binders too at only 136 miles an hour, but just didn't take off enough. Honey Wayne and Dylan Howe coming up right now. You want to talk about two young guys that have a very, very bright future in the sport of drag racing. These are two of them. Howe dialed 460, and Honey Wayne dialed 462. Junction City, Oregon.
This should be a good
The Howe
matchup.
family. Yeah, absolutely.
Dylan Howe is just getting started in the big cars, and he's already shown he can hang with the best of them. Well, right now, he looks over. He's got one of the best of them.
He absolutely does, and that's the whole thing. You got measuring sticks out here. Who are the people you need to square up against to kind of prove your mettle? Well, that's one of them sitting in the left lane. Patton just romping the throttle pedal, goes dead on 3 with a 26 light. Dylan goes dead on 5 with a 38 light. That's what you call a good try.
That's it. 38 against Hunter is usually not going to get it done. Hunter was 26, so it was actually a pretty good race. Both cars ran dead on. The numbers were a little bit better in Hunter's lane.
Jeff Taylor, 474, the dial-in of the racer out of Apache Junction, Arizona, and Brandon Taylor from Roanoke, Alabama. They're not even distant cousins.
Yeah, really. Alabama, Arizona, you're talking what, 2,000 miles?
Yeah, this is not a family reunion happening here at the starting line. Well, the mileage spread between where they live was a long ways, but the time spread and reaction time wasn't much as Brandon Taylor wins in a double breakout. 468.7 with an 18 light on a 69 dial-in puts him ahead into the next round as Jeff breaks out by 4, going 436 or 473.6 on a 474 dial.
Yeah, 1,000 true margin of victory.
That's insane.
Check out the slingshot right side.
Yeah, this thing is great. It's a Dave Tuttle built 1999 chassis, Dale Taros out of La Mirada, California. I'm interested. There was a guy named Don Taros that ran the Good Guy series for years, was an index racer, and I'm wondering if Dale is related to him. I'm thinking he is. Just the last name, the fact he's got a slingshot dragster. They obviously love the nostalgia style stuff. Dale dialed 548. Val Torres Jr., who won piles of money at Tucson Dragway just a couple of weeks ago, is on the opposite side of the racetrack, dialed 475. Next to that slingshot dragster, and he can't do it. Dale Taros, 49.2 and a 48 dial as Val Torres breaks out by a ton for him.
Yeah, and that's just the case. Val Torres is used to looking over and seeing another rear-engine dragster, and quite frankly, that's a different look. He does not typically take 500s win like Val Torres Jr., and I'll tell you what, there is some advantages to be different.
That's a great point. Yeah, you look over and you're seeing a bunch of pipe. And a
totally different. You try to line up with the roll cage, and it's totally different than...
yeah, and the guys behind you.
Yeah, exactly.
Mo Trujillo and Chris Whitfield coming up right now. Trujillo, Happy Valley, Oregon. 450 the dial in. Chris Whitfield from Littleton, Colorado. And we have made a final call for round 3 all dragsters. Round 3 all dragsters final call. Whitfield and Trujillo working their way to the finish line, and it's Whitfield dead on zero, the 31 light. Trujillo took 14th thou worth of stripe and broke out by 6th thou in the process.
Whitfield's one of those guys, when he starts getting hot, he starts putting down some great laps, and going into round number 4, watch that guy.
Streaky.
Very streaky.
Cortland Carter and Jerry Wynn coming up right now. Wynn from Odessa, Texas. 4.5 second dragster, dialed 458. Carter from Lubbock, Texas. 496. The dial in on his car on the Pennzoil side. So you have it. Paul Weekman checking in, telling me that Don Taros is Dale's brother. So the guy that I made a blind guess that he was related to actually was. So I'm done for the weekend. I got one thing right. I'd like to thank everybody for having me. I'm going home now.
You're batting 1,000.
You gotta quit when you're ahead sometimes.
That, speaking of batting 1,000, my wife Emily Lewis, first super gas race ever was at a national event. She won. She never went to another national event.
I wouldn't either. Jerry Wynn, unfortunately, can't turn on a win light here. Cortland Carter can, running dead on 2 with a 006 light, so an 8-pack for Carter. Wynn was dead on 4, but with a 22 light, so a 26-pack. A great, clean race to the finish line. Cortland Carter doing the better job with an 8-pack to move on. Ray Harshbarger and Jason O'Terry coming up right now. Harshbarger, a long burnout as he rolls that thing back from a couple hundred feet down the racetrack. O'Terry from Norco, California, dialed 450. Harshbarger dialed 501. Harshbarger setup's cool. It's a, mechanically injected big block Chevy engine. He's got the polished aluminum injector hat on it. Neat look.
Another different look. I like it. Mix it up.
Car obviously works. He's fought his way this deep into it. He wants to keep racking up these win lights here.
Waterloo, Montana. Have you ever been there?
Man, I haven't. One of the few places in Montana I haven't been is Waterloo.
You've been to Montana?
No.
Yeah, Montana. I hear it's a beautiful state.
I'd love to visit it, yeah.
We very rarely get races from Montana at the Fling.
Red light start for Harshbarger as we put the announcer curse on him big time there. Missed a tree by just 17 thousandths as Jason O'Terry motors down to a 449.3 at 153 miles an hour. Harshbarger runs 493.9 after the red light. But yeah, Montana's definitely a place to check out. I mean, natural wonders of mountains and everything else. Sean
probably the polar opposite of New York City, Queens, New York.
Yeah, different types of mountains. Theirs are not made of landfills. Yeah.
Smells a little different too. Go through Staten Island. That's where all the landfills at.
Chase Learcamp from Olympia, Washington, and Sean Hart from Layton, Utah.
Chase Learcamp, Brian, that's the son of J.R. Learcamp. This is his first ever bracket race.
No way.
19 years old. He's mixing it up with the big boys. third round here at the Maytag 30K Wednesday.
Talk about a lot, but sometimes, it's good. The stuff you don't know can be a benefit sometimes. The guy's not
Very
maybe
true.
feeling as much pressure as he should be feeling.
Very, very true. Sometimes we tend to overthink and talk ourselves out of the race. He's got a clear head. He's got some work to do up there.
He does. Sean Hart, 004 reaction time, says, welcome to the big leagues, kid. Takes him out, 457 on a 455 dial. Learcamp was 50 on the tree, got to the finish line second, running 466.6 at 147. But Chase, we're glad to have you, and welcome to your first bracket race. You have jumped into the very deep end of the Shark Tank here.
And here's what I like about it. You said it right. You jump right into the Shark Tank. Some people say, why don't you start off, locally, Friday night, Wednesday night, whatever. I always tell people a story when I used to go to Moroso 5-Day, and that was the place to be back in the day. Hitter after hitter. When I came home, I might have got beat up a little bit, but when I came home, I was that much better when I ran the locals. And,
makes total sense.
Yeah, so it just sharpens you. Go after it, and don't be afraid. I always preach aggression in bracket racing especially.
Randy Lynn Ship and Phil Pennington coming up right now. Three Rivers, Texas to Pennington, 489 the dial. Randy Lynn dial 453 and the dragster on the Pennzoil side. Oh, man. They both lead clean, and Randy Lynn Ship is as clean as it comes. Perfect reaction time, dead on 3. Airtight. Absolutely airtight.
That's making it happen. How about Randy Lynn Ship? We're used to watching her run a stocker. She gets in a long car and just puts up a 3-pack.
Yeah, that is just hateful.
Bo knows how to pick them too.
He does. Absolutely does. They had a great race for themselves down at SGMP last weekend at the Southern Sportsman Showdown, awarded a lot of money to class racers, and they're here trying to earn some of their own here this weekend as Mike Rock and Hannah Cook come up. 497 the dial in for Mike Rock, 451 the dial in for Hannah Cook out of Novato, California.
All right, attention to pits. Gear Wrench Pro for round number 4. Gear Wrench Pro, round 4 to the lanes, please.
Tree flashes. Mike Rock and Hannah Cook. Stop the clocks as both drivers are under their dial-ins. It's Hannah Cook in a double breakout. Mike Rock took about 300 worth of stripe and broke out by about 300ths of a second. 494 and a 497 as Hannah Cook runs under her dial by just 8 thousandths and gets the win light.
Hey, Bo knows.
You're doing a pretty decent job out there, man.
Bo Butner.
You all right? Perfect light.
Not as good as your better half. Bo Butner.
Hey, brother. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Why ain't you in the car? I'm enjoying working.
Dan Lafferty and Nick Axtman Jr. coming up right now. Axtman Jr. dialed 423 as Lafferty running 451.
I don't know what they're eating for breakfast in the Butner camp, but he had a 5-pack earlier today, Bo did. And his better half just had a 3-pack, so I'm coming for breakfast tomorrow morning. Everybody, breakfast at Bo's.
I was going to say, whatever they're eating, he ain't cooking it. So it's 423.0 dead on with a 15 light for Nick Axtman, 15-pack, as Dan Lafferty got there second, ran 4.504 at 149 miles an hour. Rob Domino and Greg Garrison coming up right now. Garrison dialed 477, Domino dialed 454. Tree comes down and off they leave. Garrison and Domino slaying the Christmas tree on both sides. It is going to be Garrison, a 16-pack for the win. Dead on 2 with a 14 light. Garrison doing work out there. Domino breaks out by a thou, taking 5 thou at the stripe. He put up a valiant fight. Didn't do much wrong out there.
Yeah, 012, take 5 thou, sign me up. That usually gets a win light.
Willie Flores and Wade Archer coming up right now. Archer dialed 472, Flores dialed 493. They get down to the 330. They look at each other down to the finish line. You can see Flores working the pedal, dead on 6 with an 11 light. 17 pack for Flores. Puts him ahead, taking 7th thou worth of stripe as Archer goes 73 on a 72 with a 12 reaction time, a 24 pack for Wade Archer, and a trip to the pits. Mark Kidd and Robbie Gear. Mark Kidd had a perfect run this morning in the first round. He ran 2 thou under his dial-in on his bye run in the second round. Robbie Gear from Pleasant Hill, Missouri is going to try to throw the kitchen sink at him here. 451 for Gear, 458 prediction for Kidd, so just 7 hun the spread on the starting line. Flickering the bulb is Kidd. Into Gear. Here we go. Red light start. 002 red for Mark Kidd. He is out. Robbie Gear, 4.508, 153 miles an hour, 009 reaction time. Gear moves on because Kidd just barely, and I'm talking barely, missed the tree, runs 4.57.2. Kurt Gross and Ron Sears coming up. 505 the dial in for Sears. Gross dialed 492 on the Las Vegas Tourism and Travel Board side of the drag strip. So Dragsters round 3, we've called you multiple times. You should be there. We got door cars rolling back in again as we have called Gear Wrench Pro to the lanes for round 4. Gear Wrench Pro to the lanes round 4. Ron Sears' car just sat down at about 300 feet. Sears had problems as Gross is going to lift and coast to a win using his head out there. But Ron Sears was charging down the racetrack, and then all of a sudden, the thing just stopped accelerating. Toby Payne and James Lee coming up right now. Toby and Madison Payne both advanced out of round 2. Toby now dialed 492. Lee dialed 476. So Lee is pre-staged. So Lee and Payne locked down and gone. And again, the cream continuing to rise to the top here is Payne, a 17-pack, 493.2 on a 492 dial with a 005 light, beats Lee, who had a 21-pack going 477.3 on a 476 dial with a 008 light. Moral of the story, don't show up anymore with a 21-pack here. The 21-pack round is over. That was 2 rounds ago. That was 2 rounds ago. Madison Payne now trying to keep pace with Toby. Jeremy Cisneros coming up right now. Cisneros from Albuquerque, New Mexico. 468 the dial.
Tom Bear, you could see him giving Madison the last checkup as she gets a pre-stage bulb on. He is a really good drag racing instructor. He's a hard worker, and if you're looking for someone to help you drag race, teach you the ropes, he's the guy to go to out here.
Cisneros pulled the better light and pulls the win light at the top end as Madison Payne is dead on 0 and loses with a 28 light. Cisneros is 19 full package, 13 over with a 6 light, takes 9 thou worth of stripe.
And Tom Bear walks off the starting line, sees his car go dead on with a 0. He did his job, and Madison wasn't late on a tree, but against a 006, that's hard to make up.
It's like we were talking about before with, when we watched Dylan Haug take on Hunter Patton. He was good, but Patton was just a little bit better leaving the starting line. Same scenario here for Jeremy and Madison. Seth Zermeno and Dave Mazier coming up right now. Escondido, California, 470 the dial-in for Dave Mazier. Seth Zermeno from Alhambra, California, the 483 dial-in on the right side. Red light start for Zermeno. Mazier will take his 10 light, and he will take his 468.8 at 148 and carry it on to round number 4 as Zermeno 481.6 at 143.37 after the 19 red. Race Kid and Shane Thompson coming up now. Henderson, Nevada, for Thompson, 459 the dial. Race or Racy, I'll get that clarified, 472 the dial in for Kid out of Boise, Idaho. So Kidd and Thompson, as we work our way down to the end of our third round of dragster action. And again, it is just brutal. An 08 and an 09 light respectively. It's going to be Kidd double breakout. Shane Thompson took 4 thou of stripe and lost. Goes 458.5 on a 459 dial with a 008 light, takes 4 thou worth of stripe, and he loses. Race 471.8, just 2 thou under the dial, 009 green. So Racy moves on to the next round. Cooper Chin and Brian War coming up right now. The War family out here in Forest, Logan, Brian. The rest of the crew battling it out. 441 the dial-in for Brian. As Cooper, 512 the dial-in left side. Brian also a very talented racer and top sportsman. You can see War trying to get something done with a throttle pedal, but it's Chin with a 15 pack that advances 13. Then he runs dead on 2. Cooper Chin putting on a clinic out there as War was 28 on the tree and tried to get there and did get there first, but too quickly. Only took 7 thou worth of stripe, but he broke out by 2-1. Tim Thomas and Michael Johnson coming up right now. Johnson from Springdale, Arkansas, 485 the dial. Tim Thomas on the right side, 482, the number on the dial-in board.
Tim Thomas is from North Carolina.
Nice.
Towed all the way here.
A lot of tough competition in that part of the world that has certainly seasoned Tim Thomas, bringing out here, showing off the skill set on the national stage here at the Fling. Thomas, dead on 2, 002 light, 4-pack. Mike Johnson says, what am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah, when you come all the way from North Carolina, you want to get it done, and that will get it done.
Johnson hit the tree for a 21 light, then ran 483.1 in the losing effort at 142 miles an hour. Alexis Thompson and Rodney Frazier. Sand Springs, Oklahoma for Rodney Frazier. And Alexis Thompson from just down the road, maybe sleeping in her own bed at night. Just cannot be sleeping at all in the starting line, which nobody has been this round, nor will they be for the rest of the afternoon. That is faux show. Frazier to the stripe. It is going to be a 456.8 breakout for Rodney Frazier. Getting to the stripe first and breaking out as Alexis Thompson runs 464 on a 463 dial at only 143 miles an hour. The brakes work.
Yeah, that's about 150 mile an hour play right there. And this is about the time of day when you start seeing the crew get all excited, and that makes me happy. I like seeing that.
Yeah, it is. It's neat. The intensity continues to build. Obviously, the financial rewards continue to build the deeper we get into the evening. David Cook, Allison McCone now, 476 the dial from McCone out of Clovis, California. David Cook from Novato. So two of the California contingent battling it out. Cars matched within 2/100ths of a second. And Allison is not giving an inch out there. She goes 477.7, 004 light, takes herself 7th thou worth of stripe, again scrubbing some speed off, as David Cook 477.9 at 144 miles an hour with a 29 reaction time. The math was bad from the jump, and Cook could not get there in time.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro door cars will take both orange and blue run stickers. Super Pro door cars for round number 4. To the lanes, please.
Nathan Martin, a guy who won the million back in 2015 and who has run a lot, and I mean a lot, of big money races. You can see the air scoop on top of the engine that is just coated in race participation stickers. And of course that 2015 win at the million, a huge part of his career. Martin out of Kennedale, Texas, former home of a nice little drag strip. And Mark Kavar from Puyallup, Washington. Dialed 482. And win will go to Kavar, a 17 pack. He's 12 on the tree, runs dead on 5 for 17. And Martin was 10 on the tree, but took 9 thousandths worth of stripe.
Wow, 10 take 9, but it was 2 thou too much. Breaks it out by 2 thousandths of a second. It's getting tight out there, Brian.
It's just nasty, and you know, I was the world's worst. For 5 years I raced with my dad. I won maybe 5 rounds my entire life running at New England Dragway as a bracket racer, and it's like, you lose that round by nothing, really. You can't really hang your head too hard in that, right? I mean, you ran a pretty good race.
You did your job at both ends. Just came up a little bit short. And that was going to be my next question, if you had any experience racing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. World's worst foot brake bracket racer.
We got an award for that.
I raced my way into the announcing booth. That's how good I was.
Well, you found your, yay. They say you got to find your passion.
Yeah.
It wasn't drag racing. It wasn't in the car. It was in the announcing booth.
The critical difference, I showed up having fun driving a race car. Everybody else showed up to tear my face off. And Shannon Justice goes dead on 0 with a 10 light against Austin Williams.
Talk about tearing their face off. 10 dead 0 to 10 1 thou 1 to Austin Williams. First time he's ever had a fling. Came out here. Appreciate it. Austin Williams is 0-10, takes a thou to break out by a thou. Guys and gals, tighten up your seatbelts. It's getting good.
It's getting real good. So for Shannon Justice, just near perfection out there. Very well done. As Sean Langdon and Chris Northup come up right now. Boise, Idaho for Chris. Sean Langdon, Indiana by way of California.
Funny car, Chris, versus Top Fuel, Sean.
I like it. Chris going to be second to stage here. Be a race as they are clean leaving. And it will be Northrop running dead on 4 with a 12 reaction time. 16 pack taking a thou worth of stripe. Langdon runs dead on 0 with a 17 light. As you said, tighten the belts. Nuts. That is nuts.
Yeah, it's getting that time of day when the track's settling nicely. The wind calmed down. Yesterday, Brian, we had about a 25 to 30 mile an hour headwind.
Okay.
And you saw the ETs get affected by that. Later in the day, the wind died down a little bit, and guys were breaking out. Today, the wind's pretty steady, just a light wind, and the cars are doing what they're supposed to do.
Dennis Lithgow and Cortland Carter coming up. Carter dialed 501, Lithgow dialed 467. It is the famed True Start double red light start here, and it's Cortland Carter getting the worst of this one, as Carter was 012 red, Lithgow was 006 red, so the 006 red light is the winner here. 469.0 to 138 for Lithgow after the foul. Carter ran dead on 2. Robert Neighbor coming back up, and Chris Whitfield. Whitfield from Littleton, Colorado, 477 to dial in. Neighbor dialed 468. So Neighbor and Whitfield. A red light start for Chris Whitfield by 2 thousandths gives Robert Neighbor the win. And Peter, we're seeing this tree now in the shade as the sun is starting to get low. We talk about the effect that that's going to start to have on the drivers out here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting towards that time of the day where you could really pick out that top bulb. So typically these guys, they're getting amped up. The tree's looking better and better as far as the lighting goes, and you're going to see some really good reaction times, and some are going to drop on the red side.
Yeah. Mike Bloomfield Jr. and Troy Williams Jr. rolling up right now. Williams, of course, from Florida.
This would be one to watch at the finish line. I can guarantee you neither one will be flat out, unless it's a red.
You can already see Bloomfield whacking the throttle. You can watch the scoop move for Williams, and look at this. Dead on 9 for Williams with a 12 light, a 21 pack. Bloomfield goes over 15th out. He had a 22 pack. So Williams Jr., both drivers is on and off the throttle. That is incredible. 128 miles an hour for Williams. Bloomfield 130. They might have pulled a spark plug wire off down there.
And they're both close to that dial. I mean, those guys they just know their cars. They know their track situation, where the other driver is. They're very aware, and they get it done a lot of different ways. 486, 128.
That's crazy. And the fact he's only 9th out off, and he's romping the throttle the whole time, as Kendall Little and David Bills come up. Again, watch the air scoops move down there. It's Kendall, 005 reaction time. David Bills on the Pennzoil side was 36, and that's really where it went sideways for him, because Bills ran dead on 4, but did not win the race because of Little's huge starting line advantage of over 300ths of a second. 484.8 for Little on an 83 dial, but the 005 light was the trump card there. Brian Haug and Chance Parker coming up. Haug that 470 dial in, Parker dialed 494. Door slammers around the corner at the ready line. A couple of pairs of dragsters yet to run before we get back into Gear Wrench Pro. So that's going to be Chance Parker advancing dead on 3 with a 12 light, so 15 pack, as one does. Brian Haug just a little quick. He actually got to the finish line second anyway. He was 56 on the trade of Parker's 12, so it's pretty much where it started and ended. Brian ran 468.7 after the fact. Honey Wayne, Summit side, or I should say Las Vegas Travel and Tourism Board side, dialed 459, and Jerry Wynn dialed 465.
Pair of Texans going at it. Hunter Patton, Brian, I'm sure you follow this, but about a year and a half ago he caught fire. He's been ripping it ever since.
It's been incredible to watch. Absolutely incredible to watch. Patton dead on 3 with a 12 light, another 15 pack, advancing a racer here into the next round as Wynn 464.3 with an 029 light, got to the finish line second. Hunter taking 7th out. It's surgical, man. It is surgical.
I tell you, this new generation of young guns, they can really see both ends of the racetrack, and they barely screw up. And then when they do screw up, you better take advantage of it.
The problem is you guys have taught these kids so well.
Now they're kicking our butts, right?
Gary Williams and Vince Horton coming up right now. Horton would have had a bye with an odd number of cars, except he ends up with this Gary Williams guy instead.
Yeah. Quite the difference.
That's a change in fortunes.
Last pair, Super Pro round 3.
Vince Horton ain't scared, though. That little 1979 Malibu is not going to get the job done, but it wasn't for lack of effort, as Williams dead on 8 with a 19 reaction time. taking 200, almost 300 at the finish line stripe, but again, the speed at only 137 miles an hour, he was pacing him down there, as Horton goes 6.802 at 99 miles an hour, the car running 400 off the dial-in. So Gear Wrench Pro will be the next category we see rocking and rolling down the drag strip here. Chris Arnett and Jeff Staley will get us rolling back in the full body machine. Staley, the 1966 El Camino with a sunroof installed. Chris Arnett dialed 683, 1970 Malibu. Heating the rear tires is Arnett. So we go back to some good old-fashioned foot brake racing here. Trans brakes legal in the category, of course. 652 the dial-in for Staley. Arnett dialed 683.
And the variety of cars here, Brian, you just love it. Look at the El Camino, old school Chevelle, Malibu.
Yes. Yeah, so now we're talking. Now we're talking trim levels.
You were just about to correct.
Now we're talking. No, I wasn't going to say nothing. Now we're just. Malibu was, you wanted the low trim level Chevelle. It was not the lowest, but it was getting there.
Really?
The Malibu was not the loaded car.
So Malibu and Chevelle, the same family. I didn't know that.
Yeah, by 1970 it was a kind of trim level option situation as Staley and Arnett go down the racetrack. Staley, 6.501, 104 miles an hour, as Arnett was better, actually was not as good in the Christmas tree at 0.23 light, and Arnett broke out by a ton. I mean, he was 400 too quick down there. Only took 12th hour worth of stripe, but both guys were a lot quicker than they predicted.
Yeah, it's that time of day. And Henry Robinson, you have won a $100 K&N gift card and $100 cash based off a random tech card draw, round 2 losers of Gear Wrench Pro. So Henry Robinson, come see the Fling Diva desk downstairs, the prize princess, Deanna Fletcher.
Brian King and Justin Lamb goes red by 12 thou. How about that? A shocker. Brian King is living right these days.
Yeah, wow, holding 6 big numbers. 623 on a 629. Brian King had a game plan right there. Didn't matter, Justin dropped it red.
Now it's Andy Schmall and the Banana Beretta. And Randy Biddle coming up. 1978 Malibu 609 the dial. Schmall from Idaho. Really nice clean Beretta over there on that left-hand side of the racetrack. Another guy that has had his fair share of success over the years. Nor would we expect them to on the brakes big time, both sides. Schmall goes dead on 2 with a 003 light, a 5-pack. Off the bottom bulb of the tree, that is highly impressive, as Bill was 001. Took 200 worth of stripe and went 607.5 and a 609 dial, but Andy Schmall, 5-pack.
Andy Schmall is a hitter from Idaho, and he can hit. He puts up reaction times like he has a delay box. Like, he is just ripping the bottom all the time. He puts up 00s and teens and 20 lights, and he's a player.
Absolutely is, as Jamie Sturdivant is as well in the dragster. 582 the dial-in for Sturdivant, as Michael Clement from Meridian, Idaho, is opposite Clement in the 82 Camaro. Look at the spread here. 1.2 seconds. Clement dialed 705. Sturdivant dialed 582. They are in. You can see Clements leave first. And Clements, the red light start means Jamie Sturdivant has a freebie into the next round. And as we mentioned earlier, Garrett Parsons, all the way back in 2013, was a winner in a dragster that he was running off the bottom bulb here at the Spring Fling. So it is not unheard of. Jamie Sturdivant trying to carry on the tradition, goes 579.8 at 119. Clement ran dead on 0 after turning on the red light. Painful. C.W. Hofer and Dennis Paz coming up. Paz coming up. The 283 powered 65 Chevy El Camino, 701 the dial-in, out of Stockton, California. CW dialed 762 in his 1987 Pontiac Firebird. See the black smoke trailing off the back of Dennis Paz's El Camino. Paz on the brakes there big time at the top end, goes dead on 3 with a 24 light. CW went dead on 9 with a 34 light. And again, just hand-to-hand combat down there at the finish line. Dennis Paz gets the win light. Mark Kidd and Nick Hastings. Nasty Nick Hastings coming up here right now. We talk about guys that are on a roll, guys that have had a couple of good years, guys that you just don't want to run into at any point in eliminations. And nasty Nick Hastings, certainly one of those guys. 604 the dial. Mark Kidd dialed 577, the 1967 Chevy 2 on the left-hand side. Yeah, this is Kidd. We saw him have the perfect run in his dragster earlier today, and he is going to need to do something special here against nasty Nick. Special here against nasty Nick, and unfortunately it was Nick doing the special things. 004 reaction time for Hastings. 21 pack. He goes 1 over, I should say. 6057 on a 604 dial-in. Kidd was in the game ET-wise, but the starting line just owned by Hastings by over 400ths of a second. And you give Nick Hastings 400ths of a second, it is just give an inch, he's taking him a mile. So Hastings moves on. Kyle Rizzoli and Matt Kielman rolling up right now. Kielman, the 70 Nova. Rizzoli, the 67 Camaro. 629 the dial for Rizzoli as Kielman dialed 669. I love Kielman's old school wheel standing 1970 Nova. Kyle Rizzoli, not that impressed with it because he just got knocked out by that car. Dead on 6 with a 14 reaction time for Kielman. 20 pack for the Nova. And Kyle Rizzoli didn't have anything for it. Brian Siridu will be coming up right now. Siridu from Niles, Ohio has the bye. We'll be advancing on to the next round. The numbers getting smaller and smaller. We're going to go into some track prep after this pass. Siridu's car shifts into high gear at about the 330. He runs 6:43.6 at 105.99 miles an hour. As we are going to send our tractor out onto the drag strip, going to freshen our surface, and we will be back in just a few minutes to continue on with eliminations here. It is Maytag 30K Wednesday, brought to you by Maytag and Silver State Refrigeration. It is an incredible, incredible day of drag racing that we have watched already, and it is only going to get better from here. Thanks to those of you tuned in on bankshift.com. If you're watching live, please make sure to spread the link. If you're here racing, tell your friends to tune in and watch it tonight, because it is going to be a hardcore throwdown here on Maytag 30K Wednesday at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries.
We're going to dig into the prize vault. Dylan Hun, you are the random tech card drawer from the loser's side of round 3. You have won yourself a $100 K&N gift card and $100 cash. So Dylan Hun, please see the prize princess, Deanna Fletcher, down at the bottom of the timing tower. Also, round 3, tough break for Top Fuel Sean Langdon.
Well, good morning, racers, and welcome. We've had some pretty serious weather challenges as we've made our way through the week here. Mother Nature decided that we were to do no racing yesterday, which means that today we've got twice as much racing to do. We're still going to be able to crown some winners and determine who gets to go home with the big check, the big trophy, the jackets, and more, as once again, Galat will come to an exciting finish.
Are you still using needle pointer gauges on your ride? Now you can get that clean, slick look of a digital dash on your carbureted cruiser. Holley's standalone digital dashes can replace all your traditional gauges with a state-of-the-art full-color touchscreen. Available in 2 sizes, the touchscreen auto-dims, giving you crystal clear sharpness day or night. With access to multiple screens just by swiping, you get to view and customize all your favorite gauges. Easily set up driving screens, tuning, race, even warm-up screens. The fully programmable touchscreen allows you to customize the layout of your gauges, displaying them in analog or digital styles. You can set up warning lights and even virtual switches, eliminating the need for external toggle switches. Configure your own backdrop for that custom one-off look, or choose from the pre-configured screens. Basic engine functions are wired directly to the dash, with plenty of room for additional sensors. Configuring inputs and outputs is easily done through the dash. With predefined Holley sensors already programmed into the dash, adding sensors is easy. Non-Holley sensors are also supported with sensor scaling. An internal GPS sensor calculates speed, odometer, and trip functions. An integrated G-meter monitors your acceleration and lateral forces. These dashes are easily mountable on your console, dashboard, off a roll cage, or simply a steering column. With room for 13 multi-configurable inputs, you can be sure everything will be visible and data logged. A built-in USB connection allows you to expand your available memory for easy file management. On-screen data log playback allows you to review vital run information right on the dash, while full analysis via laptop is available. With USB keyboard and mouse functionality, setup is quick and easy. A CAN bus is included for plug-and-play compatibility with Holley EFI systems. So next time you need to keep tabs on the vitality of your engine, swipe on over to one of Holley's new standalone digital dashes. Learn more about Holley's digital dashes at holley.com.
All right, Motorheads out there on Motor Mania TV, we are back with a fairly new racer to the world of spring fling racing. We're meeting up with Barbara Markoglu. Her husband, Tim Markoglu, you probably recognize his name from the winter circles before, but Barbara may be a new name. She obviously drives that gorgeous Camaro that has been campaigned out here before, but we wanted to catch up with Barbara and find out a little bit about, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the name Barbara Markoglu shows up on the announcer screen. You're behind the wheel of the car and had never done that before, but this is new to you. What was it that led to the decision to make you decide that it was time to get behind the wheel?
Well, we were in Atco, New Jersey at an NHRA event, and we were sitting, it was a group of friends, and my husband drives Super Comp as well, and all of a sudden on the announcement they call Super Comp to the lanes. And everybody gets up and leaves me right there, and I'm the only one just standing there by myself. And then I decided, you know what? I don't want to be the only one left behind. I waited for him to do his run. He came back, and I said, I want to learn how to race. So at the end of that season, I believe it was the 2015 season, Tim said, I don't have the patience to teach you how to drive. So he asked his friend Scott Albright, can you do me a favor? Can you teach my wife how to drive? And then that's when we started.
So what was the very first race car you got into? Was it a dragster? Was it a door car? The Camaro.
Yeah, it was the Camaro.
All right, so right out of the gate, this is the race car that you get. There are folks out here that, like me, started racing a Mitsubishi Eclipse. I mean, that was like the best that I could find, and you get this car. That is spectacular.
Well, that's some big shoes to fill because a lot of people drove that car and they won in that car, but I felt comfortable. It's a door car. I didn't want to be in a dragster. I'd never done that before, so it's a pretty car. I felt comfortable, got in, shut the doors, and gave it a shot.
And now you're here, racing at the Spring Fling. So the first time you rolled up into the water box here at Galat, what was going through your head?
I was really excited coming to this event because Tim has been here many years in a row, and he always came home with the shirts, race it, experience it, the big photo, and I told him I can't wait, I'm really excited, and they're right, it is an experience, you know, it's so exciting to finally be here. It's always, the Flings are always such great events. They're large events. You want to be a part of it. And it is being a part of an event because it's a team of people that work here to make it great for you. And it was just so exciting. I was a little nervous and I was excited.
Well, we are certainly glad that you're here. Again, we're catching up with Barbara Markaglu down here in the pits. New to the Fling, but not new to racing. And we appreciate you spending a little time with us. Thank you so much, Barbara.
Thank you as well. Thank you.
Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Beyond or visit www.beyondoracing.com. High performance, low prices. Get the parts you need now at Jegs High Performance. Free same-day shipping of an extensive selection of 1 million items from over 600 brands. Jegs offers unmatched value through everyday low pricing. Find it cheaper and we'll match it. Click on Jegs.com today. 100% satisfaction and lifetime support included with every order. The place for performance since 1960. Jegs. Next time you're in the market for a new 2- or 3-speed transmission, torque converter, super damper, or parts to upgrade your current transmission, let ATI supply you with American-made quality products. ATI is family-owned, has a staff of 70 people who work out of 100,000 square feet with 32 CNC machines. And we do it all in Baltimore, Maryland. Whatever you need, ATI can help. Check out ATIRacing.com or give us a call at 800-ATI-3433. At ATI, performance is our passion, and we make our passion your performance. Strange Engineering has been the leader in drive-in suspension and brakes for over 50 years. From street cars to top fuel dragsters and everything in between, Strange has evolved its product line to handle the most demanding of applications. Remember, don't just race. Race Strange. American Race Cars specializes in designing and building some of the most competitive race cars on the planet. Founded in 2004, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on precision and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track. A proud sponsor of the Fling events, Autometer is the brand the champions depend on to keep them running at their best. Check out the complete line of gauges, dashes, and data acquisition solutions at Autometer.com. Power, precision, passion. Autometer.
So here we go as we move into the next round of Super Pro. Chris Galitti, Gary Warniger coming up now. Warniger from Kelzer, Oregon. Pennzoil side of the racetrack, driving a 67 Chevelle. Galitti completing the burnout, backing his way up over there on the Las Vegas Travel and Tourism Board side of the racetrack. Getting down to the small numbers, we're down to 8 cars in Pro on this Maytag 30K Wednesday. Thank you to Maytag Silver State Refrigeration, as always, for your continued support here at the Spring Fling Million. 538 dial-in for Galitti, 545 for Gary. Whoa, Gary's car all the way over the racetrack out there. He was way out of the groove early on, and that car was fishtailing its way down to the 8th mile. Galitti hangs on to it, 5.408 at 119 miles an hour, and Gary, a adventuresome 5.56 and 111. He was over a tenth of a second off the dial-in. So Gary is eliminated, and Chris Galitti battles on to the next round. AJ Ash and Karen Snyder coming up right now. Snyder from Grand Junction, Colorado. Ash from Long Beach, Mississippi. Little Pontiac Grand Am for AJ Ash, who has been crushing it in the multiple cars that he is driving here today. Snyder's dialed 536, Ash dialed 580. Aaron Snyder and the Corvette Roadster are going to run upside the Pontiac and knock AJ Ash out. Snyder was 005 on the tree to Ash's 14. AJ gets to the finish line first, taking 13th thou worth of stripe and breaking out by 0.02 of a second. Karen Snyder moves on to the next round, 38 on a 36 dial. Carla Greeno and Mike Pennington coming up. Pennington from Lavernia, Texas, 505 dial in. Greeno dialed 719 in the 1996 S10 pickup truck. So Greeno will have the big multiple second running head start on the Pennzoil side. And Mike Pennington, be a test of patience, 505 to dial in for Pennington. Be whistling Dixie out there for a couple of seconds as Greeno runs down the racetrack. Festivus feat of strength of waiting out the 2-second reaction time delay, and then runs dead on 6 and wins. Greeno runs 3 over, 7:22.0 at just 94 miles an hour, 009 reaction time. Carlo was good, but Pennington was great. Dead on 6 with a 23 light means a 29 pack. He wins, taking 100th worth of finish line stripe. Brad Pierce and Patrick Conlon coming up. Lake Havasu City, Arizona, 548 the dial-in for the black and gold 1967 Camaro, and Brad Pierce, the 1963 Corvette in white. Roadster body, of course. As a red light start for Patrick Conlon will end that Camaro's hopes and his own hopes of advancing on to the next round. 5:51.2 after the red light for Conlon as Pierce goes 5:83.0. Yes, that's dead on 0 with a 003 light. Pierce was nearly unbeatable any way you slice it. Conlon eliminated himself. Phil Unruh, an absolutely brand new automobile for Unruh on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. 611 dial-in for that Camaro Roadster, and Dave Jackson dialed 499 in the orange Corvette Roadster. Both sides pre-staged. Unruh's brake lights, the LED style, flashing. Dragster orange stickers to the lanes, Dragster blue stickers to the lanes, Dragster orange and blue stickers to the lanes as Jackson is way up by the center line out there. Both cars moving around at the top end as the drivers hammer the brake pedal. 611.7, 137 miles an hour for Unruh, a 22 pack. Jackson was 21 on the tree and then ran just 4 thou over. So a 25 pack. But man, both Unruh and Jackson had their hands full down there at the top end. Jackson was way out of the groove, and then of course a lot of breakage, or a lot of braking applied at the top end. Nobody broke anything. It was just a heavy application of the brake pedal. Rod Taylor and Dustin Henches coming up now. Taylor, the racer out of Kalispell, Montana. Henches from Olympia, Washington, and this one will go right down to the wire. It is going to be Henches, 6:19.2 at 114 miles an hour as Rod Taylor took 400ths worth of stripe and broke out by 8 thou. So Taylor took a Nova length at the finish line, and that was too much. Dustin Hench's 619 to 114 miles an hour moves on. Mark Lalonde and Bill Botello coming up right now. Bill from Smith, Nevada, 494 dial-in. Lalonde dialed 552 in the 1988 Camaro. Dragster blue stickers, dragster orange stickers to the lanes, please. Dragster blue stickers, dragster orange stickers to the lanes, please. Red light start for Lalonde at 009 red. Botello was 009 green, and Botello moves on. 496, 140 miles an hour. Lalonde legged it through 5.507 seconds after the red light start. John McCone and Randy Cloud coming up right now. Cloud from Galt, California. The Maverick 1969 model year car. 602 the dial-in. McCone dialed 587, the 1963 Corvette Roadster. Beautiful day making way into a beautiful evening here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Red light start for McCone by 2,000ths. Randy Cloud was a beautiful 17 on the tree. Goes 6:01.8 at 114 miles an hour after McCone fouled out. McCone proceeds to run 589.2, 131 after the red light. Dan McClellan. Pete Bothy coming up right now. Pete from Long Beach, California, dialed 579. McClellan dialed 535. Great little 1978 Porsche for Pete out of Long Beach, California. Pete leaves with the wheels up. That car tracking slightly left. Dan McClellan tracking straight down the drag strip. 538.1 with a 20 light on a 35 dial-in. Taking 5 thou worth of stripe. Gets the win. The margin of victory, 54-10 thou. Pete Botello was 37 on the tree, spotting McClellan 17 on the leave, and then he was over by 100th, going 5.809 on a 5.79 prediction. So there you have it. So Dan McClellan moves on. Very tight margin down there, snugged it up reasonably as Spencer Massey and Alan Matcham coming up right now. Matcham from Everett, Washington. Massey from Fort Worth, Texas, driving the red Nova, dialed 635. And Alan Matcham's car did not leave the way they planned, is not doing anything the way it's supposed to be doing it, and Spencer Massey has a cakewalk to a round victory at 657 at 83 miles an hour. Congratulations to Kyle Rizzoli, who has won a $100 K&N gift card and $100 cash based off a random tech card draw from the Gear Wrench Pro Round 4 losers from the Pro Treasure Chest. So Kyle Rizzoli taking the sting off that Round 4 loss with a $100 K&N gift card and $100 cash. Wes Anderson and Hank Pramov coming up right now. Peter and I talking about Pramov's car like a spot-on perfect 1980 Super Gas machine. Well, it's a round-winning machine here at the Spring Fling Million. Wes Anderson from La Mirada, California, dialed 552. He's dialed about a tenth quicker than Pramov is. Pramov's car smoking like a freight train down there. Black smoke out of the exhaust, but he picks up another win light going dead on 3 with an 8 reaction time. An 11 pack for Arvada, Colorado's Hank Pramov. That thing is bad. Wes Anderson took 2 thou worth of stripe, broke out by a thou. 551.9, 552 dial, and got there first by 2 thou. Yikes. Kevin McClellan and Chris Galitti coming up now. Galitti dialed 538. Kevin McClellan dialed 658. The K&N wagon. The Mosheen for Kevin McClellan, who has driven all different kinds of stuff over the years. Has won in all different kinds of stuff over the years. We're going to try to bump off A.J. Ash, I should say, on the left-hand side, and he successfully does it. As Ash, 539 on a 538. McClellan goes dead on 8 with a 003 light and 11-pack. 36-pack for A.J. Ash, but Kevin McClellan taking 200 worth of stripe down there. Let's call it half a wagon. McClellan advances on to the next round, and A.J. Ash, a tough go-around here for Ash, knocked out in both of his entries. We got blue stickers and orange sticker dragsters down in the staging lanes right now. If you are not here yet, you are late. Blue and orange sticker dragsters now coming around the corner behind the timing tower. Be here or be somewhere else. We are moving on. So the first pair of dragsters coming up to the ready line after a quick hand spray of the starting line, which has been real good all day, maintained expertly by the crew here at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Now we're going to put our rings together and say, Announcer Super Friends Network, unite. As Nate Hershey has entered the building. Nate, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm trying to carry your water here, man.
I think you're doing more than just carry the water here. I think you've got this thing like covered.
Spilling it all over the place.
No, you've got this place like just down pat. That's for sure.
No, man, great to be out here. Certainly great to be hanging out with you. Looking forward to a couple of days of big fun here at the K&N Spring Fling Million.
Oh, man, I'm looking forward to it, too. I know you were spending most of your day traveling. I was spending most of my day at the regular job in the office, and when that wrapped up, I beelined it straight out here, hit the I-15 and headed straight for the racetrack. I need a little burnout therapy.
Did the same thing with when I got in the rental car. I pointed it east and hammered down into 5-mile-an-hour traffic. But once I got through there, I sped right here.
Right. You did the burnout in the rental car parking lot?
Right. Which they happen to frown upon, as I learned today.
I was pretty curious if they frown upon that or not.
I can't say I've tried it here at home, but you know, when
Other
traveling
places.
at other places, when they're not going to see me for a while, hopefully they forget.
Well, Chance Parker and Jason O'Terry lining up right now. O'Terry dialed 449, Parker dialed 481.
You can hear the whomp, 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 which signaled the fact that Chance Parker just flat out missed it at this end of the racetrack. Jason O'Terry with 3, not just quick little whomp, whomp. They were whomp, whomp, whomp. They were longer as far as the whomps were concerned, and that pretty much sealed the fate of Chance Parker in this round.
That was the drag racing equivalent of the Price is Right sad trombone.
Yes, it.
Whomp. Calvin Locke in a lineup next to Honey Wayne here. It is Hunter Patton rolling up in his dragster 462. The dial in for Patton as Locke is dialed 509. Patton has been good enough to win rounds, but he hasn't really been the total lockdown ninja that we're used to seeing out there. He's had a little bit of room on the starting line, and his competitors just have not capitalized on it yet. But again, you give a guy like him enough chances, he is going to keep cutting your throat.
Yes. He, whether it's with a dull knife, a spoon, or whatever it is.
Round number 5. So Hunter Patton was 038 on the train. Calvin Locke had a 16 pole, but Locke made the wrong choice down at the finish line. Took a little bit too much. He goes 507 on the 509 for the breakout loss.
Pretty much has been the pattern all day for what Patton's been doing and winning rounds. I mean, that 38 light, again, I'm not taking a shot at the guy, but Locke was loaded for Bayer with a 16, and the top end of the racetrack has been where Patton's really shined today.
It's kind of like that whole Hunt for Red October thing. Captain scared him out of the water. El Capitan! Got that submarine to shoot out a little bit early, and breakout loss there for Locke, unfortunately. How about T-Dub? Troy Williams Jr. rolling up against Dustin Wirtz. This is going to be a fun matchup to watch. Wirtz
racing out of Nampa, Idaho, in that baby blue ride on the right side, and Troy Williams Jr. and the Daytona Beach.
Down to the top end they go, and it will be Williams Jr. 4.903 at 127 miles an hour. Yeah, 490 at 127. What do you think was happening down there? 0.15 reaction time for Williams. Wirtz was near perfect at 0.001, but he got to the finish line first. He was spoon-fed it by Williams down there. He took 400 worth of stripe, and that was too much. So Troy Williams, artful job of driving.
Well, apparently, there we go. That should be better. Looked like we may have had a little bit of a technical difficulty here, but the mic should be back up now. So we go from T-Dub to G-Dub, and Timo Moore. Timo out of Tucson, Arizona, 5:33 the dial-in for Tim. Over on the right side of the racetrack, and now people are going to have me looking like I'm racing out there. I'm constantly going to be looking over the shoulder at the soundboard like, hey, are you there? Are you there? Are you coming? So with Gary Williams lining up here on the left side, the racer out of Bradenton, Florida, with Team ATI 482, the dial for Williams, 533, the dial for Timo Moore is 10 fouls. Separate him at this end of the racetrack, and at the stripe, the scoreboard is going to light up on the Pennzoil side. Timo Moore, with the disadvantage of 0.010 of a second at this end of the racetrack, ends up running 3 above Gary Williams, doing what Gary does not do often, and that is take too much stripe. Got their first 51 thou to break out 6 thou with a 41 on the 482.
One of the more interesting cars here in the Eliminator is Dale Taros in this front-engine dragster, which we talked about before you got here. We watched. Racers are struggling because your reference point doesn't exist on this car. You know, we talk about, Peter was talking about, you try to maybe line up a roll cage or something. You look over at Taros' car, and it's like, where's the rest of it? And the driver's behind you.
Yeah, he definitely adds a little bit of confusion into his trip down the racetrack for the whoever happens to be in the other lane. And at this point in time, it's Hannah Cook out of Novato, California. Miss Cook rolling up here over on the left side of the racetrack, finally getting the car staged up. A little triple blink of that bottom half of the LEDs. 449 to a 547, significant head start. Goes to Dale Taros as far as the dial-ins were concerned, but just 6 down between them at this end of the racetrack, and 450 on the 449. How about 14 on the tree, and Hannah Cook takes a 6 thou stripe to light up the board. Dale Taros was 20 on the tree, also just 1 above the dial, but ended up with that 65 10,000ths of a second behind at the stripe, and Miss Cook will roll her way into round number 5 here this afternoon.
Pretty amazing. They left 6 thou apart and literally stayed there the entire way to the finish line. Cooper Chin and Dave Meyer coming up now. Meyer 482, the dial-in, Pennzoil side. Chin 512, the number on the board, over there on the Las Vegas travel and tourism side of the racetrack. Chin, a 2008 Worthy Chassis dragster out of Vancouver, Washington.
And David Meyer sporting that 2010 Race Tech chassis here on the right side. Again, 482 to a 512. Head start goes to the left lane this time. And are we still? No, we're still seeing that there dragster, Jeff. At least it's telling me it's on.
Sounds like it's on to me.
Sounds like it. 6 thou at this end of the racetrack, and the win light belongs to Cooper Chin. 11 on the tree and dead on 0. 11 at this end of the racetrack, taking 11 thou at the stripe. David Meyer was 17 green and dead on 5. So a couple of dead on the dial, pretty much predicting, well, Cooper predicted perfectly. David predicted just about perfectly. But that 6 thou difference at this end of the racetrack equated to 11 thou at that end, and Cooper is moving on.
Nasty. Jeremy Cisneros coming up right now. Cisneros from Albuquerque, dialed 467, and Bobby Dye Jr. Bobby Dye's had some tough rounds here, but he's fought his way through. He's dialed 474 on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack.
And that Specialty Fasteners car, big supporter of bracket racing here on the West Coast, does a lot with that Southwest Showdown in the crew, and Bobby Dye is going to get the win this time as Jeremy Cisneros hands it over by way of the 6 thou red light, leaving the starting line. 6 thou red at this end of the racetrack, and 465 on Jeremy's losing attempt. Bobby Dye, 13 green, saw the win light illuminate on that Pennzoil side of the scoreboard, and immediately runs down to the victory doing that, yay, victory lap. Yay! Oh, it's good. Hey, for those of you that are listening in online via the live feed, thanks to the folks at Bang Shift. You know a little bit about Bang Shift.
Not much.
A little bit, not much. I remember the first time I met you. The very first time I met you was in Houston.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
You were already in the hotel.
Yep.
You and I were going down there to work the national event. You were already situated, settled in, all that kind of stuff. I come walking in the door, and there you were sitting in your underwear writing articles for Bank Shift.
You bet. Still do that today. In fact, I'm doing it right now.
It was one of those things where I'm like, all right.
Do we just become best friends? I think that's what I said when you walked in the room.
Yeah, and I think we finished off the weekend with a 2 a.m. visit to Waffle House or something.
We absolutely did.
So the tree drops, Robert Neighbor and Gregory Garrison, who's found his way to the winner's circle before at some of these big buck bracket races, goes 476 on a 476. How about 031 on a tree, taking a 2,000 stripe, gets him around Robert Neighbor, who was 008 at this end of the racetrack, but ends up 3 above.
It's hurtful.
It is. It is. Neighbor's
Emotionally
gonna look at that one
wounding.
and whimper a little bit.
Kurt Gross and Cortland Carter coming up right now. Carter from Lubbock, Texas, 495 to dial in. Kurt Gross dialed 492 out of Oregon City, Oregon.
Quick flash of the yellows down, go the lights, and the greens are on. How about 493 on a 492 and a 3/10,000ths of a second true margin of victory. Kurt, 11 on the tree. That was just 2 thou better than Cortland's 013 light. Cortland ends up dead on 8, but a 3/10,000ths margin at the stripe lights up the board for Kurt Gross. That was gross.
That was
if you're
that was
Cortland, he'd be like, that's gross.
Filthy.
That's gross.
Dennis Lithgow, Tim Thomas now. Thomas sitting on the Pennzoil side, 482. For those of you watching at home, that would be the left-hand side of your screen. Dennis Lithgow from Mansfield, Texas, dialed 467 on the right-hand side of your screen, the left-hand side of the drag strip.
So we'll see if Dennis Lithgow can make this his position currently on the third rock from Earth, or a third rock from the sun, make it right. 467.
Could be the third rock from Earth too, for all we know.
Yeah. For me, it's been that kind of day. It's been that kind of day. So the pre-stage bulbs are illuminated, and as you mentioned, I mean, I was stuck in the office all day while you were stuck on a long cylinder. Oh, Tim Thomas's car doesn't move. It just lurched a little bit there on the starting line, rolls forward, and in the meantime, Dennis Lithgow, 005, and then goes 477 as he lifts up off the throttle at 125 miles an hour.
We need Gear Wrench Pro to the lanes for round 5. Pro, you are on a ladder. There are 8 cars remaining, so Gear Wrench Pro, you're on a ladder. We need you to the staging lanes for round 5. Gear Wrench Pro to the staging lanes, please.
Greg, we'll definitely get that right next time.
Yes.
It's Cooper Chun.
Yes, Chun. I was informed of that myself.
Yes.
The text flying in, which means more people have now tuned in across America.
There's plenty of people. As of right now, at least from what I'm seeing on the bottom there, and you can tell me whether that's accurate or not.
Totally accurate.
1,630.
It's awesome. Thank you for tuning in.
630 people are watching along. And again, just want to say hello to everybody that is watching along in the chat bleachers. We are certainly glad to have you here, and certainly glad that even though you cannot be here in person, you do have the opportunity to watch the activity that's taking place as we have Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday. Round number 4, Super Pro dragsters on the track right now. Shannon Justice and Dave Mazier are the 2 that are going to battle it out for the opportunity to move on to round number 5.
And the numbers continue to get smaller here. The action is incredible as we've been calling these rounds. You're seeing true margins of victory down to the, 3/10 thou a couple of pair ago. We talked about it with Peter earlier. Not that the racing wasn't great in the second and third rounds, but it's like a vice. It just keeps getting tighter and tighter here. Dave Mazier and Shannon Justice, less than 2/10 separation on the Christmas tree. So it's going to be, again, not the situation where somebody's really chasing here. It's going to be 2 cars that are about welded together all the way down the track.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, I mean, last weekend we were out here for the divisional event. One of the things that sticks out in my mind from that race was that first round of Super Comp was just absolutely gnarly. I mean, that thing was wicked, brutal, nasty in every way possible, and that is what we're going to be seeing all weekend here as we leave. Finishes it off with the 46 on the 48. Dave Mazier advancing 10-3, and it goes 468 on the 469.
Willie Flores and Sean Hart coming up right now. Flores out of San Angelo, Texas. Hart dialed 454 out of Layton, Utah. Again, that red light situation may be something we deal with and see a little bit more as we get later on into the evening. The tree becoming more prominent, of course, as the sun's gone down. People's physical reaction to the light going to change a little bit. And some of those very slim red light margins may definitely factor into some of these later rounds. Adding in the pressure and then the physiology of dealing with the tree at night, you get a 1-2 punch. So for Sean Hart, waiting patiently here on the Pennzoil side. Flores will be first to fully stage. Hart cheated to the center line down there as he was looking dead left, and Willie Flores went dead on 7 with a 17 reaction time, 24 pack, took 13 thou worth of stripe. Willie Flores just absolutely doing work down there. A yeoman's performance, a win light. Sean Hart ran 1 over, going 455-1 and a 454 dial, but he had an 026 light. And again, this is the 026 exit was a couple exits ago. We've driven past the 026 exit.
We have moved beyond that. I'm going to find out, again, kind of got that word that the mic was cutting out. We'll find out if it was a cable, if it was the mic. We've actually swapped kind of the whole program up here.
You were doing it with your voice. It was very talented. You're like that guy from Police Academy that does the voice tricks. Michael Winslow.
That guy.
Yeah.
I like that guy. That guy's impressive, but we'll see how it's working out. We can really just start messing with people and just sit up here and be like, Randy Lynn making her on that side track. No, we won't do that. We won't do that.
Much.
Ray's kid and Randy Lynn. Randy Lynn actually spent a good deal of time on the microphone down there at that sportsman shoot. That thing was awesome. She did a great job.
She was perfect dead on 3 last time to get to this round. She's not perfect, but this time she's dead on 4 and wins by 29 10,000ths, true margin of victory.
That it was. Ray's kid was 16 on the tree, had the better bulb at this end of the racetrack. Ends up 15 thou above, but by a slim little margin of 0.02 of a second, Randy Lynn. I knew Bo owned a lot of race cars. I did not know that family had a dragster.
Listen, I feel like you never know what's hiding behind door number 3 with the Butner family. You know?
Their garage, I think, goes to like door number 12.
A lot of doors.
A lot of doors. This funny car, Chris Northup, rolling up here on the right side of the racetrack out of Boise, Idaho. The man who is one of the most stylish characters in the sport of bracket racing, so to speak, between the shorts and the mullet and all of the other good stuff that he has going for him. I mean, it's kind of normal up there in Idaho.
It is. It's an Idaho neck warmer, right? Isn't that what that haircut's referred to as?
That is what it's for. Away we go. Green lights are on. Brandon Taylor out of Roanoke, Alabama. I don't know if he's envious of Chris's haircut or even he's looking at it going, dude, see a barber. 004 on the tree and 469 on the 468 for Brandon Taylor is going to get him into round number 5 by 11 thousandths of a second. Chris Northup was 13 on the tree and 12 thou above to be 25 total, and no good as Brandon Taylor slips his way into the next round.
Gear Wrench Pro, we need you to the staging lanes. The final 8 cars, you're on a ladder. Gear Wrench Pro to the lanes. Chance Parker and Chris Whitfield coming up right now. Parker 494, the number on the board. 466 for Whitfield.
Yeah, and on the way out here, I did hear you guys kind of talking about Whitfield getting hot, getting those streaks rolling. I mean, for the racer out of Colorado, it's the story with so many racers, but with Whitfield, it's definitely that story. I mean, they roll up here, and he starts to get warmed up, and just watch out. Watch out.
Chance Parker must have got the memo on that, because Parker just threw the sink at him on the starting line, but Whitfield still does it to him. 15 pack for Whitfield, dead on 5 with a 10 light. As Parker was 8 on the tree, took 200 at the finish line, and Whitfield definitely landed on the binders. So didn't Parker. I mean, Parker was only 136 miles an hour.
Well, as we get our next 2 backing up from the burnout.
Kendall Little and Robbie Gear. Little dialed 482, Gear dialed 451.
So with Robbie, now Foster just walked in here and kind of gave a little background on Whitfield. That during time trials, like never got the car off the starting line. Round number 1 today, the car went about 30 feet. The other guy red lit, rolls back in round number 2 and kind of had things figured out. And then Robbie Gear, his story last weekend was like everything, including the gear, like fell out of that car. I mean, it was just his whole program just went south. And so he is definitely looking for a much better weekend here at the Spring Fling than he had last weekend.
Gear and Kendall Little have yet to stage. The starter is out there and motioned them both in. Gear is now tickling the fully staged position. Little finally going to go in. We're going to have ourselves a drag race, but this one was a bit of time in the making. And the waiting game didn't harm anybody. 2 incredible reaction times, and it's going to be Kendall Little on a double breakout as Gear, 4.503, taking 1/8 thou worth of stripe, breaks out on a 4.51 dial-in as Kendall Little, the true margin of victory, just 31 10,000ths, goes 4.81.6 at 137.
Yeah, it's now Toby Payne and Gary Williams. Talk about somebody who's got a ton of experience behind the wheel of a dragster, sitting on the left side of the racetrack, and Toby Payne, who has got a ton of drag racing running through his blood, like from day one. You know what I mean? He's sitting out there. He's got he's part of the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing, so he's definitely getting an education from one of the best that's out there. Of course, Dad Jay. It's just the guy knows what's going on here, and we'll see what Toby can do as he begins to line the car up.
Madison went some rounds today as well, so she had herself a pretty good day, but Toby's trying to make it an exceptional day here, and he's got to take the fight to Gary Williams.
He's definitely taking the fight to Gary Williams. You can see the scoop rock down there as they get to the finish line, and how about Toby? 18 green and goes dead on 7. Taking a 41 thou stripe. Gary Williams with a 33 reaction time. You know, a lot of guys be like, oh, he was 1 something, he missed it. Gary Williams is 33, he missed it.
Absolutely, and a great round win for Toby Payne. The confidence continuing to build for that young man. That is big-time stuff. It's big-time hockey. Honey Wayne back up here again. Nick Axman, the man he is going to try to knock out. Be interesting to see what the reaction time looks like. Again, this car, the driver I should say, been hovering in that 20s and 30s zone. People have been throwing O's and teens at him, but he has been doing the better job at the end of the racetrack, which to me is really the kind of sign of an incredibly talented racer, when you can really kind of hone in on one side of your game and use it to make up for maybe a deficiency you're having on the other side.
That you can, and you can tell that we are getting down towards the end of round number 4 here, as a lot of our drivers that were up earlier that have decided to double enter are making their way back around. Honey Wayne being one of those. Whoa. Nick Axtman has to get out of the throttle, and how about Hunter Patton? 007 at this end of the racetrack. Nick Axtman was right there with him with the 008. But Axtman goes 421 on a 422, took a 7 thou stripe and needed to take 4th thou or less as he breaks it out.
He does break it out, and we talked about the reaction time, the stripe driving. Hunter Patton's 007, dead on 5. This does not seem to be positive development news for anybody else that has to race him.
No. Like you said, the vice begins to tighten. You can hear that squeaking noise. Somebody hasn't put WD-40 on the vice for a while, but as it begins to close in, that sound of is the sound of disaster for anybody that's going to line up against Honey Wayne for right now. Alexis Thompson, part of the Silver State Refrigeration team, rolling up here on the right side from Henderson, Nevada. Dad Shane is the man behind the sponsorship here this morning, and Mark Kavar, maybe it's Caver, out of Puyallup, Washington. I know we got plenty of folks that are watching in on the chat bleachers, and if you've got a correct pronunciation on that, that would be awesome. But for now, we'll stick with Kavar.
I hedged my bets the same way you did earlier. I did the same exact.
Did you really?
I did the same exact thing.
Did you get a pronunciation?
No.
No? Oh, we'll see if maybe we can get that.
We won't have to worry about it again tonight.
Okay. We've got time until tomorrow. Alexis, 006, 2 above, 464. On the 462 for Alexis Thompson, lights up the Pennzoil scoreboard here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And I believe we've come down to our final 2. Allison McCone. And from what I was seeing on the lines down there, that earlier obviously would not have been Gary, because it's Gary back now. So we'll see. So taking a little time to get them staged up here. 488 for Williams, 476 for McCone, and whomp, whomp, whomp. And Gary Williams, 490 on the 488, was 009 at this end of the racetrack. For Allison McCone, the 047 sealed and basically promised that outcome of just absolute and utter disappointment here in round number 4. So that is going to bring us to a close. Round number 4 of the Mickey Thompson round here on a $30,000 to win Silver State Refrigeration.
Check, check. All right, so I'm standing here in the winner's circle. It's FST Tuesday with none other than the young gun, Corey Galitti. Corey, I watched every single lap you made down the track. You drove with confidence, but you have to tell me what was in your mind when you were going into the final round against what a lot of people consider one of the best.
Well, racing in the final round against Gary Williams, anywhere, no matter where you are, is an honor, to be completely honest with you. I've looked up to him and Troy as racers from the time I was young, and like I said, it's just an honor to race guys like that at such a young age too, so I'm very thankful for that.
And how old are you, Corey?
I'm 20 years old.
20 years old. I think I was still driving a family station wagon in Street Eliminator, so you're leaps and bounds ahead of me. That's bad news for the rest of you guys and gals when he gets even a little more experience under his belt. Corey, in the final round, it sounded like you guys were playing musical instruments down there. There was a lot going on. Can you share with us from your vantage point how it went down? Obviously, you guys both killed the tree. You guys both holding numbers, and you guys both were making it your choice down there. Apparently, you made the right one.
Yeah, I knew going into the final, he was set up pretty hot, and I was a little bit closer to honest than he was, so I was hoping if I could hit the tree right, maybe get behind a little bit, that I could break him out, if not a little bit more, and that's what happened, luckily. But it doesn't always work out that way when you're racing a guy like that, so I'm very thankful.
Yeah, anytime your light comes on against Gary Williams, that's a big feather in the cap. He's a great racer. It's a Galitti family. You have your girlfriend is here.
Yep.
You have anything
Caroline.
to say? Anyone to thank?
I'd like to thank my girlfriend Caroline for coming, and I'd like to thank my mom and dad for giving me this opportunity, because without them I wouldn't be nowhere close to this level that I'm on now. So I got to thank Rad Torque Systems, Torque Tools Incorporated, Fuji Transmissions Converters, Wilson Racing Engines, and I'm sure I'm forgetting more. But American Race Cars, obviously, for putting this car up for us racers to race for. Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's enough, because when you turn that win light on in the final, you just won yourself a $40,000 dragster. And what do you think about the rest of the weekend? You're going into Wednesday with a lot of confidence. Are you going to change anything, or are you just going to keep ripping it?
Just going to try and keep going, man. I've never really had the best of luck at these Fling events, so hopefully this can turn this one around for me.
Well, you certainly started off right, so congratulations, Corey.
Thank you.
And family, Caroline McCarty and Papa and Mama Galitti here, everybody in the pits. Thank you for a great day of racing. Tomorrow we'll start things off on FST Wednesday, $30,000 in pro, gear and pro, round 1, 8 a.m. Good night. Good job, guys.
Coming up from Niles, Ohio on the Pennzoil side. Cerruti, yes, Brian Cerruti.
It took me a long time to get used to that one as well.
Cerruti goes 6:45, 6 at 102. I'll have another opportunity to redeem myself on his last name next round. Had a 643 dial on that car. The biggest kind of factor here was Brian King was 80 on the tree. Cerruti was 33, and that's really all you got to know.
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the story for that, as Cerruti will advance. That's going to bring up another of the El Caminos, popular choice here in the pro category, as Staley out of Vancouver, Washington, the 66 El Caminos rolling in with a dial of 649, and Andy Schmall. That is not a man you want to mess with coming off the bottom bulb. 616. The dial in for Andy sitting over the left side. And again, as we've talked about some of the bigger dollar bracket races that happen here, Andy has parked that Beretta in front of this tower multiple times to claim a big check.
He has been shag nasty on the starting line all day today.
I like that shag nasty.
Yes.
Have you been shag nastied in the past?
I live that life. 619.4 on a 616 dial. Staley runs dead on 9 and loses. because of the fact he was 61 and Schmall was 25. Schmall had plenty to work with down there, and he snug it up to 11th thou.
So an 0.25 light comes in for Andy Schmall, and I mean, I know we should be even the rest of the way through, but again, as we are looking at kind of remaking things each time the ladder comes out, Matt Kielman and Nasty Nick Hastings. If I remember correctly, Nasty Nick was like the first car down the racetrack. As I was sitting there waiting to, get into meetings today, I was sneaking a peek on my iPhone to watch what was happening when, amazing voices like Marco Peravalaris and even Eric Reyes were on the microphone.
Reyes was throwing down. I walked in there.
It was awesome.
I was fired before I got here. He was doing a great job.
We appreciate that, Eric. Thank you. Absolutely. We will take you up on that.
Wheels up watch for Kielman. Hastings going to try to run him down to the top end of the racetrack, and it's going to be Hastings dead on 2, 13 light, 15 pack. Kielman thought he killed Freddy Krueger at the starting line. He was 006 to Hastings 13, but all of a sudden, like in every good horror movie, the hand came up out of the grave and dragged him back under. Kielman,
it was over.
6701 on the 667 dial. Nick Hastings lives to fight another round.
Which I love that commercial that's coming up. Let's go hide over there behind the chainsaws.
Right.
Why don't we get into the running car? Oh, that was basically kind of how Matt Kielman was feeling right there. He's like, there's a running car right there, and I chose to run into the chainsaws.
He hid behind the chainsaws.
Oh. All right, so our final 4 that remain in the Gear Wrench Pro category. You got Andy Schmall coming back in the Beretta, Brian Cerruti coming back in the Camaro, Nick Hastings and Dennis Paz. One of the El Caminos survived the round and will return.
We have called round 5, Door Cars Super Pro, Door Cars round 5 to the lanes, please.
And I just want to double check, since I was,
being a
didn't
productive
show up.
member of society?
Well, I wouldn't call it that. I was being a member of society at the time, but we are talking about, you're getting those off of the chat, right? Or off of the messaging service where you text Vegas to 74121 for race information.
If you've not texted the word Vegas to the number 74121, you're doing yourself a grave disservice.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you're in on that because, again, out here in Vegas, we've got a great PA system. We've got a lot of pit area out there, but some folks are parked a little bit higher up, and being able to actually catch those lane calls, it's easy. Just text Vegas to 74121. You'll get them right there on your mobile device, and that is kind of the way to go about it. You'll also hear them coming out from up here in the tower, but I won't speak for Brian, but I'm not necessarily the most reliable person in the world.
As was once said, announcer man speak with forked tongue.
Right.
So believe the text messages beyond anything you hear come out of.
With Silver State Air Conditioning, they're all about being on time. That's why they're one of the few companies that offer an on-time guarantee. Unfortunately, problems don't just happen from 9 to 5. But it's important to Silver State to be there when it's convenient for the customer. I know I want a company that values my time. That's why I'll always choose Silver State Air Conditioning.
We'll be there whenever you need us, on time and at no extra charge. Guaranteed. Call us or visit us online. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC.
prologue. Is that what it is?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
The first part of the book, the preface.
preface.
Is the prologue before or after? I can't remember.
Prologue would be before.
I thought so. The appendix is after.
Yeah, that's after.
Yeah, but I think that's more for like technical research papers and stuff. You put an appendix on that.
Yeah,
I don't know that.
I like picture books, so it's not usually an appendix in the picture books.
I got. I'm with you on that. The books with the pictures in them are much easier to read. But there is a lot happening here this weekend between, of course, main event Friday, but we've got a bunch of $30,000 races that are going to be happening here as well. And again, it's so awesome to be able to be back out here at the racetrack, pick up the microphone, watch some great drag racing. I mean, we've had a couple of events here already, and this one is one that I've been waiting for months.
Yeah, and you really you look across the board of this early season, really across the entire sport, and from the Southern Sportsman Showdown last weekend, huge event, inaugural event. That thing's going to blow up to be twice the size it was, even for next year. You look at the size of the Gator Nationals was huge. I was at one of Donald's races, lights out. It was huge, and fans and race cars, and it's like people are just dying to get back at it. And it's a really, it certainly warms my heart about it because you and I and everybody here loves the sport so much. And it's like you went through some periods last year. You're like, what is this going to look like next year?
Oh, yeah.
And the good news is it looks like a whole ton of people that are incredibly in love with the sport all coming out to do it their own way in their own places. And it's really great.
Yeah, and to be able to watch the talent that is on display at these types of races is just an amazing feat. I mean, I can't imagine, whatever sport it is. Of course, we all love drag racing, but whatever additional sports it is, for me, I've been a Saints fan for years and years and years. Seeing Drew Brees retire is definitely going to be a sad thing, but I can't imagine, I'm going to find out next year, what it would be like to go through the season without being able to watch him do his thing.
Yeah.
And so that's like coming out here to the drag strip and watching all of these drivers do their thing.
I'll tell you, it'll be better than watching your quarterback go do his thing for another team like I had to do.
Yeah, I can tell you, all of us in the NFC South were really thrilled, really thrilled to see that happen.
Oh,
man. That's one of those, would you just go away already? You're old.
Yeah.
Retire already.
Yeah.
Enjoy your money. Throw trophies across boats and on the water, and hope that people don't get mad at you.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
You've reached that point. Just start.
He's like,
oh,
did I drop that one? Hold on, let me go get one of the other 6 that I have. We'll replace it with that one. Oh, we will see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for cars, and all I have to say is, hurry up! Let me tell you. So the sun is going. Well, the sun's gone. The sun is down, and it is getting chilly again. I have had my hoodie on except for an hour today, and actually some track pants too, because then I don't have to worry about being sunburned, which is nice. It has been up and down on the wind today, but nowhere near like yesterday. It's just been every once in a while for like 10 or 15 minutes, it get a little bit more than breezy, but that was it. The temperatures are cool here, but really nice if you were just wandering around and you're on the ground. It's been very comfortable, and obviously racers, happy campers for sure. But you can tell it's been windy because the beard is a little, it's out there a little ways. So, but we're having a good time. They are moving on through. At this point, anybody that's watching in the pits, if you are still in competition, what they're not telling you is that after you win your round, you should cool the thing off and immediately go to the staging lanes. That's what they're not telling. So we are ready to roll, ready to rock. I am looking forward to it. 30 grand on the line for the Maytag Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday here at the Spring Fling Million in Las Vegas, presented by K&N and, of course, Optima Batteries. Big thanks to them. Big thanks to you guys for tuning in. And, of course, Jegs and Hoosiers, our live broadcast sponsors. And, as always, Holly and the entire Holly EFI team, always supporters here at bangshift.com. It has been a riot watching the chat bleachers today. If you are not familiar with the chat bleachers, what we mean is the chat. We call it the chat bleachers. And you are welcome to join us there. and laugh and make comments and do whatever the heck it is you want to do, as long as you follow the rules, or else Barn, the moderator of all moderators, will throw the ban hammer like it's his job, because it is. Wade Hall, any restrictions on spectators? Yeah, this isn't a spectator event. So really, I think you can buy a ticket and come in, but this isn't a spectator event. It never has been. So so they're not really for sale. It's crew and racers. So I don't know the details on that. You'd have to look it up. It will all be on the website, obviously. Stephen Umberger, Chad, you look tie-tie. Yes, I am tie-tie. I am, yeah. I had a lot of work to do last night to try and get some stuff up and working. And so I did not get nearly as much sleep as I'd like last night. And the night before was 3 hours. So yeah, it's not been good. So looking forward to tonight. And I still have work to do tonight. But anyway, got to get back to the room and go to sleep for sure. Thanks for the weather updates, RTC. As he said, just under 61 degrees. Relative humidity is 11%, which means it's dry as a bone out here, dude, because it's Vegas. DA is 2,700 feet, and it's hardly any wind at all right now, 5 mile an hour, so pretty good deal. The funny thing is that the cars that are out here today, you've seen it. There have been a bunch of guys that have been breaking out. More than I think was normal, because they're used to the wind yesterday was so hardcore in their face. I mean, it was direct headwind all day long. So yeah, it'll be interesting. But Lou, what is up, my friend? So there are cars in the lanes. Love that sound of cars pulling under the arch here. We are in Super Pro round number 5. That is to say Goodyear tires round number 5 in Super Pro, and it's on. So here we go. Ooh, and McClellan's up first.
And it wasn't the car that we shouldn't talk about. It was one of those days. Yeah, it's where the car took us. So Karen Snyder and Kevin McClelland. We get Middle Mac rolling up here on the starting line. I heard, talking about the McClelland family, of course, as you said, the masterful tones of Dave McClelland, who for years entertained NHRA drag racing fans. And, of course, he, like many others, ended up having offspring, and his offspring ended up getting into the sport. And this happens to be his son, Kevin, who is driving the long roof wagon.
What was the name of Dave McClelland's race car? His Fiat Topolino Alter. What was the name of it?
Ooh, I don't know that one.
The Tuna Tank.
Well, we've got Team Tuna Tank Racing. I didn't know the name carried on. I have been educated. And Karen Snyder has handed a win light over to Kevin McClelland. Karen Snyder, by 0.03 of a second, fouls out in the topless Corvette. Ends up running 5:37 on a 5:36. McClelland, 16 green at this end of the racetrack, and 6:59 on a 6:58 will light up that Las Vegas side of the scoreboard here at the Strip.
It's a really cool early 80s drag racing movie called Wheels of Fire. You can find it on YouTube, but the opening scene is Dave McClelland driving up to the camera in that Alter.
Oh, yes.
It's super rad. It's super good.
I'm going to go find that now.
Michael Pennington, Phil Unruh coming up right now. Unruh in a brand spanking new race car, and it is drop dead gorgeous, as all of his equipment always is. Mike Pennington from Lavernia, Texas, a 1934 Ford-bodied Roadster. 5:05 the dial-in for Pennington, 6:11 the dial-in for Unruh.
Michael Pennington turns it loose 0.05 of a second too quick and ends his day. 5:06 on a 5:05. Unruh 30 on the tree was there for the taking, which is uncharacteristic for Phil. But he left the door open, and Michael Pennington jumped 0.05 of a second too soon and will be done.
And I'm talking the paint is barely dry on Unruh's car, and he's going rounds in it already. So this is it's a good start for that thing.
Yeah, just kind of one of those inside jokes. I wonder how much Phil paid for the design work on that car.
Just kind of wondering.
Randy Cloud and Bill Botello coming up right now. Botello from Smith, Nevada, 495 to dial in. Cloud dialed 601 in the Maverick.
Yeah, Botello, who is actually a farmer of the more pungent style. He grows like onions and garlic and stuff.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. I thought we were talking like Snoop punching.
No, not like, that type of deal.
Not that aromatic.
Not quite that aromatic. As Bill Botello gives chase to Randy Cloud, couple of regular runners up there in the Sacramento area, and Bill Botello gonna get the win light. 20 on the tree and dead on 5 at this end of the racetrack. Randy Cloud was 4th thou behind with an 024 light, and then goes 602 on the 601 to be 9th thou behind at the finish line.
Spencer Massey and Hank Pramov coming up right now. This is going to be good. Pramov has just been destroying people in this 1972 Vega, dialed 564, and Massey has been running a very consistent race in the 1971 Nova. So Pramov inches his way in. Massey goes now in the red Nova. Trying to stop Hank Pramov in his tracks here, and he's going to be able to do it. 6:34 Ford, 107 miles an hour, 008 reaction time, as Pramov was 19. The margin stays about consistent from the starting line down to the finish line, as Pramov 563.4 on a 564 dial-in, but Spencer Massey taking 11th thou worth of stripe gets the win in a double breakout.
That'll bring up Chris Gallitti and Daniel McClellan. The Gallitti family already having a pretty good weekend here as they picked themselves up a brand new ride last night in the shootout. Gallitti, that's a car right there that I just want to go cruise, like, just to the truck stop and back in that. I mean, Novas are my thing, and when I saw the blue headlights on that babe, that scores points in my book for sure. McClellan dialed in at 536. Gallitti dialed at 538, and the win light will belong to McClellan. 18 at this end of the racetrack. Grabbed him a 3 thou advantage leaving the line and runs dead on 1 to be 19 total, locking Chris Gallitti out of any opportunity to advance in this matchup as he was 21 on the tree.
Think those headlights have little tiny tears that come out of them when stuff like that happens?
It's a pretty enough car that I would feel sorry for it if it did. I would immediately grab a little handkerchief and roll over there and try to wipe them down. Brush the fender of it and be like, it's going to be okay, baby. It's going to be okay. We'll make it through this one.
And then the police will come.
Yeah, they will, because it'll get really, really awkward.
Dustin Henches and Tim O'More coming up right now. O'More dialed 533, Henches dialed 618. Division of you saying weird things to that car and patting the fender is going to be cracking up over here.
Yeah, I'd be like that guy on Days of Thunder, the crunchy, talking to the car in the middle of the night. You better take this down. 2,000 split at this end of the racetrack between the dragster and the door car. Tim O'More is going to light up the scoreboard. 22 green and dead on 6 to be 28 total, getting their first 9,000ths of a second. Dustin Henches had an 024 light, so was right there with him at the hit, but runs 1 above, 619 on the 618, and Henches will check out. Tim O'More will advance, and we move into, our dragster category. And hey, by the way, Brian King, congratulations. You have won a $100 K&N gift card and $100 cash based on the random tech card draw from the Gear Wrench Pro. Losers there, so you can roll your way up here to the Diva desk and collect your cash and your gift card.
Winning.
Hashtag winning.
So Gary Williams, Jason O'Terry, Norco, California, Bradenton, Florida. And again, we talk about across the country, racers that normally don't see each other in competition. Jason O'Terry begins to move ahead as Gary Williams goes through his routine. We talked about Gary was, 32 last time, and just not normally in that zone of reaction time when we see this car go down the racetrack, so we'll see how much he tightens it up here.
Yeah, I believe it's, right around the 33, 32, something like that. Not that this time.
No.
He has learned from the previous, 005, dead on 2, taking a 2,000 stripe, and Gary Williams gets flat out West Coast. Gnarly, dude. Wow. Man. 7 total, taking a 2,000 stripe. Jason O'Terry was 12 on the tree and had nowhere to go with it. Nothing, right?
Yeah. I don't know what O'Terry ever did to Gary Williams, but Gary Williams just took it out on him here. Wow.
Gary was like, I do not like you.
Greg Garrison, right side. Pennzoil, side of the drag strip, I should say. Hunter Patton, left side. Talked about a guy who was double O, basically close to dead on, and taking a couple thou worth of stripe is exactly what Patton did last time down the racetrack. We'll see what happens here. Greg Garrison and Patton get all the way down to the big end, and it's Garrison dead on 0 with a 6 reaction time. So Greg Garrison out of Flagstaff, Arizona, doing what Greg Garrison do, a 6-pack, taking 4th thou across the finish line. Patton goes 61.9 on a 62 dial with an 11 light. Brutality out there in the evening here in Vegas. That was a masterful job by Greg Garrison. Toby Payne and Willie Flores coming up now. Payne from Claremont, California, of course. Mom Shelley looking on. Willie Flores from San Angelo, Texas, dial 493 over there opposite Toby. Going through the routine as they have, Tom Baer steps away from the car. And Toby just barely, I'm talking barely missed it. A single foul early for Toby Payne. Willie Flores goes dead on 6 with a 9 light, so Flores wasn't screwing around out there either. A 15 pack for Flores, and Payne took a valiant swing at it, then runs 91.9 on the 92 dial, so it was a learning lesson for Toby Payne. Not much you can do about that. Dave Mazier and Bobby Dye Jr. coming up now. Undoubtedly racers that have seen each other dozens, if not more times over the course of their respective careers, as both hailing from California. 474 the dial in for Bobby Dye, specialty fasteners car here on the Pennzoil side. And the Mazier Enterprises sponsor machine of Dave Mazier, the family business. Manufacturers of all kinds of high performance parts. Mazier halfway home, as is Dye. Gonna wait each other out here for a second. And Bobby Dye Jr. just being hateful out there. Perfect reaction time. He goes 477.3 on a 74 dial. Mazier runs 3 over, 72 on a 69 with a 25 light. But Bobby Dye had him by the throat off the starting line. So Bobby Dye Jr. advances, scrubbed a lot of speed at 132 miles an hour and snugged it up to 300 at the finish line strike. Kurt Gross and Randy Lynn Ship coming up right now, as Randy Lynn has been knocking him dead out here.
That she has. I mean, it's just been like flat out nasty with Randy Lynn Ship and Kurt Gross. He's been doing the same thing. So a couple of racers that have got that I mean, everybody obviously rolling in this round. You got the momentum on your side right now until somebody steps up and slaps you down. Kind of like what Mike Tyson said. Everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face.
Until you get punched in the face, exactly.
And that's pretty much what happens here. You roll up to the starting line, somebody's going to punch you in the face with, like, you know, a bag of donuts or something like that, like Bobby Dye does. Randy Lynn Ship survives, and that's the way to describe it. Survives the round. Kurt Gross was better on the tree with an 019, ends up running 495 at Randy Lynn after overcoming a slight disadvantage of 9,000ths of a second at this end of the racetrack. Runs down to be dead on 2, and that is going to do it for Kurt Gross.
Bo is living a split personality situation here. One, super happy she's going rounds. Super not happy he's going to hear about this for the rest of his life. Because he's been out for a while.
Yes, he is. He will hear about it and hear about
Kingdom Come.
And hear about, like, even in, you know, a week from now, be like, hey baby, you remember Friday? You remember Friday or what is it? Wednesday night.
Yeah,
It's Wednesday night. I'm jumping ahead.
Dennis Lithgow and Alexis Thompson coming up now.
All right. Had to just double check there and make sure that, you know, I wonder if Dennis and John are related.
We're going to reference a cast member of Mary the Henderson.
That's true. Whoa. Alexis Thompson getting right up on the center line of the racetrack, and it comes down to 4/10,000ths of a second. She knew what she was doing. She's tightening up the stripes. She's tightening up the distance between the two cars between them as Alexis Thompson, 12 on the tree and 463 on a 462, gets the win by 4/10,000ths of a second. And I think she left like 4 millimeters between herself and the center line at the stripe.
Listen, she paid to use the right lane, and she can use as much of it as she wants to use. This is it's a full-service enterprise here.
That's true. That's true. I mean, kind of that personal space thing.
It is.
As long as I'm on this side of the white line, this is my personal space, and you cannot tell me how to use it. It's just the way that it's going to work. Here's Cooper Chun and Chris Whitfield. Cooper, out of Washington, 5'11" is the dial on the left side, and Chris Whitfield, 466. So Whitfield couldn't get the car off the starting line, and now can't get the car off that 466 number. That's not a bad thing. Cooper grabbing himself the advantage at this end of the racetrack and lays down 9 total. 003 dead on 6 for Cooper, taking a 7th stripe against Chris Whitfield, who was 18 on the tree at this end of the racetrack and with an 018 reaction time has nowhere to go.
There's nothing doing.
No space. Basically like rolling up to get a little air put in your tire at,
Trapped in a
the
glass
tire
case of
shop
emotion.
as the door rolls down and you hear it go chung. Like, oh dang.
Hannah Cook, Brandon Taylor. Cook dialed 450, Taylor dialed 468. And Cook goes 4,506, dead on 6 with an 18 light, so 24 altogether there for Hannah Cook in the win light. Brandon Taylor was 7th thou worse on the starting line, took 3 thou of stripe at the finish line and broke out 467.6 and a 468 dial.
You got guys out there like Cooper going, you were 24 total? All right. Good effort. A for effort. Oof. Kendall Little and Gary Williams. As we are getting down to the end, we've got our final 4 in what is round number 5 for $30,000 here tonight. Tracy Chun, is that Mom Tracy Chun to Cooper? I'm just looking at the chat board. Mom said that's my kid, so I'm assuming that Tracy is Mom.
Gotta be. I'm taking that action.
Unless she happened to borrow him. Kendall Little fouls it away by a ton, and Gary Williams 002 and then goes 486 on a 489 to finish it off.
Gear Wrench Pro round 6. Gear Wrench Pro round 6, which is the semi-final round of Gear Wrench Pro. To the staging lanes, please.
We'll announce the ladder after this final pair here in round number 5. As again, we are in the middle of our Goodyear round number 5. We're going to get a brand new set of rear slicks thanks to our friends at Goodyear. For the best losing package here in round number 5 is Honey Wayne and Brad Pierce. Pierce out of Riverside, California in the Corvette. Honey Wayne out of Texas in the dragster. And, Brian, I'll go with your opinion here on this, but for Hunter Patton, I would say that typically some of the last few rounds that we've seen for him have been kind of handed to him, kind of lucky ones.
Except for the last one. The last one was just a full-on guillotine job on his opponent. The couple before that, you're right. It was people had made mistakes, and like a good racer, he capitalized on their mistakes.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I will make you pay. Brad Pierce is dialed in at 583. Hunter Patton dialed in at 457. Brad is in trouble, and that's going to, seal it up. 007, 2 above. Hunter Patton getting their first 12th thou. Brad Pierce at this end of the racetrack had an 025 reaction time, and that was it. That was it.
Yeah, I mean, we look at... we can look at all the cars remaining, and it's almost impossible to, you pick a favorite, pick somebody you think, but, this guy, once he gets going, it's like a juggernaut. But then we keep looking at what Randy Lynn Ship's been doing to people here this afternoon and into this evening. I mean, it seems like maybe 2 trains traveling on the same track here.
It could be that could end up kind of colliding before the night is done. We have called our Gear Wrench Pro semifinals into the staging lanes, and the ladder is here, and here are your pairings. Nasty Nick Hastings going up against Andy Schmall, and Dennis Paz getting Brian Cerruti. So that is the last 4 standing in the Gear Wrench Pro category. Again, Hastings versus Schmall. Hastings getting lane choice there, and Dennis Paz versus Cerruti, with Paz getting lane choice in that pair. They have been called into the staging lanes, so we would like to get you back here. Sally, I will get with you on that message here in a little while. I believe the answer is going to be yes on both counts, but we'll see where we go from that. And in this case, again, just wanted to say hello to those of you that are watching online. Haven't had a chance yet to say hi. It's good to see everybody that is chiming in as the chat bleachers continue to go wild, as they always do. Definitely appreciate the support, kind of in many cases clarifications on names that do not get the opportunity to get down here and race at tracks that we're at on a regular basis. So when we see, you know, a few years ago when Cerruti made his first appearance here, you know, East Coast guy and me being a West Coast guy, you just look at the name and go, that's Brian what? But again, it's definitely good to have you kind of playing along and watching along with us. As again, anytime we're out here, whether we're here watching on the Bank Shift live feed, and again, very, very, very big thanks to K&N, Optima Batteries, Maytag Silver State Refrigeration for keeping that live stream flowing here today. And you know, that's one of those things I cannot begin to imagine what it's like to spend all day on that scissor lift. Brian, I know you can. You've done it before.
Well, Chad's done it way more than I have, and it's like it is work, man. You're swinging the camera, and you're out in the elements, and it is definitely, it's a cool spot to watch from, but it does wear on you after a while. That's 100% sure.
Oh, I mean, when we were down in Tucson a couple of weeks ago, I mean, it was just steady wind all day long, and to be standing up there exposed to that, it's definitely a brutal experience in many cases. And so my definite props go to Chad for the work that he does out there, and of course for everybody that we had to work with. I mean, when we head back east and we get to work with Motor Mania TV, you know, just a couple of top-notch production programs between Bank Shift and those guys, and I can't wait to get back out there.
Yeah, when I was when we were doing the Streetcar Super Nationals, Chad was here with Larry Larson. They were running the truck that year. They set the record and everything else. It was awesome. They were in, what, 594 or something like that. We used to have the motorhome park down there, and we would just set all our stuff on top of the motorhome. So I was the camera guy that weekend. And I just remember every day the sun would get down behind the bleachers, and it was just like, you knew what was coming, and the temperature would just plummet.
Yes,
and it's just like,
has a tendency to do that here in the desert.
Yeah, it was something else. And then the funniest part of the internet thing was we had the hot water heater or something had broken in the thing, and I was like, I got up there one morning and I'm like, if there's anybody watching this that knows how to, and like 30 seconds later, some dude comes buzzing up on his pit bike. He's like, oh, watch life. He's like, I work on these things. It was like 30 seconds later, you have me fixed up. So
nice.
It was good. That heat.
It's always, I mean, you do the racer in need calls, you do the announcer in need calls, you do the Bang Shift in need calls. Camper. Yeah. I need somebody to fix my camper. It's always good to do that. But again, you know, everybody that's watching out here, Dragster Jeff, Steve LaBarber, loving seeing you guys out here. Terry Lee is my topless friend. And we do that because, you know, no real reason, but she's a big fan of the topless cars. But yeah, I mean, it's great to see everybody that's listening in and keeps us entertained in the tower here as well when there's not much happening on the racetrack. So definitely cool. Love having you guys on the chat bleachers, and looking forward to the next 3 full days. The rest of today and, of course, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But we've got a lot of things that are going to be taking place here. Quick little touch-up on the racetrack, and it's shaping up to be one for the ages already. It's cool. I know we got people watching in from, I think, Australia checks in a moment ago. Good day, mate. What time is it in Australia right now?
It's Friday.
Is it morning time?
It's Friday time.
It's Friday morning?
Friday time? It's Friday time now.
It's Friday time.
I think it'd be the mid-morning of Thursday.
That's right, Thursday.
Yeah.
I'm stuck on that already, and it's only Wednesday.
It is.
I'm like jumping days ahead already. So we'll see. We'll see.
But yeah, I am looking forward to this. I mean, the final four: Hastings and Schmall, Paz and Cerruti. That's it.
I kind of like the way that broke down.
I do too.
I like the way that broke down because obviously, Hastings and Schmall is just full-on heavyweight fight. Love the fact we're going to see Cerruti or Paz on that other side of that final as well. So, digging it. 4 cool cars, 4 great drivers that have been having spectacular days. So, everybody's earned their spot.
Well, that's awesome. And if I'm remembering correctly, aren't both Cerruti and Hastings Ohio guys?
Yes, they are.
So both, Ohio guys. I think Schmall's from Idaho. Paz is a California guy.
Yep.
So we got a couple of, East Coast versus a couple of West Coast guys going.
Kind of what you want to see at an event like this.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I mean, the other thing that I do want to see at an event like this is, if it does come down to a tie, everybody's got to get in those inflatable sumo suits and battle it out on the starting line. But I don't know if that'll ever happen.
But it's in the rules. If you look at the back of the page, there's a clause.
In the very fine print at the bottom.
There's a sumo clause in there that if it ever comes down to it, the suits are ready. I mean, we could have them prepared in moments.
Inflated at any time.
At any time.
Anytime.
We'll do it.
That's one of those things that, when you hear the little fan kick in, you know it's about to go down.
The fan kick
you know it's about to go down when somebody flips that switch and you hear that thing start.
What is up? I don't have anything to drink, but I will in a second. Thank you to all of you guys for tuning in. As Nate and Brian have been saying, and Nate's very good at thanking everybody, and we appreciate that very much. And I thank him and the entire Spring Fling crew, as well as Jeff Foster and the entire crew here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Forgive my beard, which is out of control right now. Wow. I mean, it can't go one direction, and it's just, it's this whole thing is happening. It's driving me nuts. Anyway, so dude, drink, A, and B, big thanks to everybody. And like I said, special thank you to the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway crew here. It was a tough year in 2020 for a lot of people, but it struck really close to home here at Las Vegas. And I have to say, I walked in the tower the other day, and it was just yesterday, I guess that was when I got here. And it's just weird. Randy Klickner, who was a larger than life, both literally and figuratively, guy, and was just a key part of the entire organization here. Passed away last year, and it just hit everybody here hard. Anybody who'd raced here knew Randy. I mean, he was just like a giant little kid, and I mean, just seriously, I've had some of the most fun times ever at a racetrack here with Randy and the gang. I mean, we used to play, this sounds hilarious and stupid, but we used to, when you're announcing here and things get laid into the event, Nerf gun wars, I mean, all this kind of stuff running around the tower. It's like a bunch of idiots, right? But Randy was just one of those dudes that no matter what, he always knew just what to do to make Jeff Foster, climb off the ledge when, something was going wrong or whatever. He was an absolute guru with regards to the safety crew and all of that. And for years worked on the truck at the end of the racetrack, and just an absolute sweetheart of a dude. I mean, absolutely a pleasure. I'll never forget all of the dumb stuff we used to do. There were times where I would be on the scissor lift and then I'd try and sneak it around the tower and literally under the windows of the tower and then raise it up in front of the windows. And Randy and I would laugh our asses off. And I miss that dude. And I know everybody here misses him. It just hit me, yesterday in the tower. And I felt so sad when I walked out of the tower. And I've thought of him a couple of times here today. And I just thought I needed to say so. And so to everybody who's friends and family with Randy, from the bottom of my heart, from everybody here at Bank Shift, we love him and miss him. And it's just, unbelievably different here without him, but I absolutely love the staff here for continuing on and doing what they do. I know that Jeff Foster, who is the heart and soul of this place, had a very hard time coming to work for a while, and he and I this morning, if you saw my Facebook post, it was a lot lighter than when I got here. Foster was already on the tractor going up and down the racetrack, and I get here and it's dark to set up, and I can't tell you the number of times where it's just me and the guy on the tractor at a drag strip. And Jeff Foster, dude, I love you, brother, and I know it's been a tough one, but to everybody that knew Randy is the dude, and it is so it's just cool to remember him. The fun stuff I just am thinking about today just makes me smile. So back to racing.
Originally, that would be like the equivalent of the dairy cow type thing. is kind of what we figured out there. And then, of course, Andy Schmall in the Beretta over on the other side, which growing up in the 80s, going to high school, that was kind of the car to have. The Beretta was the car to have. But Andy Schmall's got the Beretta. He's got a 617 on the left side of the racetrack, and nasty Nick Hastings has got the 603 on the right side. Head start will go to the banana. Scratch that. Basically a coin flip at this end of the racetrack, and Andy Schmall will get it done against nasty Nick. 1 thou was the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack. Nick was 19 on the tree, Andy was 18 on the tree, and nasty Nick takes a 31 thou stripe to go 601 on the 603 and breaks out for the loss. Andy Schmall's moving on, and that's going to bring up this pair to decide who gets to take on the banana in the final round of Gear Wrench Pro.
It will be Paz on the left side, the 1965 El Camino, and Cerruti on the right side, the Niles, Ohio-based Camaro, sitting there on the Pennzoil side. 644 the dial-in for Cerruti, 698 the dial-in for Paz. Paz will nibble his way into the second stage. Who is going to take on Schmall in the finish of Pro? Because coming off the starting line, they were both dead even, and it's going to be Dennis Paz. 699.0 at 95 miles an hour by 56 10,000ths at the stripe, which is exactly how much stripe he took. Dennis Paz goes to the final round. 16 light for Paz, 16 light for Cerruti, 45 out of 44 for Cerruti. A valiant and respectable effort, but Dennis Paz, the better of the two.
Wow.
Beretta versus El Camino.
The Idahoan, the potato head, will come back to take on the Californian. And for the Ohio, are they Ohanians? Ohioans?
Ohioans.
Ohioans?
Ohioan.
Ohioans. Yeah. They got to add that additional vowel in there just to make it a little bit more difficult on the tongue to form the sounds. But
the
that's
Ohanians
okay.
are a tribe in South America in the jungle somewhere, I think.
Really now?
I don't know.
Really now?
Yeah.
You watch too much Discovery TV.
Yeah, I had a lot.
Too much National Geographic in your place right now. Oh, that is pretty awesome. So we are going to see the El Camino of Dennis Paz returning against the Banana Beretta. And we are now on a ladder in Super Pro. I agree, Terry Lee. It is Mr. Potato Head to you. And Andy has earned the title of Mr. Big Shot here at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. But that is going to be pretty cool. So the ladder is in for Super Pro. And in our Super Pro side of things, Bobby Dye Jr. will be coming back with lane choice over Alexis Thompson. Greg Garrison will be coming back with lane choice over Bill Bathello. Cooper Chun will be coming back with lane choice over Dan McClellan. Spencer Massey with lane choice over Randy Lynn Shipp. Gary Williams, lane choice over Kevin McClelland. Honey Wayne with lane choice over Tim O'More. G-Dub on the other side with lane choice over Hannah Cook. And Willie Flores with lane choice over Phil Unruh. That is what we're going to be looking at when we bring the cars back next time around in Super Pro. So it is getting a little later here. Not too late. Not too late. That's why I didn't show up until now. I was born and raised in Vegas, and I'm not allowed to leave the house until the sun goes down.
That makes sense.
That's the rule in Vegas.
Explains a lot.
Yeah, you can't leave until the sun goes down, and then, you party all night. When the sun starts to come up like vampires, we roll our way back into the house, close all the blinds, and sleep for the day.
I can dig it.
I wish that was the case.
Makes for a good story, though.
It does. It does make for a good story. Or a lot of times people will be like, what are you doing, man? You get out somewhere where it's cold to be like, I need a rock to sun myself on to get warmed up for the day.
I've seen it, man. I've seen you. You slow down like a reptile. When we're in cold weather, we've done some races together where it's been unseasonably cold, and you, at one point, we had to carry you off the starting line. You just stopped moving.
Yeah, that blue tinge had kind of taken over my lips, and
more so than usual.
Pretty much had gone into gone into hibernation. And that was kind of it. That was kind of it.
But yeah, we laid you on the roof of the tower, and a couple hours later, you were all warmed up, ready to go.
Yeah, like what is that? Wall-E. You heard a little noise, just bing. All right, let's go again. Yes. So is that a round number 5 best losing package? Looks like our round number 5 best losing package, 28 total, goes to Dennis Lithgow. So Dennis, you have got yourself a brand new set of Goodyear tires by way of the best losing package in round number 5. You know, I'm sure you would probably have much rather taken an invitation to round number 6, but a brand new set of Goodyears ain't a bad runner-up.
That's a fact.
In any way, hashtag fact. So we are down to 16. And with an even 16 rolling into this round, no buys on the table.
No.
None of that kind of stuff. Let's just race it through. Again, we do reset the ladder each and every time for those of you that may be new to some of the Spring Fling stuff. Similar to other bracket categories, bracket races. Each time we come back, the ladder is reset based on performance from the previous round. So it kind of gives everybody an opportunity to enhance their position a little bit, I guess. You know, if you can set yourself up for a little bit better shot, that is definitely one way to go about it. And of course, we've got all of the racer appreciation prizes that are going out. It's going to be a fun-filled and adventurous next few days. I know Umbrella Man couldn't make it out here to Vegas. One of these times, we are going to get Umbrella Man. You know the story of Umbrella Man?
Not
yes,
intimately.
No? Okay. It was several years ago in Bristol, and we were sitting there, had very few spectators in the grandstands except for one dude that sat under this.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jays!
This raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance.
There's a lot of characters in the chat bleachers that find their way here.
Listen, it's great, and if you're a connoisseur of drag racing and someone that knows what they're looking at, watching this type of stuff is amazing. Just the performances that happen round after round, it's just mind-boggling.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
ever question coming, just come one time and see how it is, and I think you'll come back.
For over a decade, Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel have been promoting the biggest and most well-received bracket races in the world. What began with 3 $20,000 to win events in Thunder Valley has grown into a brand that races coast to coast and gives racers the chance to win life-changing money and enjoy world-class facilities and events. In 2021, Biondo and Seipel will again raise the bar as they are proud to introduce the Summer Fling.
Now that our demand is overwhelming again, we think it's time for a 4th event. We're ready to do it. We're going to hit a region that is untapped as far as the Fling goes. We want the racers in the Ohio area to be able to experience what we're all about.
National Trail Raceway in Columbus, Ohio will host another opportunity for competitors to race and experience the renowned Fling brand of events in late summer 2021.
For myself, I've had a really good friendship with Jay Livingston, the owner at National Trail, for about 25 years. And Jason Murray, who's the general manager of this facility, I've known him for 15 years. We're looking for a partner, and I think myself and Peter, JJ, and Jay together, we would make one hell of a team.
Yeah, National Trail Raceway is a Class A facility, and that's what we look for. It has the tower, it has the feeling of a big stage when you enter the gates. It's top tier. It's right with Bristol, it's right with Galot, it's right with Vegas, and
we can't wait for 2021.
I hear cars. I love it when I hear cars in the staging lanes here, because in the dark I can't see the cars. In the daylight I can see them when they're coming through the gap over there before they come behind the tower and around the corner. But at night I cannot, because it is too dark over there, and so I cannot tell. But I hear cars. I heard cars like 4 or 5 minutes ago, maybe 4 minutes ago. I heard a car. Now I hear a few cars. And that's a good sign. Hopefully it's the pro final. We'll see. We have lots to get done, so I don't care what it is. Oh, okay, they shut them off. So that means it's more people who are showing up. I'm good with that too. Yes, please, Rapid Transit. It's too early to start yawning, I know. It's 8 o'clock here, so we've been live for 12 hours. Yay! All right. Big thanks to Jags and Hoosier, of course. Major kudos on the new little sandwich board sign chinguses that sit in front of the wall. Dude, other than one gust of wind that knocked them over, they're like really nice, way better than the bicycle rack with the banners on them that we normally have sitting over there, because they catch so much wind, it's not good. So yeah, that's awesome. And also big thanks to the guys at Holly EFI and Maytag Silver State Refrigeration. I am so sorry, I cannot stop yawning. No, the crew over at Silver State Refrigeration, they can help you out with all of your commercial refrigeration needs and all of your HVAC needs in your home or business, and they are awesome. Support a lot of drag racing, support a lot of drag racers, and they are just a good group of dudes. So we appreciate it for sure. Now cars are for realsies coming around the corner. Yeah. I'm telling you what, this makes me happy. This right here, I got it right the first time. That is all the stuff going on today. All the random giveaways, all the best losing package awards, all of it right there. I'll put it back up here in a little bit so you can check it out. But right now, oh yeah, vroom vroom and stuff. I hear the race cars.
Not in a raffle, of course, with his own acumen, won that car. And tonight we're going to be awarding $30,000 plus to the racer that stands at the top of the heap.